team and its legion of fans. We could see draft history with a record run on quarterbacks as decisions are made that will alter the future of franchises. There is an endless amount of pass catchers looking to take this league by storm. And don't forget about the guys in the trenches, the cornerstones of any franchise. So sit back and watch your team's future change in an instant. The PFF Draft Show starts right now.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to PFF's NFL Draft Show, here covering the 2024 NFL Draft, Day 3. This is where the real draft sickos come to light. This is where you learn the names that maybe you've never heard of before, or maybe you heard that one Saturday on college football and you go, I remember that guy. And we're going to tell you all about him here. The best two people that I have to do that is Max Chadwick and Dalton Wasswerman, who co-host the PFF College Football Show. Fellas, so glad that you were here on the desk with me here for Day 3. Couldn't think of anybody better. Max, how you doing, my friend?
This is the most Day 3 crew of all time.
Has to be.
I think this is, you downgraded significantly.
No. We don't need to say that. Although the sweater game, I gotta say, is
Sam
not
looked fantastic yesterday.
No, it's not as strong today, the sweater game, just because we don't have it. We're rocking some T-shirts from our friends over at Homage, and we've all got different shirts. I don't know, maybe in between rounds, we've got a couple backstage. Maybe we'll switch. With the Homage shirts, but this is one of my favorite companies in the world. You guys can go get yourself some Homage shirts as well using the promo code PFF. You can get 15% off between now and tomorrow, so make sure you guys do that. You can get some fly shirts like that. What do you got rocking?
The Bo Jackson, dude.
Bo Jackson
Bo
shirt?
Jackson.
What do we got over here, Dalton?
Got the Bears going. The pick is in, man.
Classic.
I got to get my people in Chicago in, and honestly, they've been the story at the draft the entire offseason, so that, I just felt it appropriate to get them in there. They picked first, they picked ninth. They don't have many picks, but they're still the biggest story.
Look, I gave them a preliminary A grade already. We're obviously going to get into so many different draft grades as well. We're going to do so many different things on this show. We're obviously going to give you all of the pick analysis when that happens through rounds 4 and 7 in this draft. But these two guys, like we said, they know college football so very well. So when we get a little bit later into the day, we're going to turn the page a little bit. We're going to take a sneak peek into the 2025 NFL Draft. These guys already have a 2025 NFL Draft big board. We're going to do a way too early mock draft. We're going to kind of run through that so you guys can get an idea of some of the names that you should know for college football next season. But it's going to be fun. Dalton, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'll tell you what. You talk about getting the sickos out here for Day 3. You picked the two sickos. You sure did. And when you're talking about now, we're already incorporating 2 years of drafting into one. But no, it's been an exciting process, man, through the first 2 days, and there's still a boatload of talent on this third day to be had. I think I'm looking at even just some of the weapons, some of the receivers especially. I'm like, I've been telling Max for 2 months, there's going to be really, really good players that we didn't expect to drop that will, and you've got a lot of these guys to me in any other year would be Day 2 picks. Easily, probably inside the top 80, and we're about to get them in 100 through 130. It's mind-blowing, especially offensively, how much talent and the depth of talent in this draft.
Max, what do you think about some of these guys that are still best available? Because I think it's probably the best way to set up what is going to be day 3, round 4. We do sort of talk about that when round 1 ends, we get to round 2, there's kind of those trickle over players, especially in a good class like we have here, and you go, man, I can't believe this guy slid all the way to round 2 or Day 2, but it feels as though that conversation gets even stronger when we get to this point in the draft. So of the guys that are still available, who are some players who you're just shocked that are going to be called here on Day 3?
Well, according to your big board, I should say the PFF big board.
Yes. It depends. If it's something that you disagree with,
I agree with it.
Then it's the PFF big board. But if it's something that you agree with, then obviously it's my rankings.
There's only one top 32 prospect left, and it's Troy Franklin, the wide receiver from Oregon. I can't believe he's still here. I understand he's smaller at 6'3", 180 pounds, obviously, so not a great frame on him, but catches, obviously you're very inconsistent as well. Other than that, I don't know why he's not a Day 2 pick or even a first-round pick as you had in your rankings. But I think someone's going to get an absolute steal, and he could be a Day 1 vertical weapon in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Look, the weight profile is much lower. It's below the 10th percentile for the wide receiver position, but we see smaller wide receivers come off the board all the time. Just wanted to say that we are officially underway here. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock here to start round 4 for us. But, yeah, I don't know. Troy Franklin, even for his deficiencies, it feels as though, okay, he needs to gain a little bit of weight. He needs to become a little bit more nuanced of a route runner. Sometimes there's not that feel for sitting down in zone coverage or, being able to get behind a linebacker level and a safety level, really creating that throwing window. That's all stuff that needs to get better, but extremely productive player, graded really well over the last couple of years for us. So I'm very shocked that he is here. Obviously, the Chats champ that's still on the board is Audric Estime.
Of course.
Whenever Audric Estime goes in this draft, we need to have an absolute party. There's going to be, whether it's round 4, 5, 6, 7, we're going to stop the show completely, and we're going to have a celebration here, because I feel like at this point, everybody in the chat and all of us here on the desk need to buy Audric Estime jerseys wherever he ends up going. But Dalton, what about you? As we get a little bit further down the board, guys that, I'll shout out his Oregon teammate, Brandon Dorlus. He's another player for me who I'm very shocked is still here. But well, actually, I do want to ask you this question specifically. Spencer Rattler. Did we think that Rattler was going to go somewhere on day 2, or him being available early parts of day 3, did you kind of expect this?
I thought maybe the 3rd round was where I would expect him to go, but I'm kind of in agreement that waiting on him is probably the right move. I don't to me, the 2 years at South Carolina weren't as impressive as obviously his 2020 season at Oklahoma, where he was probably the 2nd best quarterback in the country, right? I just don't. I've never really understood the overhype on Rattler. Maybe it's because we just had such a need for a QB7 beyond the first 6 guys that it was we have to get a day 2 quarterback. But to be honest, I kind of agree with the NFL in that waiting on him is probably the right move. There's still a lot of work to be done. He's got pretty average size, average athleticism, a lot of arm talent, but we've got 3 years of production that's kind of middling.
Yeah.
Even last year, it's the turnover-worthy play rate got a lot better at 2.2%, but the big-time throws now went away. I believe it was only 12 big-time throws all season. So
right.
When you talk about, I think people dreaming on Rattler are still thinking about 2020, and it's now 2024. So where's that 3-year gap is just, to me, I think the 4th round might actually be a more ideal spot from the scouts' perspective of, okay, it's a day 3 pick, it's more of a flyer. We can try to develop this guy instead of, there was some people thinking a Denver or somebody like that could take him to start this year. I don't think he's ready to start this year. Sure. So I think day 3 is actually an ideal time for him.
So we got our first pick in, and it is one of those players that's very high on the best available board. It's not Troy Franklin, but it is Texas tight end Jatavian Sanders going to the Carolina Panthers here to start day 3. I think this is perfect because, one, I think that this player was talented enough to go yesterday in rounds 2 or 3, but also it means a lot because Carolina needs a tight end, right? Very badly. When you look at this roster, it's basically Tommy Tremble, and that's it, who I liked Tommy Tremble when he was coming out of Notre Dame, but I always felt as though he was a tight end 2, maybe tight end 3 at best if you got a really good tight end room. So to me, this offseason has been all about one thing, making sure that you have everything in place to answer the question as best you can. Is Bryce Young your guy? And I think this goes into that.
I think the big reason why he's still here right now, he was billed as an elite athlete. He was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school.
Right.
He tested out as an above-average athlete, which is why I think he's here right now. But, he was extremely productive at Texas this past season. He had 700 receiving yards, which were 3rd in the FBS. You had guys like Xavier Worthy, Adonai Mitchell, Jordan Whittington, and Jonathan Brooks stealing touches from him in that offense, and he was still really productive. So I think Jatavian Sanders should have been a day 2 pick, should have been a 2nd-round pick probably.
I think so, too.
This is a steal for Carolina here.
Yeah, I agree. And Dalton, I want to kind of hear your thoughts on this, but we do have a trade. The Denver Broncos have traded up to 102. We thought the Denver Broncos maybe would draft Bo Nix's teammate Troy Franklin last night. I wonder if that's maybe what they're doing here to trade up to number 102 with him still on the board. But Dalton, I just feel as though when you look at Carolina and what they have done, even in this draft, you have Jatavian Sanders now. They drafted Jonathan Brooks. They got Xavier Legette. They got one defensive player in Trevin Wallace going for that athleticism there. But 3 out of the 4 picks. It's all on offense. It's all about answering those questions.
I love their entire offseason, Trevor. They rebuilt the offensive line in free agency. Legette, Brooks, and Sanders are all really, really good players. You talk about surrounding Bryce Young. I don't think Dave Canales so far could have done a better job surrounding Bryce Young with talent. Jatavian Sanders, to me, is clearly the 2nd best tight end in this draft. I just watching the tape, I think it's like Bowers, and then a gap, and then Sanders, and then a gap to everybody else. I really do. 67 targets this year and 0 drops. I love his ability, the more I watch him, to catch balls that are a bit outside of his frame, right? Just everything sticks to his hands. And I think for Bryce Young, who at times, obviously 5'9", in the pocket, throwing over guys, it may not always be perfect through those tight windows. Sanders catches everything. And he's still, you talk about an above average athlete, he's still really, really good for the position. I think it was a low 4.6. He can stretch the seam. I think he's so reliable, if nothing else here, that to get him at this spot. I woke up this morning saying the Panthers better draft Jatavian Sanders to lead this off.
That was your first thought?
If they
you woke up this morning?
Yeah.
The alarm goes off,
Absolutely.
the eyes open wide, you go, God, Jatavian Sanders better be on the Carolina Panthers
Dave
at the end of
Canales
the day.
better take Jatavian Sanders for Bryce. I'm in. I don't know about you. I know Bryce Young, everything was a struggle last year, but I'm just in the boat that the supporting cast obviously wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
I think they've done an A-plus job this entire offseason to support him. I think they've done a great job, and I think Sanders caps that off.
Well, we teased it a little bit there, Max.
Man.
We thought that Troy Franklin maybe would be the Broncos pick at the back end of the day 2 portion of the draft yesterday. They ended up going with Jonah Ellis, another player that I like. And here to start off day 3, they trade up and they go get Troy Franklin. So Troy Franklin's slide stops here at number 102. Bo Nix picked at number 12. Troy Franklin picked here at number 102. It's perfect. And we talked about this a little bit on the desk last night. Like, that 1-2 combination was so great because I think it was Sam who was making this point. They didn't open up the offense a lot. They didn't pass it downfield a lot. But when they did, every single time, it was to Troy Franklin. And he was the guy who was rewarding them for calling these more deep shots and even intermediate shots, you could say that. And so, look, the Broncos are a team that needs a wide receiver after moving on from Jerry Jeudy. They go get Troy Franklin. I think this is a fantastic move to really surround your quarterback with somebody he already has a good chemistry with.
And also, Broncos all Pac-12 draft right now, man. Right? R.I.P.
It's true. R.I.P.
Honestly.
It's true.
But I love it. I think this is a great pick for the Denver Broncos. Obviously, knows Bo very well. I think he's, like I said, he should have been a second-round pick yesterday. I thought he was going to be one of the first 10 picks of yesterday, honestly. And I think, like I said, he's a tall receiver, runs a 4.4 140, 14 catches of 20-plus yards. Like I said, he's a vertical, deep threat that Bo Nix, obviously, again, has chemistry with. Got to get stronger, beating press coverage. Got to get stronger in contested catch situations. But otherwise, he should have been a second-round pick, man. I really am shocked he's here. And I think teams know that, and now they're taking him immediately to start the day 3.
Scotty in the chat says, doesn't matter who the Denver Broncos pick, they're still going to suck. Phenomenal analysis.
They're picking high in 2025 mock draft, I'll say that.
Oh, the one that we're doing later today?
Yeah, they're picking high. So
I'm very excited for that mock draft.
Pretty high.
These guys cooked up the top 50 big board and the mock draft, and I will basically be hearing it as y'all are. So this is going to be a lot of fun when we get to later in the stream for that. So look, this is very convenient for us because the chat now doesn't have to hear us be incredibly annoying for the next hour as we go, well, let's take a look at the best available, and Troy Franklin's still on the board. Troy Franklin and Jatavian Sanders were 1 and 2 on the best available when you look at the big board. So picked just at the top of day 3. We talked about some best available. Do y'all have, and I'll give you time to kind of like go through the tracker, do you have like a favorite pick from day 2 or even day 1? Any of the picks that were made before day 3 started here this afternoon? Is there something that really stood out to you? Like, I certainly loved the Eagles being able to come away with both corners. I think they did a great job there. I like the Colts being patient, getting Latu, then getting A.D. Mitchell. Those are 2 really good players. I love the Steelers' emphasis on offensive line with Troy Fautanu, not being afraid to double up and go with Zach Frazier when he was still on the board. So if one of you guys has like a favorite pick or a favorite strategy here, what do we got?
I think a team that I don't think I've heard a single word about for 2 days, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, man. Graham Barton, Chris Braswell,
kissing up to you, dude.
Tyke Smith.
Good.
I'm serious.
Good.
They got
good.
Their first 4 picks.
I'm calling Chris Collinsworth the second the show's over, and I'm like, hey, we got to get Dalton the race, man. Real smart dude.
Oh, I got a lot of people in Tampa too that are gonna love it. But seriously, I think they got 4 players who are gonna start day 1. When you talk about Graham Barton, they need interior offensive line help. He's gonna start it. They drafted him to start at center. Right, Robert Hainsey, kind of a struggle. They need help on the interior. I don't think they're going to move Cody Mauch to center. He's going to stay at guard. Barton's a slam dunk pick for me for the Bucs inside. Chris Bradwell's just a solid football player. Like when you talk about they lost Shaq Barrett, now you got Yaya Diaby, you've got Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. Chris Braswell kind of mixes in the rotation there. They don't have one dominant pass rusher, but they're kind of building a nice group on the edge there. Tyke Smith's just a solid. He's listed as a safety. He's a nickel, right? He's going to be the slot corner they need. They have
stronger nickel.
They have Jamel Dean outside. They have Christian Izzian that they really like. Tyke Smith, though, at the slot, I think is an immediate upgrade. And then Jalen McMillan, I think he adds a dimension that I know you love him. He adds a dimension that I think they don't have on their offense right now, and they try to do that sometimes with Godwin in the screen game and RPO game, but I think McMillan adds even more to that. And then you have Trey Palmer as a vertical threat as the 4th guy. You got a lot of different types of weapons on that Bucs team.
We've got the Patriots pick. They were on the clock. That is in. It is Layden Robinson, the interior offensive lineman for Texas A&M. I could touch on him in a second. I don't know, Max, if you had thoughts on Layden Robinson at all, but if not, any kind of thoughts on some of your favorite picks that you've had so far? I'll give you dealer's choice, whatever you want.
I think Layden Robinson, look, he's a tough player, powerful player. He's got the length that you'd want. I just don't think the pass protection's all the way there, but I think he's got a developmental game that New England really needs in that offensive line. You got to build around Drake May right now. I'm really worried about Drake May supporting cast in New England. They have the right strategy right now of finding offensive talent around him in this draft. I think Leighton Robinson, probably a little early for me, but I still think he could be a starting guard down the line. And like I said, he's got the athleticism and the length to be that down the line.
Yeah, I kind of saw him the same way. I felt like he was a depth offensive lineman, and they've drafted a lot of those guys over the last couple of years. So, you're bringing him in, and I can understand the offensive line emphasis, but Caden Wallace last night, Leighton Robinson here, reaches for me, for sure, but you can see exactly what they're doing, right? We drafted Drake May, we immediately drafted Jalen Polk, now we draft Caden Wallace, now we're drafting Leighton Robinson. I think the common denominator with Wallace and Robinson they've been starting a while, right? These guys have been starting a while for their team, so that experience, if they need them to come in right away, sure, some of that consistency needs to get worked on for them, but they won't be starting won't be unfamiliar, right? Sometimes you get these one-year starters and you go, okay, he needs to work on his consistency, but he also needs to get comfortable under the bright lights, if you will, being used to being a starter. These guys are used to being starters, so if they improve that consistency early on, maybe even as early as mini camp, training camp, whatever it is, early part of the season, you're not going to be afraid to throw them into the lineup if you think they're ready. So I get that, but I do think that it was kind of reaches for both those guys.
This is the second year in a row they're taking the quantity approach, right? They took multiple guards last year. I think they're throwing as many darts at the wall as they can on the offensive line to just find 5 guys who are their 5 best players, right? Obviously, they have Owenu and they still have David Andrews, right? But they're just trying to find talent up there, man. They don't want to be spending first-round picks every year. And they figure, well, if we take in a 2-year span 5 or 6 mid-round guys, 3 of them hit, if those are our 3 starters. Like, I think Sidy Sow, he played well for them last year. He might be their starter at one guard spot moving forward, but the quantity approach here is, I think, something that they've probably researched, right? There's some teams that they want the Joe Alts of the world, but New England knew they were taking a quarterback first, so they weren't going to get that. If they did, they wouldn't have a quarterback, and they wouldn't win anyway.
I think the PFF users were actually right on this. I would have loved Tez Walker pairing him back up with Drake May, and that's who the users would have picked in our live draft tracker right now. That would have been an awesome pick, I think, for North Carolina, just pairing those guys. Again, Bo Nix, Troy Franklin, get Drake May and Tez Walker back together, too. I think that would have been great.
They didn't have a ton of time together at UNC, obviously, because of the NCAA.
From when he came in, I believe it was week 6 or 7 through the end of the regular season, he was second in the ACC in receiving, though, in that span. He was still really, really good, and obviously what the NCAA did to him was a shame. But Walker, is he the most talented receiver left on the board, you think?
Probably. I think if we look at best available, I think he's going to be the highest, right? So we got Tez Walker. I love Javon Baker as well from USC. I'm a big Johnny Wilson guy, so I like Johnny Wilson as well. If you need a slot, your boy Malik Washington's kind of still on the board, but yeah, they're different flavors, right? Tez Walker's going to be your vertical guy. I think Javon Baker can be more of your like flanker off the line of scrimmage, more of just that like classic all-around wide receiver 2 type of a player. Johnny Wilson brings you that bigger X profile, and then Malik Washington would be more of a slot. So those are the most talented receivers that I have left. It's just a little bit of what you want here. I'm very excited about this next pick because once again, it's one of the top guys that we have left available on my big board, Brandon Dorlus from Oregon. And I love the fact that he is going to the Arizona Cardinals because I really liked what the Cardinals were doing at the beginning of the draft. And then we got to round 3, and it's like, all right, maybe I guess a little bit here. I wasn't as high on the Isaiah Adams and Tip Ryman picks, although I can see where they were going with them. This one's good. This one's really good. Dorlus, 65th on my big board, goes 104 here to the Arizona Cardinals. And I like this one specifically for Arizona. You guys can see some of the Senior Bowl footage there. He's a tweener in terms of size and weight.
Yeah.
But I love that he's going to a Jonathan Gannon defense for him to be able to use him in a lot of different ways.
Dude, he could play anywhere. I think tweener is kind of doing him a disservice because he could play. I think he could play on the edge a little bit in the NFL, and he could play in the interior. I think the interior is where he's going to be. He's too powerful for tackles. He's too quick for interior offensive linemen. Really good athlete as well. Got to get better, a little bit stronger in run defense, but as a pass rusher, man, he is really, really good. Like you said, Arizona kind of lost their way a little bit last night. They're back here with Brandon Dorlus. This is an A+ pick in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm with it. I think, you know what, this pick for me actually makes the Darius Robinson pick make even more sense.
Yes.
The word is versatility for both of them. Extensive technique inside and on the edge. Robinson's really strong. Dorlus, a solid athlete. Like, this was the lowest graded defense in the league last year. They just needed prime pieces like this. It's an elite pick when you consider, I believe they had the lowest graded D-line in the league across the board. Darius Robinson, Brandon Dorlus, you add a little bit of everything with both of those guys.
Well, unfortunately, now we have to walk back literally everything that we said because I believe the pick was actually safety Taylor Dadrian Demerson from Texas A&M. That was actually who the pick was here. Who I also like.
I like him too.
I like him too. We were super pumped about Brandon Dorlus going there because we thought that was going to be the pick there for the Cardinals. But they do need safeties.
Right.
And it was funny. I think that we're obviously kind of like scrambling a little bit here to make up for that analysis. But we'll copy and paste the Dorlus analysis, hopefully, to another team that we think that we could like to fit just as much. But Taylor Demerson really stood out to me at the Shrine Bowl. Yeah. I got to watch him in person and really did not know a lot about him beforehand. And he was somebody who, day one of practices at the Shrine Bowl, he knew the playbook so well where his teammates were kind of like asking him questions like, okay, like if we're calling this here, and like he's explaining to them, like you can see some of the practice footage reps here, but I'm talking before the plays even snapped. He's explaining where you're supposed to be, why you're supposed to be there. Just a really smart football player. So over the last 3 years with him contributing at Texas Tech, he has at times been a really good blitzer, really good in coverage, really good in run defense. Now, he hasn't like put it all together. That's why you're drafting him here on day 4, but little things to like about him. Not as great of an athlete, but hey, I think he's a really smart football player, and I prioritize high IQ when you're talking about that safety position.
I think high IQ pre-snap and post-snap, dude. He baits quarterbacks. He had 10 picks and 15 forced incompletions in the last 3 seasons. He does a really good job. I actually think he's a pretty good athlete. He had a 4.4, 140, 85th percentile 10-yard split, 84th percentile vertical. Now his run defense is a problem. He struggles as a tackler, missed 15% in the last 3 years, which is 25th percentile, below average length and strength, but really intriguing tools, I think. And like I said, he's a high IQ player, pre-snap, post-snap. Again, not Brandon Dorlus, but I am a fan of this pick for Arizona.
He's a guy that Jonathan Gannon's going to love because the word still is versatility. Deep safety, especially in a deep half, he can cover man-to-man in the slot, maybe better than any safety except Javon Bullard in this draft. He had some freaky highlights in the slot, even in press man. There was an interception against West Virginia. I could not believe he caught that football. I have no idea how he did it. The word for me, he's like a pinball, man. He throws his body around the entire field. Like you talk about the missed tackles, it's usually a matter of over-aggression, but I like his versatility a lot. I like his aggression. I like his intangibles and everything he brings to a defense. I can totally see why Jonathan Gannon loves him.
Yeah, look, I think that the topic that you brought up of versatility, it made me think of this, something that I'm excited to see what happens throughout the day is these safeties that are also linebackers, because it feels like there's a lot of them in this class. Taylor Demerson is one of them. He's not one of these players, but Dominic Hampton from Washington, just these massive safety. Kitano Oladapo from Oregon State. James Williams from Miami.
He might be an edge defender, not a linebacker.
Tyler Owens.
Jaden Hicks.
Jaden Hicks plays at the second level. He's not as big as those guys, but I do know what you're saying. It's these strong safeties that are kind of sort of these second level defenders where I'm just very curious to see how the NFL is going to evaluate these guys because they are really good athletes. Chargers on the clock, pick is in. Justin Eboigbe, the defensive lineman from Alabama. Now this is sort of, again, like a Jim Harbaugh type of a player. Yeah. Really good run defender, long. He could play as a 3-4 defensive end in those odd fronts. He can also play as maybe an interior defensive lineman, perhaps a 3-technique defensive tackle when they go to even fronts. You kind of are saying like you love this pick. How do you feel about it?
You said it. It's such a Jim Harbaugh pick. This is one of the best pure run defenders on the defensive line in this draft. I know he played a lot of 5 technique at Alabama, and they'll fit it in. And however Jesse Minter is going to run their defense, but I could not help but think of A'Shawn Robinson in just the non-traditional way. Like he doesn't show up on the stat sheet, but he just makes your defense better. Kind of the same way DJ Reader does, right? Where it's just this dude on first and second down is a brick wall run defender. Yeah. You're not going to see him on late downs probably in the NFL, but this was as Jim Harbaugh pick. When you talk about him trying to build run, stop the run, this is like, he just reminded me so much of A'Shawn Robinson. That's where it's like he might only have 2 sacks a year, honestly, but first and second down, he's a monster.
4th best run defense grade this past year among all edges in the country. Like I said, great anchor against the run. Below average, about an average athlete. And the other thing, I think medicals are huge for him. He had a spinal surgery to get a herniated disc repaired back in 2022, so that might be why he's here right now. And he doesn't, like I said, doesn't add much as a pass rusher either. But I think he's a really versatile player. Can play on the interior long term, but also played a little bit edge for Alabama. Like I said, it's a Jim Harbaugh pick.
Yep, I totally agree with you there. Titans are on the clock. Titans are a very interesting team because Ryan Carthen, their general manager, he's preached throughout the entire offseason the value of these day 3 picks. So you know that they're going to take this very, very seriously. Not that other teams don't, but guys that they want to really fit them specifically and they think that are going to be Tennessee Titans, if you will, to be super cliche about it. The pick that we see here is linebacker Cedric Gray from North Carolina. I wasn't as high on him. I had him 150th on my board, but he is an experienced player. Has a lot of time starting in North Carolina's system. I believe he's a 3-year starter there. And so he brings you some plus athleticism, especially when he's triggering downhill. But they have been looking to just get new life on that defensive side of the football. But just overall, I believe that the Titans are trying to turn the page from what was the Mike Vrabel identity now into the Brian Callahan and Rand Carthen identity there. So this is just a guy that they wanted the centerpiece of it.
Yeah, Cedric Gray is kind of the modern, at least right now, late down linebacker, right? I think why he's high on a lot of people's boards, he has the athleticism and the ability, at least, you could see him with the potential to play in coverage, right? Like he may only be a late down guy right now. You talk about a nickel or a dime linebacker that rotates in the same way, say like Drew Tranquill does for the Chiefs, right? Where it's mostly probably 70-80% on passing downs. The Titans need help at linebacker. I think they need help throughout their front seven. Tavondre Sweat they got yesterday, but they need help at edge. They needed help at linebacker. I think Gray is a really good athlete and a good cover guy to take a chance on for them.
One of my favorite stats with linebackers is making first contact on a ball carrier. Since 2022, Cedric Gray has 223 plays where he made first contact on the ball carrier. The next closest linebacker was at 204. So he has 19 more than the next closest linebacker. He flies around the football, probably plays too fast sometimes. He obviously has some missed tackles on his tape a lot.
Yeah.
But I like Cedric Gray a lot, man. Like you brought it up, great. I mean, he could play in coverage, flies around the football, really aggressive player. Not a strong player. I think taking on blocks is kind of a weakness for him right now, but this is a pretty good range, I think, for Cedric Gray here.
Giants pick is in. It's Theo Johnson, the tight end from Penn State. Max, you're obviously a Penn State guy, so I'm gonna get your thoughts on this one. But yeah, we don't know Darren Waller's future, right? We aren't sure if he's going to retire or not. There's been talks of that. They have Daniel Bellinger on the roster, but getting an athletic tight end in there is insurance if Darren Waller does in fact retire. I think is probably what they were going for. But what do you think about Theo Johnson?
They underutilized him so much at Penn State.
Okay.
I mean, they desperately needed pass catchers at Penn State, and yet he only had 340 yards last year. Now, what he is he's a world-class athlete. Kentley Platt does an amazing job with the relative athletic score. Theo Johnson tested out as a 99th percentile athlete at the tight end position. So, like I said, hasn't done much for Penn State, so this is a very projection pick, but I think he could be a vertical threat up the seam for an offense, and it makes sense here. This is the range where I expect him to go, and like I said, he's got a super, super high ceiling. Still figuring it out, I think, but he could be a productive player in the NFL.
If the Giants were going to take a gamble on a traits tight end, it's probably this one. And the last 6 weeks when Penn State started using him more, I think he had 6 touchdowns or maybe 7 in the last 6 games. It was somewhere around there.
So frustrating watching them.
Yeah, because you sit there and you watch Penn State's offense, you go, how did this guy not get used more with the running game and the play action and all that stuff? No, he can stretch the field, right? It's like he's the 2 things everyone looks for in a tight end. He's big and he's fast.
Yep.
Right? So anytime you get a tight end like that, and a 99th percentile athlete especially, teams are going to take a chance on that. And right now, if Darren Waller's retiring, the Giants' tight end room is pretty bare. So I think it's a good high upside take for Brian Daboll.
Yeah, I mean, this is not too far from where I had him on the big board. 135 is where he was on the board, and he ends up going 107. It's interesting watching tight ends because I watched him close to when I watched Ben Sennett and Jatavian Sanders, and they're just much more fluid guys.
Yeah.
Like, right, they run routes, they stop on a dime. It's very different. And then you watch Theo Johnson, you see the athleticism, but you don't necessarily see that fluidity. So you go, okay, well, he's not as athletic as those guys, but in reality, he kind of is just in his own way, right? 92nd percentile height, 75th percentile in weight, but then 10-yard split, 40-yard dash, vertical jump, broad jump, 20-yard shuttle, all of it above 90th percentile.
Dude,
all of
crazy.
It. So he is just he is a crazy vertical athlete. You want him to, in the slot or off the line of scrimmage, just get up the field. And he can do that for you. He is an absolute seam monster right up the middle. If you run a vertical offense, which I think that the Giants are probably looking to do a little bit more, especially with Malik Neighbors, this is your guy to do it. Vikings on the clock. Their pick is in, but we got a commercial break that we got to get to. We will give you the analysis of who that is and how they fit after the break.
As parents, we all want our kids to grow up to be happy, successful, and financially independent. With a UGMA account from Fabric by Gerber Life, you're arming your child with a powerful financial tool to help shape their journey towards financial success. It's all online, and setting up an account could take you just 5 minutes with as little as $1 a day. Then you can manage your child's UGMA account and monitor their investments right from your phone. Join the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to help protect their family. Start investing in your child today at meetfabric.com/draftshow. That's right. That's meetfabric.com/draftshow. One more time, meetfabric.com/draftshow. Portfolios managed by Fort Washington Investment Advisors, Inc. Additional services provided by Apex Clearing Corporation. All investing is subject to risk, of course. Monthly minimum contribution required. Learn more at meetfabric.com.
All right, back here on the PFF NFL Draft Show. It's Oregon's Ducks Day here on day 3 of the NFL Draft. We had Troy Franklin go really early in the top of the third round. We thought we had Brandon Dorlus go, but now we actually did have Brandon Dorlus go. So the last 2 picks, Minnesota Vikings, they took Kyrie Jackson, the cornerback from Oregon, and then the Atlanta Falcons were on the clock. They took defensive lineman Brandon Dorlus. Dealer's choice to you guys. Who you want to talk about here the most? Did either of these picks really speak to you with the fit of Jackson going to the Jackson going to the Vikings and then Dorlus going to the Atlanta Falcons?
I know we talked about Dorlus a little bit, so I'll go to Jackson here. I actually love this fit in Brian Flores' defense, man. Kyrie Jackson, press man corner. He loved to do it a lot in Minnesota. Really competitive player, really 92nd percentile arm length. He had 9 forced incompletions this past year, which really helps him out there with the arm length, I think. Still developing overall, but he's got the length and athletic upside to bet on in a press man scheme, and I think Minnesota, this is a perfect scheme for him. So I think I really love this pick here for Minnesota. I think it's a great scheme fit.
I'm with it, man. You talk about Minnesota, Brian Flores, 0 blitzes more than anybody. He wants. Yeah. I was honestly targeting Renardo Green for them as a massive fit. But Kyrie Jackson works, man. Physical ability off the charts. He just needs to get better with some anticipation, some mental things. But when you talk about having a man coverage corner that Brian Flores has always liked wherever he's been, Kyrie Jackson's a perfect fit. And then you move ahead to Brandon Dorlus with the Falcons. How about the 3rd defensive lineman in a row to take it in this draft? Raheem Morris wants a defensive line. He got his future quarterback in the 1st round, and then he's just hammering the D-line. And Brandon Dorlus, another good one. Again, we talked before about his versatility. Now you've got him and Ororo and Braylon Trice.
Right.
That's a nasty 3 to get in between day 2 and 3 when you're trying to rebuild that whole thing.
Look, I thought Ororo was really nice for what Raheem Morris likes to do on the defensive line, keeping guys multiple, playing a lot of different positions. I think Dorlus is the exact same player, but not in like a total redundancy way. Like you need that rotation of guys that have the ability to do that. So both those guys fit really well. When I was looking at this draft and we were doing our preliminary draft grades, I wasn't super pumped about the Falcons draft grade because I like the conversation that we had last night. And actually, I'd love to hear y'all's thoughts on this because we haven't yet here on this show, but you draft Michael Penix at number 8, and there's logic to it. But there's no doubt about it that Michael Penix Jr. does not help you for the short term. You had the opportunity to go get the division, and maybe they still will, but he doesn't help you do that. Ororo does, I think, but then Trice, not my favorite edge rusher. I think he's kind of a specialized edge rusher, so I didn't really think they got that much better at pass rush either. So instead, I looked at those 3 picks and I went, we're 3 rounds in the NFL draft, and I don't really think you got any closer to getting to the playoffs and giving yourself a chance to make a long run here, even over the next 2 years. Dorlus changes that a little bit because I think as a whole now, the defensive line strategy, the new players that we have here, they work out for Atlanta. But what do you guys think about what the Falcons have done?
I think this was all planned ahead of time. I think if Penix was still sitting there at 8, that was the plan, right? And, because we kept speculating, is it Dallas Turner? Is it Latu? They need a pass rusher. They need a pass rusher. And maybe Raheem Morris just looked at his team and went, I need an overhaul on this entire defensive line. As individual guys, maybe Ororo was taken too high, or maybe we think what we think of Trice. But honestly, the collective there and what he's done to fill the depth of that defensive line, now you've got at least like solid football players across the board, and sometimes that's more dangerous than just having, Myles Garrett and a bunch of whatever, or, another team. Some teams have that. It's like we have this one guy, and if you block him, that's it. That's kind of why everybody says the Lions need another edge rusher, but the Falcons, I think, are building a really good group now, and these 3 complement each other really, really well because they're 3 different players.
Max, real quick on the Falcons before we get to the Patriots because their pick's in.
I like Braylon Trice a lot. I think it was a solid pick there. I love Brandon Dorlus here. I did not love Rucororo going that high, and obviously the Michael Penix Jr. pick was head-scratching at best. But, again, I think they're doing a good job of building up that defensive line, which has been by far the biggest need for like 5 years now, honestly.
It's true. For a couple of years, for sure.
Yeah.
They've had like Grady Jarrett and a couple of other nice pass rushers here and there, but it's really needed an overhaul, and they're absolutely doing that here in the 2024 NFL Draft. Patriots on the clock. The pick is in. It is another offensive player. But I love it.
Love it.
It's Javon Baker, the wide receiver from UCF, and I think there's a lot of people out there who go, okay, who is this guy? Not really a notable player, because when we have talked about the receiver class, and we get it, not everybody out there is a draft sicko. That's why they're watching this show. We're here to explain that to them. Javon Baker, to me, ended up being wide receiver like 14 for me, something like that. He could be a top 8 wide receiver in other draft classes.
Absolutely.
This is a former 4-star receiver who played at Alabama for a couple of years, and so he transfers over to UCF, becomes their number 1 option over the last 2 years. Really productive, great all-around skill. I talked earlier in the show that I think he could be that ideal off the line of scrimmage, move, flanker type of wide receiver 2 for you. He's got that type of ability. You see some of the Senior Bowl highlights there from him. Max, what do you think about him and then Jalen Polk as well being their pick at the top of the second round to help out Drake May, who they took at number 3 overall?
Baker makes some ridiculous catches, dude. Absolutely insane. He has a 56% contested catch rate last year. As 81st percentile. One of my favorite stats of his. So his average at the target was 17 yards downfield. He was a vertical threat. He still averaged 7 yards after the catch per catch. This guy is great with the ball in his hands as well. Again, Tez Walker would have been fun to pair him again with Drake May, but I think Jalen Polk and Javon Baker, you got two. I think Polk's a really reliable weapon. Baker can kind of take the top off a little bit more. I think Drake May, this is doing a better job of building around Drake May right now than it was heading into the night.
Javon Baker, there's like a list of guys, you already know, their competitiveness, jumps off the page, right? Javon Baker, and I was wondering, I'm like, how's he so good on deep balls? And then he went out and I think ran a 4.5, and I'm like, and then you watch him and you go, he's super competitive, and his like knowledge and setup on the vertical route tree is ridiculous. He single-handedly, and everybody knew it, was UCF's passing game. Yeah. There was really no other threats there, and with John Rice Plumlee throwing the ball, he was taking off running a lot more than he was throwing it. So Baker finds ways to get himself open vertically, and in contested situations, like you mentioned, A-plus competitiveness. He brings a level of attitude to your receiver room that I don't think can be taught. I think for them to get Polk and Baker in this draft, and Baker especially in the 4th round, they got a lot better in the receiver room. Now you can let Smith-Schuster work under. You can let Kendrick Bourne work under. You've got some really nice threats now. At least if you don't have a number 1 guy, you have multiple threats who can threaten defenses.
Yeah, so that wide receiver room going into the weekend, Kendrick Bourne, Demario Douglas, who's nice for them, good find in the 3rd round, Juju Smith-Schuster, KJ Osborne, Jalen Reagor, Tyquan Thornton. They still have Keyshawn Butte. Like it wasn't a lot of guys who could be those for sure, like wide receiver 1s of this team, somebody to lead a passing offense. Now I think with Jalen Polk and Javon Baker, you have 2 of those guys, and it's an interesting pairing. I don't think they don't make the picks because of this, but now that they're all Patriots, if you look at Drake May and say, okay, he's got some accuracy inconsistencies, maybe some ball placement issues, as we work to hone in on the fundamentals so that we see less of those, we still want Drake to push it down the field. But if the ball's not exactly where it needs to go, we still need guys who could reel it in. I think Baker's absolutely that type of a player, and we 100% saw that from Polk playing with Michael Penix Jr. last year. So to me, again, you don't specifically target these wide receivers because we go, well, Drake's not as accurate as we want him to be. But while he gets better, these 2 wide receivers actually are fantastic at mitigating maybe one of the few deficiencies that Drake may have.
Does this have the feel to you of what the Packers did last year? Of take a bunch
hammering
of guys,
wide receivers?
Keep throwing darts, man. And you know what? We'll just develop them. Like when you talk about Wicks and Reed and all the young guys that they have, it's got the same feel where, you know what? We're just going to give Drake May a bunch of options. And if we have a bunch of viable options, then he can just read the defense and throw it to whoever's open, as opposed to force-feeding a Justin Jefferson or a Marvin Harrison, a guy like they couldn't get in the 1st round with taking Drake May. I think to have a breadth of options here, as opposed to, trading for a Brandon Ayuk, trading premium capital for that, or taking Harrison over a quarterback, this is the right way to go about it if you're going to take a quarterback high, is let's just get a bunch of weapons, and whoever wins the jobs wins the jobs.
They weren't 1 receiver away. They were like 3 or 4 receivers away from like really making this a good environment for Drake May. So I think this is the right approach to this draft right here. Now Baker has got some drop issues, which is weird considering how good he is in contested situations, and got some issues as a route runner too. But I think he's got a high upside player. I think he's great for Drake May.
So we got the Packers on the clock. We hear the noise that the pick is in. We'll see what it is in a second. They take Jordan Morgan round 1, Edgerrin Cooper round 2, Javon Bullard in round 2 as well. Round 3, they go Marshawn Lloyd. They get an extra linebacker and Tyron Hopper in the 3rd round. And so, you talked about that strategy of the Packers, and what they do is they just hammer these needs. And here they have a really good pick. If this is what I'm seeing is correct here, it's TJ Tampa, the cornerback from Iowa State. Oh man, this is, you look at this draft now top to bottom, and it's high players on the PFF big board. Like they got, we're into the round 4 now. 37th overall, 59th overall, 47th overall, 84th overall. The Tyron Hopper one's lower. He was in the 190s. But like you said, like they're just throwing stuff at the linebacker position to get bodies. But then TJ Tampa, he's 51st on my big board. They get him at 111. Do you guys have a feeling one way or another of why Tampa's available this late? Y'all could see the PFF grades that we have from him from last season. What do you guys think about Tampa lasting all the way until round 4?
I don't know that there's one thing that sticks out that he does spectacular, right? Like he's a physical player. He's got good length. He's got good speed. Like he's good across the board. So maybe teams are looking for those special traits in the first 2 days. But I like this pick a lot. And I got to be honest with you, this one gets a little personal for me because he gets to rejoin his Iowa State teammate, Anthony Johnson, who I got to be around during his senior year at St. Pete High School. So I got to coach Anthony Johnson. I got to coach against TJ Tampa, who went to Lakewood just south of that, down in South St. Pete, right across the bridge from you down there.
Yep.
My whole St. Pete High School coaching staff is watching this show, and now they're going, wow, those two kids are together now in Green Bay. This is actually for TJ, because I got to ask him this at the Combine, like, what would it be like to rejoin Anthony on a team again? He was like, that's my dog. That's my guy. Like, we're like best friends. They're from the same exact area down there in St. Pete. So this is like a reunion in their secondary. But no, they get a really talented player because across from Jair Alexander, you've kind of got an open competition for who's CB2 over there. TJ Tampa could win that job.
Yeah, and you're drafting Javon Bullard as well earlier in the draft to play that like strong safety type of nickel corner role for you. You look at the depth chart, and they signed Xavier McKinney as well, so I think both those guys can play on the back end. You have Eric Stokes, who you hope can be healthy, but man, ideally, I mean, look at the names that you've got in here. Carrington Valentine played well as a late-round pick last year. You have Eric Stokes, who, again, you're hoping that you're staying healthy. You have Jair Alexander. Now you're throwing Javon Bullard, Xavier McKinney. You mentioned Anthony Johnson's in this depth chart as well. Like, this is a really good group now. I really like what the Packers are doing on the defensive side of the ball with a lot of these additions. And obviously, Edgerrin Cooper and Tyron Hopper are there as well. So, good draft for the Packers so far. Really good draft. I mean, I would have gone with Graham Barton in the first round over Jordan Morgan.
Hold up 1 second. Wait a second.
Oh, did we pick the wrong player?
Oh, no, again.
No, my story doesn't hold up anymore.
Oh, no!
Oregon ruined it
Another
again.
Oregon, though.
This entire 4th round's going to be Oregon Ducks. They ruined my fun story. Look at this.
Evan Williams is the safety from Oregon. He is actually the pick here. Tell us about when you coached against him.
I did not. I did not coach. I'm familiar with Evan Williams, but not the football player. I didn't coach against Evan Williams, but again, man, Oregon Ducks flying off the board.
Yeah, it's true, man.
And it's, I think, an underrated defense that really the only games where they kind of struggled were their games against Washington, but otherwise, you had a lot of just good, solid football players on this defense. Dorless, Jackson, Evan Williams was he's a really safe pick on the back end, right? Like, I don't think he does anything special, but he's kind of there's a lot of safeties like this in the draft where they're just good enough to help your football team, whether it's a rotational guy, a special teams guy. Evan Williams, he's a high-effort dude that's going to help them in some capacity.
I don't want him as a free safety. I think he's better as a box safety. He's really willing run defender. He's actually a really good athlete as well, but he's made a lot of mistakes at free safety and coverage. But it cleans up his tackling. I think he can play in the box. He's a very tenacious run defender. Could definitely be an impact special teamer, which on day 3, I think you need to find that as well. But yeah, I like Evan Williams. I think this is a solid player, and just, it's unfortunate that Dalton's TJ Tampa story is.
I know maybe they'll swing back and get him again.
When's the Packers' next pick? Hold on, we gotta check this out. When are the Packers picking next? It might not be too far away because they have a lot of picks. Oh, it's 168.
That's too far.
But they also have 169, so maybe you could package both of them up.
It was a fun story while it lasted.
It was a fun story while it lasted. We have the Las Vegas Raiders selections in. It is cornerback DeCamerion Richardson from Mississippi State. This is a really talented football player.
Yeah.
I think that athletically, size-wise, like he gives you everything you want for the position. So I figured that he would probably be a day 3 pick because he just does not have ball production to him. But I think he is a good football player. What do you think?
I was so mad because he actually entered the portal this offseason and committed to Ole Miss. And we were all in on Ole Miss. And that would have been another big reason for that. Now he's in the draft now.
You can still be all in on Ole Miss.
I'm
still got a good
all
portal.
in on Ole Miss. But, yeah, I think that would have been a huge get for them. I mean, taller corner, 87th percentile arm length, runs a 4.34 as well at 6'3".
Yes.
Good run defender as well. You mentioned the ball production, only 9 forced incompletions in his career and zero interceptions as well.
That's tough.
It's tough. But
Come on. You play all your college football career and you can't get one?
Yeah, I know. Maybe they're just not throwing him that much, honestly. But
he's locked down.
He's got the size.
He's on an island.
I mean, I loved him at Mississippi State, and I would have loved him at Ole Miss too. But now I will like him in the NFL. He's got the size and speed you want, I think, in a press man scheme, and I think he's a good run defender as well too.
This is a guy. He has. If you just look at him, he has everything you want in a corner. And it's always corner is sometimes hard to evaluate because you do have those guys. Kool-Aid McKinstry this year, where it was just like we're not throwing it his way.
Yep.
Oh, you had McKinstry CB1?
I did.
In his class?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's Richardson. This is a high talent play for Antonio Pearson, his defense, and they could use a high talent corner. I think they have Nate Hobbs. They don't. It's kind of an average corner group that they've kind of played up with zone coverage. But I know you love this next pick. Go right ahead.
Oh, is this Tez Walker?
Yeah.
Wow.
To Baltimore.
Devontae Walker going to Baltimore. So I actually like this pick a lot here for the Ravens because when you look at their wide receiver room, like it's Rashad Bateman, it's Zay Flowers, they don't really have that vertical threat player. They need this guy to help unlock what they really want out of the offense. And to me, you look at Lamar Jackson, sure he's become, I think, a fantastic passer all around, but still, you go back to what he does really well, the baseline, he's got a hell of an arm. Like he's waited. When you pair Lamar Jackson's athletic ability as a rusher with then his ability to throw it over the top, that's when you have defense coordinators going, well, what the hell am I supposed to do against this? Because I have to keep the defense a little bit closer because if he ever takes off, he's gonna kill us for first downs and long chunk plays just with his legs. Now you have the underneath receivers who you go, okay, all right, we're gonna step up a little bit in coverage. We're gonna play a little bit more tight, a little bit more aggressive towards the line of scrimmage because we've got to get hands on Zay Flowers. We got to get hands on Rashad Bateman. But if you do that, then who's guarding Tez Walker if he can be a reliable player?
If he doesn't go to the Senior Bowl, where does he get drafted, do you think? Because I think that really hurt his stock.
Oh, yeah. And, okay, so hold on. I don't want to phrase it like that.
No,
because Nagy puts on a phenomenal event. A lot of these guys get a lot better when they go to the Senior Bowl. I mean, Braden Fisk is an example that right off the top of my head. Quinyon Mitchell, another player who was like, oh, he's kind of an off-coverage guy, and he proved he could be a press man player. But there's no doubt Tez Walker struggled with drops when he was in Mobile. And I do believe he is a day 2 pick. If he would have had a better performance there.
Dalton.
What do we got here?
We got one of my favorites coming up.
Which guy? Because we got 2 picks in right now.
Do we want to hold till it goes live because we've already been burned twice? So I could keep ranting on the Ravens receiving core if you want. But if this next pick is true,
so the Jags.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's at Jacksonville, and look, I've been screaming for months about that.
Oh, it's your guy too, right after.
I know. All right, hold on. Can't get ahead of ourselves. All right. Jacksonville Jaguars.
Jacksonville first. I've been screaming for months. The reason Trevor Lawrence had a down year was their offensive line was racked with injuries and just didn't perform well. They were a bottom 3 offensive line in football. If this pick is true, because we've been burned twice already, we get Missouri left tackle Javon Foster.
All right, talk to us about him.
One of the most consistent players in college football for 3 seasons. I only found 4 Power 5 left tackles who played at least 500 snaps at left tackle all 3 years and graded 80+ in each year. Andre Dillard, Ike Ekwonu, Peter Skoronski, and Javon Foster. He doesn't jump off the tape athletically. He's an excellent zone blocker because of toughness and good fundamentals. He's been one of the best left tackles in college football for 3 years, and a massive, massive reason Missouri made their big turnaround this year, along with Luther Burden and all these guys that have been drafted on their defense, and Kirby Moore is their new offensive coordinator. But Javon Foster has been maybe the most consistent left tackle other than Joe Alt over the last 3 years in college football. Again, people are worried about maybe true pass set. Really struggled against Tennessee, especially against Tyler Barron when they played Tennessee. He didn't see Pierce much, but he struggled against Tyler Barron, who may be like a top 60 to 80 pick next year. Tyler Barron's really good. We just don't know what school he's going to. But really, if you look at Javon Foster, Foster this year, other than the Tennessee game, just spectacular. I believe he was, if you take out that game, he was the 3rd highest graded tackle in college football. Like, this is just, you talk about offensive line depth, develop into a starter. I kind of like him for a zone team. Doug Peterson's a lot of inside zone. I was kind of thinking maybe outside zone San Fran or a team like that. But Javon Foster, I think, is a great developmental tackle to get on day 2, and he could start at left tackle for them within the next 2 years.
I mean, you said it perfectly, but I think another stat that I loved, there's 11 Power 5 tackles, 80-plus pass blocking and run blocking grades. There's 7 of them. Javon Foster, Joe Alt, Talisa Fuanga, Charles Cross, Peter Skoronski, Evan Neal, and DeJuan Jones. Those are all starting tackles.
I stump for him because he's just such he's a better football player than athlete. And I know athleticism is premium on tackles, but this is the one day 3 tackle that's left that I would stump for really, really hard.
Look, I like Javon Foster, and his consistency is really impressive. And when you start that long, you start in the SEC, and you are that consistent, it definitely means a lot. Had him a little bit lower on the big board, but he was one of those players who, on the NFL Stock Exchange podcast that I do with Connor Rogers, we went through our top 200 big board, and we kind of went through an exercise, and it's like, man, when you get finished with it or when you submit it so you can't change it anymore, when you're looking through the list, you go like, man, I like him better than that number that's right next to him.
If his finished product was something like Morgan Moses, let's say, who I don't think has ever made a Pro Bowl, but he's maybe the most underrated tackle in the league. If that was the finished product, I think this is a home run then.
Oh, sure. Yeah, because, Morgan Foster's been if you get a starting offensive tackle at this point of the draft, it's a home run for sure. And so Foster does give you that potential. And for the Jags, it's like, all right, they sort of have offensive tackle answered, but for how long? Like, is Cam Robinson going to be there for the long term? Because his contract's kind of coming up. And so I do like the Foster pick because going back to that experience point, if something ever happens, if an offensive tackle gets hurt for Jacksonville, right? If you got to plug Foster in, Foster's not going to be like, oh, I'm starting for the first time. I only started for 1 year. I'm this developmental offensive tackle. Foster's going to be like, another day at the office. Doesn't matter. Like, this is where I belong. I belong to be a starter. So, I think just naturally, he's not as flexible. I think the hips are a little bit higher. The pad level naturally is a little bit higher. He just doesn't have that natural bend that some other offensive tackles do that can really sit down in their stance and really be able to have a ton of flexibility when they're taking on blocks. But he's powerful, he's smart, he's got good footwork, he's got good technique, and he is somebody who, like you said, could just be an underrated offensive tackle for a while here in this class.
Do your monologue now. You got to do it.
Which monologue?
Eric All.
So Cincinnati Bengals, dude, the Cincinnati Bengals class, other than McKinley Jackson, who I think was a little bit of an overdraft there with them at the end of the 3rd round. They've got Amarius Mims. They have Chris Jenkins Jr. They have Jermaine Burton, McKinley Jackson, and now they have Eric All, who was my 92nd overall prospect. They get him here at 115. Listen.
Tight end 3, right, for you?
Tight end 3 for me.
Yeah.
All right? If Eric All doesn't have these injuries to him, he is so easily tight end 3 in this class. And I think that from where we saw the league drafted Jatavian Sanders, which is the beginning of the 4th round, the league would have drafted him, I think, as the 2nd best tight end. When you look at his time when he was on the field at Michigan, and when you look at him very sparingly, but on the field at Iowa, really good tight end. Somebody who I think can block pretty dang well, really nice athlete, runs routes very, very well. He just, unfortunately, had back surgery that ended his time at Michigan. Because he missed almost the whole year in 2022. And then he had an ACL tear in 2023. And so it's like, all right, back injury, ACL injury, we can see why he's an early day 3 type of a player. But just, he is such a good football player.
Can I give a sad Iowa stat right here?
He led the team?
He led the team in receiving yards with 300, even though he missed the final 7 games of the season.
That is...
It's a sad Iowa stat.
It's an extremely sad.
It shows how productive he was.
Extremely sad Iowa stat, but and also like Luke Lachey also got hurt on that team, and he could have potentially led the team as well. But genuinely, I think that Eric All is an all-around athlete. I think he's built the right way. I think he's really powerful. You can actually play him in the line. Some of these tight ends, you look at him and you go like, oh, they're very all-around, but in reality, like you can't really put them on the line of scrimmage. I think you could put Eric All on the line of scrimmage. I think you could put him in the slot. You could have him off the line as an H-back.
Since you do with Joe Burrow, like he could be unlocked. If he stays on the field, he could be unlocked.
He's going to be awesome. This could be a high value pick, and honestly, both him and Jermaine Burton could be high-value picks
big time.
for that Cincinnati passing offense. Jordan Jefferson, the defensive tackle from LSU, went to the Jags a couple picks later at pick number 116. I like Jefferson. Jefferson's a little bit undersized, but he's super strong pound for pound. Like, I watched this dude in the middle, and I thought that he was actually able to hold double teams pretty dang well. He's not going to be a big pass rusher for you. Under 3 sacks that he had this past year. Didn't have double-digit tackles for loss, nothing like that. But I think he's a really good interior player to be able to plug the middle of that front for the Jags. And then the Colts, their pick is also in. They got center Tanner Bortolini, another guy who played really well at the Senior Bowl, who was able to improve his draft outlook. Either of those guys, Jordan Jefferson, Tanner Bortolini, stand out to you guys? Got any thoughts on him?
Bortolini is a 98th percentile athlete. I want to throw out there. He's an elite athlete. He actually, he ran a 7.16 in the 3-cone. Best ever by an interior offensive lineman. The previous record holder was Jason Kelsey, who obviously is going to go on to be a Hall of Famer. So Tanner Bortolini, the fastest 3-cone we've ever seen by an interior offensive lineman. So crazy athlete. Love him in his zone scheme, obviously, with that athleticism, but he's not a very strong player right now, but I think he could be a potential starter as a center or a guard for a team, I think, down the line.
I think more likely center if he's going to be a starter. At the very least, he's really, really good depth inside. Like he said, a really good athlete. I think on a zone team especially, it works, and Wisconsin centers just seem to always work.
Yeah.
But no, you can tell his footwork, he's almost like a just smaller version of his predecessor, Joe Tippmann, right? Like it's the same style, but he doesn't have Tippmann's length. And the zone scheme, and I think, if Ryan Kelly were to get hurt, I would feel good about Bortolini getting in there.
Yeah.
Especially in the run game. He might have to put on a few pounds to hold up in pass protection. But I like him at I think he's high floor, interior depth with potential to start at center. And apparently now we've got the LSU Jaguars.
Yeah. The Jags have 3 picks from LSU, right? Brian Thomas Jr.,
Yes.
Mason Smith, and now Jordan Jefferson. So.
Yeah, just keep the band together.
Mekhi Wingo's next, right?
Literally,
it's going to be.
I'm surprised Mekhi Wingo wasn't the first of the 3 of them. I thought he was the best one of the 3. Maybe the Jags will take him too at some point here and just go with the whole line of LSU guys. But no, Jefferson, I think a good first step. I think he needs to get better with the block shedding. But Jacksonville clearly around Eric Armstead and around Josh Allen, they're trying to just build depth in there. We just see so many teams on today that are going to just try to get better and a little bit better in the trenches, right? And I think this is another pick along with Mason Smith, who they need to develop, who, if they can, around the stars, around Armstead, around Allen, if they can build that depth, then you've got a lot better defensive line raising the floor on their flaws.
Yeah. So, look, I really like what the Colts are doing. I do. I like the emphasis on the offensive side of the ball. You're getting 2 offensive linemen in Matt Gonzalez and Tanner Bortolini. So, okay, maybe they're not starters right away, but they're really good depth players for you. You get A.D. Mitchell as he's sliding down the draft. You saw what you had in Anthony Richardson at the beginning of last year before he got hurt. I thought Shane Steichen was cooking with that team and that offense. So I love the emphasis there. To me, it's been a perfect draft for Indianapolis because you go get Latu at the very top. And that's your defensive piece that you said, okay, we address this in a big way. He's going to be an impact player for us. And the rest has just been offense. And I think that's a really important part of what the Colts have done this offseason is essentially like Carolina, but not as desperate, right?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, we're still trying to figure out exactly what Anthony Richardson could be. So we want no excuses. He's back on the field this year. He is healthy. Let's give him everything and see what kind of fireworks we can make.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the Josh Norris, I think, does it. He sees that 3-cone is one of the best predictors of future offensive line success for some reason. And like I said, Tanner Bortolini's got the fastest ever. So I think it's going to be a really, really fun pick for Indianapolis in that offense.
Tyrese Knight, the linebacker from UTEP to the Seattle Seahawks at 118. I did not watch him for the draft guide, but...
Do you want a fun fact? First UTEP draft pick since 2008. Wow. Quentin Demps was the last.
No way!
Yes. So... shout out UTEP right now. Wow. First draft pick in 16 years for UTEP.
And how high was?
I gotta look it up for Quentin Demps, but he was the last one. I know that. Shout out Dane Brugler, by the way. I didn't just find that. Dane Brugler in the Beast.
In the Beast, the draft guide. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. I would not have guessed that it'd been that long since we had a UTEP linebacker. So see, Dalton, I want to hear your thoughts on. Either Tyrese Knight or just Seattle's draft overall. They get Byron Murphy II, they get Christian Haynes, now they get Tyrese Knight. What are your thoughts with what Seattle's
Well, they definitely needed help at linebacker, losing Bobby Wagner and Jordan Brooks. And I think an underrated signing this offseason was Terrell Dodson, who had a really good year filling in for Matt Milano with the Bills, right? But no, Knight, I think there's a lot of this type of player in this draft at linebacker. You've got physical run stopper with some sort of flaw, right? But that's what he is. He's a physical player in the box, a downhill linebacker who who he needs work like with his vision in tight spaces, and there's a lot of over pursuit to his game. But I can see, and I think he had a really good Shrine Bowl too, if I remember. He's just a physical player. Seattle needs a ton of help. Their front seven faltered down the stretch, and if they feel like this is a guy who can help us either as a third linebacker or eventually as a second linebacker next to Dotson, I don't hate it.
Steelers on the clock. One TJ Tampa is still on the clock. They could go with the cornerback here. That would solidify one of my favorite drafts. We'll see what they do. Coming up after the break. Welcome back to PFF's 2024 NFL Draft coverage. You guys in the chat correctly noted that Aaron Jones also went to UTEP. So, no. It might have just been defensive player.
And
First defensive player?
They had 3 draft picks in 2008 as well. Demps was one of them.
But
that was before that. It was that.
Okay, so it might be the first defensive
player. It was
player
the first defensive player since
from UTEP.
2008 UTEP was a wagon.
Good job on the chat. The chat's getting in on the show, making sure. They're doing the Tony Reale. Let's see where we messed up. The PTI segment. That's what the chat's here for. So, okay, I really liked what the Seattle Seahawks have been doing as well. They were the team that just picked. They went with Knight. Excuse me. They're that selection, and I love what they've been doing. I think the first 2 picks have been absolutely home runs for the Seattle Seahawks. So that's a draft that I'm really loving. That I think it could end up being an A for me, just because of how they navigated the early parts of this draft. So. Steelers, another team that I think could be an A for me with what they did. I talked at the top of the show. You go Troy Fautanu, doesn't take away the fact that you want to draft Zach Frazier, and wow, let's go. If the tracker's right here with this one, Mason McCormick to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
You talk about overhauling an O-line,
dude.
This is
goodness gracious.
If there's 2 teams in the league that have just completely revamped their offensive line, it's the Jets and it's the Steelers. If this pick goes through, we got some dogs up front down there, man.
Do you know what they did? There's a video on Twitter of Mason McCormick highlights with this awesome rock song behind. I forgot what rock song it is, but it is. I showed you the video.
You did show me the video. Yes.
The Steelers watched that before they phoned that call in, dude. That video got me hyped. And as a Steelers fan, I'm gonna watch that video endlessly for the rest of the night.
I can't believe they've gone this heavy on offensive line. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but Fautanu's going to start at left tackle. You drafted Broderick Jones last year, and he's going to start at right tackle. I guess McCormick. It's day 3, so let's look at this realistically. McCormick's probably not going to start right away. No. But they have James Daniels, who's 26, who's their right guard right now. Isaac Siumelo, who's 30, I guess, maybe, I don't know his contract off the top of my head, but they've got Nate Herbig as well. They have Dan Moore, who I don't think is a great starter, but depth player for them is fine. Here, you can see a little bit of the highlights here. We're showing some Shrine Bowl clips.
It's not the video on Twitter, though. It's good.
We need the rock highlights, but
always need rock highlights. Come on now.
Steelers.
Did you see his combine numbers?
He
36-inch
vertical,
36-inch vertical, third best ever by an interior offensive lineman. 9'9" broad, third best ever by an interior offensive lineman. 97th percentile short shuttle, 94th percentile 10-yard split, 92nd percentile 20-yard split, 91st percentile bench press.
He was a track and field guy in high school.
Yeah.
I think was it shot and disc both, or he was high school state champ?
100-meter sprint.
Yeah, dude, with these numbers,
dead serious. The way he pulls around the line, I think he's the best pulling guard in this draft. That wouldn't even shock me, honestly.
He is terrifying when he's out in space. That's for sure.
If I was a linebacker and I saw McCormick coming at me full speed, I would retire. Like he's the best pulling guard to me in this draft. He just adds. I thought of even John Simpson. He just adds this level of nasty that. The fact that him and Zach Frazier are both Pittsburgh Steelers makes so much sense to me. They are just Pittsburgh, 0 degrees outside, cold weather maulers, and they needed this so bad. Pittsburgh's offensive line, I don't care who's playing quarterback, their offensive line too was their undoing last season. It would not matter, Pickett, Rudolph, Russ, Fields, anybody. If they could not block substantially better this year, they were not going to succeed. I think it's a great pick.
Somebody in the chat pointed out, didn't fact check this, but Russell Wilson and Justin Fields led the NFL in sacks taken. I don't know what the time frame is. That might be, last half of the season, all of last year. I don't know. But that is a good point because both of those quarterbacks do have a tendency to take those sacks. So if they want to sit back in the pocket a little bit longer, best way to do that, build the wall.
And we're mentioning the highlight reel video of run blocking. That's all we're talking about is run blocking right now. He's actually a pretty good pass blocker, too. He's the only FCS guard in the FCS with 85-plus grades as a pass blocker and run blocker this past year. So, obviously, a jump up in competition to the NFL. But I like Mason McCormick a lot, man. And I love this approach by Pittsburgh, just loading up on the offensive line.
Keep throwing darts. Just keep throwing them. And even if McCormick never starts for them, it's still good process. If Siomalo's good till he's 40 or whatever, which obviously
you got a fan favorite now too.
You just absolutely.
He's gonna sell jerseys.
Him and Zach Frazier, and Fautano's different because pass protector, a little more finesse, but him and Frazier in Pittsburgh sounds right, man. It's just but with Najee Harris behind him, Jalen Warren behind him, wouldn't even shock me if they took another back just for the fun of it. They are getting physical up front, and I'm loving it.
Dolphins traded up with the Philadelphia Eagles to be on the clock right now. I believe their pick is in. Don't have it on the tracker yet. They forfeited their third-round pick. Tampering. Hate to see it. And then they drafted Chop Robinson in the first round, Patrick Paul in the second round.
That's a Miami pick, dude.
I was just about to ask, which fast player are they going? Which fast offensive weapon? Because they're itching right now, okay? Chop Robinson gives them the speed, all right, but he's on defense. Patrick Paul, okay, they did the right thing. They got the offensive line, but they were probably pissed about it. They were like, drafted a skill position player. So Lord knows they've been itching, right? Mike McDaniel's been just itching. He's like, we got to get one of these guys. Jalen Wright, the running back out of Tennessee, maybe him and Trey Benson, right, as the most athletic halfbacks in this draft. Trey Benson already off the board. He goes to the Arizona Cardinals, but I think that Jalen Wright was right there with him for explosiveness. So I feel like this is a big-time fit for them.
It absolutely is. I mean, he ran a 4.38 in the 40-yard dash, so this is absolutely...
So he was slightly faster than Trey Benson, right?
Slightly.
Didn't Trey Benson run a 4.39?
He probably would, yeah. So he was the RB1 probably for Miami on their big boards. But 99th percentile broad as well, 87th percentile vertical. Led the nation with 7.4 yards per carry this past year. I mean, he has breakaway speed, man. You already got Raheem Mostert and Devon Achane, man. I mean, they have a type at running back, and Jalen Wright fits that to a T.
They have a type everywhere. This skill group is just silly now. When you've got a guy who ran a 4.38 and had 7.4 yards per carry this year, how can Mike McDaniel pass him up?
You can't.
Honestly, and he was explosive in the jumps too. Just the only thing with Jalen Wright, I don't think he's all that polished. But when you look at how their run game is designed, at any given moment they want to turn the corner. And the fact that now they have Achane and Wright and Mostert, is this just the fastest backfield we've ever seen?
It's one of them for sure. There's
crazy.
A little bit of redundancy, but I think going to Chris Collinsworth's point from night one, defending the Chop Robinson pick a little bit here, you've got to have a deep rotation when you play in Miami. It's hot. The conditioning in Miami is different than the conditioning basically everywhere else outside of the state of Florida. Jacksonville's the same way, Tampa's the same way. Some teams in the South are that way a little bit, but even if you get up to Atlanta, New Orleans, it's not as bad. Those teams have domes, right? When you're playing outside, when you're in Tampa and when you're in Miami, it's hot. You got to rotate guys in there.
And
so running backs, especially if they're going to, I didn't mean to cut you off. I want to hear what you have to say, but in offense is where we are. Max doesn't.
He never does.
He can tune out.
Yeah.
The podcast probably electric when
he
that
has
happens.
me year round. He complains all the time.
When you are asked to just sprint as fast as possible when you're a running back, you have to have multiple guys like this. So people might look at it and be like, they already have fast running backs. They need more. So
this offense operates at its best when it is running the football well. Right? They may have Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and yards after catch and flashy stuff and getting downfield, but when they have balance, they may be the best offense in football. We saw that in the first half of the year, right? And I know they have issues in pass protection, and they don't want to get in true dropback situations. As much as they can avoid that, if they can just do it kind of the Shanahan-McDaniel way and just run the living hell out of the football and get in on play action in the RPO, maybe the scariest RPO game in the NFL with Tyreek Hill sitting out there at any given position and running half CFL motions and doing all that. Jalen Wright, it's like you just get this thing now with these backs. None of them are horses. None of them are obviously like Derrick Henry sized or anything, but there's no drop off now with Mostert and Achane and Jalen Wright. Like playing offensive football has always been about outflanking defenses and getting to the edges. Since the beginning of time, that's what football's been about. And with these three guys, they never have a threat.
Yep.
They're never like without a threat on the field that can do that and just turn the corner and take off on you.
Yeah, and the chat is correctly pointing out, like, this offense was different when Achane was hurt last year. It just was not as explosive. Yeah. It was not as versatile as you wanted to be. They weren't creating that type of mismatch nightmares. And not only is it hot, do you have to have that rotation for conditioning when you're playing in Miami? Running backs get hurt, right? I mean, like, that's unfortunately a nature of the position. So, yeah, quite the addition to the fastest team in the NFL already. You get another incredibly fast running back and a great playmaker in Jalen Wright. Seahawks were on the clock. Their pick is in. It was A.J. Barner, the tight end there. I actually do like that. Now, it's a lot higher of a pick than it is on my big board. They're picking him at 121. He was 213 on my big board, but A.J. Barner is a powerful blocking tight end, and the Seahawks don't have that right now. They have Noah Fant, they have Pharaoh Brown, and like they need somebody who is actually that on the line of scrimmage, pseudo sixth offensive lineman, if you will, somebody that can handle defensive linemen.
I literally was supposed to say he's like the third tackle for Michigan this past year. I mean, 81.4 run blocking grade. That was more than 4 points higher than the next closest FBS tight end. So not a receiver at all, complete afterthought. He only had 30 yards once last year in a game. Now, granted, when we do our 2025 mock draft, tight end 1 will be from Michigan. So they did have a great receiving threat there that might have taken away from A.J. Barner. But I think teams that run 12 personnel a lot, and I think Seattle will love him as a blocking tight end for them.
We have our first specialist off the board. Torrey Taylor, the punter out of Iowa, has been picked by the Chicago Bears.
The pick is in, man.
You're holding up the shirt.
The
do you have some punter analysis for us?
I just hope there's still tread left on the tire.
Dude,
I really do.
You want more sad Iowa stats right now? Because I wrote some for Torrey Taylor.
Did he also lead the team in receiving somehow?
He had 256 punts since 2021, more than 42 more than the next closest punter in the country.
Oh my
11,900 punt yards, more than 2,700 more than the next closest punter. He actually still had the highest average net. It's not just like it's a volume thing. He actually is a really damn good punter as well. He is the top punter in this draft. So yeah, Torrey Taylor, like I said, mileage is we talk about for running backs a lot. It might be a punter thing as well if you got any mileage left in that leg. But I think this is if you're going to go for a punter, he is absolutely the first one to be taken.
It was the single season total punt yards record too, right, for the FBS this year.
Yeah.
I believe it was the lowest graded offense in the country. So
Iowa fans had like Heisman campaigns for Torrey Taylor.
He got his money's worth for sure. And I actually wonder if he might get bored playing on an offense that's suddenly loaded, right? But I'm a little surprised here. This wasn't a defensive lineman. We've got our user pick here with Austin Booker, which I think would have made a lot of sense. But no, I mean, Torrey Taylor, look, good punter. No small sample size, that's for sure. Used to punt in cold weather. Iowa, Northwestern, Minnesota.
Very true.
Big Ten West weather. It's about as good a sample if you're going to bring a guy outdoors to Soldier Field to have if you have a punter. But, I mean, I get it. I would have gone D-line here. I mean, it's tough to always place punters and kickers among the group, and we've seen in prior years where like high picks don't work out at those positions. But Torrey Taylor gets to go right up the road to Chicago and punt probably not nearly as much now that they have Caleb and Odunze and everything they have. But that's an interest. Is that the Bears' final pick of the day? Is that their only pick today?
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why we saw that early.
It is their final pick. Yeah.
I actually kind of like that less now, because I would have rather you kind of work the phones, and if you're going to pick a punter, trade back, man.
Yeah.
Quarterback, receiver, tackle, punter.
Punter. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
But you got obviously the premium positions in the game.
Obviously.
You got QB1 and punter 1, though. You got 2 top players at their positions.
Punter 1 is something to have.
Sure. No, I mean, not at this point when you only had 4 picks.
Honestly, as much as
the Bears had 4 picks in this draft, and one of them was a punter.
Oh, is Brad rolling over right now? You think he's doing okay?
Why?
Brad Spielberg.
Bears. Brad Spielberg.
Oh,
you
true.
think he's okay with this?
That's true. And they picked the punter over his boy Austin Booker. Oh no.
That would have. I think a D lineman would have been the move for me here, but I mean, he's with as much as he punted at Iowa, he's pretty much already a professional. So They got a starter. They got an immediate starter.
We have a non-specialist off the board with the next pick. The Houston Texans have picked Cade Stover. Big PFF advocate, Cade Stover. No, I'm kind of tongue-in-cheek.
You gotta tell the story.
Okay, so I'll tell the story. This is a funny one. So I like this pick, by the way. I think this is a really nice pick for them.
Player.
Good depth tight end.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be great for C.J. Stroud. Obviously, the Ohio State connection's there a little bit, so we had that chemistry when Stroud was there and Stover was playing that tight end spot. So I like that. I think it's a good pick. When I was at the Combine this year, I'm bopping around different podiums. Cade Stover's up there. And, I mean, he is just, like, he's all business, man. I mean, like, this dude is serious about football. He's serious about his answers. He's serious about kind of, like, how he carries himself. And somebody from, I think he was an Ohio State beat writer, was like, hey, you know, PFF's got your blocking grade a little bit low or whatever. Like, what do you think kind of goes into that? He's like, they don't know what the heck they're looking at. He's like, these guys, they don't know exactly what my technique's supposed to be. They don't know if I'm supposed to be going like all out for a block or if I'm supposed to be a little bit more conservative, like all this kind of stuff. And he actually had a great answer about the nuance of blocking. And it's true, like I agree with him. So I was sitting there and I was kind of smiling about it. He's like, you can't like trust all that stuff, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And so the podium session ends. I kind of like walk over to where he's walking out, where they take him to go do whatever is next on their schedule for the Combine. And I just say to him, I was like, hey, Cade, how you doing? I kind of like put out my hand to shake his hand, and he shakes my hand. I was like, I'm Trevor Sikkema. I work for PFF. And he got like a smile on his face. He's like, I'm sorry. He's like, I didn't, mean to just like go after y'all like that. And I was like, no, man. I said to him, I was like, I'm the draft guy for what it's worth. I think you're a heck of a blocker. Like, I think and to bring in the analysis of Cade Stover, he's not a great athlete, but to me, I genuinely like how pound for pound he is as a blocker. I think he's a fine athlete. I think he can do a lot of different things for you. And he is, to me, this like really versatile tight end too that can do a lot of different things for you. And so I said that to him. I was like, I actually like your blocking pretty well for how big you are. I think you're a good all-around athlete. And I said to him, I was like, I think you're a good player. I think you're a top 100 player. And so I had him 103 on the big board when it was all said and done. So to get him 123, good value.
And Sketch announced the pick as well. I don't know if you know.
Did
Sketch.
he?
Yeah, he did. Hello, brother.
Special teams.
Special plays. He's going to make an impact on special teams as well, special players.
That's actually perfect.
Yeah.
It is.
Oh, man.
Stover's got a super
Do you
high.
know who Sketch is, Dalton?
No, I'm too old for that. I don't know what that is. I really don't.
What's up, brother?
What's up, brother?
Not a clue. No. I'm dead serious. Dude, I have a Metallica shirt under the shirt. I have no idea. I'm just like,
He
okay,
doesn't even know what TikTok is.
I don't have it. It is not in my phone. It's not anything. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I do really get a kick out of when something very niche on social media just like absolutely blows up, because like the Tennessee Titans social media people started doing that, like walking up to the players and they were just like, what's up, brother, to see if they noticed it. And Levis immediately was just like, dude, what's up, brother? He's like, special teams Tuesday. So
he is an American treasure, dude.
That's funny.
I love Sketch.
It's actually it's perfect that he announced the pick here on day 3, because again, Cade Stover's going to play special teams.
Of course.
Special teams, special plays, special players. That's what it's all about. We got another pick here. The San Francisco 49ers. Man, this is... I actually kind of like this one. Malik Mustafa, the safety from Wake Forest. Mm-hmm. He reminds me of a throwback type of a safety that is like truly a Deshaun Golston, who played really well when he was with the San Francisco 49ers. Dante Whitner, the same thing when he was with the San Francisco 49ers. Like, these dudes who are just coming over the middle with bad intentions, man. And look, if Mustafa would have played 10 years ago,
he's Thursday night.
He's drafted in the second round. But here, you get flagged if you absolutely obliterate a wide receiver over the middle of the field. So you take that away, but his downhill speed is so fast. What worries me about him and why he's a 4th-round pick instead of a 6th-round pick, turns a little bit slower, doesn't really have that coverage ability. He's not super fluid when he's playing in space. You can't have him in single high situations. You got to have him in 2 high situations. And he does, for as much as he'll come downhill and he'll rock a ball carrier, he does miss some tackles.
Yes.
He's got a little bit shorter arms. He's got those missed tackles. He's coming in very aggressively. Sometimes that momentum can get the better of him. But a good athlete and somebody who, certainly for the 49ers specifically, you've got Talanoa Hufanga, who plays that role really well right now, a really nice backup to what Hufanga is, because when Hufanga got hurt last year, they missed that identity on their defense.
Yeah, I think he's a really good player. Actually, Tresh, Anthony Tresh, who does an amazing job here, I asked him who's the most underrated player in the draft. He said Malik Mustafa. So I like him a lot as well. I think he's a great downhill safety. Trevor, your Buccaneers just took one of your favorite players in the draft. I don't know if you saw this.
Who they get? Let's go! The Bucs! Just drafted Bucky Irving.
Bucky to the Bucks.
Let's.
That's great. I was feeling
fantastic,
like they
man.
needed to come out of this. I love Rachaad White. I think he was 6th in the NFL in yards from scrimmage last year, but they needed another back. Rachaad White to me is not like the every snap, 3 down, like 70 snaps a game horse like that. I think he would be better with somebody else in here to complement him. And Bucky Irving, man, is there a better pass catching?
I'm pumped right here.
Is there a better pass catching back in this draft than Bucky Irving?
I mean, he's one of the best. I mean, you could throw some of those guys that used to play wide receiver in here, right? Like Tyrone Tracy would be in here.
Yeah.
Blake Watson would be in here. But like those guys played wide receiver and they removed the running back. Bucky Irving is just
pure receiving back.
He is
right.
such a good playmaker.
He
is small. He's not super athletic, but he understands how to play the position so well. He's so good in space. His missed tackles forced per attempt average is very high. His yards after contact average as well for being a smaller back, very high. Oh, man, excellent pick for the Buccaneers right here.
Over the last 2 years, he's broken a tackle on 40% of his attempts. That is tied for first in the nation with Bijan Robinson and Trey Benson.
Yep.
Again,
not bad.
Not a great athlete. Like I said, very undersized, but man, he's a damn good football
The guy
player.
I thought of watching him was Theo Riddick, remember from the Lions, Notre Dame, and the Lions, where he was just like, he just defines slippery, right? He ran a 4.6 at the combine also. People weren't loving him, like his measurables and all that, but there was a year where he led the entire NFL in receiving grade, not just out of the backfield, among receivers too. It was something like a 93 point something, I can't remember, like 2015. I thought of Theo Riddick, and I
literally
just
wrote down Theo Riddick
Bucky
too,
Irving absolutely has a solid role in the NFL, no matter where he goes. I think it's an A-plus pick, and I think an A-plus class so far for the Bucs. It's kind of an unsung class with just some really high-floor, good football players, but I think they're 5 for 5 so far.
Dude, I love this pick. You look at the percentiles that we have here, because when we have our stable and unstable metrics, which we use to project how well these guys are going to continue to perform from college to the NFL level, the stable metric of missed tackles forced per attempt, you mentioned that 40%, that's in the 100th percentile because there's basically nobody else who's done it at the level.
First, yeah.
So 100th percentile for him, yards after contact per attempt, and this is a 2-year sample spot. This is a 2-year sample size. This isn't just 2023. He didn't have this for 1 year. In 2022 as well, 93rd percentile in yards after contact. This dude's small and he's not athletic, and he's got a 93rd percentile for yards after contact. The balance is fantastic. How he can stay on his feet, how he can get you those extra yards. He was RB5 for me. Where did I have him in the big board? I think in the 70s.
His dead legs.
79. Bucks got him at 125. Let's go.
He just knows how to make people miss, man.
Yeah.
It's just certain guys, even
go.
that don't have the blazing speed, they just know how to do it. So.
I'm pumped.
You should be.
I'm super pumped.
For the whole class. I mean, I think it's the most unsung class in the entire draft right now. They have 4 starters and a guy in Irving who's going to play a lot.
Man, if this trade detail is right, that's very interesting. The Texans and the Eagles, I mean, the Texans only moved up 4 spots and give up a 5th rounder next year.
Ooh.
That's kind of a lot. I mean, who's going to snipe Cade Stover from him?
If this trade is true for the Lions and the Jets here to move up, I don't know. Oh, I see what they did. It's not a swap. Because the Jets have continued to trade back and trade back and trade back, and it appears the Lions gave them a 2025 third to pick here at 126. Love that for the Jets.
Yeah, that's great.
I didn't see that that trade detail get confirmed yet, but I mean, yeah, it would be good for the Jets. So we have a pick here for the Lions. Now this is a player that was not on the big board. Giovanni Manu, the offensive tackle from the University of British Columbia. Shout out Canada.
Oh man,
didn't watch him.
I don't have any notes on that.
Gonna be honest with you. Might be able to try to whip up some stats, but we got to call in Seth Galina. We got to get Seth Galina on the line here. The 1 year that he's not here on the desk with us for day 3, we would have really been able to use his expertise. So the Lions obviously go in that direction. But what do you think about the Lions class overall? Because we could just talk about that. I haven't gotten you guys' opinion on it. They have the chance to trade up and get Terrion Arnold. They do that in the first round. Ennis Rakestraw Jr., they double dip at corner, getting him, but at 61, that was really good value compared to my big board. I thought those are 2 really good players. Obviously, they're drafting Manu right here, but what do you guys think is the corner specifically?
So impressed with how the Lions have handled this entire offseason. There's 2 playoff caliber teams that needed secondary help in the worst way. The Eagles, who were 28th in coverage grade, and the Lions, who were 30th, right? So, and for each of those teams to get 2 of the best corners in this class, plus the Lions got Carlton Davis in a trade, plus they got Amik Robertson in free agency, they completely overhauled the cornerback room in like 2 months. And it was the one big problem with the Lions is especially as they move later in the year and in the playoffs and everything, they just got torn up in their secondary. It was the last piece of the puzzle to me. They can rush the passer. I know everyone's on them for like another edge rusher, but people forget how good James Houston was his rookie year, right? You've got DJ Reader now. You've got Aleem McNeil. Hutch is one of I think the 10 best pass rushers at least in the league. You've got Jack Campbell, the linebacker in the first round last year. The Lions went into this offseason going, we're going to fix this secondary. And they've added, Arnold is a perfect fit for him. And honestly, Rakestraw, kind of like him better as an off-zone corner. Really good in run D, but if they're also going to move, I have a feeling Carlton Davis is going to start, right? Ennis Rakestraw is more of an outside guy. Could Terrion, if they've talked about wanting to move Brian Branch back to a more traditional safety role because they need help at safety, but maybe that's how they indirectly get it. Is there a world where Terrion Arnold maybe becomes the new nickel full-time and he starts in the slot and then they rotate across from Carlton Davis with some other guys outside? Because I think
Arnold, they have a lot of flexibility now with all these players.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And this year, I think they have a lot of flexibility. But then even moving forward, we talked about this on the desk last night. Carlton Davis in the last year of his deal. Amik Robertson signed a 2-year deal, but you can get out of it after this year and you can save yourself some money on the cap. Emmanuel Mosley, with him coming back from the injury, it's only a 1-year deal for him. So I like that the veteran guys that they have on the roster, but even moving forward, you can have a path of just these young guys. Terrion Arnold on the outside, Ennis Rakestraw Jr. on the outside, Brian Branch more in the slots. So I do think, to your point, it gives them a lot of versatility this year, and they need it, right? They're going on a big run. They saw what the injuries to their cornerback position and how it hurt them last year. They didn't want that to be the case again this year. Eagles on the clock to pick us in. It is Will Shipley, halfback from Clemson. I mentioned him as one of the better receiving backs.
Yeah.
That's an interesting face. Dalton, do you hate this pick?
Shipley confuses me because he ran a 4.3, right? I think he did.
He was very fast. I got to look up.
He might have ran a 4.39 also. It was close. He was really fast at the combine. But
He's a former track guy, though, so I would think that he'd be able to do that well.
For some reason, I don't feel like I ever saw that speed in pads. Like, he's tough as nails. He got a huge workload for Clemson. He can catch the football, I don't think as well as Irving, but there's something about the 40 time and his like game speed that doesn't match up for me. Where I don't see him, I don't see him breaking away that often, right? And even they had him back there as a kick returner. I don't know if he ever had a kick return touchdown, but it's one of these things where I know a lot of the scouts are higher on Shipley, and he's tough as nails. Like when you watch him, he's just a guy you love watching, you love having on your team. He plays more physical than his size would suggest, but for some reason, he ran a 4.3 at the combine, but I never felt like I saw that gear on the field at Clemson.
He ran a 4.45.
He ran a 4. Okay,
yeah.
I thought maybe it was unofficial 4.3. Even then, 4.45.
Yeah.
It still didn't feel like, man, this guy's like explosive. Like I think he's good and he shakes people in open space, but it felt like every time I watched him, something was missing that just didn't tell me he was like an NFL workhorse. And maybe he's not.
So his background, he's a multi-sport athlete, played lacrosse in high school, even got offers to play lacrosse in college. Also won a state championship in the 55-meter indoor track, so there's the track background that we have there for him. Also a black belt in karate, shout out.
Well, maybe I should stop saying sentences.
Or is it karate?
It's karate.
We're making a SpongeBob reference right
I
now.
am making a SpongeBob reference right now. Thank you. Jeez.
please-
That's the one thing he could get.
That's like the only thing I do understand. I don't know what you were talking about with TikTok or whatever. You throw me at like an early season SpongeBob reference, we're flying.
Okay,
Then we got a shot.
All right, well, we're going to have to get a couple more in here for sure, because I'll be able to recognize them, at least I hope. Not that just talked about a big game right there. The thing with Shipley that was tough for me to watch when it came to his perception is a lot of people will say, like, okay, he's kind of this scat back, got really good balance. And I do kind of think that he has good balance, but he also goes down on first contact a lot. Right? He's 40th percentile in yards after contact, 3.17 yards, and it's that showed up on film. So I think he's quick, he's shifty, but that gets much more difficult at the NFL level. You want to be really good at that. You got to be well above the 50th percentile of breaking tackles in college, because at the NFL, it's a lot of different of a game. But for the Eagles specifically, they're going to use him as that, more scat back type of. Shipley, actually, this is a good segue into this conversation. Shipley's great for the new kickoff rules.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
Shipley is a player who can see the line of scrimmage well, manipulate space a little bit. He is shifty. And it's like, in special teams anyways, there's so much momentum that you want to treat it as he's just reading the line of scrimmage and then he can break it. Like he can just like take off with it. So you don't necessarily need the fastest guy on the field to play for you in special teams anymore. Now you have a chance where the vision means more than anything else. Quick footwork means more than anything else. So maybe that's what the Eagles saw in it.
Yeah, look, he's a little bit smaller, obviously, only 206 pounds. Like you said, below 50th percentile in terms of tackle breaking, but he's a great receiver. I mean, he has 468 receiving yards over the last 2 years. That's 13th in the country for running backs. I think he's a third down back, I think, honestly. So I think that's what he's going to be for Philly, and I think he's a really good athlete as well. I think this is around the range where I would expect Will Shipley to go.
Got another running back, back-to-back running backs. The Buffalo Bills took Ray Davis.
Love it.
You love it?
Love it. Absolutely. I love Ray Davis. I know we need to get to a break here, but I would love to lead the Ray Davis conversation off when we get back.
We are absolutely going to do that. Buffalo Bills take Ray Davis here. Dalton's going to tell you why he absolutely loves it right after the break.
Hey, it's Chris Collinsworth here, reminding you that PFF is the home to football data analysis. Gain access to insights and tools trusted by all 32 NFL teams with PFF Plus, featuring the number one mock draft simulator in the game. You can draft all 3 days, make trades, get your mocks graded, and see how you rank against everybody else. We'll be rolling the mock draft sim over to 2025 NFL draft as soon as the 2024 draft ends, so you don't miss out on any of the action. Get ready to dominate your fantasy league this upcoming season with PFF's Fantasy Mock Draft Simulator as well, and Live Draft Assistant. Use in-season betting tools to find the best player props, same-game parlays, and matchups. Go to PFF.com or download the PFF app and use code 30MDS to get 30% off your PFF Plus annual subscription.
All right, back here on the PFF 2024 NFL Draft Show. We teased it before we went to break there for a second. Dalton loves the Ray Davis pick for the Buffalo Bills here at number 128. Talk to us about Ray Davis.
I actually like Ray Davis so much, I had him as RB3.
Ooh.
I had Jonathan Brooks, then Blake Corum, then Ray Davis. I think on the list of guys who just know how to play the position the best, right? Maybe he's not the most traitsy guy, but I would have Blake Corum, and then I would have Ray Davis right behind that. Because you can see Kentucky could not block a soul last year, honestly, and he still worked through it. Obviously, the game against Florida gets all the hype because
Don't bring that up.
I know it. He almost had.
We don't need to talk about that.
Yeah. We'll get into Florida during the season, me and Max will. But no, Davis, the more I watch him, the more I like him. I did not expect him. He ran, I think, a 4.52. I did not expect him to run that. It made me go back and take a second look. I'm like, is he actually fast? And he's definitely fast enough to function, right? But his vision, his toughness, he just rarely makes a mistake when he's back there. And honestly, I think there's some unlocked receiving ability that can be had. If you go back and watch his tape at Vandy, also not a great situation to be in. There are clips of him succeeding in the passing game, right? The two biggest plays he made against Louisville, a screen for a touchdown and a wheel for a touchdown that was like a contested, nasty catch for a guy who's not even 5'9" at running back. Ray Davis is one of my favorite backs in the draft, and I think he's an excellent complement and a lot of gap scheme things going on. Him and James Cook, I think this is actually my favorite pick the Bills have made so far.
49ers keeping the running back train going here. Isaac Guerendo.
Ooh, that makes sense.
Back-to-back running backs here. Was he the next running back on the board? I'm not sure if he was. Let me look. Sorting running backs. No, I had Tyrone Tracy and Blake Watson ahead of him. I like Isaiah Davis too. And of course, the GOAT himself, Audric Estime, is still on the board. And the disrespect is just, it's at an all-time high. It's an epidemic. I mean, we need to flood the streets at this point with torches and pitchforks because this can't stand. We can't let this happen.
Isaac Guerendo is the most athletic running back in the draft.
Crazy explosive, for sure.
Extremely explosive, dude. He is 6 foot 223, 4.33 40-yard dash, 99th percentile, 99th percentile vertical at 42 inches, 96th percentile broad at 10'9". Played 5 years at Wisconsin and then transferred to Louisville as well. Wasn't even the number one back for Louisville this past year. Jawar Jordan, who might get drafted later on today, was actually Syracuse legend. Jawar Jordan, by the way, former Syracuse legend. But Isaac Guerrero, really good receiving back as well. Got to run a little bit more violently, I think. He doesn't really break tackles as much as you'd think, but I think he can be a really good back on passing downs. Upside to be a much better player in the NFL than he was in college. I think this is one of those players that you see a lot of players in the NFL like, man, he wasn't that great in college and he really broke out in the NFL. I think Isaac Guerrero could be one of those guys.
I was curious how many guys we would see like this today. Are the Shipley and Guerendo picks earlier than we thought because now of the new kick return rule too? Of just is Guerendo the second one like this where because his speed it just pops off.
Yeah, I mean you just hope he's like a slingshot, right? Where it's just like okay, well he's getting the ball and the blocking is pretty good just in that one spot. He can read it, maybe put his foot in the ground, get upfield, and then boom, you just see that crazy explosiveness from him. So that could be the case. That could be the case with what they're trying to do, make a difference on kickoff. Baltimore Ravens, they stopped the slide. The chat has been talking about it for the last hour. When will TJ Tampa go off the board? We thought we had it. At the Green Bay Packers.
It was such a good story. See, this is why we know the NFL isn't scripted. If the NFL was scripted, I would have got to keep my story and it would have looked great. Now, Gordon, we're just going to hear Gordon jumping through the ceiling.
That's very humble that you think the NFL draft would center their script around your story.
It's
here for this show.
You get on. They try to help me out my first time on here.
Okay,
maybe
that's fair.
You don't know what insiders I know.
That's actually very true. You may have the documents that could really get you have your way here. So wait, TJ Tampa to the Baltimore Ravens. They went with Nate Wiggins at the top of the back end of round one. This is like an all hot draft name topic type of a haul that they have here. Nate Wiggins, Roger Rosengarten, Adiza Isaac, Tez Walker, TJ Tampa. These are all names that were heavily talked about throughout the draft process. They were just hyped up about all the draft podcasts where people were mentioning these players. But man, I had Tampa 51 overall on my big board. He goes 130 here to the Baltimore Ravens. I do like it. I do like this fit here for the Ravens who needed to beef up their cornerback room. But man, I'm just so surprised that he went this late. I really am.
I am too, honestly. He's one of those guys that I don't think Iowa State, I wish he played in a different defense because they just never ran press man coverage at Iowa State. And that was something I really wanted to see more of him. He's got obviously 6'1" frame, long arms as well. I really wish he did more press man coverage. He only ran a 4.58, which is maybe a reason why he's a little bit lower. He's kind of an above average athlete more than an elite one. But I love his size. I love his ball skills. The speed is a major question mark. But I think TJ Tampa here is a major steal.
I think the speed and then also he can be physical in how he plays, but you look at his size and you want to go, oh, okay, like he'll come up and he'll blow up blockers and he'll make tackles on screen plays and things like that. And he's not quite the tackler that you think he's going to be. So when you combine that with him being a little bit slower, you go, all right, here's a longer off coverage only type of a cover three corner who they might be able to throw the ball to on screens on his side of the line of scrimmage and he can't really come downhill. But Dalton, what'd you think?
Is there, I hadn't thought of this through this process till now. Is there any chance, just because now you have Marlon Humphrey, you have Nate Wiggins, right? You have the Ravens are obviously loading up in the secondary. Is there any chance TJ's a safety? Is there any or
Marcus
maybe
Williams and Kyle Hamilton?
Is he kind of movable? Because Hamilton plays, he's like all over the place. I think
That's
he plays
true.
more in the slot than he does really at safety.
That's true.
Is it more of a thing? Some teams just take corners or safeties and they'll just call them defensive backs. Is it kind of that thing? Is he just kind of like Anthony Johnson? Is he just going to be all over the place? Slot, outside, safety could just be this versatile kind of like fill in the gaps where we need you to sort of thing?
Yeah, I guess that could be the case. The only thing that worries me about that is if you're worried about the tackling still,
it's going to be worse.
do you want to become last line of defense? I mean, at that point you're talking about like Kalen Bullock and what he doesn't do well, but Kalen Bullock's even a better athlete, so you've got to be able to cover more ground. I don't know, maybe the Ravens like to be versatile in their secondary anyways. Now, obviously, Mike McDonald's no longer there. He moves on to the Seattle Seahawks, so it's going to look a little bit different there in Baltimore. But I think the fundamentals are going to stay the same because John Harbaugh is still the head coach. But maybe there is a little bit more versatility there than we're thinking of. So I think that's a good point of maybe why he fell, because teams saw. This is a conversation that we have all the time here. Versatile and homeless are two very different things.
True.
Right? Like, are you actually versatile? Do you have the ability to play multiple positions? Or are you a just somebody who knows a lot of things, but you're not a master of any of them, right? And I think that's that's going to be different for every team that you ask. But I think the league as a whole maybe saw TJ Tampa as more of that doesn't have a true home at the NFL level.
Yeah,
so
it could be true.
Good. Jared Wiley going here. I like Jared Wiley.
You should. Good football player.
He's a really good football player.
I had him at 108 on the big board. He goes to the Kansas City Chiefs here at number 131. I liked him more than some of the other tight ends that have been picked throughout this draft. So I think it's a steal for Kansas City.
I do too. I mean, he led the nation and led all FBS tight ends, I should say, with 8 receiving touchdowns this past year. Natural athlete, 6'6", 250, 85th percentile 40, 90th percentile vertical, 2% drop rate this past year as well. Really good hands. Now, he's not a great blocker. I think that's the reason why he's a little bit lower here, but he's a post-up player, man. I think he's got the upside to potentially be a starter maybe when Travis Kelce finally hangs it up and goes off with Taylor Swift for the rest of his life.
Yeah, not a bad retirement plan.
No, not at all.
No, and I agree with you. I think that's a really good depth tight end option. I feel like they can be similar styles of players. I'm not calling him Travis Kelce, calm down, but like still style of players, I think.
That was the comp of the draft guide,
what
wasn't
we've
it?
got here. Yeah, and I mean, look, he also played, don't get me in trouble. He also played quarterback in high school. Jared Wiley did. You know, Travis Kelce also played quarterback. You know, I'm just saying.
What pop star is Jared Wiley going to date in 15 years?
I probably never heard of any of them anyway, so it doesn't.
Dalton's like Britney Spears, maybe?
Whoever you say. Is Madonna still available? Yeah,
I mean, maybe. Yeah, I guess that could.
You could have said any name. I wouldn't have it. Pam Anderson, you mess.
Do not listen to the voice in your head.
No, the voice.
And when I say that, I mean the producers who are yelling pop star names out. They're trying to get you off your game here. You tell me about Jared Wiley, and you don't listen to that voice in your ear.
The 80s pop stars, though. Okay, anyway, Jared, I mean, does this just scream Andy Reid, too? Like 12 and 13 personnel and all just running guys up the seam free for touchdowns, so you have no idea how they got that open. But you're right, like the Wiley-Kelce style thing is it's the move tight end who can play in the slot, who can get up the seam, who can take you on some deep overs, and I don't think he's like a sharp route runner. He's more of a glider than a cutter, right? But there's big playability there. Like he's got some breakaway speed for a dude that big, and this year it's hard to judge anything at TCU this year because they lost everything. It's a whole new team. I don't even think they made a bowl game, right? 4 or 5 wins for them.
Yeah, it wasn't a great year. I got to look it up. But I don't believe they did, though.
He's arguably their most explosive weapon this year when they could get him the football. I mean, it just screams like Andy Reid's already got 30 plays written up for him that we're going to go, how did he get this wide open? And he'll finish the year with like 500 yards and 9 touchdowns or some nonsense.
And it's a nice long-term move for them, too, because you could think, all right, well, Kansas City's not really desperate for tight ends. Obviously, they have Kelce at the top, but then they got Noah Gray as well. They signed Irv Smith Jr., but Irv Smith, 1-year deal. Noah Gray, last year of his rookie deal. So they have the opportunity to now get a rookie tight end that is talented in the building, and you get the full extent of that rookie contract now. So you have 4 more years of a tight end that you'll probably utilize in a lot of different ways, who is now on a rookie contract here. So Detroit Lions are back in the clock. So we're almost to the end of round 4. I'm trying to look at who best available here for the Lions. I don't think it's going to be safety. Spencer Rattler's still on the board. I don't think they're going quarterback here.
Ooh, I safety.
Love this, baby.
That's a Dan Campbell pick.
It is a safety. I didn't think they were going to do it, but Sione Vaki.
Is he a safety?
What do you think, he's running back?
No, I don't. But I think he's going to play. I think he's going to play safety in the NFL. This is kind of. I keep telling Dalton this. This is kind of the appetizer for next year with Travis Hunter, when we're going to be debating. Okay, what is he? Because didn't you put a Sione Vaki player profile in the draft guide
for a running back
at running back
for
and
running back.
Safety?
Yes,
didn't you? Yeah.
I had to, because the 2 games that he played a lot of running back snaps, one, he was really great as a back out of the backfield, like carrying the football, and the other one, he had like over 100 yards receiving as a receiver out of the backfield. So he's just a true all-around athlete.
94 offensive grade this past year. 94.
And it's because of those 2 games in which he was elite as a rusher, and then he was elite as a receiver.
It's a small sample demon for sure.
Yeah.
But like the fact that he can do it, and the fact that Dan Campbell likes to have, Dan Skipper moving all over the place and Penei Sewell catching balls, and also, the idea is in his head. Like, hey, maybe this guy's my 3rd running back and a depth safety and a special teams player. Yeah. It's like you almost want to say it's a Taysom Hill sort of situation, not the quarterback
don't
part,
do it.
but like,
please.
Like
please don't bring that up.
It's just But it's just one of those, that probably kills you twice a year. But no, Vaki, I mean, realistically, he's probably being drafted as a safety, and they need safety help. But I think this is another guy where you're talking about like high effort, will do anything needed to win, as evidenced by the offensive work. Special teams, another guy, new kickoff rule, right? Like we got a guy who can maybe on the return team and the coverage team.
Sure, yeah, special teams ace for you.
This is Dan Campbell's guy.
You talk about, we've seen a ton of guys who seem to just define versatility, and Vaki's another one. They have Gibbs, they have Montgomery. Maybe in the preseason, I'd give him a shot. Let him take the second half carries in the preseason, just to see if it works. Why not?
He was 124 on my board. He goes 132 here. I just think he's a really physical football player. He's still getting the anticipation part of playing the safety spot when it comes to coverage, but when you allow him to just have the green light to kind of come downhill in those robber rolls and be more of a strong safety, he likes to hit, he likes to be that enforcer. Obviously, that's a Dan Campbell and a Brad Holmes type of characteristics, I should say, that the team absolutely loves. Not afraid to come up and tackle, so that's great. Kansas City Chiefs picked right after them. The safety run kept going. Jaden Hicks, who I thought was going to go a lot higher in this draft, from Washington State, really versatile player. You mentioned him as kind of like a downhill linebacker. He can play at the second level. He can. A downhill safety, excuse me. He can play at the linebacker level, but also I saw him as a back-end single-high communicator sometimes too. You don't want him in that situation a lot at the NFL level, but to me, Jaden Hicks really struggled his freshman and redshirt freshman years when he was at Washington State, but he has blossomed into a great all-around safety. I'm very surprised that he did not go earlier, and I think the Chiefs got a really, really good ball player here at 133, somebody who I think could be a good rotational guy for them.
This is just what the Chiefs do, man. They take day 3 defensive backs and they turn them into really special players. And honestly, him and Shamari Connor kind of in this hybrid, strong slot role. Like, first of all, don't run a screen against the Chiefs. You're going to get somebody killed, right? These two guys. And it's maybe rare that they'll both be on the field at the same time. But this is the same exact pick to me as the Shamari Connor pick, where like there's a plan here. We add DBs every year that we want in a specific role for 25 to 30 snaps a game. Jaden Hicks is a hammer. We've talked about a couple of guys, Mustafa, one of them already, that they're just going to tee off on you, right? And Hicks, I do think he's better in that curl flat area, in that kind of hybrid area, that tweener area between linebacker and safety at times. But they did this with Connor too. They don't let Connor go back there single high. Deep half, maybe in their two-man situations with all those corners they have. Jaden Hicks, I think it's the same. I think it's the same exact pick as Connor, but I don't think for them it's redundant because they just love having depth in the secondary.
Yep.
Like this is a team.
And they lost Mike Edwards.
So maybe Connor moves into a starting role and Hicks moves into the halftime role that Connor was in last year. They just keep moving people. Like Brett Veach, honestly, I don't think it's talked about enough. He's better at drafting defensive backs than anybody.
Yeah.
It's every year with this.
Jets started the halfback run once again. Been a little bit of a hiatus here since we had a bunch of them go off the board when Will Shipley, Ray Davis, and Isaac Guerrero went about 5 or 6 picks before. Braylon Allen, we're picking it back up with Braylon Allen, the halfback from Wisconsin, going to the New York Jets here at 134. Y'all are college football guys. And so I feel like in the world of college football over the last 3 years, we've talked about Braylon Allen a lot, right? I mean, just this freak-sized running back, plays in Wisconsin, insanely productive, and everybody just went, oh, here we go again, right? I mean, like it was Jonathan Taylor, now it's Braylon Allen, but Braylon Allen obviously picked way further down the NFL draft board than Jonathan Taylor was. So talk to me about Braylon Allen. Do you like him a lot? Did you think he should go a lot higher than this? What do you think?
I interviewed him a couple years ago. Awesome kid as well. I mean, he's a massive running back. 6'1", 236 pounds, but actually good speed at that size. He had 49 breakaway runs in his career. Youngest player in this draft, by the way, as well. He's only 20 years old. He was like 17 years old as a true freshman, and he was putting up like 100 yards a game in the Big Ten. So I like Braylon Allen. Doesn't add really anything as a receiver. He has fewer than 300 receiving yards in his career, 9 fumbles in his career as well. Want to see him run a little bit angrier, but I think in a gap scheme can be a productive short yardage back. I like him. I think this is a pretty good range here for Braylon Allen to the Jets.
There are several layers to this. I'm a little surprised this isn't Estime, not even just for the chat, but I think I like Estime better than Allen. But you mentioned one thing that's really relevant. In the Jets, there's a lot of rumors, especially picking up John Simpson and Morgan Moses and these guys, that they're moving to more of a gap scheme. So that's the first thing. They don't really need Allen to catch the ball because Breece Hall is one of the best receiving backs in the league. But they needed more running back depth, right? And if Braylon Allen, even for the Jets, if he's nothing but a goal line back for them to just give Breece Hall a spell or flex him out in the formation, I don't have a big issue with this. Like, he's a little bit stiff. He's a good linear athlete, and he's huge. Like, it almost gives me, I don't think he's as good, but like a Leonard Fournette vibe where it's like big and fast, but a little bit stiff. Then it's kind of limited in how much he can move laterally. But it's a good fit for the Jets because, and Joe Douglas, he took a back like a really young, talented back like this last year, Israel Abanikanda. Maybe he just likes really young backs who they can try to mold into something.
Well,
right?
when you have a running back on a rookie contract, it's very valuable for you, especially with guys getting hurt and everything. And I think the way that they probably look at it now is Breece Hall is our, he is our guy. Like, Breece Hall is going to be our workhorse RB1 in basically every single situation, running the ball, catching the ball, whatever. If Breece Hall were to go down at any point, I think they're probably comfortable saying, all right, we got a committee of Abanikanda and Braylon Allen now. We've got like the smash and dash, the lightning and thunder.
Yeah.
So it's like if Breece Hall were to go down, we have a really nice committee that we're comfortable leaning on because we know that neither of those guys are probably that RB1 for us to be able to fill in, but we could have a couple of bodies that we could throw in there.
It was a dimension they were missing last year when they had guys like Abanikanda was kind of too young to be on the field, and Michael Carter, and in the past they've had Ty Johnson, where they just didn't have. And Breece Hall's a really good short yardage back himself, but there comes a point where like he can't do everything. Maybe you come playoff time and he gets every single touch, but a bigger back like this, I thought it would be Estime. I think I mocked Estime to them in our 7-round mock. But Allen's a similar flavor in that he can just get physical and get downhill.
Niners go back to the wide receiver well. They hit on Ricky Pearsall at the end of round 1. Speaking of college studs, Jacob Cowing, baby. How do we feel about Jacob Cowing? Very small receiver, reminiscent of Tank Dell. I don't have his exact measurables up here because he was just picked and I'm announcing it. But you got him?
I got 5'9", 171. Yeah, small. He runs a 4.38, so he's fast. And so I see the Tank Dell stuff. But man, we talked about UTEP before. I mean, he was productive at UTEP, really productive at Arizona. Great route runner as well. Elite separation ability. The height is scary. He's not going to win contested catches, obviously, because of that. And he got some issues with drops as well. But, man, he's a slot receiver who knows how to get open underneath. And the number one thing I look for in receivers when I'm looking at them is, can you get open? And Jacob Cowing can get open. So I think he could be a productive player for the 49ers.
I'm just going to say, I'm really shocked this isn't Malik Washington.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Right?
I'll say,
I like Jacob Cowing. Like, they're very close on my big board. I think I have Jacob Cowing was my 21st receiver. Malik Washington was 20th. So it's not like it's a crazy difference here with these guys. I saw Cowing pretty similar, but just from size alone, I'm very surprised that the league didn't pick Washington over Cowing.
Well, I'm the same size as Cowing. You're saying I can't play slot receiver in the
Can
NFL?
you run a 4.3?
Go over there right now. I could probably do it.
You probably run double a 4.3.
Probably would run double.
You probably run an 8.6.
We should make him believe and go do it and have someone film it.
I think the last time we did it was like a 7.5.
So
I'm not even joking.
We are scary close to actually having you get a 20-yard head start on Jacob Cowing when he's coming off the line of scrimmage.
He'd be a 35-yard start.
I mean, this is a 90th percentile separation guy, whether it's in regular situations, like all-around situations, or single coverage situations. It's somebody who, you mentioned, the route running, the body control, the fluidity, just creating that separation in that throwing window. I'm not really worried as much about the contested catch ability because it's just not his game, so I'm not expecting him to do that. The durability is the question, right? I mean, Tank Dell, we saw what he could do when he was healthy, and we saw what he could do when he was healthy at the NFL level as well, even after the draft. Then he gets hurt. And it's like, okay, well, it's a violent game. Guys get hurt all the time, but is this going to be a constant thing because you're just a smaller human being? And I worry about that with Cowing.
Tank Dell also shouldn't be blocking down on the 1-yard line. So I don't think
he's feisty though.
He can be feisty all he wants, but he is $170, and that's the 1-yard line. That's a different animal. But no, Cowing, the top of his routes just snap, man. And I mean, you talk about production. The most receiving yards of any receiver in the country over the last 3 years. Like UTEP, Arizona, doesn't matter. His routes just snap off. The only reason I find it a weird fit for San Fran is they like their after the catch guys, and Washington is better than Cowing after the catch. Just a lot better. A lot better. A boatload of missed tackles. But Cowing is as pure a route runner as there is in this draft, and it's just a matter of maybe scheming him open, getting the formation for him going a little bit, just getting him out of those press situations is going to work. But look, the Niners are loading up now. They're just loading up at receiver. I don't know what that does for the speculation of their veteran receivers with trades and all that, but Cowing's a really good player. I like him here.
Nehemiah Pritchett, the cornerback from Auburn, going off the board next to the Seattle Seahawks. I don't mind Pritchett. He's just again, we talk about weight profiles, a much smaller type of a guy. 190 pounds is 39th percentile. 6 foot, over 6 feet, which is good. I think he's got good length that the Seahawks are probably going to gravitate towards, but it didn't bring you a lot in run support just because of how thin he was and a fast, explosive player. I like DJ James better.
Yeah.
His teammate. I'm pretty surprised that James is not the pick here, or at least just that James did not go higher than Pritchett ended up going. But I don't know. Do you guys have opinions on either DJ James or Nehemiah Pritchett here? With
I would like Pritchett better in the slot. I would.
Okay.
The problem, but it's the problem of the run support.
I give
thing
you some
too.
good length in the slot.
Yeah, like the problem is the run support and the tackling thing, right? Like I just think he needs to bulk up a little bit at either role, if it's outside or inside. It's just he plays like if you're going to be smaller, one, you have to play with good leverage, and two, you just have to be like there's other corners here that are just straight dogs, like they're super competitive and they want to be physical. Pritchett, I think, and he might not play a ton, and maybe this is a move that allows Seattle to just leave Devin Witherspoon in the slot full time. Maybe keep building an outside corner. You already have Woolen, right? You have Michael Jackson, who's a pretty good player. If they want Witherspoon to be their full-time slot guy long term, as he became like right around week 4 or 5 this year, and he was really good because Witherspoon will give you every bit of physicality you need. Maybe Pritchett's just like a dime backup cover guy until he can get in the weight room, get a little more physical. If he can fill that slot role and leave Witherspoon outside, great. I'd be curious to see what Mike McDonald's plan is for that entire secondary and how much it's going to change from what they did in Seattle, really for 15 years, close to it.
Yeah.
No, I like Pritchett. I think he's a good athlete. I mean, he ran a 4.36, 98th percentile vertical, 98th percentile broad. I think he could play outside in the slot. I like him more in the slot, though. I agree with you guys. But if he's going to play in the slot, he's got to improve as a tackler. I mean, sub 60.
That's what's tough, right? If you have him as a slot convert, then you've got to ask him to tackle more because you're closer to the line of scrimmage, you're closer to the ball.
Yeah, I like the length, I like the speed, I like the explosiveness, but he's just not as well versed in man coverage as you'd want for him. And like I said, he's got to get better as a tackler. But again, he's got the traits to bet on though, so I think it's a solid pick here in the 5th round.
Which is a good segue because I forgot to officially announce that we are actually in the 5th round. There, good hosting skills on you, Max. We can see that you're co-hosting the PFF College Football Show. By the way, if you guys don't follow these guys, Dalton Wasswerman, Max Chadwick, they do a fantastic job covering so many different things, but mainly on their college football show. Y'all have a YouTube channel that's been popping off. You've been doing great coverage in college football, even here in the month of April. You know, and there's just, thankfully, I think for you guys, college football and the transfer portal basically gives you something to talk about all the time.
The portal,
right?
The portal's rough because then you have like the winter portal, then you have the spring portal that just reopened.
Yeah,
like
where if you don't get enough targets in the spring game, I'm out.
Yeah, literally, that's Keandre Lambert-Smith. That's the Penn State top receiver.
The portal is like a 7-day job. If you don't look at it like at least every other day, you'll get lost in there real quick. Like
some
you'll
damn
lose
good
track
players
of
in the portal
everybody.
right now.
And then you got guys even like we talked about Cameron Richardson.
Go in the portal and then go to the draft.
Portal, then draft. Then there's certain guys. We've got guys already who've hit the portal 2 or 3 times. Caden Proctor going. Guys, it's crazy. The portal, I think, is actually now the hardest part of
Tyler Barron, who's an unbelievable edge defender, played for Tennessee this past year. He in the transfer portal went to Ole Miss originally, then he went to Louisville. Now he's in the portal again. So 4 schools in like basically 4 months. Tyler Barron will be doing. So it is impossible to keep up with, man. It is hard.
It's not great.
No,
it's not a great look.
Yeah, it's tough.
Let's look at the best available. Let's see who the best available is. And at the very top of the best available board is one Spencer Rattler.
Yeah.
I thought Rattler would be either a 3rd or 4th round pick. Not going to lie.
No quarterbacks at all. I mean, I'm not even talking like Pratt or
no,
either.
Because there really wasn't. I mean, Pratt wasn't. I did not think that Pratt was going to go before Rattler, especially if we were talking in the mid rounds. And then a lot of these other guys, it's just they weren't highly sought after. So,
and I think it shows like these teams. We saw 6 quarterbacks in the top 12. These teams were desperate to get their guys now because they knew there's a big drop off between number 6 and number 7, and you can see it now. There's none of them taken since the 12th overall pick. Now we're in the 5th round, so I think it's pretty clear.
I think it's the first time in 30 years that there wasn't a round 2 or 3 quarterback taken.
Yeah,
I believe it was
probably.
1994. They said was the last year, and I mean, maybe that's why teams were so desperate. You couldn't wait for Bo until the late 20s or 30s. You couldn't wait for Penix. Just go, and quarterback more than ever is about just go get your guy. Go get him no matter what it takes. That's your franchise that you're playing with. Maybe they're just really maybe just legitimately aren't any day 2 quarterbacks in this class.
Your boy Malik Washington's still on the board.
I don't get it.
Any of those names that like really stand out to you the most? I'm kind of shocked Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is still on the board.
Thank you.
Yeah, dude.
Now, look, obviously I don't love him. I have 96, but he is a really smart football player for you. He's not athletically gifted. He's small for the position. He'll miss tackles because of the lack of arm length. All of these things are very true. I just thought, we'd get him in at least round 4.
You could tell him and Marvin Harrison Jr. are two guys where it's like you could tell their dads were like all pro players just by like how smart he is. I think Jeremiah Trotter Jr., like you said, I think he's one of the smartest players in this class, honestly. Again, the measurables aren't great at all, but I mean, he has been just an unbelievable football player for Clemson's defense as a coverage player, as a run defender, even as a pass rusher sometimes as well. I would have taken him on day 2, and now we're in the 5th round. He's still available.
Yeah, we got Tarheeb still going off the board for the Los Angeles Chargers. He's the cornerback from Maryland. But Dalton, anybody else? You kind of were talking a little bit there about you had a reaction with Jeremiah Trotter Jr. You're shocked he's still on the board?
I think he's one of the. Clearly, I think there's 4 linebackers in this class that stand above everybody else: Cooper, Wilson, Colson, Trotter. I think that group.
Okay, so you put him in that category.
I think that group of 4 is the top of the class, and I'm just very surprised. We've been talking about him, especially to a team like the Cardinals, going in possibly in the 2nd, at least in the 3rd. I was shocked he wasn't picked yesterday. I'm shocked he's still here at the end of round 4 and into round 5.
I want to keep having this conversation for the best available players. We have the Arizona Cardinals here on the clock, but we're going to continue this talk. We'll see who the pick is for the Cardinals. We got one more break coming up for you in a second. We'll see you on the other side.
As parents, we all want our kids to grow up to be happy, successful, and financially independent. With a UGMA account from Fabric by Gerber Life, you're arming your child with a powerful financial tool to help shape their journey towards financial success. It's all online, and setting up an account could take you just 5 minutes with as little as $1 a day. Then you can manage your child's UGMA account and monitor their investments right from your phone. Join the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to help protect their family. Start investing in your child today at meetfabric.com/draftshow. That's right. That's meetfabric.com/draftshow. One more time, MEET fabric.com/draftshow. Portfolios managed by Fort Washington Investment Advisors, Inc. Additional services provided by Apex Clearing Corporation. All investing is subject to risk, of course. Monthly minimum contribution required. Learn more at meetfabric.com.
Back here on the PFF NFL Draft Show covering the 2024 NFL Draft, we are into round 5. We went to the break and the Arizona Cardinals were on the clock. They are no longer on the clock because the pick is in, and we got another 5-star off the board, baby. Xavier Thomas, the edge rusher from Clemson. He was my 83rd overall player. The Cardinals get him at 138. Didn't love how the Cardinals ended day 2 of the draft, but they have reeled me back in with Taylor Demerson and now Xavier Thomas. Max, what did you think about Thomas, who was the former, I believe, number 3 overall recruit in the country?
1 and 2 were?
It was Trevor Lawrence and, who was right?
Another quarterback.
It was?
Yeah.
Was it Fields?
Yeah, it was Justin Fields.
Oh, okay.
Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, Xavier
Thomas.
Thomas. That was your top 3 recruits in the 2018 class. I know Dalton loves recruiting, and he loves when I bring that up. But
I leave it all to you.
You don't do recruiting at all?
He hates it. As a college football analyst, he hates recruiting.
It's hard enough now to do the portal with the guys in college. Now you send us back to high school. Max knows guys in the 8th grade right now.
I can give you a 2029 mock draft in like 30 minutes if you need one.
See, that's sicko of sickos.
That is sicko mode.
But they say the 1% of the 1%. That's the sicko of the sickos. That's truly right there. They could be able to do that.
Xavier Thomas, man, I'm happy for him, man. It's been a long road for Xavier Thomas in his career. I mean, he missed 5 games in 2020 due to COVID. He had strep throat. He lost a ton of weight that year as well. Great freshman year in 2018, but missed most of 2022 with a right foot injury as well. Finally, in his 6th year, finally looked like he was more like himself this past year. 43 pressures this past season. Really good athlete as well. Relentless motor, good hand usage. Got to improve his pad level. He's kind of below average in size and length. But this is one of those that you're really happy for him because it's been a long, long road for a guy that thought he was going to be a top 5 pick. Now he's finally in the NFL now after 6 years. I'm really happy for Xavier Thomas.
He is, man. That explosiveness popped when I was at the Shrine Bowl and I got to see him in person. I mean, it was you could tell he was different. Like all the other guys that were there, all due respect to them that were in that All-Star event, Xavier Thomas, number 3 overall recruit in the country for a reason. And it's because of that athleticism. So he's got a little bit shorter arms, a little bit shorter legs. Takes him a little bit longer to get to where he wants to go, but they're always moving. The motor is always running hot. He's always trying to disengage. He's always trying to get around the corner. I think he's a little bit stiffer, but you get to a point where he's just exploding off the line of scrimmage, and I like him the most in a pass rush specialist role. And you getting picked in the beginning of the 5th round, that's what you're going to be. And Jonathan Gannon had a pretty good pass rush specialist in Hassan Reddick when he was with the Philadelphia Eagles, and so he knows what that's all about, dialing these things up, allowing guys to be in really good positions to succeed. What do you think about Xavier
Thomas? I agree with you. You said the exact thing. My note for him was wide 9 DPR. I think right now he has the initial burst, the first step, and even like in the run game, I like him better in pursuit of like on the backside of plays or when he's the guy in conflict and read option stuff. I think when things go towards him, there's still a little bit of a struggle to keep his pad level down, like Max said. But wide 9 DPR right now, late downs, just gives you, if nothing else, and maybe that's his career, but if nothing else, gives you a rusher with plus burst that can get off the edge and just give Jonathan Gannon another option on the defensive line. They didn't get Dorless, but now we've got Xavier Thomas as a late down option. Maybe him and Robinson even rotate early down, late down, that sort of thing. So I think it's a good pick. Anything that makes this Cardinal defense better is a good pick.
Yeah.
Brandon Dorless, the Cardinals picked.
R.I.P., man.
The Cardinals picked.
Cardinals legend.
We have the Washington Commanders. Their pick is in right now. It is linebacker Jordan McGee from Temple. Really interesting background here from Jordan McGee, who I think is a good football player. Played quarterback and safety in high school. Also played basketball as well. Now, something to note, he's a 3-time starter for Temple, but he wore a single-digit number. At Temple, wearing a single-digit number isn't just, oh, you were a high-prize recruit or you're a really talented player, we'll give you a single-digit number. You have to earn it. Your teammates have to vote for you to be worthy of having a single-digit number. And that's, the qualities that you need are leadership, toughness, competitiveness, everything. And he had it for 2 years. So he's a 2-year captain, and he was a 2-year player who had that single-digit number. He had a quote, this is from Owls Daily. He said, honestly, don't really have a plan B. Plan A is football, football, football. I do not have a plan B. I've been playing football my whole life. That's all I ever wanted to do. I want to take care of my family. I want to retire my family. At the end of the day, football is what is going to do that. So he plays that similar style. Now, he's a smaller linebacker. There's a reason why he's getting picked in the 5th round. But again, the qualities of why he had a single-digit number at Temple, the toughness, the competitiveness. He'll play with his hair on fire. He'll give you everything he's got every single snap. That is a special teams ace. That is somebody that you want on your football team. That is a backbone of the depth of your roster. You see the PFF grades right there for him. You see the size on the left side. It's a little bit smaller, but you guys have Jordan McGee thoughts. You guys get to watch him before we got to today?
One thing you said, like the mentality is great. Usually those great mentality guys aren't the best athletes. He's a great athlete. He is 85th percentile or better in every single drill he did, besides the vertical, which was 72nd percentile, so still well above average. 7th best linebacker grade this past year, 87.2. Like you said, I think the energy, that's the first thing I saw when I was watching him. He plays with his hair on fire. I think you put it perfectly. Poor tackler and average strength, I think, right now, but ridiculous athleticism to bet on. And I really, really love his mentality and some super encouraging stuff out of the 2023 tape.
The aggression and the athleticism jump off when you watch him. And the more you watch him, the more you believe in him. Now, he needs a little bit of work with his eyes and kind of taking proper angles and things like that. But, we talk a lot about, like, dip and rip for edge rushers. Mm-hmm. He does that on the inside. Like, the way he sheds blocks downhill with guards coming at him with kind of that dip and rip, and he's really good at using his hands to get off run blocks. I think there's a lot more potential here with McGee than several of these other guys that we have ahead of him on the board, because you can tell the athleticism in coverage is at least possible, right? His aggression in there at linebacker is certainly there. And look, Temple's not an easy place to play. They don't succeed a lot. Their defense is on the field a lot, right? But he just was so clearly like just the captain, and he took such pride in that defense being the best it could be. And I think that, like you mentioned, kickoff, he's going to be spectacular. He gets off blocks in tight spaces. That new kickoff rule, again, he's going to be great. But I think this is a guy Dan Quinn really thinks he can develop into potentially a starting linebacker down the road. Say, I don't remember if Bobby Wagner's just on a 1-year contract, but if you told me McGee was starting 2, maybe even 3 years from now for the Commanders, I could see that, honestly.
Yeah. So I think it's worth having this conversation now. The Chargers are on the board, and we'll get to the Chargers pick whenever it's in. The McGee selection, and you brought up a really good point, it's sort of a specialized pick. And you look at linebackers who might be rated ahead of him. You know, we talked about how Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is still on the board. Tommy Eichenberg is still on the board. JT Bertrand from Notre Dame is still on the board. Steele Chambers from Ohio State. And yet you have a guy like McGee who goes over them. When you get to this point of the draft, the 5th and the 6th round specifically, a lot of that becomes those streamlined players. We want you to do one certain thing. We're bringing you on for this. It's either a pass rush specialist role, it's a special teams role. We want you to be a run stuffer. We want you to be a blocking tight end, like whatever it is. And that is going to hurt some of the players who are more all-around players who didn't get picked yet. Like I look at Johnny Wilson or Javon Solomon, again, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., Cedric Van Pran, like Christian Mahogany. These guys who are all still on the board where it's like, these are good football players, but they're not specialized football players. They don't have that one thing they do really well. And 5th and 6th round to me is you're going to see a lot of teams just focus on very similar stuff. So you go, what? Well, this other guy, he was so much better at everything else that you talk about with the position. Well, it doesn't matter if this team only wants you to do just this. This other player might have been a lot better at just that. So that's why, as we kind of go through round 5 and 6, just to let the chat know, and I know you guys are going to say a lot of things this player's got to go here. I can't believe this play. That's sometimes how teams approach the NFL draft when it comes to what they're doing on day 3. So we got 2 picks to talk about. The Chargers pick is in fact in. It's Cam Hart, the cornerback from Notre Dame. Big, tall, athletic player. And then for the Buffalo Bills, going back to beefing up that offensive line, they get Cedric Van Pran, the center from Georgia, the 3-year starter at center from Georgia. Again, very surprised. I had them as the 100th overall player. Very surprised that he lasts all the way to 141. Any takes on either Cam Hart or Cedric Van Pran from you guys?
I could go Van Pran with the Bills. They just need a center. He could honestly go from 5th round pick to starting to this year because they lost Mitch Morse. I think they currently have Connor McGovern. I forget which Connor McGovern because there's 2 of them. Right. But either way, they really don't have a starting caliber center on their team right now after losing Morse. It would not shock me. He's just he's a high floor guy, super high football IQ, right? Can probably play in any scheme at least adequate. There was a little bit to me of he's not flashy, he's not Jason Kelce, he's not Creed Humphrey, but I almost saw a little bit of Andre James, who developed himself into this past year. He was the 9th best center in football. I don't see any reason Van Pran can't become that, right? Again, you're going to get picks in every draft that aren't flashy, and coaches love him because they just know what they're doing. And he's another one. He's used to being a starter. Was he, I think, a 3-year starter, right, Max? The last 3 years?
Yeah. Starter.
He's another one. He's used to it. I think there is a significant chance that he could go from 5th rounder to day 1 center in Buffalo.
Yeah, I love that pick. I'll take the Cam Hart angle here. I mean, he is, like you said, he's just a man-heavy corner, huge corner. Well, 6'3", 202, 95th percentile arm length. Really good athlete as well at the size. He had 91st percentile vertical and broad. Obviously, the length to bother receivers in press coverage. 83rd percentile grade in single coverage this past year. I like him a lot in a man-heavy scheme. Now, it is interesting because Jesse Minter's Michigan defense was a lot of zone stuff that they ran last year. So I think it's a little bit of an interesting fit, but they have run man before with a guy like Will Johnson. We'll get into it in a little bit. And he's obviously not a very fast or agile player, but he's got obviously massive size, great length, and explosiveness. And I like what he could bring to a man-heavy defense, and we'll see if they use that in Los Angeles this year.
See, I think he's got some potential in zone as well. Just because he is bigger and has that size to him,
Yeah.
I do think that he could be pretty useful in a zone-heavy scheme. And I think the reason for that is because when I watch him, I feel like the anticipation still isn't quite there for him. There were times when I watched Cam Hart's tape. I remember the first 2 games that I watched of Hart, I came away thinking okay, he's big and he's tall, but he must not be as fast. Because guys kept getting behind him.
Yeah.
He kept creating that separation. I was like, okay, well, he must not be that agile or fast. And then I read that he's in Feldman's Freaks list for the explosiveness that he has. And then he tests well at the combine. And I'm like, okay, I don't really understand this. How am I watching that I feel like you're not a good athlete on tape, and then you're obviously a really good athlete in a lot of different areas when it comes to those athletic testing numbers? So I go back and I watch and I go, okay, he's just not he's not anticipating as much, and he's relying on that recovery speed to really help him out. I think that's why he's playing more of that off coverage. They're trying to let him get a little bit of cushion, so if he needs to turn and react, he's got a little bit more time to do it. So I do wonder if he can still play a little bit more of that off-zone coverage, but if he gets more confident, I do believe that he has the physical makeup to be a more man coverage defender. So we'll see where he's going to be played and how they're going to deploy him with the Los Angeles Chargers. I do like Van Pran as well. This is really going back to your point when they drafted Ray Davis. Like, I think that this could be a nice between the tackles kind of a power addition to them in the middle of their offensive line. He's just a really solid football player. Again,
it's hard to pick out flaws.
I don't know why he's going 141. Like, there are teams that would need power in the middle, especially at center, and I know you don't really draft center traditionally very high. I just think he's too good of a football player. He shouldn't have been going at this point. I think he should have been a late third, early fourth round pick. But hey, good for Buffalo, because I agree. I think they have an opportunity to draft a starter right away. Let's go back to the best available, because I think we're having a good conversation there. Are there those specialized players that you could see as we scroll a little bit further down the best available order that you could see being picked a little bit higher here, right? We see the big board draft order where I have them ranked just as overall players, but are there some specialized players? Like, I wonder about Aniyah Smith, right? Is Aniyah Smith going to come off the board next because of what he could do maybe from the kick return potential as a guy who's got really good vision?
We just got one right now.
Wow, this is
just got one
really
right
good
now.
transition here. Anthony Gould, the wide receiver from Oregon State, who brings ample special teams experience here. What do y'all think about Anthony Gould?
His speed explodes off the tape. I think he might be, just straight line, might be one of the 4 fastest receivers in this draft. I think his 40 time, he was somewhere easy in the 4.3s. His speed explodes on tape. He didn't get a lot of opportunities offensively because Oregon State was a run-heavy offense, and DJ Uiagalelei isn't the most precise passer in the world, if I'm putting it nicely, and he's a small target, so you can't have an erratic passer with him. It's interesting with Anthony Richardson because he's also a bit erratic with the accuracy, right? But Gould, if nothing else, gives you kick returner.
Yeah, I think that's why you're drafting him.
He was drafted at least a round earlier today because of that. His speed, his straight line speed absolutely explodes off the tape. He's another guy. He's, 5'8", 174 we have there. That's what he's going to be. Like, I think about the same things that, even offensively, that, say, a Xavier Gibson did last year for the Jets, and Gibson went undrafted. Now with the kickoff stuff, Anthony Gould goes in the 5th, and I think that's a big part of that is the product of kick returns are back, or at least we think they're back, right? And if that's the case, the Colts just got, his straight line speed, man, you can feel it when you watch him.
He's a day one starter as a returner for the Colts. I think absolutely as a punt returner and kick returner, I think, honestly. Obviously, very small player, 5'8", 180. Doesn't really add too much after the catch either, but 90th percentile.
I was shocked about that.
Yeah, you would think you had more.
So he's 170 on the big board for me simply because it's like, okay, if I want you to be a small speed guy, I kind of got to get the yak from you. Yeah. And when that just wasn't in his tape very much, I go, okay, well, now I kind of just think you're a special teams guy. And look, it's not too far. He's getting picked 142. I got him 170. But it's mainly just going to be that specialized return ability. So
I think that's why he's getting drafted right now. I think he's going to be their starting punt returner, starting kick returner. Again, he's not going to. I don't think he's going to add too much as a receiver, especially with Josh Downs in the slot as well. But as a backup to Josh Downs as a slot receiver, I think he could be a vertical threat. And Anthony Richardson's got one of the strongest arms in the league. Anthony Gould could potentially be a vertical threat for them.
And the Colts are a super heavy analytics team, and there's so many metrics now about the advantage that plus field position gives you, the difference between, say, the 25 and the 35-yard line. Returns, if they're going to be back in vogue with this new rule, there's numbers being crunched behind the scenes that, hey, if we get an 8 to 10-yard advantage consistently in field position, we're going to score more often. And the Colts are heavily involved in analytics. They may be the most analytical team in the league, honestly. These are the little marginal things that they look at that could entice them, to take him maybe a round earlier or 2 earlier than we thought Gould would go. It makes a lot of sense, at least in the return game, if we think of it like that. He could be a gadget weapon on offense, but they're definitely taking him primarily for the return game, punt, and kickoff.
So let's go back to that conversation then. I wanted you guys to click on the best available and see if there are some specialized players that we have the opportunity to highlight here. It was a good transition with Gould going off the board there. We got to continue that conversation, but we got the Falcons on the board right now. I think their pick is in, so we'll recap that once we get it. But I do want to talk about more of those specialized players. I'm trying to think if there's anybody that makes a ton. Like I look at Tyler Davis as I'm scrolling down here, right? Defensive tackle from Clemson, a little bit smaller guy, bowling ball build, fire hydrant build, whatever you want to call it. He's just a run stuffer, man.
Yeah.
He's a really good depth run stuffing player, and so I think that he is somebody who I think could be picked a little bit higher here. Miles Harden from South Dakota, just a pure nickel corner, I think, and I think that could be very valuable, and we could see him kind of come off the board over the next couple of picks here. But anybody who really stand out to you?
I think the entire group of edge rushers remaining. I think there's a boatload of DPR type of guys, right? Designated pass rusher. I look at Javon Solomon. I like Muhammad Kamara the best out of all of them, but I look at Gabriel Murphy. I look at even Grayson Murphy, Jalen Green, Solomon Byrd. There's like a ton of guys that the note I had for him was at least early DPR, designated pass rusher. And again, I like Kamara the best of them. I'm a little surprised Austin Booker is still on the board at all based on his frame and potential. He's got the best frame out of anybody left. But there's a ton of guys here who I look at as late round pass rush flyers who maybe you develop the other stuff later or maybe you don't. But I think there's like at least a half dozen guys here left in the edge group who you're going to see fly off the board. There's going to be a run of them at some point here when every team goes, well, you need like that complementary pass rusher. There's at least 6 or 7 names here they're going to go at some point, and there's just going to be a pass rush run, and it's going to be like, okay, now we're talking about all the defensive ends or outside linebackers we thought we were going to talk about.
Another, stick on the slot receiver train. I love Taj Washington, man, the USC receiver. Now he's small, obviously, but USC had a loaded receiving core this year, and Caleb Williams' number one weapon was Taj Washington. That was the guy he relied on the most. So obviously, as an NFL receiver, it's going to be a little bit harder just because of how small he is. But I mean, even with guys like Jordan Addison there, you consistently saw when Caleb Williams all the time would break the pocket, try to find someone downfield. Jordan Addison was on the field, he would consistently look Taj Washington's way. So I think maybe Chicago, maybe Caleb goes, hey, get me that guy, get me my guy back here. Maybe we have to trade back in because they have no more picks left. But I can see Taj Washington be a player that a slot needing team could be like, listen, that could be a guy that we really want to rely on. So we're going to get the Falcons pick in a second. You mentioned Mo Kamara. I think that this answers the question here for you, but let's go. I want to go a little bit deeper here. Go to the best available. Oh, God.
Go to the 150. Give me my guy that's a little bit deeper here, right? Like, give me somebody who, because, like, I'll tell you, this is a player who I think is one of my guys. Christian Jones, the offensive tackle from Texas.
Yep.
Over, like, 60 starts in his career. Just extremely experienced in everything that he is doing. And you can see that. And I think we saw it at the Senior Bowl. We did not lean heavily enough on how much football this guy has played, and it really showed up when he was in Mobile against some really, really good players. So Christian Jones, to me, is kind of like the way that you talked about Javon Foster, right? Where it's just like, man, he is a rock-solid football player. He'd be a really good depth guy. I kind of think the same thing with KT Leviston from Kansas State as well. Both of those guys, I think, are very similar. I think they could really pop in if you need him to give you a series or two, a game or two. Really not let you be hung out to dry if you have an injury to one of your offensive line spots. So is there a my guy that you guys have outside of the top 50 here?
I know yours, dude. Yeah, I mean, why are you even looking? It's Frank Gore Jr.
I was trying to find I was trying to find, like, is there any other one that I could, like, wait on? Yeah, it's Frank Gore Jr.
All right.
Remember how I talked about, like, best at playing the position? Blake Corum, Ray Davis? I think Frank Gore Jr. is third on that list.
Wow.
You can tell the pedigree. You can tell just his vision is off the charts. Like, it's just he's not as thick as Frank Gore Sr., but his feet are better laterally. He's got legitimate shake in the hole. Like, he's shaking dudes out of their shoes. And Southern Miss was not a good football team to the point, you want me to get to my favorite stat now? Is this what we're doing?
Good. Please,
to the point where, especially in 2022, Frank Gore was a quarterback in high school. Southern Miss used him at quarterback a good amount, whether it be a wildcat thing, but they would let him throw it. Frank Gore Jr. has 8 big-time throws in his career too. Just for the fun fact, 2022 their offense was literally Frank Gore Jr. either wildcat.
That's actually pretty awesome. That's actually a pretty awesome
He's
stat.
at 8.
That stat.
If you bring the threshold low enough, then what is it? Frank Gore Jr. I think it's like if you drop it all the way down to like 30 dropbacks, he has the best big-time throw rate in PFF history. It's like, dude, I'm serious.
Give me one. Dude,
give me one.
Yeah, because how many attempts do you have? Like 12?
Like
40.
No, it was like 35 or 40.
Yeah.
He had 8 big time throws
he
on
could
like
sling it.
Somewhere around 40 drop. But in all seriousness, like any time that Southern Miss sort of blocked for him, he teed off. He made one bowl game in his career because they were just that much of a mess. That year with Jason Brownlee too. He ran for 324 yards against Rice in that game. And I know it's against Rice, but like he was just the singular force on Southern Miss's offense for 4 years. I'm not betting against Frank Gore Jr. He's just, I know you're going to tell me something about 9th percentile.
No. You know who's taking him, right?
It's Harbaugh.
It's Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh is going to take Frank Gore Jr.
Oh, good bet.
He hasn't taken a running back yet.
He also
Corum's off the board.
He could be.
Sadly.
He might be QB2 on that team too. You never know.
Yeah,
But
it could be.
I would. You want my wild
Max Duggan.
You want my wild 1,000 to 1 long shot bet right now? Sometime in his NFL career, because I think he should make it, he will throw a touchdown pass.
Frank Gore Jr.
Frank Gore Jr. will throw a touchdown
I can't wait for him
pass.
to get drafted now so we know exactly
The
where he's going to
day
be so we can map out exactly what the play is and the player and when it's going to
Yeah.
happen. We're absolutely going to do that.
I almost want to just draw it up after the show right now.
We've got 2 picks score in here that we get to discuss. Falcons taking linebacker JT Bertrand from Notre Dame. And then the Chicago Bears.
Love that.
Traded back up to get here, right? They had a trade to get here.
Yeah, that's Brad's guy too. So
It is Brad's guy going to the Chicago Bears. It is Austin Booker, who I thought could have been a target for the Chicago Bears in the 3rd round, right, where they picked Kieran Amagaji at 75 overall. I thought that could have been a target there for them, and instead they get him all the way at 144.
Yeah, that's a steal.
I do think it's a steal at this point. I've got my concerns with Austin Booker just because of the weight. You know, like I was told he was a lot lighter when he played on the field. He just doesn't have a lot of playing experience in general. But, man, the flashes were great for him this past year. Just a redshirt sophomore. Goes to the combine. He's a little bit higher of a weight than we thought, but he doesn't test very well athletically. You see the highlights at the Senior Bowl, though. He's got some of the best reps of any of the pass rushers we saw there. So, like you mentioned, Dalton, designated pass rusher. This feels like that's what they're dialing up here.
For now, though, because if you do put weight on him, his footwork, I think, is terrific. I think, one, he's a master of the inside move. So he'll take some chances and try to get to the inside gap and make some huge plays. Sometimes he loses contain because of it. But as a former basketball player, his footwork is like in secondary kind of run shedding. Like he's not strong enough right now, say like Darius Robinson, to just like bench and rip away and club and do all that stuff. He actually makes adjustments off the edge with his footwork. I'm so impressed with his ability to change direction in one step, because I think that's an underrated thing when you're engaged. Like you see when he goes to adjust and shed blocks, his feet adjust, his shoulders adjust, even though he's more of like, he almost dances instead of like benching and ripping and throwing guys to the side, right? It's like a Euro step. It's the basketball footwork that just works for his change of direction when he does need to get into a gap. There are flashes of everything in his tape. It's inconsistent, and he is light, and there's times where he goes for the big play, but it's A+ effort. I think it's A, athleticism. He's clearly the best edge player left on the board. Just based on the ceiling alone, if the Bears were taking a swing here, this is the one to take. We thought they would take it instead of punter 1, but they got him now. I'd be curious to see what they gave up. This is a great pick for the Bears.
Yeah. Any thoughts on JT Bertrand? I don't want to get too far away from him. I think he's a really solid player, but I always felt like he was more of a depth linebacker, a day 3 guy as well. Not the quickest, not the biggest, doesn't have great arm length, and that can sometimes force some missed tackles. But he is a really good communicator. We saw that at the Senior Bowl. I think that he's really smart on the interior. He's just a backup off-ball linebacker to me.
Yeah, and Dane Brugler had a great note in his draft guide saying he's a multiple-time captain, and at Notre Dame, that is rare. 27th time ever there's a multiple-time captain. So wow. JD Bertrand is a really good leader, and you mentioned, I think you put it really well, he's a very smart player. Also was a finalist for the Campbell Award, which is the academic Heisman, so smart on and off the field. JD Bertrand, I think that's really what his game is, just being smarter than everyone else on the field. Really good run defender, but he's a below-average athlete with poor length. He's a smart enough player to stick around in the league. I think he could be a really good special teamer. But as a lack of athleticism, lack of length, will probably limit him to being like a depth piece in a linebacking core.
Probably. No, I that's exactly kind of how I see him as well. Broncos on the clock at 1:45. They took Missouri cornerback Chris Abrams-Drain, who had one heck of a year this past year with a lot of forced incompletions, a lot of interceptions as well. Chris Abrams, I can't remember. Was he any of you guys' like pound the table for kind of player?
He's up there. I'll be honest, he's up there. We loved him at Missouri, watching all season that turnaround, and right after the season ended, Rakestraw became the trendy guy because he's just got a bigger frame to him. But Abrams-Drain has a lot of the same skills. You talk about just a really solid, smart zone corner that's in the right position a lot. You don't see him as the corner that like you feel his presence and he takes over games and all that. But like you talk about a guy who's just going to do his job every single snap and do it right, especially in off coverage. Like these two guys, Abrams-Drain and Rakestraw, both excelling in off coverage, cover 3, cover 4. The two of them, you could argue, honestly, maybe other than the two Bama corners, this was the next best pair of corners in the SEC this year. Yeah. And I think Abrams-Drain is criminally underrated because all of a sudden we got to the end of the year and Rakestraw became the hot name, the frame, the bigger hitter. But I see nothing wrong with Chris Abrams-Drain, man, really. It's just, he's just not going to overwhelm you with talent. He's not going to be like first, second team All-Pro or anything like that. But I think the Broncos, if they're taking flyers at corner, I think this is the right one.
Yeah, especially in the 5th round here. This is a really good football player.
Yeah.
You know?
That's all you're trying to get, right? I mean,
I could argue him into a 3rd round conversation, honestly.
For production, right? Yeah. I think he had the 4 interceptions. He had double-digit passes defended, forcing completions. So I mean, he was fantastic.
The reason why he's here is because he's a below-average athlete, and I think that's
and
why
he's smaller,
he's
right?
Smaller,
if you need a great athlete, you need somebody who's.
But to your point, though, he's just a damn good football player. And on day 3 now, yes, we're trying to get right now. Like day 2 and day 1, obviously you're chasing upside. This is where you're trying to get a good football player to round out your team, and I think Chris Abrams-Drain is absolutely that.
We now have the chat turning on us, saying that are we going to be responsible if Audric Estime goes undrafted? You know, first we were, the champions of Audric Estime trying to get him drafted. We were hammering Estime chants in the chat last night. Now we're getting blamed. I guess me personally, they're like, okay, are you to blame?
This is your fault. Yeah.
This isn't my fault. I've been trying to cape for this guy. We've been trying to get him drafted for the last 24 hours. We'll see. Look, Tennessee Titans are on the clock. They got rid of Derrick Henry. Maybe Audric Estime could be the next guy. We'll see if it's going to be that or what the pick is going to be. We'll see on the other side of the break, guys. Welcome back to the PFF NFL Draft Show, covering day 3 of the 2024 NFL Draft. Tennessee Titans are on the board. We wondered if it was going to be the People's Champ Audric Estime. It is not. But it's cornerback Jarvis Brownlee Jr., who I think is also a fantastic pick.
If I was making an all just like dog team, Jarvis Brownlee would be on.
He certainly showed that in Mobile. So that means you like him a lot.
Yeah, he's an A+ competitor who just never stops fighting. Like he's a real problem for offenses in run defense. I believe since 2020, he is the highest run defense grade of any corner in the FBS. Like he's just an absolute dog. Like he's a corner that plays like a linebacker. His coverage can be at times inconsistent because he's kind of a mediocre athlete and he just has such an aggressive nature about him he's a guy that somebody was going to love him. Some head coach was just going to love him because of his aggression, his competitiveness. I would like him better. We didn't see him play in the slot a whole lot, especially at Louisville. I would like him better if he could play in the slot. Like the conversation that we had about Nehemiah Pritchett, I think Jarvis Brownlee is the opposite. We're like, we know this dude can tackle. If he can cover NFL slot receivers, I'm in on him as a starting slot all day. Like I think about the guys who do that, like a Michael Carter for the Jets, or even Mike Sainristil still. Like part of the reason people love Sainristil still is he's coming to hit you, man. He's a football player. Jarvis Brownlee might be a better just football player than pure cornerback. He'll never be the best pure cover corner in the league, But that style of player is a guy coaches absolutely love. The run D, the support. If he can play in the slot, I think he could be in the league for a long time.
Not only is he physical in run D, he is also extremely physical at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Dude. He loves to play press coverage. He actually, it's funny enough, he's not that big. He's 5'11", 194, but he has 85th percentile arm length. So he's got really, really long arms as well. Great ball production. The aggressiveness as a run defender and in press coverage is great, but in single coverage, get a little over-aggressive at times. I think that's where you see the mistakes pop up with him. Also below average athlete, which is I think why he fell a little bit, but I love him in press coverage. He's a very aggressive player. I just think his measurables might have scared off some teams, as to why he's a 5th-round pick right now.
Do we have an ideal landing spot for Spencer Rattler? I see it on the screen.
Let's
I
go.
see it. I see
Come
it.
on.
I see it. Hold on. I'm gonna. We gotta triple confirm this. We gotta triple confirm this because the chat's gonna go crazy.
Come on.
When we say it. So I'm trying to wait to triple confirm it.
I mean, yeah, there it is. Yep.
It's confirmed.
All right, it's confirmed. It's confirmed. Audric Estime is off the
go.
board, baby.
That's
Denver
huge.
Broncos.
That is huge.
I can literally hear the production crew behind the glass screaming, "Let's go!" for Audric Estime. Finally off the board here at 147. I mean, look, in reality, he's 123 on the big board, so this isn't really that big of a reach.
He's
But
23 on the
we've
big
been
board.
talking about him for 24 hours. The wait is over. HD said on last night's chat when he was in the chat for last night's show, I should say, I'm not eating. I'm fasting until Audric Estime is
He was
drafted.
in the chat too, wasn't he? Audric Estime?
I mean, yeah. Let Grandma out of the cage. Audric Estime has been drafted. He goes to the to the Denver Broncos. People are just absolutely freaking out here. HD said, "Finally, I can eat." Oh man, this is too good.
Fun fact: one of my best friends from college grew up with Audric Estime. And he actually showed me his recruiting stuff. Like, he showed me his high school tape. He was like, "What do you think of this guy?" And I had to look him up. He's like, "Oh, he's a 4-star." I was like, "Oh, he could be pretty good. Maybe we'll see."
Right back to the stars.
And
You
now-
see that?
now
he
here
just
he
goes
is.
right.
Now here he is. He's
How
an
many
NFL
stars
player.
does he have? He just
He
basically
was a 4-star.
everything on stars.
Michigan
It's all
State
based
commit
on-
for a little bit, then flipped to Notre Dame. Now he's here. Now he's an NFL player.
Steal of the draft. Sean Payton cooked. Just the name Estime over and over and over and over and over again in the chat. Oh man, this has made the last 24 hours of this draft show.
I
So much
unironically like
fun.
him though.
ST. Okay, all right.
I like him.
Actually, talk to us about Audric Estime.
He's a tank, dude. 5'11", 221, bounces off defenders. He had 4.3 yards after contact per attempt, which was 4th among Power 5 running backs. 97th percentile grade in on zone runs. Even though I think he works better in a gap scheme. Obviously, he's a slower player, ran a 4.61, but he's a powerful, powerful running back. I think he can be more than a short yardage specialist. I know that's kind of what everyone's kind of projecting him to be right now. I think he'd be a little bit more than that. So I'm a big fan of Audric Estime.
Future NFL rushing leader, Audric Estime. DJ said next to Estime is the next Aikman to Emmitt Smith.
Wow.
Oh, man. This is too good.
I love it.
This is too good.
You like Estime, right?
I like him. I think the lack of long speed, I should say, like it does cap the ceiling. Like
Yeah.
there are times.
Okay, how dare you?
There are times.
Cut this guy's mic.
Captain be what? I
Cut
mean,
his mic. Cut his mic.
I'll just be the bad guy.
He's reading off my draft guide, but just cut the mic.
I'm used
should have
to.
ended the draft
I'm used to
guide.
being the bad guy
Weakness
on our
is
show.
nuts.
So it doesn't make any difference. But no, I mean it's hard to ignore 94 rushing grade, second best in the Power 5 last year. He's a yards after contact monster. It's hard for a DB to tackle him one-on-one. When he gets ahead of steam, he's dangerous in that 10 to 20 yard range because he's just going to run you over, right? But
Yeah.
it's the only thing. It's just the long speed. He's not going to pop off like 50, 60, 70 yard runs like that. I know he hit a couple of them, but
He has some cuts I really like too. Like he's
Yeah.
got some agility there.
like it's
I think he's got a little bit more wiggle than most backs who are of his size.
Yeah.
there's more wiggle than say A.J. Dillon, something like that.
Somebody said cancel that guy.
I've been trying for a year.
It's not the last time I'll hear. I'm the bad guy on our show all the
Are
time.
you?
Yeah.
Are
Oh,
you?
Yeah, I spent the last.
That sounds about right.
I spent the last 4 months saying Jaden was QB1. So we've argued about that
indeed.
since January.
Wait, you think he's better than Caleb? You take him over Caleb?
I would have if I was the Bears. I would have.
How are we 2.5 hours into the show?
because I want
We're
pe- 'cause I
trying
want-
to
because I
talk
want-
about
he-
stuff.
he-
and
I
you got
want
that
pe- I want
absolutely
people-
we can't
nuclear
paint me.
take.
We
I
can't
want
paint me
people
as
to
the
watch
bad
our
guy
show
from the
when
very
they hear
beginning.
that. They're like, "Well, I'm not going to watch that show." Like they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Well, Adam Gates from the San Francisco 49ers said, no, not the San Francisco, it was with the 49ers. Now he's with the, I'm messing up the names. I'm getting all confused. Adam Peters, who was with the 49ers, now he's the general manager of the Washington Commanders. He said that Jaden Daniels was number 1 on your board. So
They drafted him, though. You said it
you
for
an
everyone.
NFL I know he's lying. I know he's lying, Max.
I've been mad at him.
trying to defend. I'm trying to defend Dalton over here.
You can't defend this take. You can't defend
He's got
this.
the best turnover-worthy play rate.
I mean, it's drowning. I'm trying to throw him.
He's got the best turnover-worthy play rate of any Power 5 quarterback in the 10 years that we've had PFF college, right? He has the highest rushing grade of any quarterback, better than Lamar Jackson, that we've had in the history of PFF college. Look, I get it. He doesn't throw over the middle a ton, and Neighbors and Thomas and all this, but he has one normal offseason in his entire college career, and he comes out the second year at LSU, and he's the best player in college football. Sometimes it's honestly that simple to me. He was clearly the best player. The only one with an argument is Latu. And I know there's a lot of non-PFF people that don't believe, that Latu's like the best defensive player in the country. Clearly was. But Jaden Daniels took over college football. I mean, the chat can say whatever they want. Honestly,
No, the chat's not saying anything. I just saw that our poll was grade the estimate pick. A+, A++, A++++, or A+++++. And it's a runaway that A+++++ is the chat's grade here for the Audric estimate pick. Jariq also said people are saying that Knicks was a reach at 12, but if you just pretend that Denver drafted Knicks in the 5th and Estime in the 1st, their draft looks a lot better.
Now they're on to
It's like
something.
the Lions draft last year, where it was like, the players they got were great. It's just the order of it was a little funky.
Oh, see that? Can you imagine instead of Chat GPT, it's Chat GM, and they just do the whole? We just have like an AI chat, or not even AI chat. Just these people do the entire draft.
Pretty sure they will rename Rookie of the Year trophy just the Estime.
The Estimate. That's an awesome
true.
name, dude.
EOY, Estime of the Year.
It's just Audric every year.
We've had 2 picks since we've absolutely been rambling about nonsense. The Raiders took Tommy Eichenberg, which I actually really like because that gives them a type of linebacker that's actually a between the tackles traditional Mike linebacker that can actually fit the run for you and come downhill and be a little bit more reliable than I think just some of the athletes that they've accumulated in that room at that position over the years. Not that that's bad, they're just kind of balancing it out a little bit over here. Cincinnati Bengals took Josh Newton, the cornerback out of TCU, who I had in my top 5 going into the year. I like Josh Newton a lot, but man, he could not recover from getting torched by Travis Hunter. And then the pick that is most recent here, pick 150 in the draft, Spencer Rattler off the board to the New Orleans Saints. I love it.
I love it.
I love the spot.
Yeah,
5-star Dalton.
Because he doesn't. There's honestly, barring 5 is no. He's not your last 5-star guy. We still have one more.
We got one more. Is it only one more?
I think we might have more than one more.
Is it more than that?
Trotter was too.
Wait, what about the guy who played at Michigan and then he played at Charlotte?
Yeah, yes.
He's a former 5-star,
Yes.
right? I cannot
He was
remember
a
how to
former
pronounce
top.
his name.
Yabi. It wasn't Noma, but he changed it. I gotta find it. But yeah,
Anyways.
he's another 5-star. Rattler was though. I mean, look, Rattler. I mean, projected number 1 overall pick in 2022, entering the year, and then Caleb Williams happens.
Look, it was first reported that the Saints were trying to trade up for Michael Penix Jr., and then it came out that no, they were not. So I wonder. I do kind of wonder because the original tweet on draft night was that the New Orleans Saints, the Las Vegas Raiders, the Seattle Seahawks were also trying to trade up to go get Michael Penix Jr. And this was kind of after the pick was made, and so they were sort of defending it. I wonder if that was a little bit of a Daniel Jones situation, right? Where Daniel Jones goes 6 and Gettleman's like, well, if we didn't take him at 6, I mean, there's no chance we would have had him at 18. We know that for a fact. I wonder if somebody's playing a little bit of damage control with the what the people thought of the Michael Penix Jr. pick and maybe leaked out that other teams were interested when they actually weren't. But Spencer Rattler to the New Orleans Saints. You're seeing some of the highlights there from Spencer Rattler at the Senior Bowl. I think that this guy has matured a ton in his game over the last couple of years. We talked about how he still got that arm talent. He played well. He improved his pocket presence despite being pressured on almost 40% of his dropbacks this year behind one of the worst offensive lines in the country in South Carolina. What do you think about Spencer Rattler, the version that he was coming into college football, what he is now, what the Saints are getting with him?
You put it perfectly. The number one thing that comes to mind with him is maturity. I mean, even going back to his high school days, he was on Netflix's QB1 series, and the main takeaway from that was, wow, this guy is cocky. And he goes to Oklahoma, kind of plays that way a little bit, a lot of out-of-structure stuff. He was great one year, and then obviously got benched for Caleb Williams after that. Goes to South Carolina. I watched the interview you did with him. I believe at the Super Bowl, right? You interviewed him? Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he was awesome in that. And
he was.
All I've heard
really
from
cool.
South Carolina teammates and all I've heard from South Carolina coaches is like, no, this guy's a fantastic leader of a locker room now. So he has obviously matured big time over the course of his college career. And yeah, obviously he's got a lot of arm talent. There's a reason why he was the #1 quarterback coming out of high school. Really good arm talent, solid fundamentals. I think his pocket presence is pretty good, even though South Carolina's O-line could not block at all.
Yep.
He still did a really good job with that. But obviously upside to potentially start in some games, but he's got a ways to go, I think, and still in decision-making and timing for him to get there. But I like the upside with Spencer Rattler, especially in the 5th round. I think it's a steal.
I think those 3 teams you mentioned going up for him, right? It was the Giants, Saints, and Seahawks, right? And
It was the Saints, Seahawks, and Raiders.
Oh, the Raiders.
Yeah.
Okay. All of those make sense because you're talking about teams that really don't want it. If everything goes according to plan, they don't want to start Rattler this year. Really, and I don't think you want to start him this year. I think Derek Carr's got at least 1, if not 2 more years guaranteed on his current contract. Spencer Rattler's game has matured for sure. The pocket presence is better. He's willing to stand in and make throws instead of improvise and be the gunslinger that he was the 3 years before that. There was a lot of turnover-worthy play in 2021 and 2022, right? The problem for me is the turnover-worthy stuff went away, but the high-end stuff also went away. Now, that was not a good football team. That was basically Rattler and Leggett trying to just carry their offense this year. It was rough. But the game matured. He beat himself a lot less this year. It's a good spot for him because we know for a fact for the next 2 years, unless there's injuries or what have you, he's not starting.
Yeah.
And he shouldn't. I just don't think he's a day. I think this tells us, like where he went at 150 just now, just tells us that the scouts and everybody in the NFL thinks the gap is that wide from the top 6 to number 7. I think for the Saints, it's a good value pick. It's good to have something behind Carr. Carr was not like having a clean bill of health last year. He got hit a lot behind their pass protection. So if he does have to step in short notice, he probably can do it. I would prefer him to sit a year or 2 before he has really any shot of being a long-term starter.
Who, Rattler?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Colts just picked Jalen Carlisle, the safety from Missouri, is off the board. But if you guys have Jalen Carlisle thoughts, please feel free to fire him off. But I think that Rattler situation is perfect. I really do. I mean, you draft Jake Haener last year as well, and I like Haener as backup. But ideally, I don't think that Haener is going to be somebody who's ever going to start for the Saints long term. I think that Spencer Rattler absolutely could. So I think that at this point in the draft, I am 77th overall. I think that he has starter potential.
Yeah.
Rattler was the one guy in this class who I don't really sign off on drafting a quarterback in like the 2nd and 3rd, even like sometimes 4th rounds. Like, it's kind of pointless to me. I know that you're just trying to take as many throws as you can at a position that everything can make all the difference in the world. But in reality, if you are going to be a difference-making quarterback, you're going to get picked in round 1.
Yeah.
Just the gems that you get later in the draft, it's just very few and far between. So I understand the dart throw theory with quarterbacks. I just don't often love it. A lot of times I'm trying to fill out different starting positions, guys who I know are really going to contribute to the team. Rattler was the one quarterback this year who I draft him on day 2.
Yeah.
I'd take a chance. I'd take a chance on him because I think he does have starter potential to him. But
He does. I mean, dude, like, again, we were talking about him as the #1 overall pick entering the year, and then obviously Caleb Williams happened, and Caleb Williams ended up being the #1 overall pick. But, yeah, I think there's something there with Spencer Rattler still, and I just think South Carolina was not a great situation either. So I think there's still even more to be unlocked with Spencer Rattler, and he showed it at Oklahoma in that 1 year. I'm excited to see how he develops even further in his NFL career.
Yep, I like it. So let's take a look at the best available. Now we've got a couple of those best available guys off the board. Johnny Wilson, top guy on my board.
These first 2 guys, man.
And then your boy Malik.
I don't understand it at all. I really don't.
Is it just because the wide receiver room is so deep?
I think it's because he's 5'8".
Well, Johnny Wilson's not 5'8".
No,
sure.
notably not
Johnny
5'8".
Wilson.
Yeah.
It might be. You have to be somewhere between 5'8" and 6'8", apparently, to go earlier in the draft. So, no, I mean,
You must be this tall or this short.
Yeah, it's the roller coaster thing, right? You get those. Maybe they have something. They have something at the combine. You must be between this, and they have the green zone like they have with a Ferris wheel or a roller coaster or something. Is that where we're at here?
Yes. Yes.
No, I mean that's what it feels like. But these 2 guys are way too talented. Way too talented to be dropping this far. There's no way. I mean, Malik was 2nd in the nation in receiving grade this year, and he breaks tackles like crazy. And he's honestly a better route runner than Malachi Corley, with probably equal, maybe even better forcing missed tackle ability. Like, it's crazy. And Johnny Wilson, I would just think somebody would take him with the frame. Like you said, when I went back and watched the second,
he should not be here.
When I went back and watched the second time, you're right. His movement skills are better than you think they should be.
Yep.
And honestly, I was wicked impressed with his ability to catch the low ball, to like drop down and catch balls like at knee and thigh level. I was like, he can really just go down and catch them. He drops the easy ones for some reason, but he makes a lot of difficult catches, high and low. I don't know why these top two guys, and Jeremiah Trotter for that matter, are still on the board at all.
We got a wide receiver off the board here for the Philadelphia Eagles. It's Ainias Smith, the wide receiver from Texas A&M. I had him 119th overall on the big board, so getting him at 152, I think that's really nice. A really just good overall athlete. And again, I think the reason why he drops a little bit is because maybe he doesn't have that standout trait, but like we talked about with some of these other special teams players, I do think that he gives you good special teams ability. Former running back, slot receiver as well. He's just got really good vision, can understand how to run behind blocking concepts. I think he could be a really good punt returner for this team. The Eagles also drafted Will Shipley, right? So I think that they're just trying to get these guys that, all right, we don't really know what the kickoff is going to be. Let's get a couple of these players who we think could be good at this new kickoff rule. And, in the meantime, they're good backup rotational players at their position
This
as well.
is E.J. Snyder's guy, isn't he?
EJ does love Ainias Smith.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Brett said that he was going to be pissed at him if he took Ainias Smith at the back end of the first round when we were doing our collab mock draft with him. He didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't. But I think EJ believes that Ainias Smith should have gone a lot earlier than this.
I feel like we've been talking about Ainias Smith for the NFL draft for like years now. It's been a
Couple.
few years.
The injury in 22 hurt a lot. And he didn't, there was like probably a quarter step off of where he was before that injury this year. Maybe if he's fully recovered, we're talking about something. And he still had either 1 or 2 punt return touchdowns this year. There was one against Arkansas where he just took off on him. But the punt return thing, absolutely. The kick return thing, absolutely. The Eagles need a third option. They need a third receiver. And whether it was an outside guy to get Devontae in the slot full time, or just a slot guy to me, they needed one more receiver. They need either a slot guy or somebody who will move Smith into the slot. And if Ainias is that guy, fantastic. Like he's shown at least consistent ability at A&M, right? Return ability is the floor.
Yeah.
I think you could argue this is a more offensive-leaning pick than an Anthony Gold. Personally, I like Malik Washington better than Smith.
Of course, yeah.
But I get the idea here with the Eagles. If you're talking special teams and potential down-the-road slot starter, which they desperately, desperately need, it's a solid fit.
I think he's got strong hands. 3% drop rate since 2022. Really good agility. Great after the catch, obviously, as a punt returner and former running back as well. Got to get more polish as a route runner, and he's obviously a smaller player. But I agree with you. He could be down the line as starting slot receiver in the NFL.
We got 24 picks left here in the 5th round. Just to give you guys a heads up, something to look forward to that we're really looking forward to is when we get to the 6th round, we're going to still be covering the draft. We'll be referencing the picks that were made. But when the 6th round comes around, we're going to turn the page a little bit, and we're going to look towards the 2025 NFL draft. That's a big reason why we have these guys on the desk here, because they are the college football savants, the experts. They know a lot of these guys that are kind of coming down the pipe, who's going to be next. So we are going to walk through the top 50 of PFF's 2025 initial big board, which is going to be live for you guys to use in the mock draft simulator right when this draft is done. So we'll give you a little bit of a preview with it here on this show. These guys will tell you a little bit about what those players are about, how good they are, where they could fit, and then we'll also throw it into mock draft format. So we'll do our own little way too early 2025 mock draft here on the show. But like I said, we'll still be recapping all the picks. We'll let you guys know as these picks happen, but that's something that we'll kind of have on the in-between as well.
We had a top 300, and Trevor's like, you guys got to stop.
You had a top 300, but it was just like guys who were eligible.
Guys who have names.
Like we could have a top 3,000.
Nolan and I could have pulled an all-nighter last night and ranked all.
I made a top 300 just for Conference USA.
Trevor's like, you guys need to stop. You guys are disgusting.
Do we even for me? Which is saying a lot. What's the big board that will go up on the site? Is it 125?
125, I believe we have.
So
you can do like 3 rounds.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's not just a first round mock that you guys get. And obviously, if you have a subscription over at PFF.com, you could do up to 4 rounds if we end up having enough players for 4 rounds in there. By the way, if you don't have a subscription to PFF, you can use the promo code 30 MDS, get yourself 30% off even this weekend. So hopefully we'll have enough players on the big board where you can do as many rounds as you want for those 2025 guys. And if you're a big college football fan, you could finally take those college football names that you've been talking about, that you've been watching, put them in the NFL draft and picture them in the NFL.
My favorite thing last year was, because I put together the board last year, because obviously you don't have the time to watch the guys ahead of the next year's class. So I put together the board last year, and then you did your summer scouting, and I would just see what guys I love that Trevor's like, no, man, like this guy's going way lower. So there's a few guys I was like, oh man, maybe I just don't. I don't see the same way as Trevor, but I'm excited to see what guys this year you're like, no, he's not this high on the board.
See, yeah, and that's the thing is we went over this a little bit yesterday, but not a ton. I really don't know a lot of the players who you guys are going to have on the board there.
Like you were right, because he's still available right now. But Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is one of those guys. I was like, this guy's awesome. And then you're like, no, he's going to be a little bit lower.
Well, I just wondered just because of the measurables.
No, and you're right. He's still available
like
right now. So yeah, I was dead wrong about that. I still love him, but
DeAndre Prince, the corner from Ole Miss, is off the board here to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So we've had a couple of secondary guys go off the board here. They've definitely needed cornerback depth, so I can understand them hitting corner here on day 3, the Jags. Although this isn't an LSU player, so
true. SEC though.
SEC though, we do still get SEC, so that does make sense.
Whoever's got the
SEC West,
whoever their Southeast Regional scout is killing it.
Yeah,
killing it for Jacksonville.
Just overworked. Needs a raise.
Prince, no, I mean he's got good speed. I like him better in press than off. I think like when you get him in press man one-on-one situations where he doesn't have to think too much, I think he's a little bit better. It's just there's sometimes the fundamentals, especially in zone, I don't love. Yeah. But if they're looking to deploy maybe a little more in their dime packages like press coverage, maybe some cover one and blitz looks and things like that, defender. For sure. He's kind of a more in-your-face corner. It's just I think there's a long way to go with his technique in off and in zone coverage for me.
And he's got to get bigger. He's 184 pounds right now, and if you want to be a press corner, you got to be bigger than that. Yeah. So I love his physicality. I really do. He's a great run defender as well. Despite being late, 81.7 run defense grade in 2022, 73.9 this past season, but he's got to get bigger to be that press corner in the NFL.
Oh, man, I like this pick a lot. Man, the Rams are just drafting a lot of my favorites on their defensive line. Brennan Jackson, the edge rusher from Washington State. They've already drafted Jared Verse. They already drafted Braden Fisk as well. I feel like there was another defensive lineman who was in there from their draft. Braden Fisk. Oh, they drafted Cam Kinchins. No, and then Brennan Jackson, who, man, I really like the youth movement here that they're putting on that Rams defensive line. Obviously, this was a heavy emphasis in what they were going to do because 3 of their 5 selections are on the defensive line. They also brought in Blake Corum, and then I mentioned Cam Kinchins too. But do you guys have any thoughts on Brennan Jackson? I could break his tape down a little bit, but would love to hear from you guys.
No, I want to hear from you. I mean, if you love him, I liked him, but I mean,
so Brennan Jackson is just like he's a really strong football player. Yep. So 6'4", you guys see it on the screen right there. 6'4", 265 pounds. He is more of that 5 technique, heavy-handed defensive end type of a player, which is going to be interesting because Verse was also that. Like Verse is also more of a true defensive end, and Fisk is also more of a traditional just like 3 technique. All 3 of these players are even front players, and that's under Raheem Morris not what the Rams have really done. Yeah. So they said that they're going to stay versatile. They're going to put him in traditional hand-in-the-dirt format when they were talking about Jared Verse, that is. So I got to have faith that they have a plan here, and maybe they're adjusting to playing a little bit more even front stuff than odd front stuff now that Raheem Morris is no longer the defensive coordinator. So if they're playing more of an even front, I can see a role for all of these guys to be put in position to succeed. But heavier of a player, good explosiveness, really nice speed to power. I think he can hold the line of scrimmage well. Again, just that traditional 5 technique, 4-3 defensive end. And he's somebody who I thought was having a really nice Senior Bowl, and then he ended up, God, this is such bad luck. Like they were warming up in a drill, and they were doing a thing where they're lining up in their stance right in front of the bottom of the goalpost, and they're just they're acting like it's a dummy, and they're doing a move, right? They're either doing a spin move or they're doing like a club rip or something, whatever, just to get themselves warmed up before practice. And he does a spin move, and out of his spin move, like the 4th or 5th step, there was a loose pylon that was right there, and he stepped on it and like rolled his ankle. And he immediately went down, and he didn't get to practice that day, and he was out, and I think he had a boot on. The next day of practice, he's like, I'm fine. I can't obviously practice the rest of this week. So I was pretty bummed because I thought he was going to get even more steam and momentum after that Senior Bowl week. But I do like Brennan Jackson. I really do.
You make a good point about the even fronts. And a lot of the reason they ran a lot more odd fronts in recent years was to isolate one-on-one matchups for Aaron Donald. Now that Aaron Donald's gone, and Raheem Morris is gone, maybe we're going back to more of a traditional 4-3 or even a nickel like they used to run with a four-man front. I could see Jackson actually being Jared Verse's direct backup too, because you talk about these are two of the most powerful defensive ends in this draft. Now I think Verse could stand up too if you want him to, and Jackson would need some work.
He's not nearly as good at it.
Right.
He's not nearly as comfortable.
He's the premier wide nine, like classic D end, but he could do it. But it makes it. I'm kind of with you. It kind of makes you think with Aaron Donald gone, they're going to go now back to a four-man front, and Jackson will be in that rotation. Like he's a classic, like strong side 4-3 defensive end, right? He just wins with power. He sets the edge. Do not block him with a tight end. It won't work. It just will not work. It's impossible. I think it's impossible to block Brennan Jackson with a tight end. So I like it. They needed edge help badly, even after taking a couple of guys last year, Byron Young included, who was pretty good, but they needed help on the edge. They've got it now with both of these guys.
This pick rules.
This pick absolutely rules.
It rules.
155, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jeremiah Trotter Jr., where Jeremiah Trotter Jr.'s father, he made the Pro Bowl 4 times. It was all with the Philadelphia Eagles. He made second-team All-Pro once. It was with the Philadelphia Eagles. He made All-Pro once, and it was with the Philadelphia Eagles. He is in the Philadelphia Eagles Hall of Fame, and now his son is drafted by that team here in the 5th round. That's awesome.
It's great. Awesome. It's great stuff for the narrative, and they got to me a great football player. I believe I had him when we did our rankings LB3. Like he's over the last 2 years, he's the highest graded linebacker in this class.
Yep.
Like and I know he's a little bit small and he doesn't get downhill all that great, but honestly, I think he could be a starter. This is a steal. He could be a starter by the end of 2025. Right now they have Nakobe Dean and Devin White.
They have a type, because Dean's a little undersized too. But man, I love Trotter, Dean, Devin White.
He's
That's a fun linebacker.
He's one of the few linebackers in this class that I actually believe can cover, or at least has a chance to cover. Like Cedric Gray, there's not a ton of cover linebackers. So if he's just that early on and he can bulk up and develop into a starter, I think you got a great pick. This is an absolute steal. I was late second round is where Trotter would have started to come to mind for me. And we just got him here to Philly in the middle of the 5th at right now the weakest spot on their defense.
I mean, he's 96 for me. I'd have taken him anywhere in the 3rd round, so I think getting him in the 5th round is a steal. But however we needed to go about this for him to become a Philadelphia Eagle, that's what I wanted the most. So love this pick. Browns, we're on the clock. Their pick is in. We'll tell you exactly what that is and the analysis of it coming up next.
Hey, it's Chris Collinsworth here, reminding you that PFF is the home to football data analysis. Gain access to insights and tools trusted by all 32 NFL teams with PFF Plus, featuring the number one mock draft simulator in the game. You can draft all 3 days, make trades, get your mocks graded, and see how you rank against everybody else. We'll be rolling the mock draft sim over to 2025 NFL draft as soon as the 2024 draft ends, so you don't miss out on any of the action. Get ready to dominate your fantasy league this upcoming season with PFF's Fantasy Mock Draft Simulator as well, and Live Draft Assistant. Use in-season betting tools to find the best player props, same-game parlays, and matchups. Go to PFF.com or download the PFF app and use code 30MDS to get 30% off your PFF Plus annual subscription.
Welcome back to the 2024 NFL Draft coverage that we're having here at PFF. Trevor Sikkema, Max Chadwick, Dalton Wasswerman here with you, covering the 5th round of this wonderful draft. We had the Cleveland Browns on the clock right before we went to break. They selected Louisville wide receiver Jamari Thrash, another Senior Bowl standout type of a player, a specialized player as well. Really good deep threat dude. And I wondered when the Cleveland Browns were going to acquire this type of a wide receiver, because we went into this draft and we said, this is something that the Browns really need. And they went through their first 2 picks and, well, it was trenches on both sides of the ball, which I'm not going to hate. You're building up the trenches, you're building up the depth, that's fine. But I wondered where you were going to get this receiver. It all works out for him with them getting Jamari Thrash. You guys got takes on Jamari Thrash from Louisville?
He's so savvy, dude.
Yes.
I love Jamari
He
Thrash.
knows how to separate.
Exactly. Yeah, he's not a great athlete, but he just knows how to get open, which I love. He relies on his technique to get open. Not a really strong player, above average athlete, I should say, but yeah, insanely productive at Georgia State, then became Louisville's top receiver this past year. Can work on his hands. He had an 11% drop rate this past year, but I really like him, and I think this is a guy that the Browns obviously covet at wide receiver, just getting open, and Jamari Thrash is one of the best at doing that.
Savvy was the perfect word, and the more I watched him, the more I got a Khalil Shakir vibe.
Yeah.
Where you don't really, you almost watch him and you don't really know how he gets open, and he's just a step or two open all of the time. He's a legit double move threat. Even going back to his Georgia State days, he was their best vertical threat, and at Louisville, Jack Plummer, again, not the most precise thrower of the football. They didn't get vertical to him too, but and I think that's why he succeeds in these one-on-one situations like that right there. You see that the top of his routes are as good as a lot of receivers that got taken higher in this draft. I think if you told me him and Elijah Moore are fighting for that slot spot, I wouldn't be that shocked.
Yeah.
We got two more picks that happened right after that in succession. Your guy is off the board. It's one of them. Well, the Carolina Panthers, they took Shaw Smith-Wade, the cornerback from Washington State, and then the Miami Dolphins went back to the edge rush well. They went Chop Robinson in the first round. Here in the fifth round, they go Mo Kamara from Colorado State.
He's my favorite sleeper edge rusher in this draft. I think of all of these 2-point stance DPR guys that we have, Jalen Green and even Jalix Hunt and Solomon Byrd, and Kamara I think is the best one. I think he's the strongest one. I love his dip and rip, turn in the corner. He's got multiple games against Power 5 teams where he was very, very good, against Michigan, against Washington State, against Vanderbilt, against Colorado. He just was one of the premier pass rushers in the country this year for a team that really didn't have much else going for him. And he's done it for the better part of 3-4 years, ever since he's been there. I think early in his career there was a stint where he was more of an off-ball linebacker, but when they saw how good of a pass rusher he was, move him up, and he's their best player. I believe he was 7th in the nation in pass rush grade. Just a force, man. I like him better standing up. Like we see a rep there down. I'm sure was he at the Senior Bowl?
The Shrine Bowl.
The Shrine Bowl. You want to test him, but he's relentless. He's strong for his size. His dip and rip is awesome. His effort is awesome. I think of this entire group, including Jalix Hunt, who went last night, I think Kamara is my favorite of all of these early DPR, develop into starter outside linebackers. And he gets to go to a team that just signed former Colorado State outside linebacker Shaq Barrett.
True.
Right? And I don't think their games are all that different. Honestly, like if he turned, now I don't know if he'll lead the league in sacks like the year Barrett did for Tampa when he went there, but Kamara has a lot of talent, and I think for me, he would have been another guy late third, early fourth I would have gone with, and for him to be a rotational guy. Now you're looking at Bradley Chubb, Shaq Barrett, Jalen Phillips, and Mo Kamara. The Dolphins are loaded on the edge. To me, they still need help inside. And Chop Robinson.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you said him in the middle of those names.
I forgot the first. I got the veteran guys. I forget the first. They've got 5 stupidly legitimate edge rushers on their team, and maybe they're worried about injuries that we've already had with Chubb and Phillips. Mm-hmm. Phillips has a long history with it, but you got 5 legitimate edge rushers like that on one team. That's crazy.
Yeah. No, I'm going to Shaw Smith-Wade. I like him a lot. He's not a big player, 5'11", 184. But
Dog.
That dude, that does not, I just said, he's not going to dictate how physical of a player he is. And I think he's got better agility than what his testing numbers showed. 15 forced incompletions since 2022. I think he's got to play in the slot to survive in the NFL just because he doesn't have great length and doesn't have great size either. But I think he's an average athlete overall. But I think he's got the mentality, the footwork necessary, and the physicality necessary to be a good slot defender in the NFL.
I do like both of these players. I really do. They were higher on my big board where they ended up getting paid. And we can even go back to Jamari Thrash. I mean, I think that he was higher as well. I'll touch on Thrash quickly. He wins vertically despite not being the best athlete.
Right.
And you even saw in that first clip that we showed from the Senior Bowl, like the way that he is getting open. I mean, it's a one-on-one drill. He knows he's running a 9 route, and the corner starts like 10 yards off him. Well, how are you going to create that separation if you're not blazing fast? Well, the way that you do it is, you tempo your routes a little bit. You make them think you're going to put your foot in the ground, and then, oh, just kidding. All right, now I'm taking off. And now all of a sudden, like, okay, I'm not the fastest dude in the world, but now we're even. I'm even on your hip, and you're trying to flip around, and I'm already going as fast as I can. So that subtlety, that nuance of how he wins deep despite not being the best athlete is something that I really do like from Jamari Thrash. Overall athleticism is why he dropped a little bit, but it's a really good receiver to get in that receiver room.
It's the same way Javon Baker does it, actually, to me.
Yeah, a little bit,
it's just
right?
The top of his route between like 12 and 15, whether he's going to the post or the go or the stop and go or even a deep, you just don't know. He hides it well, and it's just that thing that you almost can't teach, right? Even if you're a guy that runs a 4.5, you have to have that if you're going to win vertically, or you'll be running hitch routes your whole career.
Sean Smith-Wade, I think that he fits well with what the Panthers are trying to do, the identity that they want to set up in their cornerback room. Haven't had the opportunity to pick a ton of difference-making defensive players. You go offense with the first 2 picks is Xavier Legette, Jonathan Brooks. They drafted linebacker Tevin Wallace, but then they go back with Jatavian Sanders, and then Shaw Smith-Wade was their next pick here. And I actually, I don't mind this draft from Carolina. Trevor Wallace, to me, was picked way higher than he should have been,
Right.
But I get it. This is the athleticism. You're betting on it. Maybe it's just a long-term plan for him. Other than that, I think that they're getting some really, really good football players here. So I like Shaw Smith-Wade. I think that Smith-Wade is a nickel corner specifically.
Yeah.
He played outside, but I think he's a nickel corner. You mentioned that feistiness. That's what I really like about him and how I think that he could be a nickel. Mo Kamara, I was a little bit lower on the consensus. I had him 139. He ends up going 158. So this is around the range on the big board versus where he got picked. It's pretty similar. But to your point, I think Colorado had just 2 really good football players in Mo Kamara and Torrey Horton. Horton goes back to school. Actually, he's not at Colorado. Where is he now?
Colorado State still. He was at Colorado.
No. But he was at. I thought he transferred from Colorado State. No,
he's still there.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he's still there. Colorado State. Those 2 players, really good identity players on both sides of the ball. And so I just think that those are 2 really good football players who were able to complement each other there on that team. So Kamara, you mentioned it, man. They just increases the depth of what they are able to do in their pass rush and be able to keep those guys fresh. And I think that's important. Kansas City Chiefs. Their pick just got in, and this is another really good player, one who stood out to me at the Shrine Bowl when I was watching him, Hunter Norzad, the center from Penn State. Look, you got Creed Humphrey, you got Trey Smith, you got Joe Tooney, so Hunter Norzad isn't starting, but one of the best then backup interior offensive linemen or centers specifically that we got in the NFL, I think.
Yep.
And this is a really good situation to be in for the Chiefs.
Yeah, it's the best starting interior offensive line in the NFL, and you've got, I was looking at their depth chart last night, going through their needs. I was like, what do they need? I'm like, they need somebody behind these guys. Man, if any of these 3 get hurt, I know they've been running through tackles the last couple of years, but if any of those inside 3 get hurt, they got a problem because there's just nothing there. He got a lot better at center this year, and I get what you're seeing in him. I had to go back kind of like 2 and 3 times to watch him again. I'm like, what is it? Because he was a tackle at Cornell, then he was a guard in 2022. This year at center looked the best, and it's just physical zone blocking center. I think there's a lot of these. Bortolini, Drake Nugent may or may not get drafted. He got a lot better at center. He just didn't have the feet for tackle. I think at guard it was a real adjustment and just measuring up to the athleticism there. But as a backup to this crew, that's at this value, late or mid to late 5th round, I think it's an excellent value. And just the Chiefs now, I think their main goal today is to just build depth in the trenches. They got a left tackle, they got a receiver, just bulk up O-line, D-line, and you've had a good draft.
Look, I do agree with you. I think this is a really solid pick from them, even though it's not necessarily a guy who is going to start immediately. You mentioned, I think that the depth is really important, and on the offensive line, if any of these guys go down, you are in a Super Bowl window. You're making a run. You can't just be like, too bad. One of our guys got hurt. You're going for a three-peat.
If Creed Humphrey gets hurt,
you're going for a three-peat
here.
Yeah. So the Buffalo Bills, their pick is in. Edufwan Olufosio.
He's my guy.
This is your guy?
I love his guy.
All right, let's hear about it. I wasn't as high on him, but I see the
Dude.
athleticism. Sell me on him. Let's go.
I think he's a top 5 linebacker in this draft.
Yes.
I would have taken him a lot higher. I love Ulufosio. I think obviously the big thing with him has been injuries. He tore his bicep in 2021, missed the first 8 games in 2022 with a torn ACL. outstanding athlete. This guy was a former walk-on. He didn't have any FBS offers, which is crazy because usually in recruiting, it's just based off athleticism. He's a freak athlete, man. 96th percentile broad, 96th percentile in vertical, 86th percentile 40-yard dash. He 90.4 coverage grade this year, tied for second in the Power 5. Great recognition and coverage. Great tackler. Missed less than 8% of his attempts in his career, which is 89th percentile. 33-inch arms as well. I think you do a little bit better getting off blocks. Kind of gets washed out sometimes, but he's an older player. But great athleticism, great length, great coverage ability, great tackling. I think it could be a steal in this draft and surprise a lot of people. Not a lot of people liked him coming out of high school, obviously, as a former walk-on, and obviously not a lot of people love him in the NFL draft as a fifth-round pick. He's going to be a steal, I think, in the NFL.
I mean, you can see it on the clips here from the Senior Bowl. When he sees it, he flies.
He's so smart, dude.
I just need to see it a little bit sooner. That's it.
I love it.
Like you just saw that rep right there where he's covering the wheel route out of the backfield. It's just if his feet are in a little bit better of a position, he actually gets to make a play on that ball. And instead, he just got to rely on really good recovery speed. If he is anticipating a little bit better, you have the potential to get a starting linebacker here because of how well he moves.
Tell you what, is there anyone better to teach him that, though, than Matt Milano?
Well, yeah, I mean, Matt Milano is one of the best for sure.
I mean, because and I look at him, even if he's just a part-time player in this role, like as a coverage linebacker, you look at the room now, you got Milano's going to play every snap. It looks kind of like the Chiefs' room a little bit. Milano's going to play every snap because he's the captain. Terrell Bernard, Dorian Williams, kind of like, I'm not sure that they can cover like that on a snap-to-snap basis. Maybe you put Olufoshio in there next to Milano on third downs, and you've got two really good cover linebackers in obvious passing situations. I think that's the start for him.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm surprised about this one. Washington's pick is in. It's another Washington guy. Washington Commanders on the East Coast take the Washington Huskies guy from the West Coast. Dominic Hampton, the safety there. 161. I had 204 on the big board. He is one of those players that we mentioned at the top of the show here today. Those sort of hybrid linebacker safety type of a player. I mean, he is massive, right? 6'3", 220 pounds. You see that right there. That shows up on tape. You see him kind of roaming. The robber rolls over the middle of the field, and you're laughing. You're like, okay, what's this linebacker doing so far from his home, if you will, at the second level? And I think he's a hitter, but I worry about how well he's going to be able to operate in space. Now, if you want to put him in like a Kyle Duggar role, okay, I see that. But I don't think he's Kyle Duggar.
You're saying the right thing. He's a former corner, and his feet didn't play up at corner. Okay, so he's been moved in his 5 years at Washington. Yeah. He's moved all over the place. So this past year, they kind of settle him in instead of just the slot. They kind of settle him in at safety a little more. But the way you describe that, and I think about who just picked him, Dan Quinn, and I go, oh, he knows. He already knows. That's where we're going with this, with the J-Ron curses and the and guys like that he had in Dallas. I go, oh, there's Dan Quinn with his hybrid weird linebacker safety, like 10-yard kind of sitting range in there, who's going to hit somebody. He can play in the curl flat. He can drop down and hit people. I wouldn't trust him single high. He's like, if you're going to project him as a free safety, it's definitely a project. But I don't think the feet play up quite so. The change of direction, maybe a deep half, but. You talk about the guy who just took him in, Dan Quinn. There's a plan there because we've seen him succeed with these types of guys for, the last 5 years that he was in Dallas. It makes sense. That's one where I think the value is higher, and he went higher than we thought. I'm with you. I thought maybe he was a late 6th or 7th round pick because I think there's better safeties even left on the board still. But when you think about Dan Quinn, the hybrid thing, maybe early downs, maybe he feels like Hampton can bulk up and be a run stopper for him in that curl flat coverage in a lot of cover 3 that they'll use. Look, they had one of the worst defenses in football last year. They're just stacking pieces, stacking bodies. And if he feels like that fits, then I don't hate it. It's late in the 5th round. It's like you say, how many wrong picks are there really?
Yeah. It's sort of like streamlined roles, like we were talking a little bit about earlier, and I think Dan Quinn is one of those coaches who has those for certain defensive players. So I think that's an excellent point by you, him getting used in this. I am sort of surprised that like Kitano Oladapo was not the pick here because he's different, and I think that he's more talented. I've got him higher on the big board, but I do see that usage for him. I definitely see that. Ooh, all right, so my guy, one of my guys that we were talking about a little bit earlier in the show, when I said, okay, give me a guy outside of the top 150 who's your guy, I said Christian Jones, the offensive tackle from Texas, is my guy here. Ton of experience, over 60 starts or 50 starts throughout his – he's not quite Bo Nix, but he's got 50 starts throughout his college career. And I think that really showed up specifically at the Senior Bowl. I mentioned that a bit ago, but I do think that that's his big selling point here with the Arizona Cardinals, a team that is younger, but you still don't want to just get like, okay, they're younger, they're all raw, right? They're just guys who needs a lot of honing in on. I think you could play this guy even in the next couple of years, and he'll be able to start for you a little bit. He'll be able to give you some good backup ability. And again, if an offensive tackle goes down, if a Jonah Williams, if a Paris Johnson Jr. goes down here on this team for the Arizona Cardinals, you could plug Christian Jones in, and you're not too worried about things being too big, too bright for him. So I like the Christian Jones.
I agree. He's got experience on both sides. His change of direction, like making adjustments to secondary moves in pass pro, isn't great for me. But the zone blocking thing stands out for me. He was one of the best zone blockers in the country this year. When he gets his hands, especially on a second-level defender, they're moving. They're getting displaced. So I think when you talk about I believe they signed Jonah Williams, right? And you've got Paris Johnson, and you're just talking. Look, I'll never complain, especially for a team like this. Rounds 5, 6, 7, I'll never complain about a team drafting an offensive lineman. You just always need more of them, and especially his experience on both sides, I think, is in play here because Paris Johnson's got experience all over the place. If Jones does become a starting caliber player, just fit him in wherever the optimal combination is.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, you're just trying to get good football players, and he's an experienced football player. And I think that experience shows up in pass pro. I mean, he's got really good fundamentals, really sound hand placement, I think. Can speed up his footwork a little bit. I think he's more of a swing tackle in the league than someone you really want as a starting tackle. But here in the late fifth round, that's where you're looking for right now. So I really was a big fan of Christian Jones, too. I would have also taken him a lot higher than 162. So I think the Cardinals got a really good pick here.
Where was he on my big board? 154, 162?
You didn't memorize that?
Pretty spot on. No, we know. You guys tried to grill me with it, and
you didn't memorize the PFF big board.
Oh, it's true. Right.
Your big board, you've got, that's the back of your hand. You're good.
My own big board is very fluid. It consistently evolves, you know? It's not really, it's very ambiguous.
This 2025, by the way, is a PFF big board, not the Trevor Sikkema.
Are we allowed to steal that? The board is fluid? Can we do that?
Yeah, I do it all the time.
Okay, I
wasn't sure. No, it's ever evolving. It's ever changing. You cannot bind it to the construct.
You did well, though. You got like top 20 until you stopped. Until you're like, I don't know anymore.
Right, because it's because you guys
had 3 strikes.
You guys were clowning me the other day because I didn't know exactly where they were on the final big board. But I was telling y'all, like, I've changed this thing so many times. So like, I got the area right of this player when I'd say somebody's like, no, he's like 2 spots away or 3 spots away, but.
It was because you're like, Cooper Beebe is number 93 on my big board. I was like, wait, how do you?
Well, I know that because it's a talking point.
Yeah, I know. But
I
was like, wait, how many do you know? And then that turned into a competition that,
And I failed.
You did okay.
Miserably.
You did fine.
I think the Green Bay Packers have traded up here. We have the Buffalo Bills on the tracker, but I see that the pick is in for the Packers at 163.
Packers are moving.
They are on the tracker updated.
They're moving all over.
And they should. They got 1 million picks. You got to move them. Give them some entertainment value.
True.
How do you feel about the Packers draft?
Like it.
I
tell you what, Marshawn Lloyd is one that stands out for me. He was not my favorite back in this draft. I think there's kind of like one cut or bust, but he went to a one cut offense. Like I'm in on the spot that he went to. He's not. I had him outside of my top 5 for running backs.
I had him in it. I think.
I get the ability and the one cut when he gets vertical and he hits the correct hole. Yeah, he's a problem. He's a big-time problem. But I like that fit a lot. I like him a lot better in Green Bay, especially as a 2 to Josh Jacobs. That's a good fit.
Caleb Williams was begging to have some of the pressure relieved off his shoulders last year. They, again, like Theo Johnson for Penn State, they underutilized Marshawn Lloyd so much at USC last year. They really could have used another element to that offense and more than what he gave them this past year. He's very Trey Benson-like, in my opinion. Like, obviously a freak athlete, one-cut runner, likes to get east-west more than he should. But he could break tackles like the best of them, man, like Trey Benson can as well. So I love Marshawn Lloyd. So yeah, that also is my favorite pick of the Packers draft so far.
I think that the Lloyd pick is a really good one. And Lloyd was a really talented football player when he was coming out of high school, and he tore his ACL early on during his time at South Carolina, and it took really a full year for him to even just trust the knee again. And another offensive lineman here, Jacob Monk from Duke. So they're loading up on offensive line, versatile offensive linemen. They go Jordan Morgan at number 25. This is actually their only other offensive guard pick. I thought that they had talked. We've talked about offensive line so many other times with the Packers roaming around. I thought that they had another one. So this is only the second offensive line pick. So I actually like this now because Jordan Morgan, I think they drafted him to be more of a tackle, right? They've got him listed at tackle. I think they announced him as a tackle. The reason why you would pick Jordan Morgan over Graham Barton is because you probably believe that Morgan could play tackle for you. Now you got Monk to be a depth interior offensive line player for you. And so this is kind of just Packers' MO. Makes sense to me.
I'm curious where you're at on their offensive line. Do you believe in Rasheed Walker? There's some rumors about Zach Tom moving to center. Like some people say, I guess Hall of Fame center was the quote if Zach Tom moved there.
Very casual. Yeah, of course. Hall of Fame center.
Yeah, which is crazy to me because he's a really good tackle. But I'm curious where you're at on what the best combination is and the best plan is if you're a Rasheed Walker guy, if Jordan Morgan should play tackle, if you like Morgan better at guard. They need interior. Like, I think Walker and Tom are fine. I think you could survive with them, and I think they need more of a fill on the interior, which is why I was surprised they didn't go with Barton. I thought Barton would be plug and
I agree.
play.
I do agree with that. And if man, I like Jordan Morgan. I don't mean to make it sound like I don't like Jordan Morgan. I do. But if you were drafting an interior offensive lineman, Graham Barton, Josh Myers, Elgton Jenkins, like that's a nice interior trio that you have there. I especially like, and maybe they're just infatuated with the type of versatility that Elgton Jenkins has been able to give them, right? Like Jenkins has been able to play tackle, and maybe they viewed Barton as a better interior offensive lineman, but they just wanted that versatility because it feels like that has been the entire thing with the Packers. You mentioned what Zach Tom could be inside and out. Morgan can do the same thing. Jenkins can do the same thing. So maybe that's just, hey, when we draft offensive linemen, we just want them to be able to play basically every single position. And however we can get our best 5 out there, that's what we want to do. So I think that, man, I guess the way that it's set up here, I forgot they have Andre Dillard as well. I'm looking at their depth chart. I guess the best way we're setting it up here is Walker and Tom are still playing at the tackle spots. Jenkins is playing left guard. Myers still playing center, and then Morgan's going to play right guard for you. I guess that would be my ideal combination for the Packers with the guys that they have now.
Is there a thought maybe that Tom plays guard and Morgan moves to the right side?
No, because I was already worried about Jordan Morgan surviving at tackle at the NFL level. So
it's a weird one. They just have so many.
I'd rather put him at guard because Tom has shown that he can play tackle. So I'd rather play Morgan at guard.
That's reasonable. I thought Barton. See, I think Barton's the one guy who I believe can play all 5 positions.
Yeah, he's the only one.
Like, I kind of like Barton better as a guard.
Tampa Bay Buccaneer legend, Graham Barton.
It's true.
It's coming.
Hall of Famer.
It's absolutely coming.
It's already there.
It's a great class. He's the head of a great class right now. I'm loving the Bucs.
Look at the different Duke offensive lineman here, Jacob Monk, though. So, I mean, he's a good. I actually.
I didn't even think of that.
True. Yeah. They took the other one.
I didn't even think about that.
I think Monk's actually pretty solid. I think he's a really smart player. Not big, not very strong, but
he started for a long time on that Duke offensive line.
He did, man, and I think he's probably a backup center in the league. I know he listed as a guard on our tracker, but yeah, I like him. I think he's gonna have to win off his technique, which is really good, but that's really the only way he could win right now because he's not that big and not that strong. But as a backup interior offensive lineman, I think it's a pretty solid pick.
That's fine. I mean, again, we're talking 5th rounders. So, and again, really experienced 5th round offensive lineman. I guess there's a lot of the guys that are best available are still here. I am really surprised that Christian Mahogany is still here, right?
Dude, I love Mahogany.
Right? Man. If you're going to pick a guard, why aren't you picking Mahogany? Unless I guess they maybe believe that Monk is just going to be a center only because Mahogany is only a guard. There's no versatility there.
He's a big PFF guy, actually.
Mahogany is?
PFF College put out a tweet of something like Olufashanu, highest pass blocking grade this past season or whatever, and he actually had a higher pass blocking grade. It meant to be tackles, and Mahogany DM'd that tweet to me, and he DM'd a screenshot of his grade, and it was like, what is this? And I was like, okay, we'll send out another tweet for you. So,
so he's not a big PFF guy. He's just lurking.
He's got a subscription and all that. So yeah, I like him a lot. He actually we talked to him. He's a really awesome player. I'm surprised he's still here.
There's probably a combination there of a scheme fit thing because I think it's definitely better in a gap scheme. They ran a lot of power at Boston College. And are there questions about his pass protection? Do we think is it because Christian Haynes is a really good pass protector? Cooper Beebe's a really good pass protector. Is there something about Mahogany's game in pass protection that's not holding up for teams?
Maybe it is the pass protection part of it. He's also just really high variance. When you watch him, the positively graded run blocking plays are very high. There are a lot of them. there are also a lot of negatively graded plays that he has, even in the run game. So Mahogany I knew he wouldn't be for everybody because he's not just like this super steady type of offensive lineman.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that he's out of control either. He's
aggressive.
He's aggressive. Like he wants to bury the guys that he's going up against, which I think you'd love the traits. And to get a 5th round, I thought that he'd be off the board by now. But he just has a lot of really high impactful plays and a lot of negatively graded plays. So it's just that's just something that you have to balance.
And he's got an 80+ pass blocking grade in both of his years as a starter too. So I
think it's fine as a pass blocker.
Yeah, I think it's fine. He's great athlete as well. He tested out really, really well. I'm shocked he's still here, honestly. I'm a big fan of Mahogany.
Jalen Simpson, the safety from Auburn, off the board here for the Indianapolis Colts at pick number 164. I had him 228 on the big board. I was one of the lower people just consensusly on Jalen Simpson. I recognize the playmaker. He's a former cornerback, moves to safety. He's got those movement skills to him, but just the weight profile, you see it on the screen there, 178. I mean, we talked about TJ Tampa being a guy who converts from corner to safety, and we said, well, we don't really love it just because of the lower weight profile. He can't really tackle. Jalen Simpson's kind of the same way. Like he is a really small defensive back when it comes to weight and density, and he can't really bring these guys down tackle wise. So, what are you smiling for? You're smiling.
Don't as a Simpson.
His feet are awkward, to say the least. It's definitely not a corner. You can see why they moved him inside. He stood a chance in the slot, but it was better when they had him as kind of like sitting at 12 to 15 yards in quarters and being able to drive on the football in front of him. For me, his footwork, just kind of the way he runs is a little bit awkward. So like I could see why it was a struggle at corner, because everything about his just hip turn and keeping his feet under him looked to me like a bit of a struggle. When he gets to just backpedal straight back in quarters, like as a safety, and just drive downhill, he stands a better chance. But I don't know that we have, like some of these other safeties, we've seen the versatility angle. I don't know that he has that.
I am shocked that DJ James is the last of the Auburn defensive backs.
Odd.
I am shocked. To me, he was the better football player of the trio. So look, there's a role as a depth safety for Jalen Simpson for the Colts. I see the limitations for him and what's going to hold him back from being a consistently contributing NFL player. But maybe he'd just be a special teams ace for them. We have 2 running back picks that went off the board after the Colts selection. At 165, the Baltimore Ravens went with Rasheen Ali from Marshall, who I actually really like this pick for the Ravens because they've got Derrick Henry, they've got Keaton Mitchell, and then nobody really after that. Justice Hill is still on the team, but he's in the last year of his contract. You bring in Rasheen Ali, and all of a sudden, boom, now I got another rookie running back on a rookie contract. So I think that you kind of get to have that in your room, which you really like. And then this one might be my favorite pick that we've had here today, and it's the Giants specifically drafting Tyrone Tracy Jr., the former wide receiver turned halfback from Purdue. I had Tyrone Tracy at 102 on my big board. He goes 166 here. And beyond just the big board discrepancy, who's going to get all the carries in New York with Saquon Barkley gone?
It's just Singletary.
Now, they signed Singletary, but like who's out? Gary Brightwell, Eric Gray, Ja'Shawn Corbin. Tyrone Tracy could legitimately push for RB1 on that team.
I think he will. I love him.
I think Singletary's going to be the starter just because he's got just a very safe skill set, right? And they run a lot of gap stuff, and he's one of the best gap runners. And Brian Dable knows him from his time in Buffalo too, right? So Singletary's going to start. The big thing with Tracy, I think that stands out. He's RB2 easy on this team, I think, or at least he should be, right?
Yeah.
He makes people miss. Right, he's one of the elite missed tackle guys this year in this draft, even though it's a small sample. The other thing I think helps in that fit, Devin Singletary's not really a receiving back. There's not a lot of passing game in him. Tyrone Tracy, the former receiver, he's going to offer him immediate third down value, honestly, because Singletary's just not. He's kind of one-dimensional. He's a really good runner. We saw that with Houston last year, but Houston was looking for a more two-dimensional player, going and getting Joe Mixon because they were missing that, right? Same thing here. I think Tracy gives you 2 dimensions. He makes people miss. He needs a little more polish. He hasn't played running back very long, but it's a really good complement to Devin Singletary, and it adds just more juice to this offense that needed it so badly. I mean, now we've got Malik Neighbors, we've got Theo Johnson and Tyrone Tracy. That's a real infusion of talent that if you have to start Daniel Jones for one more year, maybe he stands a chance.
I think Tracy, I love it. It's weird to say like a sixth-year player has high upside because of just how long we've played, but he only played 1 year of running back, and he looked awesome at running back. He had a forced miss tackle rate of 40%, which was second in the Power 5.
Yep.
100th percentile gap grade, which I think is great for this offense as well. Obviously, he's still developing his vision, and he's a little inconsistent in pass pro, but I think you brought it up on NFL Stock Exchange where you're saying, like, you know, sixth-year running backs scare the hell out of teams because you're like, okay, this guy's obviously that position falls off quickly. He's not. Don't treat him like that because he doesn't have the mileage like those guys do. So
Yep.
I love Tyrone Tracy, man. I think he's got really, really high upside, really amazing athlete as well. I think he's a really, really good pick here. He's one of my favorite running backs in the class.
Yeah, Jags are on the clock now. We'll see which LSU player that they draft here. But I just want to go back to the Giants overall. This, one of my favorite drafts, right? You're getting Malik Neighbors at 6, Tyler Newman at the top of the 2nd round, Andrew Phillips at the top of the 3rd round, Theo Johnson at the top of the 4th round, and then Tyrone Tracy here at the back end of the 5th. Like, this is a really impactful draft here for the Giants. The Giants are 5 rounds into this thing, and I don't think there's a single player that they've picked that they go, yeah, okay, I mean, he can do this, like, one thing, this one niche thing. Like, these are good football players who are going to contribute for this team and make this football team better. This is exactly what they needed here. So
Newbin was a great pick too, replacing McKinney back there. That's a huge loss. McKinney led the league in coverage grade last year, and they lose him in free agency. It's just a hole. So I thought you're right. They've come out of this really, really well.
Yeah, I think that this is a really good draft for the Giants. I think it's a really impactful draft for sure. Jags on the clock. Do we have any LSU players who are anywhere near the best available?
Makai Wingo.
Makai Wingo's on the board.
3 for 3.
They get all 3 D tackles.
Now I'm just rooting for it.
Is Leonard Taylor getting drafted?
Dude, please. I think he's a top 5 D tackle in this class, dude.
I think you could argue it. You could argue.
No?
No.
I love Leonard Taylor.
Could I put it like this? You could argue he's the 3rd most talented D tackle in this draft.
Sure.
But like there's zero polish at all. And I don't know why he was playing more over the center this year. I have no idea.
Yeah, they played him at nose a lot, and he's very clearly like a 3 technique. He is best when he is able to really get after the passer, be one gap penetrator, all that kinds of stuff. But man, his drop off from what 2022 was to 2023, it was steep. And it just looked like the motor wasn't really running as hot. And I don't know if he was just pissed about where he was in the situation in Miami, what they were asking him to do, but it was not a good situation.
I wouldn't blame anyone for being pissed at being in Miami right now. It is not a very fun place to play football right now. But I think Leonard Taylor has got a really high ceiling. Obviously, since 2022, 3rd best pass rush win rate and the 3rd best pass rushing grade, only behind Byron Murphy and Johnny Newton among Power 5 D tackles. So violent hands, good first step. I think he's got a really high ceiling. Former 5-star recruit as well. But Leonard Taylor, I think he's the guy that I would really bet on, and I would just hope my D-line coach can develop him because I think he'd be an impactful starter.
No, he moves crazy. He's built like a 300-pound linebacker.
Yeah.
You know, and he's sitting there in the middle of the defensive line. So, oh man, Keelan Robinson, the halfback out of Texas, not from LSU. I get technically an SEC player though.
Yeah, technically. Now it is.
Does that count if he didn't
Technically,
play?
it's an SEC player.
Now it is. Never played in the SEC. Played Alabama.
That's a hard sell. You're stretching now.
Look, does Texas play in the SEC?
Not with Keelan Robinson, they don't.
Did they play in the SEC?
Not yet.
Actually, when is the official date that
This
they
year.
flip over? No, I know, but there's like
it's like a
there's
official date.
an official
There's like
date.
It's an administrative
Yeah,
date. Okay.
yeah, it's like May 15th or something. Like they officially
Once
become
all
a part
sports
of
are
the,
done. Yeah.
Right now, he's a Big 12 guy. Right this minute, on this day.
Bulky, you're letting us
Sorry,
down.
I'm the bad guy again. I'm sorry. I'm ruining it.
Should he not have been?
No, I like him. I was surprised by it. I didn't think.
I didn't watch him for the big board.
Yeah,
He's a kick returner.
Yeah.
It's straight up. He barely got any touches. I mean, the second Jonathan Brooks went down, it was C.J. Baxter, right? And Keelan, he got a few carries in blowouts. He clearly has speed. He ran a 4.42.
This is a returner pick.
They drafted him. This is a returner pick.
Yeah.
This is new kickoff rules. This is a guy who, under the old rule, honestly might not have been drafted. But teams clearly are drafting kick returners in these last 3 rounds just to have them.
Got a couple of good tight ends still left on the board too. Jaheim Bell.
like Jaheim Bell.
I do too, and it kind of as this process went on, I learned that the league was just not nearly as high on him, and I kind of watched just what he's been able to do over the last couple of years, and I was like, why? Like, why are we in the fifth round? We're about to end the fifth round, and Jaheim Bell is still here, and I felt as though fifth round was low range for where Jaheim Bell should have gone. Who we get off the board here?
Javon Solomon.
Oh, my boy.
To the Bills.
Yes. So this is a team that I felt the Bills should have drafted Adisa Isaac, and they had a couple of opportunities to be able to do it. They drafted Dwayne Carter, but I think that they needed more of an edge player as well. This is a solid draft for Buffalo now, especially with Javon Solomon, who edge rusher out of Troy, a little bit of a background from him, played off-ball linebacker for a couple of years. This past year, they moved into the edge, and what was he? He just happened to lead the country in sacks. He's just a consensus All-American. No big deal. Now, he's a little bit smaller in size. You can see some of the reps from the Senior Bowl here that we've got on the screen. He needs to cover a little bit more ground in his first step. He pops up a little bit high. That's just from his off-ball linebacker days, but he's got really long arms despite being just over 6 foot tall. And I think that he does have that good athleticism to him. So he was, 91 overall on my big board. Maybe I was a little bit higher on him just because of the overall potential of him only playing 1 year at the edge. But man, when those hands can really fire off, and he's got those longer arms to show for it, man, I do like Javon Solomon. So.
He's well in that DPR group, and I love his motor. He's one of these high motor guys that just gives you effort every single snap. My only concern with him being more than a designated pass rusher really is this year he had a huge jump in his run D grade, but it came mostly from on early downs being a 5 technique, and he's way too small for that. Like that might cut it in the Sun Belt, but you can't put him down there. That's where most of the run defense production came in. So I think he's definitely a rotational pass rusher who's going to help them. I'm just questioning, unless he gets bigger or more explosive in the next couple years, if he could start. I don't see him as a future starter right now, but absolutely as a contributor in the pass rush.
Katana Ladapo, Dalton, by the way, too. Another one of your guys.
Packers are filling in at safety, aren't they?
Well, they got Evan Williams. Brandon Dorlus / Evan Williams. Or no, that was TJ Tampa / Evan Williams.
Yeah.
TJ Tampa / Evan Williams.
Still ruined my story.
But yeah, Kitana Ladapo. I know a lot of people love. You're a big fan?
Yes. Bullard, Williams, and Oladapo. You talk about they walked into this draft basically with Xavier McKinney and Anthony Johnson, and now they've got 5 guys. This is another one, throwing darts, man.
It is, but the fact that they're all labeled as a safety is misleading.
Johnson's a tweener.
Right, because
Bullard's
a
a
nickel.
tweener. Yeah.
Evans is a true safety. Oladapo is a
Bullard can play a deep half though. I don't hate him.
I'm not saying that he can't, but I think he at his best he's a nickel defender. Evan Williams is more of just that traditional safety, and then I think Kitana Ladapo is more of your strong safety playing at the linebacker level type of a guy.
He's a hammer.
Really good PFF grades.
Graded extremely highly during his career at Oregon State, and I think the one flaw for me is kind of play recognition, when you get a play action concept where he's biting down a little hard, or maybe route concepts that are coming at him from the other side of the field that he doesn't see in his peripheral vision. But he's a hammer. I think to me, I don't see a ton of difference between Oladapo and Jaden Hicks. I think Hicks is a little bit bigger, obviously. I think 6'3", came in, Oladapo's 6'1", but I see him as actually kind of a cross between 2 guys from last year, Johnson and Shamari Connor. There's kind of this, I don't want to say recklessness, but this really aggressive mentality that Johnson also plays with. But I think Oladapo has that flexibility like those other 2 guys, where it's he's not as good in the slot, but he could play the curl flat and he can run support and come up and hit you. I think Oladapo's another guy. 15 to 20 years ago, when strong safeties, guys like Laron Landry and Calvin Pryor were really in
good
vogue,
pull.
Oladapo might have been a day 2.
Calvin Pryor.
He might have been a day 2 pick 15 to 20 years ago, and his skill set just isn't as emphasized because he does have his vision and coverage is not the best. But I think you could see Oladapo, if he develops, play on a lot of early downs, and then we'll see where the coverage ability goes from there.
Yeah, led the Power 5 with a 91.3 run D grade this year. A massive safety, 6'2", 221. You can see why you want to play him in the box next level. I don't think he's got the range to play in the back end, but he's a hard-nosed run defender, good instincts. I like Kitana Ladapo a lot, too.
We got Bub Memes off the board. That's Sam's guy. I wish Sam was here for some guest analysis because I'm not the biggest fan of Bub Memes.
He's a freak.
Crazy athlete. That's true.
I
He
agree
is.
with you. It's a lot of projection there. I mean, he's 227 pounds and he runs a 4.43 and a 40-inch vertical. He's got good hands, but I think a lot. He's a vertical threat, but I think he just lacks the feel and agility to be more than that in the NFL.
Yeah.
He's linear, and the one reason his tape watch is hard is because Pitt's quarterback play was rough. There was a lot of inaccurate balls going Bub Means' way, man. So if he can be more than linear, vertical, Valdez-Scantling type of threat, if there's more to his route running, cool, but I would think it's kind of that rotational wide receiver 4-5 guy that can threaten safeties enough that they have to just remember he's there essentially. But it's very hard to tell with Means what more there is between Pitt's quarterback play and his lack of just the lack of a route tree.
Yeah.
I agree that he's very explosive as a wide receiver, and let's face it, New Orleans needs wide receiver depth. I think the only guys that they had on the roster before free agency were Chris Olave, Rashid Shaheed, and A.T. Perry. They bring in Cedric Wilson, they bring in Equimini St. Brown, they bring in Stanley Morgan, and so they've got 6 wide receivers there, but you need more than that, especially going into training camp. So Bub Memes does make sense for them, just as a depth player here to get at the back end of the 5th round. Some people talked about him like, this guy's got starting potential one day. I don't know about that, but just as a depth player, I do like it. And I like the Saints draft overall, Going back to Spencer Rattler earlier in the 5th round, you got Kool-Aid McKinstry, you got Talise Fuanga. It's hard to argue the results of what the New Orleans Saints have been able to do here. They did not pick in round 3 or 4, so not having a 3rd or 4th round pick, to have Fuanga, to have McKinstry, and to even be able to get Spencer Rattler, to me, it's just a really solid job all around from New Orleans.
Yeah, I agree. They're adding talent. To me, they're adding talent kind of at awkward spots because if Ramchik's still playing, then you already have a right
but
tackle.
I don't know how much longer. I don't know how much longer he's
all the
he's
reports
play.
aren't great for Ramchick right now, so it makes sense Fuanga.
Okay, and then Kool-Aid, they have a really good outside corner duo in Lattimore and Adebo. They really needed help in the slot, so I'm curious where that kind of configures. And I know long term, Marshawn Lattimore gets really expensive coming up here, and he may be out of there.
There's trade rumors for him. Yeah, so I think that's what makes.
There's trade rumors. I mean, so I think they're taking talent. The Saints have always been ones to kind of draft for upside and get the guys they want on a talent basis. But no, they've done a nice job. They've taken Bub Means has talent, and they don't have a ton of vertical in their offense. I'm curious to see where A.T. Perry's development goes to because they just need to get downfield somehow.
Oh, your boy.
Here we go.
The Jets have traded up to 171 to take Florida State quarterback
QB8.
The pick that every Jet fan in the state of New York wanted was Jordan Travis. Jordan Travis to the Jets on Twitter was like everybody's favorite thing. Every Jet fan in New York, New Jersey, in the Northeast.
Is it just because they didn't want Zach Wilson on the team anymore?
Pretty much.
Okay.
They just Jet Twitter and Jordan Travis are like soulmates. It's crazy how many times I could go on every day and Jet fans just freak out.
Interesting.
We got to take Jordan Travis on day 3. That's our developmental.
Wouldn't have seen that coming.
He is beloved by his teammates, by fans, by coaches. The saying of the backup quarterback's everyone's favorite player. He will be everyone's favorite player in New York, man. Actually, Trey Benson at the Combine was in tears when he saw Jordan Travis walking without crutches for the first time. He was literally crying. It was an awesome moment. Great player too, man. Over the last 2 years, Jordan Travis, the only FBS quarterback who's top 15 in both big-time throw rate and turnover-worthy play rate. So I like him as a backup quarterback. I think he's got really good elusiveness as well. The arm strength is an issue, and that leads to a messy follow-through. You can see why his older brother played for the Blue Jays. You can see some baseball background because he kind of looks like a pitcher when he's trying to put everything he has into his throws. But I think he'd be a long-term backup to the NFL, and he's going to be a beloved player in a quarterback room that might not have a beloved quarterback in Aaron Rodgers University.
Is his older brother Devin Travis?
Yes.
The second baseman
yes.
who hit all the bombs his rookie year?
That's Devin Travis.
I actually did not know that.
Yeah, I
teaching you something new here.
I talked to Jordan about playing baseball. He's like, when did you stop playing baseball and play quarterback? He's like, I got hit in the head by a pitch one time. I was like, all right, I'm out of there. I don't do that anymore.
Oh my gosh.
So.
Wow. Well, I mean,
to go to quarterback.
I guess he goes to quarterback. I was going to say, now you're in a game where you get hit all the time, but I guess as quarterback, he really doesn't too much. Look, I think Jordan Travis is a phenomenal college quarterback. He does not really have the measurables for me to project any sort of starting role in the NFL. I think he can be a backup for a long time. I think he can be a preseason god, right? I mean, I think that when he comes in the preseason, it's like, it's Jordan Travis time. Like, you've got to be able to tune in this game to see what he was able to do, because I think he's just a really fun player. But you mentioned the overall size, the lack of arm talent with him. He's got to put so much of his body into throws to get it 30, 40 yards down the field with pace, and because of that, you see the technique falter, you see the footwork get bad, you see like a little bit of that baseball background, that leg kicks out like a pitcher, the follow-through isn't as clean as it needs to be, and it affects the accuracy from Jordan Travis overall. So I don't think that he has the size to play at the NFL level, but man, he's just he was a really fun college football player, and I like him to be like you said, like
we'll
a
see some
dude.
Jordan Travis jerseys in MetLife.
There will be Jordan Travis jerseys at MetLife Stadium.
It's a ticket sales pick as well. So
you want to see them. You just want to
some
see
merchandise.
They will sell preseason tickets for Jordan Travis. But no, I mean, the things that stick out, and I think it's not the same throwing motion, but he's athletic, he's fearless, and his teammates love him. Like, that sounds Josh Dobbs-ish. Like, Travis could be a backup at least in the league for a long time just based on those things. Because in like a movement play action based offense, it can work. You just have to work with this. It can work in the short term.
Yeah, but does he have a great nickname like the Pastronaut? Like Josh Dobbs?
No, he's Devin Travis's brother. That's where we're at.
That's
where it's not, but it's the best.
Terrible nickname.
It's a terrible nickname.
It's the best I have right now. So, he's Jet Twitter's soulmate, is what he is. Is that better?
There you go.
We'll go with that. I'm telling. They're like, I don't know if there's millions of Jet fans anymore, because those are hard times. But he's everyone. Jet fans everywhere are throwing the confetti right now that they got Jordan Travis.
Ooh, Trevor Keegan to the Philadelphia Eagles, the interior offensive lineman from Michigan, the one that I liked better than Zach Zinter.
Really?
I like Trevor Keegan more than I like Zach
Why?
Zinter. Yeah. I think he was a little bit more fluid. Like, when I watched him, I thought he had a little bit more versatility to play in zone blocking concepts necessarily than that Zach Zinter did. I felt like Zinter was just much more of he's a north to south runner. Now, he goes to Cleveland, right? And Cleveland's a spot where yesterday when we talked about it, it's perfect, right? Like, that, if Zach Zinter's going to go somewhere, it's going to be to one of those teams north to south, between the tackles, power, gap concepts. You're just running duo, all that kind of stuff. Is exactly what Zach Zinter does. But individually, and I talked about this on yesterday's show, Michigan's offensive line as a whole was the best in the country. Individually, there's not like a guy who I'd pick him out and be like, elite pro. And so with Keegan, he's 6'6", he's got the length to him. The pad level is a little bit high, but again, like, I think he moves pretty well. I think he's pretty fluid for his size, and I liked his versatility more than I actually liked Zach Zinter and what Zinter brought to the table. So this is good for me. I like this as a depth player for the Philadelphia Eagles along the offensive line, who we know they love to continue to reload with interior offensive line.
Your argument on Keegan's really valid, because I think Zinter is much easier to project, right? It's like hard-nosed gap scheme guard. Keegan, I'm with you. There is more versatility with Keegan, where like you can picture him doing more things, but I also wonder, with the lack of strength, if there's a higher percentage chance that he just doesn't work out than Zinter, right? So I think both of them, I see them as reasonably equal, just different styles.
They're close.
Yeah,
they weren't too far on the big board, I think.
They're really, really close, and it's a matter of preference. Keegan's definitely more athletic, and if you're putting him in his zone scheme, he's got a better chance of surviving. Zinter's kind of pigeonholed, but he's really good, and he's a mauler.
Yeah. I like Keegan a lot. I think he's a really good athlete as well. The only problem, like you said, is the length and the strength, I think. So he's an okay run blocker, good pass blocker. Like
he's tall, but he's not as, he doesn't have the, I don't think he has the arm length.
No, I think his length was below average. So he's got the athleticism. He's got really good technique, I think, as well to see the field. But I think he's probably going to be a backup long-term in the league just because of his length, and he's just not a strong player right now either.
That's fair. There we go. I mean, it's a backup interior offensive lineman. And
really late fifth round.
Who am I to criticize what Philadelphia has done along the offensive line over the last 4 to 5 years?
Ever.
Yeah, that's a good point. No. You guys will shut up now. You guys can take over in the show.
That pick just screamed Howie Roseman, didn't it? It's just like, it's the same way I feel about Veach with DBs. Roseman with offensive linemen.
You got to trust him?
I'm just like, it's just legend. He'll turn this guy into a legend.
You just got to trust him. You just got to trust him. Jets are back on the clock, I believe, here at 173.
Malik Washington, just get
Please.
another one.
Well, I mean, I was just about to say,
if they got
drafted
Corley and Malik, I'll freak out right now.
They've just got college football legends, right? I mean, Jordan Travis just went, Braylon Allen, Malachi Corley, who is like college football fans, like deep college football fans' favorites, and then Olu Fashanu, who not like a college football fan.
Great college player.
All right, here's another one. Isaiah Davis.
That's a college football player if I've ever seen one.
South Dakota State running back. I actually have Isaiah Davis rated above Braylon Allen.
Oh, okay.
I had Isaiah Davis 116. I had Braylon Allen 121. Davis was highly productive over the last couple of years. So what do you guys think about Davis?
He had a 94.9 grade this year. That led the entire FCS.
He's an angry individual.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
I think he's a great tackle breaker.
He's huge, too.
He's big, 6 foot, 220. Good.
Just got a type.
Yeah, good, not great receiver. I like Braylon Allen in that respect, honestly. But, I think he's not going to add much on passing downs. But I think he's a good complementary back in the NFL, which is exactly what the Jets are just adding to his backfield right now.
I think he has a more clear role than Allen does right now. Like, Allen, to me, is like, hey, man, I need 2 yards. Straight line. Let's LeGarrette Blount this thing, right? Isaiah Davis, there's been a lot of talk this offseason that the Jets are moving to a gap scheme. They got John Simpson. They got Morgan Moses. They're trying to just simplify things. And Isaiah Davis, I can just, like, the image burned in my brain right now is him running power behind Mason McCormick, leading them as the puller and just gashing teams for 8 yards at a time. Like, I wonder if he's actually RB2 and Allen's kind of short yard goal line thing. Like, the goal is really just give Breece Hall a breather. Or, if you're real fancy, flex him out as a receiver and let him work. But all of a sudden, the Jets running back room, I did not think they would take 2. I thought for sure they were taking 1. I thought earlier it would be Estime as that guy. I didn't think they were taking 2. All of a sudden, I don't know that I would call it stacked, but you at least have guys that can get Breece Hall off the field, even if it's, for 1 snap maybe. He's going to need a break at some point.
Yeah, those individual PFF metrics that we like to try to separate what running backs do beyond their offensive line, which I think is an important one, especially for a player who plays at lower level competition, right? Because the offensive line in front of them, normally you'll have like powerhouse programs, and South Dakota State is a powerhouse program, not quite North Dakota State, but they are a powerhouse program in the FCS. And so you figure their offensive linemen are just going to be more talented than the guys in front of them. So this is key here. With missed tackles forced per attempt, which is a stable metric that we have to judge running backs on, Isaiah Davis was 96th percentile. Yards after contact, he was 86th percentile. Both gap grade and zone grade, he had above 90, 95.4, and then 92.8. And then as a receiver, missed tackles forced per reception as well, 89th percentile. So this is a really good all-around running back. And again, somebody who I liked even in space and how he saw the field a little bit more than Braylon Allen, who I think a lot of these guys are sort of compared to one another here in this draft class because they're both big giant backs. I actually liked Isaiah Davis better. So it's kind of funny that they're both here and they're going to the same team. Who do we have on the clock next?
Dallas
is up next.
Trenches, man. Just keep hammering O-line, D-line. They're another one. Especially on the defensive side. Their front seven needs work.
Tyler Guyton, Marshawn Nealand, Cooper Beebe, Maris Liufau.
I would love Johnny Wilson
I don't think they're going to go trenches here.
I would love Johnny Wilson here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be hot.
Yes. Yeah.
That'd be hot. So I would say I like Malik Washington as well, but they play CeeDee Lamb in the slot a lot. So I don't know if they're going to want Malik Washington. Again, I think that goes back to your point about Johnny Wilson. Johnny Wilson would be a perfect pick for this team.
Yeah. They need size in that receiver room, I think, right now, and I think he would be excellent. I cannot believe we're about to get to the 6th round of this draft and Johnny Wilson's still on the board.
Johnny makes the most sense. I would have liked a speed guy. If we were even talking in the 1st round, I really like to fit if they were to get Brian Thomas, because their offense operated better last year when they had Brandon Cooks was really rolling and taking safeties off the top, and then you had CD and even Kevontae Turpin and Jake Ferguson working underneath, and Dak's got all the windows underneath, but there's not really a burner like that left. So Johnny makes a lot of sense, though. Dak could just throw it up to him. He's a better route runner than people give him credit for. Outside threat, leave CD in the slot full time. That makes a ton of sense. I'm in on Dallas getting another receiver if they do it here.
I'm shocked he's here, man. I mean, he's an alien. He quite literally is an alien. I mean, he had the biggest wingspan we've ever seen for a wide receiver. Yeah, right. 84.5 inches.
I think I saw the comp somewhere. I can't remember where, but somewhere I saw a Devin Funchess comp. That feels unfair, but is that what some teams might be thinking?
I think he moves better than Devin Funchess.
I agree.
But yeah, sure. I guess that makes sense. No, they go with the corner. This is a guy that I like, though. I can't hate him.
Yeah, that's a good pick, yeah.
Kalen Carson, the cornerback from Wake Forest. Man,
you had a top 5 summer scouted, didn't you?
he was right there. I can't remember if I had him in my top 5 corners when it was all said and done, because there were a handful of guys that I liked. Like, I like Max Melton. I like Kalen Carson. I like Josh Newton, along with the obvious candidates. You know, like Kool-Aid McKinstry was in there. Nate Wiggins was in there. Kalen King was in there. Cooper DeJean was in there. So among those, it was a really good cornerback group when we were coming into the season. Kalen King still in this draft class, still waiting for him to get drafted. But the thing that I like the most about Kalen Carson, not an elite athlete, and it's not great when you're playing the cornerback position. Being a good athlete is sort of a prerequisite, especially when you get up to the NFL level. You can see that some of his lack of production kind of comes from that. You see where he ranked overall. But what I like about him a lot is he has a trait that every team is gravitating towards with their corners. He loves to tackle. He loves to come up and tackle. He is not afraid to do it. They'll play him in off coverage, whether it's man coverage or zone coverage. He will play off the line of scrimmage. When it's a screen play, he's firing downhill against the blockers. He's making a difference there. And then when the receiver catches it, I mean, he is a really reliable tackler. So I wondered if that trait would get him drafted a little bit higher, but I didn't think that it was going to be before day 3 with him, because, again, you just can't go into a cornerback evaluation for whether or not he's going to fit on your team and go, well, he's not a great athlete, because it's just that's a horrible place to start.
Yeah.
So I understand why he is back end of the 5th round, almost 6th rounder here. But I do like him as a football player, so I think the Dallas Cowboys did get a good one.
I watched his tape, and I was like, oh, Wake Forest likes a certain type of guy, don't they? Because I was like, this is the corner version of Mustafa.
Yeah.
Like, it's just really physical and downhill, and they just want to get in your face and hit you. I think he covers a little bit better, like turning his hips back on the vertical tree than like opening his hips 45 degrees and horizontally. But yeah, that's the standout trait there. The run D grade, the physicality. Like, I think there's an immediate role as something like a punt gunner. Like, that makes sense to me. Guys who are really good tacklers on kickoff and punt. Hell, I used to coach special teams, and that's all I looked for. I'm like, even if you're not one of our superstars, if you could tackle, I'll take you, whatever. Like, I think Carson's in that category where it's like, okay, hustle, tackle, intangibles, we'll make you better at corner along the way.
Yeah, he's physical, even more than run defense. He's physical with the receivers, like throughout their routes too. He loves to get up in their grill. I mean, I like him a lot. I think his physicality was a reason why he missed 11 games over the last 3 years. So obviously some injury concerns there, but he's a solid enough athlete, I think, who's very versatile. And I love his physicality, like you guys said. So yeah, I think this is a pretty good pick for Dallas here.
Jalen Ford goes to the New Orleans Saints at pick number 165, second to last pick of the 5th round here. Ford, I just saw as kind of like a high-energy middle linebacker. I saw him as a special teamer. He does not anticipate really well in coverage. He even doesn't really anticipate super well in run defense. He's got some good plays that have been that he has flashed with while he has been at Texas. But linebackers, I know a lot of people love Jalen Ford, but linebacker is kind of one of those positions where it's easy to be a fan favorite because you make a lot of tackles, right? But it's those difference-making traits that really set you apart, that give you a ton of value as a linebacker that I don't really see from Ford's tape. So a good player, a good college football player. I think he's more of a special teamer at the NFL level.
Yeah, I don't love him in space. Like, I think he weaves well in short areas, like in his 2 gaps in front of him on the line of scrimmage, but he can get a little lost, like kind of caught watching in coverage. So, like, if you know, he's just among this group of guys that I feel like, okay, you're downhill 2-gap linebacker, but it's hard for him to turn his hips and run or see concepts in the short game, things like that. Special teamer, right? And honestly, if you find a good special teamer this late in the 5th, cool. I'm kind of with you on the low upside, though, of this.
He was a playmaker in 2022, man. He had 4 receptions, 3 forced fumbles. He flies around the football, really good run defender, really good athlete, I think, as well. Instinctive in run defense. He's not instinctive in coverage. I think that's he's kind of a liability in coverage right now. He's kind of a below average tackler too, which you got to clean that up. Again, I think special teams is the perfect description for him. I think he's going to be a really good special teams player, but I think his coverage ability is probably going to keep him from being a piece in the linebacking core right now.
Jets' final pick here of the 5th round of the 2024 NFL Draft. I don't think it's going to be a running back. Just going to go out on a limb there.
they either get gutsy and take one of these just receivers on talent, could be Malik. Maybe that's just me hoping for it. Or it wouldn't shock me to see them dip into the safety pool. Like you've got Chuck Clark, Tony Adams, Ashton Davis re-signed for another year, but I think they're kind of looking at safety as one of probably the weakest spot on their defense. And honestly, anywhere up the middle of their defense that they can build depth makes sense. Even if they took another corner, I don't know if we had it in yet here. You've got Sauce and Reed and Carter and not a whole lot behind it. So I think any sort of defensive depth from here forward would make sense too. But it wouldn't shock me if they went receiver.
I would love Leonard Taylor here.
Please,
filthy. Yeah, that makes sense.
That'd be sick. I would love Leonard Taylor here. I don't think that I don't know if he's going to be able to survive on every team in the NFL for as athletic and as gifted as he is. But with the New York Jets next to Quinnen Williams, with Javon Kinlaw, with Robert Saleh, and just everybody else in that defensive line, this is the spot where I would love for him to go. So
it's a thought too.
Him or Christian Mahogany, honestly, one of those two guys is still left on the board.
I wouldn't hate it.
I think this should be a trench pick here for the Jets to round it out.
It should be.
They're at a point now, and again, they're always the butt of the joke, and Rodgers got hurt and everything, but you really look at them and the way they've built this offensive line, they're one of the most talented teams in football. Like, their starting 22 is nasty. It's just about creating depth and maybe having better injury luck or just, what have you. But they could use depth at a lot of positions. O-line, you're maybe right. Just keep building the O-line. Let's just get a million new offensive linemen in here and hope we can actually pass protect for more than 3 weeks, right? So I think the Jets have hit the point now, especially with the fan favorite, getting Jordan Travis in there and what they did earlier, right?
Correct.
I don't think there's any wrong picks here.
They did a good job.
Only one pick in the trenches, and it was Olu at number 11.
Yeah.
I would like for this to, as much as I think that it's a nice landing spot for Leonard Taylor, I want this to be an offensive lineman.
Yeah, I think
Christian Mahogany's still here. There's not a lot of offensive linemen that are still left. I'm scrolling, and there's a ton that are gone. Walter Rouse from Oklahoma, who I don't mind. KT Levison from Kansas State, who I think would be good for them as well as a versatile offensive tackle / interior versatile guy. He could be that swing offensive lineman for you. You could put him in a pinch. Those three players I would love to see here for the Jets.
It's a weird one. I
think Johnny Wilson still. I'm gonna say Johnny Wilson for every pick until he gets drafted, dude.
I'm gonna do the same thing for Malik, man.
Yeah.
It's just these are just
that size of the Jets receiver room would be awesome.
They're the two best players on the board, and I don't think it's close.
Oh, did New Orleans trade up to this pick?
No.
No.
They're still showing 175.
Oh, they are? Oh, okay. Well, we just glanced at the broadcast.
No, we're ahead of everyone here. This is the place to be.
We're way ahead
for draft coverage.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah. By the way, for filling time, my dad texted me and he says he likes for some reason that I'm the bad guy. He's about
You're the bad guy?
Yeah.
We have an undefined player in the tracker, which means it's not on the big board.
Oh.
Is it Quantez Stiggers, maybe?
Oh, it might be.
Oh.
I love him.
I got to be honest with you. Watched a little bit of him recently.
Awesome. I like him a lot.
Kind of fits the Saleh defense.
Yeah, it does.
It might not be him.
It might not be him. But if it is, I think that makes sense. I couldn't put him in the database because, he was never a college football player and he just played in the CFL. So I can't add him I couldn't add him to the mock draft simulator. So we weren't able to do it. But he was talked about as a potential day 3 guy, corner who, it
is Quantez Stiggers.
It is?
Yeah.
I figured it would be because this is the range where you were going to pick him. So Quantez Stiggers, he's a cornerback. He played for the Toronto Argonauts over the last couple of years. 0-star recruit. Was not recruited at all with any of the online services. Ended up going to, what was it, like community colleges?
Lane College, yeah.
Lane College, where he played for a little bit there, but then kind of gave up football after that. And
his dad died in 2020, so he gave up football.
That's it.
He worked DoorDash to support his family. Then finally he got an offer to play the fan-controlled football league, which is semi-pro. Killed it there. Got a tryout with the Argonauts, killed it there, and then he won Most Outstanding Rookie. He's one of the coolest.
I was going to say,
stories,
didn't he win like Rookie of the Year?
Rookie of the Year,
and then, CFL?
And then the Shrine Bowl invited him. He did great there. Great athlete. He is one of the coolest stories in the league, and this is an awesome story that he's getting drafted.
Really good ball skills.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, starting this past season, we actually started grading the CFL too. So we have an 85 coverage grade for Stiggers during the CFL season last year with 5 interceptions.
I was going to say he had a ton of interceptions in the fan-controlled league, and he had a ton of interceptions in the CFL. So really good ball skills, good length, about 5'11", 205 pounds. So this is a really good bet. I like this. I like this a lot for the New York Jets.
I love the story too, man.
Yep.
I'm really happy for
Off coverage, lengthy zone corner that Robert Sala's always loved in his entire time coaching defense, no matter where he's been. It's the same blueprint at corner that it's been for the last decade. And again, the Jets don't have really much of anything behind Sauce and Reed and Carter.
Yeah.
So this corner, again, depth, I think, for them at any spot on their defense except maybe off the edge makes a lot of sense.
And another shout-out Dave Brugler for this one. He's the first CFL player with no college experience to get drafted in the NFL.
It's incredible.
So, yeah, really cool
college
story.
experience.
Yeah. Never played college snap.
Good for him, man.
Yeah.
What a way to round out round 5.
Wow.
What a way to round out round 5 as we kind of get into round 6. So halfway done. Well, are we halfway done? I don't know. I don't know if we are officially halfway done with the numbers.
We're about it. 257 is the final one.
We're
about halfway.
We're close.
We're like 2 or 3 picks
We're
from
close.
halfway.
We're close. Sometimes you get a lot more comp picks in one round or the
Yeah.
other. So I think the 6th round's a beast. I think the 6th round, there's a lot of 6th round comp picks that came out because the 6th round starts with pick 177. It's the Minnesota Vikings that are on the clock right now. And we go all the way to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 220. 43 picks.
Let's go.
Buckle up, folks. We're gonna be obviously talking about all those picks, but 6th round, we teased it at the top of the show. This is also going to be the time when we will start to talk about the 2025 guys, because that's what I wanted to do with these guys here. They know college football very, very well. They understand kind of who's coming up next throughout next year's NFL draft. So, look, we're going to cover all of these picks here. The Vikings just picked Walter Rouse, the offensive tackle from Oklahoma, who I really liked. I thought he had a really good Shrine Bowl. He's the person who was on the opposite side of the line of scrimmage from Tyler Guyton. Doesn't have that same kind of athletic ability, but he was a really solid player. And again, a really nice depth offensive lineman, I think, who works out well for the Vikings because they're putting together a pretty good offensive line. They got one of the better offensive lines in the NFC, and Walter Rouse is just another piece to that. You can see right there some of the PFF numbers that we've got on the screen. I had him overall 171 on the big board. He goes 177 here, so pretty close, and then we've got the Steelers back on the clock. You guys got any Walter Rouse thoughts?
I think he's smart, man. I mean, he's a really good player. He's got really long arms, 85th percentile as well. Didn't allow a sack this past season. He's an explosive athlete, good hand placement. His pad level could be a problem sometimes, and his foot speed isn't great, but I think it could be a potential swing tackle for a team in the league.
All right, so let's look at this. Before we get into 2025 stuff, I want you guys to look at the best available.
Uh-huh.
Who is it's just nuts they're still on the board at this point.
The first 2 guys.
Yeah.
Okay, outside of the first 2 guys,
okay.
because you talked about them all. Like Brandon Rice, the chat is going crazy that Brandon Rice is still on the board.
Brandon Rice is crazy.
Rice is sort of an enigma to me because there are times when I'll watch his rep and I'll be like, oh, okay, you're kind of fast. And then there are other times I'll be like, oh, no, you're not. And then there'll be times when I'll go like, oh, okay, like you could separate with your routes here. Like you can clearly, like, you know a thing or two about the wide receiver position. And then we go to the Senior Bowl and he can't separate at all whatsoever. And he just becomes this contested catch monster that I didn't see from him on tape. So Brandon Rice is extremely confusing to me. I think he's going to get drafted off name alone because he's Jerry Rice's son. But him being a little bit further down the board, that makes sense. I didn't think that he would last to the 6th, but I thought day 3 probably for Brandon Rice. So I think he'll go off the board pretty soon here. 2 guys that I am shocked that they're both still on the board. Gabriel Murphy and Grayson Murphy from UCLA.
I was just going
to bring
there.
up Gabriel.
How are they still here?
He's Diet Laiatu Latu is how I describe him.
They're good. They're really good football players.
Yeah.
Especially Gabriel. Gabriel's really good with his hands, man.
And he was a 93rd percentile athlete, too. It's not like it's an athleticism problem. Now, he's got short arms. He's got 2nd percentile arm length, which is obviously a problem. Not a very strong player, but he's like Laiatu Latu in so many ways. He has poor length, like Latu, but technique, athleticism is there. I think Gabriel Murphy is going to be a steal for whoever takes him as a 3-4 outside linebacker. He's been so freaking productive at North Texas with his twin brother, then goes to UCLA and is just as productive, if not more. I don't understand why Gabriel Murphy's not been taken yet.
Shocked me.
That's the same name I was going to give you.
Yeah, that literally was what I was gonna say.
He just nailed it. Grayson's a little more of a traditional outside linebacker, a little bit stronger than Gabriel, but doesn't have quite the hand usage. So they both should get drafted. But I was going to say Gabriel as well. You took it from me.
Both those guys were Shrine Bowl players. Grayson was not invited to the combine, so I think that was probably a hint that the league was probably not as high on just both these guys because they're twins, right? I mean, like the exact same measurables, sort of the same game. Although again, like I think that Gabriel's a little bit better with his hands, a little bit better getting off blocks. Grayson's more of a powerful guy. He'll get his hands up and inside, and he'll bull rush you. So I think that they're stylistically a little bit different. But the fact that one of them, Grayson, did not get invited to the combine should have been a sign that the league was just overall not as high on these guys, which I don't understand. I think they're good football players.
Just to show how productive Gabriel Murphy has been, so since 2022, which was when he got to UCLA, so it's not North Texas that we're getting in there, 104 pressures, which is 4th in the Power 5, and 19 tackles for loss or no gain, which is tied for the most in the Power 5. So he's been incredibly productive, and again, great athlete. Just the length is a problem. But other than that, and he's not a very strong player. Other than that, I don't understand why he's still here in the 6th round.
Those three guys at UCLA were so good. There were times when they would just line up 11, 12, and 15 on a 3-man rush, drop 8, and those 3 would still win the battle. I don't know, especially Gabriel, but both of those guys should be drafted at some point here.
I'm with you. Pretty shocked. I'm looking in the chat right now, and I don't know who's moderating the chat. It might be Ryan back behind the glass saying we need a new estimate. We've got to get the chat hyped up with a new estimate.
We can find a new estimate.
One True King said Jordan Whittington. Jordan Whittington's my boy. I like Jordan Whittington a lot. I just hate the injury history, man. He was such a productive high school football player as a receiver and a running back, and he's just got such a great skill set.
Cody Schrader.
Too many injuries. Oh, I love Cody Schrader.
Yeah, that's a college running back. I love Cody Schrader too.
He's awesome.
Yeah, they give me the new estimate.
He could be the new estimate. I don't want to force it. I want the chat to kind of come. The chat's kind of got to come up with it on their own. But I think that Cody Schrader honestly still left on the board. He is somebody who runs hard. Yeah. I love Tyler Algier when he was coming out during his draft class because he was just he would give you everything he had on every single carry, and that's Cody Schrader.
The exact comp that I had for him. He's a little thinner in his lower body, but it's the exact thing I saw with him running just outside zone for Missouri, just like Algier did for BYU. It's the exact. It wouldn't even shock me to say if the Steelers took him. I don't know who the pick is here, but if the Steelers took Cody Schrader right here with Arthur Smith having drafted Algier and Atlanta and all that, it would make a lot of sense to me. It's just hard-nosed, cold weather runner. Tyler Algier was the exact name that came up to me when I watched Cody Schrader.
Good little connection there with the Arthur Smith who drafted Tyler Algier. I like that.
You yawning right now?
I am yawning.
Come on, dude.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's not because I'm sleepy. It's because I'm cold and hungry.
What hour?
It's those two things. Cold, hungry.
Hold up. You're from Florida, right? That's the most Florida thing I've ever heard.
I'm serious.
If it's under 60 degrees and somebody in Florida gets hungry, it's a nightmare.
I have no idea why that is a yawning reflex for me. But when it is cold in this room, and when I'm cold, and then when I have not eaten in a while, I will just yawn all the time.
If you were tired, what hour are we at now over this weekend for you? You did what? 5 hours on Thursday.
I got some decent sleep last night. We're all right.
Okay. No, but how many hours of broadcast have you done in the last 3 days right now? This is
5 on night 1, then stock exchange, so an hour and a half, 6.5, another 5.5, 11.5. So we're at like 16.5 right now.
That's why he's the GOAT right there, man.
That's why we're at like 16.5. No. Hey, look, we're just talking ball.
We're just
talking ball out here. Logan Lee, the defensive lineman from Iowa, gets to trade black and gold for, black and gold. Going to the Pittsburgh Steelers here. I like Logan Lee. Quick little background on him. High school state wrestling champ as a sophomore in the 220-pound division, and then as a senior in the 285-pound division. So doesn't mean he was 220 and 285, but that was just like the weight classes. So he's a little bit lighter when he won it as a sophomore, a little bit heavier when he won it as a senior. You see that body control with him. Now, look at the weight. He's like 6'5", like 285 pounds. So he is that tweener type of a defensive lineman, but he was impressive at the Shrine Bowl. You're seeing some practice reps right there, and he knew pound for pound. Look at this dude. Like pound for pound, he's actually pretty damn strong. Nice little push-pull right there, snatching that dude to the ground. Little one-arm bull rush. He's just giving it everything he's got. I don't know, man. I didn't think that he would go before the 6th round, but I was a big Logan Lee.
Is the entire Steelers draft class just going to be guys that like make total sense to be Pittsburgh Steelers? Because this is another one. It's just rugged. right? Like, it's just, he's another guy. I feel like they are just they must be getting ready. They must know something about a harsh winter coming that we don't, because these are just big, rugged, nasty, physical, like Pittsburgh. Is it the 70s? Is this what we're doing? We're drafting Pittsburgh Steelers in the 70s.
Winter's coming. Where's that from?
Game of Thrones.
Okay.
Nice job. Good job.
There we go. All right. That would have been terrible.
You only named the most popular show of all time.
It was, if you would, I would have said that for any quote. I would have been Game of Thrones, whatever. Like, no, it's just, I actually haven't watched it for real. So, I'm aware that I'm terrible at keeping up with things. So this is just.
By the way, the chat moderator, whoever's running the chat, tried to crown Frank Gore Jr. as the next Audric Estime.
I'm in.
And the chat app said, no, we do not accept this.
Wow.
They don't want to side with the bad guy. That's all it is.
No, it's not. It's not the Frank Gore Jr. part. It's the nobody's Audric Estime. There's only one Audric Estime.
Okay, all right, that's a better
There's only
thing.
one.
But
There's only one Audric Estime.
I would still stump for Gore.
You can't manufacture Audric Estime. Our producer just got in my ear and said, hashtag not my estimate.
Greatest thing I've ever heard.
Oh, man. Okay, so you guys are obviously having fun as we're having fun here. Hopefully you have fun with this. I kind of want to talk about 2025 now. Look, Patriots just took. Oh, okay. I actually got to catch up on this before we do this, because I promised if we were going to talk 2025, we're also going to make sure that we're on top of things here for the 2024 draft. We're going to do both for you here. That's why we're trying to give you guys exactly what you want. Seahawks took Satoa Lumia, the offensive tackle, who I think is probably more of an interior offensive lineman from Utah. Just doesn't really have the athleticism to be moved to be playing a tackle at the NFL level. But I think he's a strong guard, somebody who I liked, and somebody who I thought was going to get picked around the 6th round range. He goes to the Seattle Seahawks, so they doubled up there because they went with Christian Haynes in the 3rd round. They didn't have a 2nd round pick. No, they didn't have a 2nd round pick.
No, I think it was the 3rd. You're right.
3rd round.
3rd with Haynes.
I'm going a little loopy here. But anyways, they're double dipping along the offensive trenches, and I like that because they had big needs on the interior. So if Lumea is an interior player, this is a top tier pick for them. Patriots were right after them. They took Marcellus Dial, the cornerback / safety, the versatile defensive back defender there. And then the Chargers at 181 just picked Kamani Vidal, the halfback from Troy, the rocked up halfback. I mean, this dude is you look at this guy and you're like, nah, I'm out. I'm not tackling this dude. Somebody else do it.
Dude, he's awesome. He's one of those college
players. So this is Harbaugh's running back.
This is Harbaugh's.
This is Harbaugh's running back.
This is a Harbaugh back.
But 2,800 yards since 2022. That leads the nation. You mentioned 218 pounds at 5'8". Also, really good athlete. Great tackle breaker. 30% enforcement tackle rate since 2022. Not a great receiver. As you could tell by the 2,800 yards in the last 2 years, almost 900 touches in his career. So obviously a lot of mileage on those tires, but got to improve his vision as well. But I think he'd be a rotational back. I don't think he'd be a starter for LA, and I know they're kind of looking for that right now. But I think he's very athletic and obviously extremely productive at Troy. I like him a lot.
He got drafted because he picked up just a half step of speed this year. His tape in 2023 was clearly there was just a little more burst than there was. He was always physical. He's never afraid of contact. He got a little bit faster in 2023. And fun fact, I think he's a great nephew of Hank Aaron.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. He's from Alabama, went to Troy, the whole bit. Yeah, I believe it's a great nephew of Hank Aaron. So he's got some really athletic bloodlines there for sure. Did not know that about Vidal, but hey, now he is going to be Harbaugh's back out of the backfield, somebody that he grew him as a young rookie running back. So, all right, can we do it? Can we pull up the big board? So we're going to pull up the big board that you guys can see right after this draft is over at PFF.com, because it is going to be in the updated mock draft simulator. So right after the draft is over, the mock draft madness doesn't stop. You guys can go over to PFF.com/mock. We will have an updated draft order, which I believe is projected win totals and also some Vegas odds to win the Super Bowl as a tiebreaker. So we will have a new order for you, and we will have a 2025 big board. I think that is up to 125 players. We're only going to do the top 50 here on this show, give you guys a little bit of a sneak peek of it. And honestly, I want to hear these guys freak out about some of the guys that we're going to be talking about a year from now. So let's go from 50 to 41 here.
Okay.
And I want to hear the names of these players, and then just pick out a couple of them. We'll talk about them. when we get done with that, we'll recap some of the picks that just happened in this draft. But I think that's the way that we'll do this a little bit moving forward.
All right, Don't, you want me to just read them off, then you want to pick a player, and we'll go back and forth like
Take
that?
it away. Yep.
All right, so number 50, we got Tyler Booker, the interior offensive lineman from Alabama. 49, Trevor's LB1 entering the season, Barrett Carter from Clemson.
Okay.
48, Tez Johnson, wide receiver out of Oregon. 47, Kamon Rucker, the edge from North Carolina. 46, Ajani Cornelius, offensive tackle out of Oregon. 45, Sebastian Castro, corner out of Iowa. 44, Isaiah Bond, wide receiver, formerly Alabama, now at Texas. 43, Emory Jones, the right tackle for LSU. 42, Tyleik Williams, the defensive tackle.
There's another Emory Jones?
Yes.
Not the quarterback?
This one's good. This one's actually good.
Oh, hold on now. Florida Gator great there,
That was
Emory
true,
Jones.
yeah.
You gotta calm down there.
42, Tyleik Williams, D tackle out of Ohio State. And 41, Xavier Watts, the safety out of Notre Dame.
You want me to go? All right.
Yeah, who out of those?
pick a couple.
One guy. I'll start with Sebastian Castro at 45, man. Best slot corner in the country.
Yeah.
Straight up. He was Cooper DeJean.
Cooper Mustard.
Didn't have to slide inside as much because Sebastian Castro was so good in the slot. I don't know if it'll be a similar transition where now he moves out to the outside in their defense, but really physical, really sound. Had a lot of targets his way because teams were throwing away from DeJean, and he just succeeded. One of the highest graded corners in the country, the best nickel corner in the country right now.
All right.
I like Kamon Rucker a lot, dude. He is 6'2".
You gotta say the position again because
Sorry,
you're
yes,
also
yes,
introducing
correct.
these guys to everybody.
Edge defender, North Carolina, Kamon Rucker.
Okay.
6'2", but he's 265. He's rocked up, but he's got great explosiveness, great bend, great hand usage. Has 96 pressures over the last 2 years, which leads all returning Power 5 edges. 42 run defense stops, which are tied for second among all Power 5 edges, whether or not they're returning. So really productive player. Obviously, the length is a big question mark, but he's a uber productive player that I think will be a top 50 or so pick. Probably.
Chat says Watt needs a bump. Where was Watt in there? Was
Watts
he 41?
was 41. So he won Defensive Player of the Year in college football. Great ball skills. Problem is his tackling is just not good right now, and I think some of the interceptions were a little bit luck-based, which I think is why.
What position? Was
it safety? Sorry, safety out of Notre Dame.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I like him a lot. He's a really productive player as a coverage player, but his run defense is a big problem right now, so that's why he's here at 41.
Anybody else that you got in this group?
In this group, let's see.
Isaiah Bond's a big play receiver.
Tez Johnson's fun too, man. He's really, really small, but Bo Nix's adopted brother is a wide receiver at Oregon. Now he takes over in that number one role.
Yeah.
We're going to get to another, arguably the number one role. We're going to get into one of his new teammates soon here, but he's small. It's kind of like Jacob Cowing, where he's just really darn good. Like he's 5'8" and $175, maybe, if that.
Yeah, he's like,
He
I
might
think
even
it's 160.
He might even be lighter than that, but man, his routes just snap and he's always open. Like he's going to be featured even more this year with Franklin gone.
Cool story about Tez Johnson too. And we talked to Bo Nix, and Bo said that Tez, obviously adopted brother, Tez wanted to play for Oregon, did not get an offer for them. And then he goes to Troy, kills it there. And then when Bo goes to Oregon, they finally offer Tez, so he finally gets to play for the team that he grew up loving. So I think that's a really cool story.
That is cool. I really like that. We do have to pause.
We have to pause.
Because your boy just got drafted.
Who?
So the last three picks that we had, the Tennessee Titans took Jaquan Jackson, the smaller, shiftier slot receiver and return man from Tulane. So Tennessee got that dynamic wide receiver. The New York Giants took Darius Muasau, the physical, thumping middle linebacker from UCLA. I cannot believe that Muasau went before the Murphy twins, but hey, shout out to Muasau. He really stood out at the Shrine Bowl with that physicality. And then your boy, the Miami Dolphins selected Malik Washington from Virginia. Talk to us about this fit here.
Man, oh man, I like it, and yet it hurts my soul as a Jet fan. This is rough. So Malik Washington, second behind Malik Neighbors in receiving grade this year. Ton of missed tackles, excellent route runner, and people think he was a one-year wonder at Virginia. He was not. His 2 years starting 2021 and 2022 at Northwestern. In that span, Northwestern had the lowest passing grade in the Power 5. It was like a 40. Like they just couldn't get him the ball, but anytime he did, he just pops. Like he runs like Corley. He runs like Corley, but he runs way better routes. I actually think there's a world where Malik Washington is better than Malachi Corley. because he ran a 4.47. People worried about long speed. They're worried about frame. He jumped a 42-inch vert.
Oh, God, that move was nasty.
And in his career, he caught 56% of his contested balls. I'm telling you, to me, this is a second, third round talent. And now he goes to this team, and he's not just a screen demon. He forced by far the most missed tackles over the last 2 years on non-screens. I think it was 45. The next closest player was 32. It's crazy.
I thought he was a third round player at worst.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right?
I have no.
He goes in the 6th.
If you discount him because he's 5'8", he can break tackles. He's thick. He's not built like Jacob Cowan.
No,
I agree.
He's 191 pounds. Yeah.
I believe he might be a former running back also from his either high school days
Makes
or very
sense.
early
Yeah.
Northwestern days. It shows. And his hands are incredible. There's
get it, man.
everything. When you look at this guy analytically, says he's going to be really good.
Yep.
And is there a ton of precedent for guys 5'8" and lower at receiver succeeding? No, but we do have Tank Dell, we do have Cole Beasley, we do have Taylor Gabriel. I wouldn't be shocked if
You wrote an article on him, didn't you, have PFF.com?
Oh yeah. I wrote. I had to because I was just like this. This is. It was like stuck inside me. I'm like, this guy is way too good. Even I think on the PFF board, this kind of disagree a little, but like at wide receiver
You don't
20.
know ball. You don't know ball.
That's what I just heard.
I don't. I said PFF board.
Yeah, it was a PFF board. It wasn't me. What are you looking at me for?
It could have been hacked, but
Could have been anybody.
I believe he was wide receiver 20, and for me, he might be one of the 10 best. Like just his. I don't have any. I honestly, and I'm not even just biasing this, and I can't now that he's a Dolphin, but I don't see any flaws other than he's 5'8". Like I don't know what the flaws in his game, like his actual just game are, and he didn't play on very good teams at all.
Where would he be if he was like 6 feet tall on your board? Would he be like a?
It's just different conversation.
No, I know,
He's
but
he's a different football player. So the weaknesses that I have for Washington: shorter arms make the shorter catch radius for him. Shorter arms also make it tougher for him to be an effective blocker against any sort of longer corner. I had in here that I thought I saw limited long speed, although he showed that he has the long speed, so that's not as big of a concern as I had before. And I said, will be tough for him to have a depth/special teams role with how ineffective that he is at blocking. So I think that's why he drops, because of the conversation that we had a little bit earlier, where once you get past round 3, you have to play special teams. And Malik Washington, he just does not have the power profile to be able to be an effective special teams player outside of being a returner for you.
Well, maybe, I don't know about kick returner with long speed. 4.47's good, obviously not great. Why couldn't he be a punt returner? He makes guys miss.
Yeah, but I don't, again, like, if you thought he would just be a punt returner for you on special teams, like that's just an add-in to where you would draft him in the 3rd round.
Well, right. No,
seems like a lot of teams thought that he was like a 4th-ish round talent, and then you bring him further down the board because you don't think he can play special teams effectively.
I think that's an add-on anyway. And in this offense that emphasizes yards after catch so much, I don't see how this isn't. This is scary that they get him to add in with Hill and Waddle. I think it's unbelievable that he goes to this offense and is able, because they're better, especially with all the motions and stuff, they're better at releasing receivers from press pre-snap than anybody. That would be really the big concern, is just the size thing, but yeah, we got another one here. We got another hot one now.
Johnny Wilson off the board, baby.
Oh, thank God.
Philadelphia Eagles.
A+. It's an A+ pick.
Of course they get him.
Howie can't keep getting away with it. I say this, I use that meme all the time for the Philadelphia Eagles. Okay, what's the Eagles draft now? It's stupid. Every single year we get to this point. It's absolutely stupid. Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Jalix Hunt, Will Shipley, Aniyah Smith, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., Trevor Keegan, Johnny Wilson.
Did this draft just put them back in the Super Bowl conversation?
I mean, like, I feel like last year's draft did.
Well, they're in it anyways.
No, I mean, look. The real answer to that question is like no. I don't know if like a rookie class is going to be something that's going to put you over the top like at that point. But really, they only had those glaring weaknesses at corner, and they addressed them with 2 extremely talented players, and the rest of these players are unbelievable depth guys that are going to be long-term pluses for you. So I cannot get over how well Howie Roseman drafts. I cannot get over it.
I can't help but feel like Trotter and Johnny especially aren't depth players. That they're better than that. We projected them better than that. These are top 100 guys, both of them. Like I don't think they're and like they needed another.
They've got 2 really small linebackers now because they have Nakobe Dean as well.
Yeah.
So they have Nakobe Dean and Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
I mean, now I was screaming for him to get more receivers, at least one more. Now you got Johnny and Anaya Smith. You got weapons. Even if it's a good process, if one of them hits, you're in a good spot. You know, you're talking about a guy in round 5 and round 6. If you get one of those two guys to hit, if Johnny hits and Anais doesn't, then so be it. I'll just put Devontae in the slot full time.
He's a great athlete, man. I mean, he's a 97th percentile athlete, Kent Lee Plass, relative athletic score, 6'6", 236. We said it before, biggest wingspan ever by a wide receiver. Issues were drops with him. He dropped over 10% of his catchable targets since 2022, which is 15th percentile. And also, I wanted him to play a little bit bigger. He doesn't win in contested catches like you want him to. Like, he less than 50% since 2022, but other than that, I mean, if he improves his hands and plays a little bit stronger, he could be a matchup nightmare in the NFL. I think he moves way better than a 6'6", 240-pound receiver should. I love Johnny Wilson. I think he should have been a day 2 pick in my opinion.
Somebody said Johnny Wilson has one route. No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. Johnny Wilson has, for players who are 6'6", 6'7", who weigh nearly 240 pounds, he's got a diverse amount of releases. His footwork is way better than you think it is. He's got way better wiggle in his routes, and he can run all sorts of different routes too. That's just crazy to say that he has one route. That's just not true. The Falcons picked twice after that. They picked Jace McClellan, the halfback from Alabama, and Casey Washington, another Shrine Bowl standout guy. Now, Casey Washington went above Isaiah Williams.
I can see why, because Williams kind of feels like it's kind of like Malik Washington, but it's 4.6 instead of 4.4, right? There's gadget stuff, there's screens. There is some after the catch. He's a former high school quarterback, came up through high school as like an athlete sort of label, started at Illinois as a running back. You can tell he plays more like a running back playing receiver, and there were just better guys with that style, Washington, Corley, than Isaiah Williams in this draft. And Jace McClellan, not my favorite guy. He's a little bit stiff. Definitely big, kind of linear. Just doesn't really, there's not a whole lot of lateral. Like, it's got to be the hole that's designed for him, but you're also sitting on Bijan and Algier, so I think if you're talking McClellan being your third running back, I don't think it's a terrible option. Yeah. I'm very surprised that Isaiah Williams is not the pick here over Casey Washington. Casey's interesting, though, because Williams got more usage, but Casey, there's not a whole lot of better back shoulder receivers in this. It's one thing that started to catch on this last year at Illinois, that like Casey Washington's he's got good body control and he catch balls on the back shoulder. He's not going to be a high volume guy. Like, Williams needs volume, like in the screen game and the short game and things like that, to get going after the catch. Washington's got a little bit of, he's not as fast as Alan Lazard, but there's like a little bit of that, or there's just certain things on the vertical tree that start to work with Washington, and the quarterback situation at Illinois wasn't great, but he really came on the last few games of this year. It's two different styles of guys. I get it, though. If you're looking for after the catch, you take Williams, but there's something there with Washington, and I think is kind of a almost similar player to Drake London, where it's like it's like body control and length and things like that, and Cousins can place the ball. It makes some sense to me. I don't really like the Falcons draft. It's different.
Yeah, definitely it's different.
It's different.
I don't. Dorless, Aroro, and Trice, I guess, like as a whole, are impact players. Unless the Michael Penix plan works out exactly the way that you hoped that it would. I think that that's obviously a massive gamble. I just don't think the Falcons got that much better after this weekend. I really don't. So, well, I mean, I guess we'll see.
Jason McClellan's. No, I would have picked him a little bit later.
I'm just surprised.
I mean, it's the 6th round, so I mean, there's not a lot much of like later that you could have here.
I think there are other backs in this class I would have rather had. But he's a solid player overall. But
I'm just surprised we haven't seen them take a corner.
Yeah,
like they're really good at safety, but
right.
Like I
guess
feel like
they got a lot of faith in Clark Phillips.
Did he play inside or outside last year?
He played more inside, but now they're kicking him out to outside. They wanted to play outside corner.
They needed pass rush too. I'm kind of with you. I like that collective better. They just, in general, needed to get better on defense. I just still wonder if they're one receiver short. It's going to be the argument with the Penix pick. Should it have been Odunze?
All right, let's get back to the 2025 big board as we are kind of caught up here with the picks.
Yes.
40 through 31. This is the big board for the 2025 NFL draft, which, again, you guys can see after this draft is over. as we are going to be turning the page over on the MDS to 2025. So let's hear it. Let's hear some names here.
Yeah, 40, Ashton Ginty, the running back out of Boise State. 39.
Is that your guy?
That's my guy.
That's our
Okay,
guy.
all right,
Yeah,
we're
we
gonna
interviewed
talk
him
about
actually
That's
a few
our
weeks
guy.
ago.
All right, we're going to talk about him.
39, Jalen Milroe, quarterback, Alabama.
Ooh, 39.
Yeah. Got some tools there. 38, Landon Jackson, the edge, another toolsy guy from Arkansas, the edge defender from Arkansas. And then Howard Cross, the third, defensive tackle out of Notre Dame. At 37, 36, another D tackle, Kenneth Grant out of Michigan. 35, safety Xavier Nwankpa from Iowa. 34, Trey Harris, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss. 33, Mitchell Evans, tight end Notre Dame. 32, Quinn Ewers, quarterback out of Texas. And then 31, wide receiver Evan Stewart, formerly Texas A&M, now at Oregon.
I got to do it, right?
Oh, that's the Oregon hint that you were giving of
Tez's team.
Tez Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Talk to us about your guy.
Have to do it. Man, at 40, Ashton Ginty. Let me start with this running back class coming up in 2025 is going to be absolutely stacked. Like a lot of guys that could have came out this year stayed in school or transferred wherever. Ashton Ginty for Boise State, who may be a playoff contender in the new 12-team playoff, his game. He might be the best dual threat back in the country right now. He's a high school receiver, played a little edge in high school too, switched to running back his senior year, so he got kind of overlooked coming out of high school in Texas, ends up at Boise State. Vision off the charts, good size, good speed. I would say probably 4.4 speed right now, although he told us when we interviewed him he thinks he's a 4.3 guy. We'll see when the time comes when that happens, but just everything about his game. I'll tell you what, I see a lot of Alvin Kamara in his game, man. His vision, he sees
high praise.
He sees cuts. He sees
very high praise.
He sees the entire front seven pre-snap, and he sees cuts. I swear, sometimes 8 to 10 yards ahead of time, even in the open field. Like if you even go and watch, he outran on a route Ulofoshio when they played Washington early this year. Like he teed off on good teams. He still had over 100 yards against that UCLA defense in their bowl game. He's a dominant player. He missed the better part of 3 games this year. He told us next year he's going for 2,500 total yards.
Like all purpose?
All purpose, yeah. I would not.
It's be extremely impressive.
His receiving ability, though, I would not put it past him. He can line up at receiver right now and do all of the things you want any dual threat back to do. There's shades of Alvin Kamara in Ashton Ginty. I absolutely love him.
I do want to hear who your next guy is, but I do have to shout out Mekhi Wingo just went off the board to the Detroit Lions. So we finally have Mekhi Wingo coming off the board here. Man, him getting picked, what is this?
189.
Yeah, but that would be 141 picks after Mason Smith when Wingo was the better player. Just one, Trent Baalke, what more can you say? Two, it's kind of just how the NFL draft goes, you know? Like, it's just, you have these players, if they give you this crazy high ceiling, teams are just going to say, give me this player and I'll try to make something out of him in a crazy amount. But Mekhi Wingo was better than Mason Smith was.
I'm not surprised that the guy who took Trayvon Walker over Aiden Hutchinson is also the guy who took Mason Smith that high in the draft.
141 spots above his better teammate.
Not at all surprised by that.
And fun that Wingo and Hutchinson
Jordan
are on
Jefferson
the same
even Jordan Jefferson even went above Mekhi Wingo.
No, Wingo was the best one. I don't see a whole lot of argument there. Teams are enamored with Smith and build and all that stuff. But no, it was. Yeah,
Wingo's small.
This order should have been flipped.
He's small and doesn't have great length, but I think he'd be a starting 3 tech in the NFL. He's quick, great hand usage.
Yeah, that's how he would get there, right? That's how he would become a starter. Is if you have that 3 technique role where you just want them to be a one gap penetrating pass rusher. I think that's how you get to that. Another notable guy, Dylan McMahon, the interior offensive lineman from NC State, goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. And so I just think that he's a depth player. I think McMahon, when I watched him, I wanted to like him a lot. McMahon is fun because he will snap the football, and he can snap the football and get his hands up into you unbelievably quick. So the nose tackle will be like, all right, the ball was snapped. I'm going to rise up a little bit. And then all of a sudden they're just getting jolted back because McMahon has that type of quickness. Unfortunately, he's just super small, so the second that any interior defensive lineman is able to reset and get hands on him, he gets moved very, very easily. So you can see why he's a 6th-round pick. But getting back to the 2025 big board a little bit here, what do you guys think about Milton? Not Joe Milton. Jalen Milroe. What do you guys think about him? You got him obviously top 40.
Yeah.
So you got a lot of faith in him that obviously he could just be a dynamic playmaker for you. I know he's got a long way to go in consistency, but he is super talented.
He's not as big as him, but there's a lot of Anthony Richardson when you talk about Jalen Moreau. Like the ceiling there is crazy. And the reason why he's a little bit higher than I think some people might have him is because Kalen DeBoer is going there now. He really unlocked Michael Penix Jr. at Washington. At Alabama, I think he could do a little bit of the similar stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if Jalen Moreau is like a top Heisman candidate next year at all. And I think he could shoot up draft boards. So that's why it's a little bit of projection here with Jalen Moreau, but he was really good down the stretch of the season. He holds onto the ball forever. And that's a big problem in his game right now, but he's a great runner, cannon of an arm. Doesn't really do much in the intermediate or short part of the game right now. But as a deep ball thrower and as a great runner, again, it's a lot of projection, which I understand some people don't like it this high. But I think there's a ceiling there that some of the other quarterbacks in the class, frankly, don't have.
You also mentioned Quinn Ewers in that group of guys.
Yes.
Quinn was somebody who I watched for this year's class because we weren't sure if he was going to declare or not. He's got a long way to go, man. I get that he's got the arm talent, but, man, for as much arm talent as he had, the deep ball stuff is what was most frustrating with him, right? The deep ball accuracy was all over the place. And I don't know if it was because it was kind of that upright, kind of like flick of the wrist throwing motion where it's not as traditional as it is for other people. And Quinn Ewers he's got an incredible arm, so he's able to do all these things, but it's not really a repeatable throwing motion. He doesn't really bring the arm down and over across the chest. He kind of just keeps it up, and it's just this flick of the wrist. And I don't know. I know it's a style, but when it becomes an accuracy deficiency, it seems like it's something that you got to change here. So, what do you think about Quinn Ewers?
I think there's a bit of his game that Sark props up. I think Sark is probably the best play caller in college football right now, and you just see the amount of like design screens and play action and everything that opens the windows really, really wide for Quinn. I right now, I could see a road where if he has a great year and Texas gets back to the playoff and a whole new crew of receivers and Sanders gone and all stuff where, yeah, Quinn's a first-round pick. But I need to see him at some point just drop back and throw the football because there's so much just RPO and screen, and it's a very college offense. And when he's asked to just take a 5-step drop and throw it, it's not the most consistent product you'll ever see. So there's a long way to go, I think, before Quinn Ewers gets himself in a first-round conversation.
Yeah, you look at the betting odds right now, man, he's one of the top favorites to be the number 1 overall pick. So there are people who love him. I agree with you guys. I'm a little bit higher, I think, than both of you are on him, but I understand some of the concerns. He's going to have to carry this offense next year. They got Isaiah Bond. They got some other nice weapons coming in, but you lose Xavier Worthy, you lose A.D. Mitchell, you lose Jordan Whittington, you lose Jonathan Brooks, you lose Jatavion Sanders. They lose a lot of that offense. So he's got to improve, and obviously I agree that he does a lot of his great stuff off of play action, but I think he's a guy that has a lot of tools, and he also played a lot better than he did in 2022. I think he really cut the gunslinger mentality out of his game for the most part, kind of cut his turnover-worthy play rate in half, had an 85.6 passing grade. There's something there with Quinn Ewers. I'm not as high as some other people, but I think I'm a little bit higher on him than you guys are right now.
Sam Monson getting in the chat here with his opinion, saying Quinn Ewers.
No.
I don't hate it. That was a good
Dolan, I forced Dolan to put him in the mock last night.
Yeah, we argued about the placement for this. We did. I kind of
Dolan didn't want him anywhere near.
I kind of wanted him lower.
Okay, now I can't wait till we get to the mock draft. Anybody else from that group of
the Quinn Ewers
40 through 31?
I will tease it. The Quinn Ewers spot that he goes to is
stay tuned.
It's going to be hot.
Stay tuned.
It's going to be hot.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's some other guys I like here. I mean, I think Howard Cross, just the length is a problem, but he's just an unbelievable football player.
Oh, the interior lineman
from
Notre Dame.
From Notre Dame, exactly. Yeah. Xavier Nwankpa, the safety from Iowa, has been awesome for them the last couple of years for them. Mitchell Evans, torn ACL, kind of robbed us of more, but he could have been he could have pushed Bowers to the Mackey Award this year before that. He was really their whole offense almost on Notre Dame this past year, the tight end. And then I like Evan Stewart is one of those guys, man. He's got a super high ceiling, but it's just been unrealized right now through Texas A&M, and I'm excited to see what he can do with Dylan Gabriel and even Tez Johnson at Oregon this year.
Yeah, I agree with all those, man. I mean, and again, Trey Harris, another guy I want to point out from Ole Miss, because there are moments.
Do you like Trey Harris?
I do. There are moments.
I think he's pretty one-dimensional, but like sell him to me here, because like as a vertical dude, I guess he's fantastic. But he was it's hard to actually compare him like this because Brian Thomas Jr. just went in the first round. But like he's a little Brian Thomas Jr. in me to me because he's just like this vertical threat type of a wide receiver, and I wonder if there's more in the tank there for him.
He might have better body control than Thomas for like off-target throws. I'm with you. Does he lean more vertical now? And that offense is kind of weird where they throw deep and outside the numbers more than almost any other offense. Lane Kiffin really likes to use the whole 53, but there are moments when Trey Harris is dominant, man. You watch the Texas A&M game last year, he's the best player on the field. It's just, I think the number one potential is in there. And I think if you take a guy who can get after it vertically and then teach him the short stuff, I think it's easier to do that than a guy who's limited, can't get vertical, and you have to teach him. There's all different styles. I think Trey Harris very well could be a number one receiver in the NFL. And if he just didn't get high volume this past year, if he gets more volume this year with Ole Miss, he's really, really good.
We have some notable guys that kind of came off the board over the last 2 picks that we had in this draft currently going on. The Seattle Seahawks took DJ James, the corner from Auburn. He finally comes off the board. I do like that pick for them. I think stylistically it does make a lot of sense for the Seattle Seahawks. I love that aggressive style. Mike McDonald is going to be able to tap into that competitiveness that DJ James has, even with a smaller profile. I mean, like Devon Witherspoon was a little bit smaller of a guy, and I know that they didn't draft him, but certainly they're going to make them a centerpiece there. Joe Milton, the quarterback from Tennessee, goes to the New England Patriots, who just drafted Drake May.
Quarterback battle, Drake May?
Hey, quarterback, hey, competition breeds the best results. I wonder if Joe Milton eventually becomes a tight end.
Logan Thomas comp, dude.
I really do. So could be a little bit of a tight end comp there. Tanner McLaughlin, the tight end from Arizona, going 194.
Another tight end for Cincy.
I like him a lot.
Do you?
The more I watched him, like there's just
former wide receiver, so more of a receiving tight end. But go ahead.
It shows. Yeah, I think his like after he's got a very like direct approach. Like you can just tell he has the receiver feel when he catches the football. It's like immediately like upfield. Like he could be a first down machine for them if he really gets it going. Like he doesn't wow you physically in the measurables and all that, but you can tell he's a former receiver. He's just got a good idea of just how to just catch the football and get upfield and do something productive. The combination of him and not Wiley, who did they got Eric All, sorry. That's a lot of fun having both of those guys around because they're thin at tight end. They're starting Mike Gesicki right now. Both of those guys could have a role, or it's the same thing we've talked about. If you're going to throw multiple darts, if you take these two guys and you hit on one of them on day 3, that's successful. And All is more of the blocker, McLaughlin more of the receiver, even though All's a good receiver too, good route runner. I like McLaughlin a lot.
I'm not his biggest fan, mainly because I think you've just got to view him as a wide receiver. He used to play wide receiver, and then he became a tight end, and he's not in any way, shape, or form a good enough blocker to basically be a tight end at the NFL level. So I feel as though you just have to view him as a receiver, and he's fine. He's got a little bit shorter of arms, so that the catch radius is a little bit smaller than his 6'5" frame. Kind of leads you to believe that it is, and so. I think that this is the range for him, honestly. 6th round. Some people are talking about McLaughlin as like a 4th round pick, and I just was not there. Now, I would have taken Dalen Holker or Jaheim Bell, who are still on the board here at this point.
I would have taken Bell, but their offense isn't that conducive to like Bell's skills, right? The Bengals, it just doesn't. I know after the catch works everywhere.
It could be if Eric All would be like your traditional tight end, right? And then like Bell could have been the.
But at that point, he's just a receiver too. Like, it feels like...
But I like Bell more as just a receiver than I do McLaughlin. That's just me, though.
Oh, I get that, because after the catch, I'm with you on that. I don't know about, what was the other one you said? Holker?
Holker.
I kind of like McLaughlin better than Holker.
That's fine.
But Bell, like if Bell went to one of those Shanahan systems, like a Miami that stresses yards after catch, or if he was like another option for the 49ers, I just don't know that... The Bengals offense is kind of weird about just getting design touches to certain guys like that. It's not, I don't want to call it vanilla, but like it's more a traditional passing game with Burrow, right? I think for the fit of the two of them, I get it with McLaughlin, but I have Bell higher than McLaughlin, but I'm not going to kill this fit. Also, I'm not going to kill a fit in the middle of round 6 either. But I get what you're getting at there.
Ryan Watts, the cornerback from Texas, goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers as his next selection before we get back into the big board. Just going to read you off Ryan Watts' measurables for being a cornerback. Height, weight, wingspan, arm length, 96th percentile, 94th percentile, 98th percentile, 99th percentile. He is 6'2" and 7/8", so almost 6'3", 208 pounds, with an 81 3/4 wingspan.
He's a freak too.
nuts.
He's a really good athlete. I think he's a safety.
Vertical jump, 91st percentile. Now 40-yard dash, 35th percentile, so that leans into your safety narrative there for him. But
also, he's just a great run defender, dude. 78-plus run defense grade each of the last 2 years. It doesn't have great technique at outside corner. His footwork's a little bit sloppy. It's going to take him some time to learn safety, but he's a great athlete at safety with plus length and is a really good run defender already. I think he should be a special teams contributor immediately for them.
PFF Sam in the chat says Milton's the guy that they have to talk to in Topgolf to let them know that he has to stop hitting the ball over the net.
That is.
It's solid. That's a good one.
That's how he throws the ball, too.
Tools, man. Did they get the two strongest arms in the draft?
I
think so, maybe. Well, Caleb's up there, but Drake's got a rifle.
Drake does have a cannon.
That's a good question.
They might have the two strongest arm guys in the draft.
They went from Jones and Zappi to
that is true.
No, just a never again.
Yeah. The Patriots just drafted for miles per hour. That's it. They drafted for velo, and they'll figure out the rest later.
Oh yeah, Sam, you're in the chat now. We need to know what you think about Bub Memes actually going in the fifth round.
I think it was the fifth round. Yeah.
Yeah, it was late fifth round for the New Orleans Saints. Need the takes there. All right, let's continue the big board. 30 through 21.
Yes, 30 through 21. All right, number 30.
This is for the 2025 NFL Draft Big Board, which you can see after the draft over at pff.com/mock.
So first-round tackle out of Arizona this year in Jordan Morgan. Right now, we say first-round tackle out of Arizona next year as well in Jonah Savainea. I hope I got that right. Really good player for Arizona this past year at number 30. At number 29, a running back, Marion Hampton from North Carolina, who's been a great player for them.
There's some really good running backs in this draft.
We're going to get a couple more. Okay. At number 28, we got Princely Uman-Mielen, formerly at Gator Great. Edge defender, now at Ole Miss. So that's one of the reasons why we love Ole Miss.
It's tough that he didn't go to the draft and instead decided to transfer.
Yes.
That's tough.
At number 27, cornerback Denzel Burke out of Ohio State. At number 26, edge defender Ashton Gelati from Louisville. At number 25, Jabbar Muhammad, cornerback, formerly Washington, now at Oregon. At number 24, Quinshon Judkins, one of the running backs, going from Ole Miss now to Ohio State.
That's a super crowded Ohio State running back room now.
It is ridiculous with TreVeyon Henderson there.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
23, another Ohio State player, edge defender JT Tuimoloau at number 23. At number 22, Kevin Winston Jr., safety out of Penn State. And at number 21, the final running back, I promise, Ollie Gordon from Oklahoma State, the reigning Doak Walker Award winner.
So talk to me a little bit about those running backs that you had in there. Hampton's in that group. Genty's not, but Judkins is. And then who's the last one?
Ollie Gordon.
Ollie Gordon. So what do you like about each of those guys? I want you both to kind of talk about those running backs because we have been told that this running back class is coming up is going to make up for this running back class that we had here in 2024. So
Gordon's an explosive play waiting to happen. He didn't even play the first 3 games last year. He just was kind of working his way up the depth chart, and he won the Doak Walker Award with like a 10-game stretch where he ran for how many yards? Was it close to 1,700 or something?
1,732, and he had 19 total carries in the first 3 games.
The most of that was in like a 10-game stretch. He carried Oklahoma State to the Big 12 title game pretty much single-handedly. Like he's just an explosive play, 10-yard, 15, 20-yard run waiting to happen.
Averaged 150 yards a game over the final 11 games of the season. Also, keep in mind, Oklahoma State 103rd in the country in run blocking grade, meaning that Ollie Gordon was making this happen a lot by himself last year. So I really think, and they didn't really have much of a passing game to speak of either. Also had 330 receiving yards too, which is the 3rd most by a Power 5 running back. He's upright runner, 6'1", bigger, taller back. Elite vision though, great footwork, and yeah, he won the Doak Walker Award for a reason. Judkins has been uber productive at Ole Miss over the last 2 years. Amazing contact balance. He leads all Power 5 running backs in rushing yards, yards after contact, and forced missed tackles since 2022. Those were his first 2 years of college football as well. It's going to be interesting now with how they use him and TreVeyon Henderson together, but it's going to be a good problem to have for Ohio State. And then finally, Marion Hampton, the running back out of North Carolina. Besides Drake May, he really was the engine of that North Carolina offense. Powerful runner. We actually interviewed Mac Brown a month ago, and we talked about Marion Hampton a little bit, and he said, man, our DBs hate tackling him in practice. They hate it. And I said, Coach, honestly, I think the entire country hates tackling Marion Hampton. He's like, yeah, you're probably right. So Marion Hampton, yeah, he's just a physical runner. To illustrate how good this running back class is, all 3 of those guys, and maybe even Ginty, would have been RB1 this year, I think.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in on that. Jinty's an argument with level of competition, but those first three, absolutely.
And
Hampton's a first down machine.
Dalton and I are risking losing our jobs, by the way, by putting 3 running backs in the top 32.
True.
So
It's very
that should
anti-PFF.
show you. That should show
It's
you
very
how good those guys
anti-PFF
are.
from you guys.
It is.
So there were a couple of players on that list that I watched for this big board. JT Tuimoloau is one of them, the edge rusher from Ohio State. He is somebody who I think could have very well come out in this draft. I think he would have been a second-round pick at worst, but he is somebody who wins with a lot of power, former 5-star. And I think that he's a really good football player. He's just slower. Like he's got to get quicker. The footwork has to get quicker. He has to have more finesse game to him, but really solid all-around high-floor defensive end. But I do think that he would have been a day 2 pick this year if he would have come out in this draft. He obviously has aspirations to be a first-round pick, so that's why he goes back to Ohio State. But he's got to do something to get quicker because I think the feet are too heavy for him. And so there were a couple of other players, or at least one more that I think.
Uman Mielen, did you study?
Uman Mielen, I did study. He's kind of the opposite, where I think he's got a really good finesse game. He's a speed type of a player. He knows how to attack the inside and outside shoulders. He knows how to have. He plays with some pretty good moves. He got decent bend to him, but he just didn't have that power profile that I needed to see. So when I watched Uman Mielen, I was like, okay, well, I like what you bring to the table, but are you just a designated pass rusher? And I think he probably would have been picked as such, although as guys started to kind of come back to school, I was like, man, if Uman Mielen was in this class, he'd be a second-round pick. But wants to be more than that, wants to be a first-round pick. But he's somebody who I think needs to get a little bit stronger there.
And you said you didn't like Jabbar Muhammad that much, right, when you watched him?
So Jabbar Muhammad was a interesting watch for me because what I like to do when I'm studying players is I'll watch at least 2 games of them the year before, 1 or 2 games of them the year before. So in this case, it would have been his 2022 season when he was, I believe, at Oklahoma State, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And then I watched 2 games of him at Oklahoma State, and I was like, this young man cannot play at the NFL level. This is a 6th, 7th round pick. Mm-hmm. I was like, I do not like his tape whatsoever. And so I had a lot of negative notes from him before I started the 2023 tape when he was at Washington, and he was different. He was faster. He was more confident. He anticipated better. He could trigger downhill. He was just a better overall football player. So, I'm deleting some of those older notes that I had from him from the previous season because what you are right now matters more than where you come from. You just want that to kind of be context. And if you're way better this year than you were the year before, well, that's actually growth. And I actually like to see that. So I liked him at Washington, but I had a lot of athletic concerns with him when I watched the Oklahoma State tape, and I didn't have as much for Washington. So I wondered to myself, is he going up against lesser competition? I didn't really think that was the case with him in the Pac-12 this year. Because it's better, right? And so he was just, I'm glad he went back to school because I didn't really know what to do with him.
Yeah.
So now, because he transferred, right?
Oregon.
Where is he now? So he's at Oregon now. If he has another year where he's playing really, really well, that's instead now 2-year sample size of a really good football player who I think can be a top 50 player. But he was very confusing to me for that reason when I was scouting him when he was eligible for this class.
He's smaller. He's 5'10", 183 pounds, but he's so competitive. He's a
feisty
dog.
as hell.
He's a dog.
Like he's probably the most fun corner to watch in this class. If maybe because of that, like there's a bit of like the L'Jarius Sneed attitude to his game that just comes with like getting in your face and ball hawking and doing all that stuff. Like it could be a volatile thing where his ball production goes down, so then he starts getting beaten at beyond the catch point. I like him a lot. I think every secondary needs a guy like Jabbar Muhammad in it. Whether he ends up a first-round pick or not is largely going to depend on the performance at Oregon, obviously, but it's an easier schedule of receivers than he had in the Pac-12. I mean, going to the Big Ten now, I don't remember the entire schedule. It'll be fun to see him go up against Ibuka when they play Ohio State for sure. But just
Jeremiah Smith, too.
Jeremiah Smith, my goodness. 2027?
2027, number 1 overall pick.
All right, we don't have to get that far.
You sure? Do you have a 2027?
I could, yeah.
No, we actually stayed up all night doing that.
Of course. I honestly wouldn't doubt you guys.
Well,
you'd have the ability to do it.
He's the perfect Kyrie Jackson replacement. Jabbar Muhammad.
Oh yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I think
he has the same length. How big is he?
He's only 5'10".
Oh, okay.
But
so he's not the same player.
No, but he's just
like
competitive as
so he's not in any way, shape, or form the same player.
Yeah,
You're saying that they're missing a top corner, so he needs to step in and be CB1.
Kyrie Jackson is that ultra competitive player, and Jabbar Muhammad's that same thing.
Okay.
So that's what I was getting at.
He's a Dan Lanning guy.
Yeah, he's a Dan Lanning.
Yeah,
guy.
that's the way to put it.
Anybody else on that list that was
Oh, let me look. That you would watch.
that I would have watched? Yeah.
Gelati came back to school. I don't know if you watched him at all. Okay. Denzel Burke.
Yeah, so I watched Burke a little bit. Burke was kind of a little bit of the same conversation with Muhammad, where you watch Burke and his 2022 season, he was hurt. And so it was like, man, it was not as good. And then this past year, it started off kind of shaky for him. And then we got to the point where second half of the season, he was playing a lot better, a lot more confident. He looked a lot more healthy. And that's a version of a player that I think could have been drafted in the top 75. I had him around that range when he ended up deciding to go back to school with a lot of those other Ohio State guys. But that's kind of how I saw Denzel Burke. I can see him being in the top 50 of a way too early big board because he does have a lot of talent. He just... it was weird watching him because I was like, okay, you're out there, but I know you're probably playing hurt.
Yeah.
Where's the real Denzel Burke? Because you also don't want to just say, oh, I'm only going to count your good plays.
Right.
Like that's not a good way to scout either. So he was sort of confusing. I hope he is fully healthy going into next season because then we get a good look at what I think is a talented cornerback prospect, and we can just see how much more consistent it is. So, all right, let's get back to the 2024 draft board because we had a handful of picks. We think we have 4 picks go off the board here. Tyler Davis, the defensive tackle from Clemson, run stuffer. God, the Los Angeles Rams, they're like, Aaron Donald's out of there. Just give me bodies.
It takes 6 guys to replace Aaron
Verse,
Donald.
Fisk. Yeah. Now we've got Tyler Davis. I mean, it's just a lot of players.
Brennan Jackson that they're drafting at the defensive line. Same thing with the Falcons. Another defensive lineman, Zion Logue. They are really trying to make up for the fact that they drafted Michael Penix Jr. at number 8 overall. I don't know if this is like an apology draft or what for this team. It's no coincidence, though, at all that it's those 2 teams. You have Raheem Morris and the team that he left that are just both loading up like we've got the same philosophy here. I don't think it's any coincidence that those are the 2 teams that are just loading up on defensive linemen right now.
Patrick McMorris, the safety from Cal, going to the Miami Dolphins. Did not watch him for the big board, so I don't have any thoughts on there. Sorry, Chad. Christian Boyd, the defensive tackle from Northern Iowa, the big-time Shrine Bowl standout player, going to the New Orleans Saints at pick number 199. We are 199 picks into this bad boy here. So, look, I like Christian Boyd. I liked him a lot more at the Shrine Bowl than I did when I actually watched his tape because he was super disruptive on those one-on-ones. And then for his actual tape at Northern Iowa, I just didn't think that he had that same sort of juice.
He's winning just off power, it seems like right now. And
he's not going to be able to win off power like that at the NFL level with a jump up in competition.
No, and he's strong. Don't get me wrong. He's 38 bench press reps, which is 98th percentile. But I just think
super strong.
You know, in the FCS, you can get away with winning off that. You know, and that he's not going to be able to do it in the NFL. He's a good run defender, though. I think he's got upside as a pass rusher if he learns more moves as a nose tackle. But yeah, I think he's more of like a depth piece for a defensive line.
Yeah, the way that I have his little bottom line on the draft guide is Boyd likely lacks the length to be a consistent difference maker in the passing game, but his power and size make him a good candidate to be a backup defensive lineman in odd or even fronts. So that's how I saw him.
Yeah,
Around type of a dude.
They just need D-line help. I think it's a solid complement to, like, say, a Brian Brzee, who's a little bit smaller than him, but way more athletic and struggled in the run game. If they're looking for a run stuffer, I think Boyd's a good place to start.
Well, and Brzee gives you the length.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Brzee's kind of that 3-4 defensive end type of build to him. So we will see Brzee, former 5-star. We'll see how he develops, obviously, with a rookie year where he was sort of in and out of the lineup. They were rotating him in a little bit. We'll see if he could earn a full-time starting role on the Saints defensive line there. So
I'm just a PFF high school football analyst now, I think.
You would be the start if we ever actually started. If we started,
we did it for a little bit. We
have a couple.
Did we get into recruiting?
No, not recruiting. We did grade. They were telling me upstairs that we were grading high school before, and they said it was a nightmare.
Oh, horrendous.
Yeah,
no, I couldn't do it. I don't know how the people at like On 3 and 247. Like I don't know how you do it.
I don't know how you do it.
I don't know how you do it
either. But
don't know how you do it. Ian Rappaport's holding a dog on the NFL Network channel, so that was described. We
need Marvel on this show, dude.
I wish. I miss my dog deeply. Okay, so it's been like 4 days, and I'm just having withdrawals with my small son. All right, so the Carolina Panthers are on the clock here at number 200, but we're going to dip back into the big board, and we're going to get number 20 through 11, and then we'll get you the top 10 players that we have for the 2025 NFL Draft.
All right. Number 20, JT Tuimoloau's edge defender partner.
Oh, you got Sawyer ahead of him.
Dude, love Sawyer. We can talk about him in a little bit.
Right this minute, Sawyer's more consistent.
Yeah, he's a better football player right now.
All right.
Yeah. Sawyer at number 20, edge at Ohio State. 19, another Ohio State player, Emeka Egbuka, the wide receiver. Everyone thought was going to be wide receiver 2 potentially this year behind Marvin Harrison Jr. Didn't end up happening because of some injuries. It just wasn't as good. But I still think he's got a lot of stuff to give at number 19. 18. Bit of a projection here, but Abdul Carter, the edge defender from Penn State, converted linebacker. He'll be playing on the edge for Penn State as they kind of...
Who's the crazy dude at Penn State? That's not him, right?
What are you, crazy dude?
Isn't he wear 11? Isn't he like the
Abdul
Michael
Carter.
That's him.
That dude. They learned their lesson with Micah Parsons, and they said, we're never going to do that again.
So
we
hold
have
on
this
here.
guy.
You got him ranked what?
18.
I've seen some of his plays. How's he 18?
Because it's a projection. He just hasn't played edge yet.
Okay.
That's why. Trust me, I understand he could be top 10.
All right.
It's another small sample one where there's some of these that
I didn't know he was in this class. I thought he was a true freshman.
No. I understand because when you see it, you're like, okay, that's a top 5 pick, maybe
Okay.
top 10 pick. But it's just he only played off-ball linebacker. He's now playing edge. It's more like, okay, let's just see it first before.
Fair. It's fair. It's fair.
All right, 17. Guy could be a linebacker turn edge, but he isn't that as big. Harold Perkins, linebacker out of LSU.
Oh, yeah.
At 17, he seems like a tweener, but man, he's so awesome. 16, Colston Loveland, the guy I was alluding to before with AJ Barner, the tight end out of Michigan, is at number 16. 15, massive corner, Tacario Davis out of Arizona. Now he's currently in the transfer portal, but he is practicing. He's been in the portal for like 3 months. And he's been practicing with Arizona, so I feel like he's gonna return to Arizona. So he's currently at Arizona.
That's weird.
Very weird. He's still
Right?
he's still technically in the portal.
doesn't he also have the do not contact
He has a
thing?
do not contact tag
He's
either.
in the portal, but no one can talk to him. But
He can only reach out to
I don't
schools.
know.
They cannot reach out to him.
It's like he's just leaving the door open.
It's very weird. It's a very weird situation. But usually when you enter the portal, you stop practicing with the team. Obviously, he's still practicing with the team. So I feel like he's going to return. I just don't know why.
You think he forgot he was in the portal?
He might have just been like,
Are
oh.
we reminding him? Are we just reminding him right now?
Oh,
like, dude,
shoot.
Jerry
Yeah,
Davis is
like-
like, oh, wow, I missed the paperwork. Like,
That honestly might be the case. I think he's going to play for Arizona, but he's currently in the portal right now. 14, Malachi Starks, safety out of Georgia.
Yeah, baby.
Great player. 13, Shador Sanders, quarterback, Colorado.
Okay.
12, Nick Scourton, edge defender, formerly Purdue, now at Texas A&M. And then at number 11, QB1, Carson Beck, Georgia.
Okay, so we got 2 QBs to talk about here. We got Shador Sanders and we've got Carson Beck. I do agree that Carson Beck is probably QB1 going into this, but I think that it's very fair that Shador Sanders is right there. I watched both of these guys a little bit because they were eligible for this draft. Shador plays very well under pressure. I think that he's got ice in his veins. I think his arm strength is adequate for the NFL level. I don't think it's like a difference-making trait like it is for Drake May or Caleb Williams, but I do think that he plays so well under pressure. Colorado's offensive line was so cheeks last year. It was just so extremely difficult to watch. I wish he played behind a better offensive line. I don't know how much better the offensive line is going to be this season, which isn't ideal, but Sanders is a big-time playmaker. He gives you a little bit of mobility, but he is more of a between-the-tackles type of a pocket passer. So I like Shador Sanders. I do think that he could be a first-round pick at some point. But Carson Beck, sort of coming into his own as the season went on for Georgia. He got better and better and better. I thought through the first weeks of the college football season, I was like, this is not really a guy that I'm going to talk about from an NFL draft perspective. I felt like he was a day 3 guy. The longer the season went on for Georgia, the better Carson Beck got. So that gives me a lot of encouragement that this upcoming year we're going to see an even better version of him. And the SEC, I mean, it's just going to be even more competitive this year with Oklahoma and Texas coming in there. So I think that I would agree with you with these 2 quarterbacks in the top 15 as potential QB1s in next year's draft.
Yeah,
so.
they're not Caleb Williams or Drake May or like that's the guy, but they're enough that you could be like, okay, like they would have potentially been first-round picks this year, I think. I think again, it's not a great quarterback class, as you can see by the number 1 quarterback being number 11 on the big board. So, I like those 2 a lot, and I think both of them present a pretty high floor, I think.
Yeah, totally agree. Shador for me, I'm probably the biggest Shador fan in this building. Like it's his football IQ. You can just tell how he was brought up and just his recognition the second he got to Colorado. Man coverage, zone coverage, working around blitzes, rolling to pass, improvising. Like I just think mentally with him is the selling point. Like you said, everything else, arm strength, mobility, size, somewhere between B- and B+ for all of it. But the football IQ, the timeliness of delivering the football, and now Pat Shurmur as his offensive coordinator, maybe to take further advantage of that. If he's protected, he's arguably the best quarterback in the country. And Beck, I think the big selling point for me with Beck is how he played when Brock Bowers was out. That was the big question. When Brock Bowers turned his ankle, needed the tightrope surgery, and got hurt, there was 3 games where he missed, and Beck got even better. Just shredded Kentucky. I think shredded. Did Bowers play in the Tennessee game? Or was he playing hurt? There was like the second half of the year, Bowers was either out, he was out for 3 games for sure.
The first one back was the Ole Miss game. I feel like he didn't play the Tennessee game.
If he didn't play in the Tennessee game, Beck tore him apart in the Tennessee game too. Like the fact that he got even better, he stepped it up when Brock Bowers was down was the selling point for me. Carson Beck, pure pocket passer, but he's wicked accurate, especially in the intermediate game, not afraid to throw over the middle. I think you've got a very safe projection with Beck, but I could see Shedeur being the first one off the board. I'm a huge fan of Sanders.
First kicker off the board, by the way.
I saw Will Riker just got picked.
Major disagree.
By who do you think?
I love Riker, but
the Stanford kid?
Josh O'Carty, highest career grade we've ever seen by a kicker. But Riker is also
the all-time leader in points scored in the FBS.
That's true. Will Riker, 94.9 career grade, which is the 9th best we've ever seen by a kicker. So he's phenomenal, I will say.
Jalen Crumdy got drafted by the Carolina Panthers at pick number 200. Good run defending, interior defensive lineman. A lot of experience there for Crumdy as well. Mike Abrams, the cornerback from Marshall, going to the Indianapolis Colts at 201. Travis Glover, the offensive tackle from Georgia State, going to the Packers at 202. So continuing to load up on offensive linemen, just wanting that versatility in there. More darts at the dartboard. I did not watch Abram or Glover for the draft guide, so don't have any thoughts on them. Don't know if you guys have any thoughts on them.
I just know Abraham. I didn't watch him. The only player I watched from Marshall was the left tackle, but I believe, I'm 99% sure he's Donnie Abraham's son, and grew up kind of where we did over there. I almost want to say he went to Eastlake High School.
Tampa Bay Buccaneer great.
Yeah, and the Jets for that matter, both of them. So I know he's Donnie Abraham's son, I believe. Pretty sure Eastlake High School over there in Clearwater, I want to say. So I remember the name from when he was coming up. I'm pretty sure it's Eastlake. I can't remember. Somebody can correct me on that later. But I haven't watched him a ton. I remember that. So he's kind of got a pedigree behind him, some bloodlines. But
this is like a big-time bloodline draft.
It is a major bloodline draft. Brandon Rice is still out there, too.
Yeah.
We got kickers and punters going up against Jerry Rice's kid.
Yeah. I watched Travis Glover. He's okay. He's a below-average athlete, but he was a 5-year starter at both left tackle and right tackle. He played for them. Powerful blocker, 6'6", 317, 77th percentile arm length, 80.8 pass blocking grade this last year as well. I think because of his athleticism, we want him in a gap scheme as probably even a guard. But he's a powerful player with long arms, so I think it's worth something here in the 6th round.
All right, okay. Back to the 2025 big board. Was there anybody outside of the quarterbacks that you wanted to highlight before we got into the top 10?
I mean, Colston Loveland, dude.
Talk about Loveland. He's your dude.
He's awesome. He moves so differently at 6'5", 245. He had a 97th percentile open target rate this past year. He would have been tight end 2 by a mile in this draft. And you can even argue him as a first-round pick even in this year's draft, I think, as well, behind Brock Bowers, obviously. He is, again, it's going to be tough saying, one of the best tight end prospects we've seen in recent memory, considering Brock Bowers is maybe the GOAT. But Colston Loveland is going to be one of those guys that we talk about as like, hey, that was one of the better ones that we've seen over the last 5 or so years, probably.
That's good.
I agree on that. I think Starks kind of highlights the difference in the talent at safety. The 2 position groups that are way better next year than they are this year are running back and safety. We've got 4 safeties here in the top 50. Starks, who's already put up 2 excellent seasons at Georgia at 14. You got a guy who can do it all, man. He can cover. He can play the run, single high, 2 high. I mean, this group of safeties next year, I think we only finished with just Newbin this year in the top 50, right?
Yeah,
we've got 4 in the top 50 next year, and there's more coming behind it. This safety talent over the next 2 years. Eventually we're going to get Caleb Downs too in 26. But
yeah,
it's rising. It's a different thing next year.
Malachi's awesome. Malachi's been good since his true freshman season. I've been waiting to scout him for the NFL draft for a while now. So I think he's going to be one of the best players in the class.
He will. I think we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about Harold Perkins because I feel like he's the hottest player for a lot of people in this draft. He's the problem with him that he's just he's small.
He's an elite speed rusher.
Yes.
But he's what, 225?
He's 220.
220.
At 6'1". So it's like
that's first percentile across the board for edge rushers.
You can't play edge in the NFL. Like that's the problem.
Well, they moved him to off-ball linebacker this year, and people were pissed about it.
I know, and here's the thing: you should be as a college football fan. He can play edge in college football fine. You can't. He cannot do it. So long term, Brian Kelly's doing him a favor by playing him off ball.
Right.
But right now, I understand because LSU might have won more games if they had Harold Perkins rush the passer because that defense was like train wreck this past year.
Yeah.
But he had an 81.1 coverage grade. He actually did some solid things there. Got to get better as a run defender, though. Freak athlete, obviously, but man, it's tough for me to put him much higher because he's a little bit of a tweener right now, I think. So.
Yeah, I totally agree on that. It's frustrating even to see them not blitz him as much on the inside, even if you're going to blitz him through the A gaps. Let's go. There's not a center or guard in the country that can block Harold Perkins.
I just hope that they obviously had that conversation with him, like, hey, we're moving you to off-ball linebacker because we want you to be an NFL player.
Yes.
And I hope that he's been all in on that, not like, oh, we need an off-ball linebacker, we need you to take one for the team, and he's like, well, I want to be an edge rusher.
I remember, were you the one that tweeted out the one clip against Florida State, right, when he did the ghost move? And it was just like, that's what he can do. I wish he was just a little bit bigger.
It was nasty.
Was it 22 against Arkansas when he single-handedly beat him?
Yes, he had 4 sacks as a true freshman. 4 sacks as a true freshman. It's like, I wish he was a little bit bigger because then you could be Micah Parsons. But he's just not. He doesn't have a Micah Parsons size, unfortunately.
No, he does not have NFL edge rusher size. So that's going to make it very interesting to evaluate him in a lot of different ways. We had Tylen Grable, the offensive tackle from UCF, go to the Buffalo Bills at number 204. Jawar Jordan, 205 to the Houston Texans.
So. That counts as a Syracuse player. He played there for a while.
You got one. We're counting that. You got one in.
We have no Syracuse players?
No, we have no. There's no one that will be drafted.
Was Gaston the only one that you got a chance?
Went back.
No,
yeah.
I know, but was that the only one?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, probably. Brutal. Kyle McCord QB1 next year though. So
easy now. Oh well, up there, yeah. I don't hate McCord. McCord gets a lot of hate.
He does. He does.
He was
McCord went to Syracuse.
Yeah.
Yeah, he transferred to Syracuse. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
He's not a first-round pick at quarterback, which Ohio State has had for the last 3 quarterbacks in Fields, Stroud, and Haskins.
He wasn't.
But he's good.
He wasn't that bad. And I know people will bring up the Ted thing. If you have to say he's not that bad, but he really wasn't. He isn't mobile at all. So it's just
literally
clean, solid, pressured, nightmare. And that's essentially what happened in that Michigan game. Even the last interception, he got hit as he threw, and that's pretty much what happens when Kyle McCord gets
interesting because Syracuse O-line has been not great for a while now.
Well, I mean,
that'll be
he's better than people think he is. He's not like a big time.
Dude, one man's trash, another man's treasure. I'll take Ohio State's trash any day of the week.
You see what happens? Do you see what happens when he starts bringing up Syracuse stuff?
I would.
Do you see how quickly we got off the rails?
Keep going. This is what I want.
The second we get,
this is why you guys are here.
He's been convinced. He's been trying to convince me for 2 months that there's a road for Syracuse to make the playoffs.
There you have.
He's like, the playoffs 64 teams now.
12.
Might as well be 64.
Still Syracuse.
Easy schedule. I'm just saying. Marvin Harrison Jr., Rondé Gaston, who's a better weapon for Kyle McCord? I don't know. We'll see next year.
Well, let's see.
I'm kidding, by the way.
Do you see?
Jesus.
Do you see what I deal with on a weekly basis?
I don't need that getting clips.
Yeah, I watched it on the show. Before we get back to the big board, 206, Cleveland Browns drafted linebacker Boogie Watson, Nathaniel Watson, the linebacker from Mississippi State. Let's do the top 10 now.
Okay. Do you want to go individual and just talk about each player? Or you want to just
Yeah. If you got takes, let's hear it.
Time. Nobody's going anywhere.
We got a mock draft to do too.
That's fine, brother. We're not even in the 7th round yet.
True. All right. Here we go. Number 10. This is a hot one. Travis Hunter. Corner, wide receiver.
What is he playing?
He's a corner.
I would lean him towards corner.
He's a corner.
Yeah.
But you could Sione Vaki, throw him in a receiver a couple times.
And the return game?
Yeah.
I'm in.
Freak, dude. Just an absolute freak.
Potential to be, he's not quite as straight line
He
fast,
missed-
but like the modern Dion.
So hold on. I want to tell you guys this. So I can't remember if we've had this conversation. Beginning of last year, okay? Was Colorado's first game against TCU?
Yes.
Right?
That was a Travis Hunter game.
So the morning of that game, I'm looking up Heisman odds. And I'm just scrolling, and I'm just, because college football, I mean, it could be anything at this point.
Oh, yeah.
I get down to Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter was plus 25,000 to win the Heisman Trophy. And I went, hold on here. Deion's going to put Hunter in every situation to be a stat monster as a corner and as a wide receiver. I was not worried about his stats as a wide receiver. I was like, if this dude gets 5 interceptions, all of a sudden he's going to be the most valuable player in college football, and we're going to talk about him at the Heisman. So I don't put it on there because I'm like, I don't know.
After that I wonder what the odds were after the TCU game.
Wait, it gets better.
Okay.
The story continues.
Oh, boy.
I'm watching the TCU game. He is making Josh Newton, who was a top 5 CB for me going into the year, look like a fool.
Yeah.
He had that touchdown that wasn't a touchdown that he dove for that was right in his hands, and then he had another touchdown that happened after that. And I went back to the odds, and it's like, okay, it just dropped to 20,000. Then he had an interception.
On the goal line?
On the goal line, yeah.
And it dropped to 15,000. And I said, nope. I put $100 on the line right there for him to win the Heisman, because if I put $100 down and he won the Heisman, I would have won 15 grand. That game continues. His odds dropped from 25,000 to 1 before that game started to 7,000 at the end of the game.
Wow.
That's insane.
And it kept dropping as the season went on, and then he got hurt. I think the lowest his odds got for Heisman was like 3,000.
Do you know how much he was dominating Josh Newton was after that touchdown when he got called incomplete? Josh Newton was called for DPI in that, and he was celebrating on a play that he got called DPI for.
Have to.
Just because Travis Hunter didn't catch a touchdown.
Catch the football.
That's like, dude, that just shows how awesome it is. Like, yeah.
That might be the best game I've ever seen between two teams that didn't make a bowl game.
That game was sick.
That was a roller coaster game.
That game did rule.
That was so good.
Dude. That game ruled.
It just.
That was national championship game TCU too.
I'm hoping. Yeah, it was. Well,
I mean, not the same team, but like,
not near the same team, but
Clearly.
still, like going into TCU.
Well, same team as the Georgia game, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Cold-blooded. No, Colorado. I'm hoping Colorado's going to be a lot of fun this year. In the Big 12, I think
everybody hopes that.
if they're better in the trenches, they have the quarterback. They got a boatload of weapons. I mean, they still have Hunter. You still have Jimmy Horn. You've got LeJontay Wester, who's my guy from FAU. You have Will Shepard. Like, they're loaded with weapons. If they just get better O-line, D-line, like their run defense especially, like they can cover, they can throw it, they can play 7-on-7 with the best of them.
Yeah.
It's just about the meat and potatoes of it. But if they get that even to an adequate level, they could compete in the Big 12.
Hunter missed 3 games this year and still led the country with 1,044 snaps. Which is like
which is the Iron Man part of it that I was like, okay, when we get to the Heisman Trophy, like voters, they need something to latch on to.
Yeah.
That's how you give somebody a Heisman Trophy. To be able to say that this guy played an insane amount of snaps would have also been I'm standing on it. That was a good bet.
That was a great bet.
$100 on the line to win 15 grand for Travis Hunter.
The way it was moving, you had to.
First episode of the PFF College Football Show was before Dalton even joined. It was after that game. I was like, dude, if the Travis Hunter keeps doing this, he's winning the Heisman, like without a doubt. So
you said
the
Ohtani of college football.
He's the Ohtani of college football.
Do you remember the halftime interview that he gave when who was it? Was it Jenny Hale? I can't remember who it was.
It was a Fox broadcast.
Somebody asked her. Someone asked him the question. They were like, "Oh, what do you think about Travis Hunter?" And he goes, "Oh, he's him." Yeah. He's like, if he catches that touchdown in the corner of the end zone, he's like, the Heisman's already chilling in his house right now. And I mean, like, Deion was not wrong.
Yeah.
If he would have caught that touchdown, his odds to win the Heisman the next week would have been like plus 2,000.
Yep. Also, 90-degree day in Texas that day.
Blazing.
And on turf. That thing was heating, and he was still playing every snap out and dominating out there. It's insane. So ball skill's crazy, athleticism's crazy. Obviously, he could play both ways. Probably won't do it in the NFL, but who knows? I mean, we said the same thing coming out of high school. It was like, oh, he's probably going to play corner, but he can't play receiver in college. He's doing it now, so who knows? Maybe he could do it in the NFL. Probably not. But, he can be a lot of fun for you to scout next year.
Last 3 picks before we get to number 9. Mike Jarrell, the offensive tackle from Findlay. He goes to the Seattle Seahawks at 207, loading up on offensive linemen. Did not watch him for the draft board, so I do not have thoughts on him. Dylan Lobby, the halfback from... What? From
No, keep going. Sorry, keep going. Sorry.
From New Hampshire, and then I was going to get to you with the next pick. Josh Carty, the kicker from Stanford, highest graded kicker in PFF history, goes to the Los Angeles Rams.
You get on me for Graham Nicholson with our
that was
portal
ridiculous.
stuff.
That was preposterous.
You are like living for the kickers right now.
But I wouldn't.
That's a different story. We'll get
ranked
to
our
that
top 10 players in the transfer portal when everyone was in it, and he's like Graham Nicholson top 10 or kicker.
I put him 10th because he won the Groza.
Dalton.
He won the Groza. He missed one kick
That's one
all
of those
season.
big boards where positional value is not taken into account. It's just pure how good you are, I guess.
If he had a kicker who wouldn't miss from 50 yards in, where would he get drafted?
Grant
Number
Nicholson,
one overall.
By the way, replacing Will Riker at Alabama now. So they got another great kicker.
They know how good he is.
Christian Mahogany finally went off the board.
Let's go.
Detroit Lions.
Great fit.
Love it.
That's a lion.
Love
That's
it.
a lion.
Yep.
Love it. Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. Just good at this. They're just good at this.
That's
a good
All right, was that number 9 or number 8?
That was number 10.
Oh, he was number 10. Who's number 9?
Tetairoa McMillan, wide receiver out of Arizona.
Oh, yeah. This was Cowing's teammate. And who was the quarterback? Noah Fafita?
No, Fafita. You didn't like him that much.
Well, he's fine. He's a really good college
He's
quarterback.
the Jordan Travis.
He is the Jordan Travis of this upcoming class, but that's okay.
I love him. I would let Dalton take the lead on this one because he is all in on Tetairoa McMillan. With a comp, by the way, to one of your favorite players of all time.
Do I lead with the comp? He's just, look, 6'5". What is he, around 225, 230?
Yeah.
There are big people who don't move like normal people. Like, it's just down the stretch, the second half of the season when Arizona won their last 8 games.
Something like that, yeah.
They lost to USC in like triple overtime, and then they didn't lose another game, including beating Oklahoma in their bowl game. I see shades of Mike Evans. He does not move like a normal
Cypress.
Yeah, and I thought about it, and it took me I was watching before their bowl game against Oklahoma, because early in the season, it was very so Jaden DeLora got hurt, Fafita comes in, he's a backup quarterback, and Jed Fish runs this very high percentage, run the ball, Jonah Coleman screen type of offense, get the ball to Jacob Cowing because he just catches 100 balls a year, it's what he does, right? And then as we got later in the season, and something clicked in that game when they lost to USC, right? Was it 49-48 or some nonsense, whatever it was triple overtime. They almost beat Caleb Williams in USC, right? Which, as the year goes on, whatever. Okay. Down the second half of the season, all of a sudden McMillan just starts putting up 100+ every single week. I'm like, who is this dude? And he came up with Fafita through
middle school.
Since the 8th grade.
Yeah.
They've been playing together, right? So then I think you mentioned to me they didn't talk at all about going to Arizona together. They made their own decisions and just wound up there. Now, I guess we believe that. We'll take them on their word for it. But no, I'm watching him before their bowl game against Oklahoma, and I'm like, he's a freak of nature. This is not normal. He's 6'5", he's 230, and he's moving like this, not just go balls and jump balls, deep overs, up the seam, dig routes, he can. And I'm like, what is this? What is this? I was like, this is Mike Evans. It's not the most diverse route tree. It's not going to be at 6'5", 230, but I was like, this guy, if he's got 4.4 speed, This is exactly where he should be. We might get to a point, because remember back in the day, we had Mike Evans, we had Johnny Manziel throwing to him. Mm-hmm. People are high on both Fafita and McMillan, but is it that McMillan is the Mike Evans
relationship?
That where it's actually, hey, the best one's out there and not back here. McMillan, to me, the way he moves is an absolute freak, and I don't even think he's hit the ceiling yet because he's not wicked twitched up, but you don't have to be A+. You're not going to be A+ twitched up at 6'5", 230. That for me, now we'll see a full season as the number one guy. Cowing is gone now. Jonah Coleman's gone. Jed Fish is gone. They've got a new head coach. So if he can handle this with the volume, he might be, I think he's the best receiver in the Big 12. Right? Is there anybody else that we're missing?
No, he's by far the best receiver.
Colorado's got a bunch of guys, but McMillan,
by far.
He could just absolutely tee off this year if he gets the volume. Because last year you got Cowing getting 120 or 130 targets, something crazy like that. Now that Cowing's gone, he gets number one volume. He's a freak of nature at that size.
Listen, great breakdown. This Dalton's guy, so I wanted to let him go. But 17 contested catches last year, only behind Rome Odunze in the country. Also, had the lowest drop rate of any Power 5 receiver that had at least 100 targets with 2%. He catches literally everything. And there are some throws from Fafita that are outside of his catch radius, and he still comes down with them. He has obviously at 6'5", catch radius is outstanding. Only Neighbors and Odunze had more receiving yards than McMillan in the Power 5 this year. So I agree. And I think a lot of people are listening to us right now and saying, okay, yeah, he's number 9, but Burton's clearly wide receiver 1. It's not that. It's wide receiver 1A, 1B, in my opinion. And I think depending on what team wants to take a receiver first, the flavor of receiver they're looking for, it wouldn't be ridiculous for McMillan to be the first one off the board next year, I think.
Man, you guys get me excited about this dude. I can't wait to go, go turn on the tape with this guy.
I know you're going to be real mad at me if I say the Mike Evans thing.
Because a lot of people do. And honestly, and I'm not like getting on you about this, a lot of people do the Mike Evans thing. A lot of people just go like, oh, tall, sort of athletic, he's Mike Evans, and Mike Evans is just a rarity.
I'm sure
does not happen very
I'm sure
often.
there's some people who were like, oh, Johnny Wilson, not Mike Evans. That's not where we're at. This dude right here, he moves different. Johnny Wilson moves well. Tetsuo is a freak.
Yeah.
He is a freak of nature.
Okay. The last 3 picks, actually the last 2 picks. Ooh. What, are you mad? About
No,
this?
not mad at all. It's going to happen again. Brett Veach is going to take another corner.
Kamal Hadden.
And
I love Kamal Hadden.
Kamal Hadden from Tennessee goes to the Kansas City Chiefs at 211.
We like Kamal Hadden. It's going to happen again. Brett Veach is going to take another late 6th, 7th round DB, and he's going to turn him into a really good player. This is just what he does. And Kamal Hadden, maybe you consider him a 1-year wonder this year. Great job in the SEC this year. Injuries are a thing. I think he didn't finish the season, right? But
No, shoulder injury.
his
He
awareness.
only played like 5 games. He had elite coverage rating this past year, but then he only played like 5 games.
He's missed 16 games in the last 3 years.
Yeah,
which I
he's
think
missed a lot of time,
goes into his
unfortunately.
tackling. I think his technique as a tackler could be improved, and that's why I think he's getting hurt a lot.
His vision and his field awareness got a lot better. He's an off-coverage guy. He got a lot better this year just seeing concepts being thrown at him. He was off to a roaring start, man.
He was.
If he didn't get hurt and he continued at that level of play, I think he could have gone yesterday.
It's just what the Chiefs.
For sure. No, I agree with you. I think
It's
that
just
he had
the injury killed it. The injury killed it.
Yeah, and like you said, you've got the injury history to you, and long college football journey, right? I think he thought he was going to Central Michigan out of college, and he wasn't able to get there because of grades, and then he goes to Independence Community College, the last chance U JUCO. Ends up transferring over to Auburn. He's only at Auburn for the spring practices. Then he goes over to Tennessee. So it's like a winding road. He's got the injury history. He really was only good for 5 games this past year. And you don't want to take that away from him because it was the most recent 5 games that we have. But you all have to bring all of that into your scouting report. But I love it for the Chiefs. I really do. Cam Little, the kicker from Arkansas, he goes at 212 to the Jags. Yes?
You know the thing about Cam Little now, what he is. He was the guy in Jake Bates' way at Arkansas. If you're playing in front of Jake Bates, UFL sensation, hitting 62-yarders on the regular, he was just – seriously, Bates was the kickoff specialist. Little was the field goal guy. He was standing in Bates' way. He must be really good if he's standing in front of Jake Bates with that absolute rocket launcher of a leg that he's got now in the UFL. Bates is going to get signed right when the UFL season's over. And if Little's in front of him, I mean, he must be pretty good, too. I know I'm hyping up kickers.
No, dude.
If you're going to hype up a kicker, I'm hyping up kickers.
12th best grade we've ever seen for career grade for Cam Little, ever by a kicker. 7 for 11 from 50-plus in his career. 46 for 53 from 49 yards and in for his career, and then has never missed an extra point either. So,
Haven't missed an extra point. You jinxed him. He's going to miss the first one.
Missed the first one in preseason, I know. So he's no Joshua Carty, but this is an elite kicker. In fact, we talk about the receiver class and all that. This might be best position in the 2024 NFL.
Is this the GOAT kicker class
It might be a great.
We haven't even had Harrison Meven just get picked
I know.
yet.
Big leg Harrison, dude. He's got
the thicker kicker.
Thicker kicker.
Yeah.
Kicker,
What
the
did he
kicker.
kick to beat
A 62-yarder.
Yeah.
2-yarder? That's
Yeah.
right.
To beat K-State.
Nailed, dude.
Yeah,
Nailed
yeah,
it. I
yeah.
love that.
An incredible game this past year in college football with Missouri and Kansas State, who really are not fond of one another.
No.
I gotta say.
We miss that rivalry, dude.
Not the biggest fans.
That's an old Big 12 rivalry we need back every year, I wish.
Okay, so where are we at on the big board? 8?
We are at number 8 now.
Let's hear it.
Benjamin Morrison, corner out of Notre Dame, is number 8 on the big board.
Talk to us about him.
He is. I think Will Johnson. We'll get into Will Johnson a little bit. He's close to Will Johnson. So just to kind of illustrate how good he is compared to some of the top guys we saw in this year's draft, he played Marvin Harrison Jr. Twice in his career as a true freshman and true sophomore. So Harrison, obviously, sophomore, junior. He had 7 targets against Marvin Harrison Jr. On those 7 targets, he had 3 forced incompletions and 2 allowed catches against Marvin Harrison Jr. Ben Morrison is a lockdown corner. Not a great tackler at all right now, but he's got elite ball skills. He also has 6 interceptions as a true freshman in 2022. 29.2 passer rating allowed, was 3rd in the Power 5 as well. And also this year he had 13 forced incompletions. So elite ball skills, and obviously against top competition he really shows up. I think Ben Morrison is going to be a really, really good corner in what should be a loaded cornerback class next year. I think Ben Morrison's at the top of it.
not just a loaded corner class, the amount of talent. I think Morrison is at the very top of it. The amount of talent on this Notre Dame defense this year, it might be the best defense in college football. I think between them and Ohio State, probably.
Ohio State's loaded.
Michigan still has a lot of guys.
Because wait, Ohio State got Downs, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, they're loaded.
But this Notre Dame team,
Stupid.
When you look at,
they're winning it all, I think. But
Howard Cross, Riley Mills.
Ohio State?
Yeah, I think so.
With Will Howard at quarterback?
They might be so loaded
It's either them or Georgia, but I think they're so loaded that it's like it's almost. I don't know. We'll see. I haven't locked it in yet, but
the amount of talent on this Notre Dame defense, though, Howard Cross, Riley Mills, Jack Kaiser, Ben Morrison, Xavier Watts, Rod Hurd, a transfer slot corner who I love from Northwestern. They very well could have the best defense in the country, and maybe between 7 and 9 NFL players playing on it right now.
R.J. Obin, the edge from Duke, transfer there too, is really good. Really good player.
Yeah, it's a filthy defense they have in South Bend right now, and Morrison's the best player on all of them.
Yep.
Oh man.
What?
Jordan Whittington just went to the Los Angeles Rams.
We lost
Who
him.
is this year's Puka Nacua? They just
No.
they just drafted this year's
no.
Puka Nacua. Jordan Whittington. I love Jordan Whittington. I really do.
dude.
He's
I
my
really
boy.
do.
He's my boy. Running back, halfback, defensive back when he was in high school. One of the most prolific Texas high school football players. He's just got a bad injury history, man. You see some of the PFF numbers. Obviously, they are not great, but
He's gritty as all hell.
dude, he is, man.
Which is part of the problem, I guess.
Which is part of the problem is like he's
Yeah.
a physical receiver, and that's why he's been hurt so much, I think, too. But he's got great hands, good separator, I think, even though he's got a limited route tree. Does a great job of finding soft spots in zone coverage, I think, too. But he's a little stiff. Never really used downfield because he doesn't have great long speed. But again, he's a power slot receiver, I think, who can win after the catch. But I don't think he'd be much more than that. But again, I mean, we'll see what they can do in LA with him. I think that's a great spot for him, I think.
4-star wide receiver out of Texas. Earned all-state honors as a wide receiver and defensive back and kick returner. And as an all-purpose player. Also in academics during his time in high school. Posted over 3,000 receiving yards, 5,400 all-purpose yards, 60 total touchdowns in his final 3 seasons of high school ball. Was the offensive and defensive MVP of the 4A Division II state title game. Set a Texas high school championship record with 334 rushing yards on 28 carries, which is an 11.9 yards per carries average. And he also played high school basketball.
Damn.
He's just a crazy athlete.
That's a resume.
I just think he's such a natural, fantastic football player. And the fact that Sean McVay identified that well, that just means that I'm on the right side of history now.
I would feel good if I did one of those things. And you just listed like 15.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like
Of course.
I don't even know where to go with that. That's a resume, man.
Who's number 7 on the big board?
Another receiver, Luther Burden III out of Missouri, wide receiver 1.
Speaking of Missouri.
Yeah. Have you watched him?
I've only watched him live.
Okay, live. Okay. If you're looking for the next Deebo Samuel, we get that comp so often nowadays. I think that comp actually could apply to Luther Burden III. I think he's got similar size, 5'11", 210, and Samuel's 6', 215. 725 yards after the catch, which were 3rd in the FBS this past season. 4th most receiving yards after contact as well. Only dropped 4 of his 94 catchable targets. Also, way better in contested situations than he gets credit for, man. He's talked about really as exclusively a yak guy. He goes up and gets it really well. 56.5% of his contested targets this past year. So I think there's some route running issues, and some of the issues was he hasn't been asked to do a lot as a route runner. But I also think as just a pure yak guy who can get up and get it as well. I mean, he was 5-star recruit, number 3 overall recruit coming out of high school.
There we go.
Clearly, a lot of physical tools there. I think Luther Burden III is going to be one of the top receivers. And I'd be pretty floored if he's not one of the top receivers in next year's draft.
I don't have the numbers on it. I didn't keep track, but I'm pretty sure we talked about Luther Burden more than any other player in college football this season on our show, just because Missouri was emerging and all this stuff. And during his freshman year, I think he had, 250 yards?
Yeah.
Yes.
They didn't know what they had. And Kirby Moore goes in there as their new offensive coordinator this year, and he sees this guy. He's like, that's a monster. That's an absolute screens, deep overs, seams, just set him up in the slot, get him the football, and let him work. And that's the 2 biggest things in their offense are Cody Schrader doing Tyler Algier workload stuff, and Luther Burden just doing freak things on the outside. 1A and 1B with Burden and McMillan for sure. Yeah. The order here is kind of nominal. They're pretty much tied. They're 2 different styles. So it's a matter of if you're a team, if you're the 49ers and you like after the catch stuff, cool. If you're the Buccaneers and you like Mike Evans type guys, cool with McMillan. Burden's going to be – I'm curious to see what he looks like with a target on his back this year. because last year he's like in the slot, and they're like, wow, who's this young kid just tearing us apart? He's public enemy number one now when you play Missouri. But I would expect Kirby Moore is going to dig in and let him be a little bit more of a traditional route runner as opposed to just screen demon. He was only a sophomore, and he was the best receiver in the SEC this past year. So, other than Neighbors. Sorry, I forgot Malik Neighbors. But best returning receiver by far in the SEC. Yeah. Just an after-the-catch demon.
Yeah.
Great. Love it. Let's get the recap of some of these picks that we've had. We've had 4 come off the board. Cedric Johnson, the defensive end from Mississippi, from Ole Miss. I had him at 224 on the big board. He goes 214 here to the Cincinnati Bengals. Cedric Johnson is interesting. I think he's a big, powerful, explosive edge player, but I feel like his timing to get off the ball was a little bit slower. He didn't really have enough of a finesse game for me to really maximize that explosiveness. I can see why he's more of a 6th, 7th round pick here, but he does have some pretty impressive athletic ability for his size going in a straight line. So I get why you want to draft him. You're taking the chance on him. Jarrett Kingston, the offensive guard from USC, did not watch him for the big board. Ryan Flournoy, the wide receiver from Southeast Missouri State. Now, I did watch a little bit of him, didn't watch enough for the big board, but he was Southeast Missouri State's offense, everything about it. Screens, quick game, and slants, things like that. But they'd also send him vertical as well. I saw him as a good athlete for that level. He was very clearly more athletic than the competition that he went up against. But I didn't really think that, you're NFL level athlete. You're standing out enough to where I go, okay, you're actually an NFL athlete amongst these guys. So some people really like Flournoy as more of an early day 3 pick. I saw him as more of a late day 3 pick. So this is sort of where I would have placed him, somewhere in the 200s. And then Bo Limmer, I had him 174 on the big board. He goes 217 here to the Los Angeles Rams. I like that pick a lot. Again, more trench work. They've already got Steve Avila. They have Kevin Dotson. They have Jonah Jackson. Bo Limmer is a player who has played both guard and center during his time at Arkansas. That's a really nice depth piece, in my opinion.
We had some debates about Limmer because I think it was his first year playing center. I think he looked better as a guard in 22. Now, as a depth piece, I can't hate it for the fact that he could play all 3 spots. So this is a really good pick. There was some talk earlier in the offseason about, is he a 3rd or 4th round pick? Is he some people's favorite center in the draft, this or that? I think an excellent gap grade. I forget the exact number at Arkansas this year, but I think he fits in better like this as versatile backup at this spot. I liked him better at guard if we were talking about starting potential. You liked him better at center, which
No, I liked him better at guard, too.
Did you? Okay, yeah. I couldn't remember which. We were having some sort of argument about this.
I think I liked him more than you.
You might have liked him more than me just overall. But, yeah, I think a better guard than center if he was going to start one day. But a good depth piece to have with their inside 3 set like that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say he's a freak, man. He second best vertical we've ever seen by an interior offensive lineman. And
he's a freak.
Yeah.
He's vascular. Do you know what that's from?
Nope. No, I got nothing.
That's one of the best comedies that's come out over the last 30 years.
That's too recent for me.
I know.
Well, what is it?
Super bad.
Yeah. Oh, I have seen that. I just forgot the line. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
At least he's seen it. At least
that's one I just okay.
He's a freak. He's a vascular. Vascular my ass.
Okay, now I got it. See?
Oh, man.
I don't live totally in a cave.
Why would we do that, Muhammad?
All right, we can't keep getting into super bad quotes.
39 bench press reps, best we've seen by an interior lineman since 2014 as well. Awesome in 2022. They mentioned it, Dawn. 80-plus grades both as a pass blocker and run blocker. Short arms, though, which is why some people don't love him as a guard, maybe more as a center. I think he could be anywhere on the interior. He just didn't look as comfortable at center this past year, but that could be because he just started playing it just last year. But I like him more as a guard, I think, in the NFL.
I was just about to say, we really have not had a run on quarterbacks like I thought we were going to. I ranked them lower on my big board, but the NFL always drafts these guys a lot higher. Devin Leary just went off the board to the Baltimore Ravens. So obviously, Devin Leary's skill set and Lamar Jackson's skill set, very similar. So you could see why they would want to get a very similar skill set type of a player in there. Okay, maybe not exactly, but I am kind of surprised that Leary goes off the board before Michael Pratt. But Michael Pratt was really the last quarterback for me that was in that best available group. Right now, he's at the top of the list at number 97 overall. I snuck him into my top 100, and it was kind of Michael Pratt, and then the next guy on the board was Carter Bradley, who I had ranked 230.
Yeah.
So I had a massive over 130 player gap between where Michael Pratt was and then where the rest of the quarterbacks were going to go. So I wonder if we're going to start to see, now that Devin Leary was off the board, are we going to see just more quarterback picks? Or teams going to be like, oh, yeah, you know what? Actually, why don't we pick a quarterback here in the 7th round because we're about to get in the 7th round. Just one more pick here left in the 6th round, and it is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Oh, actually, we got 2 more. Buffalo's here at 219, and then we got the Bucs at 220.
Yeah, I think Leary's weird. I think I asked him this last week or a couple weeks ago. I'm curious on your take. After that big year he had in 2021, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm losing it too, at NC State. If Devin Leary entered the 22 draft, would he have been the first quarterback taken?
No, not over Pickett.
I don't know because Pickett was so overdrafted, right?
No, I know,
Pickett
but
was
like-
drafted in the first round, and then every other team in the NFL went, okay.
Yeah.
And they waited until Desmond Ridder because he was that
I mean,
next
Pickett
pick.
was I know it's a college thing, but he was a Heisman finalist that year. I don't think Leary was close to that productive. But also, Pittsburgh guy, I think I went into Pittsburgh taking him, honestly.
No, I think he would have still been a mid-round pick.
Yeah. I don't think
But it would have been higher than this. It would have been higher than
Because
the 6th round.
there's arm talent.
Yeah, there's
there,
arm talent
right?
there.
And I think the problem is there is zero patience. Okay, so that 21 was great, and what teams decided to do in 22 was basically just drop 8 and say, hey, you're not going to throw this ball deep. You're either going to throw it underneath or you're going to figure something else out. And he basically just refused to do it. He would still just throw deep balls into the teeth
yeah,
of coverage.
you were right. You were right.
Like, so once they stopped blitzing
Astute
him,
observation.
I mean, once they stopped blitzing him, and then this year at Kentucky, I think it was a mistake transferring there because they could not block a soul at Kentucky.
was
The
tough.
more I looked at it, so it was really, really hard for Ray Davis, for Devin Leary, for any of these Kentucky receivers that are in the draft. It was hard to function with their level of blocking. So Leary, it's another one where it's like 3 years ago, it was a hype prospect. Now maybe you can teach him in the NFL to take what the defense gives him and then take the vertical shots when it's there. But, I mean, obviously he's not going to start on this team. So, sometimes teams just take a backup quarterback to develop him like that, and that's probably about the ceiling for him at this point.
Oh, Daquan Hardy, the cornerback from Penn State, just went off the board to the Buffalo Bills. I like his teammate Johnny Dixon better, actually.
I like Kalen King more than all of them.
I would take.
Oh, my gosh, yeah, Kalen King's still there.
I would probably take Hardy out of the 3 of them just because he's the best.
Wow,
athlete.
we all disagree on that.
Yeah.
You guys are wrong. It's tough. It's really tough for you guys. I mean, it is. I don't know what to tell you. Bucks are on the clock. This is the last pick of the 6th round. So we're about to get into the 7th and final round of the 2024 NFL Draft. Who we got? Where are we on the big board? 5th?
6th.
6th. Who we got 6th? This is perfect timing because we'll have the top 5 to talk about.
Yep.
We'll get into the mock draft really quick once we get into round 7. Yeah. Who we got number 6 overall?
We got Kelvin Banks Jr., who is the offensive tackle out of Texas that you noticed when you're watching Christian Jones tape, and you're like, who is 78?
Yep.
Not draft eligible. Well, he's going to be one of the top picks in next year's draft. Again, there's going to be another tackle we get into in a little bit that I think he's going to be 1A, 1B for a lot of people. Excellent pass blocker. The thing is, he was not a great run blocker as a true freshman. This past year, inconsistent, but he had 12 big-time blocks, which is our highest graded blocks in our system. The only FBS tackle with more of those big-time blocks was Talisa Fuanga. So Kelvin Banks Jr. has flashes as a run blocker, and obviously he's been fantastic as a pass blocker. I mean, he had some reps against Will Anderson Jr. It's a freshman that were really impressive. Did great this past year again against Alabama, Dallas Turner, and Chris Braswell too. I think Kelvin Banks Jr., there'll be a lot of people, and I don't blame them, that will have him as OT1 in next year's draft. And I think, honestly, the top 2 tackles is a great tackle class this year. I think the top 2 tackles that we're going to talk about in 2025 would have been probably the next 2 after Joe Alt this year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they got great profiles for young kids, and Banks, he's going to continue to get better as a zone blocker, especially in that scheme, right? The same way we were talking about Christian Jones earlier about this dude's a really good zone blocker. You've got that with Banks coming, and you've got elite pass protection. It's just going to be. I'll be curious to see his true pass set grade coming out of next year, just with all of the kind of hiding of protection that Sark does in that offense. But yeah, he could easily be OT1, absolutely.
What were you seeing out of him when you watched him? I'm curious.
The way that he moved, and that's normally when I'm watching a certain prospect and somebody else catches my eye, it's simply because they're moving in a certain way, and I just go like, okay, that wasn't normal. Like whatever you did, I think it was somebody's either trying to come across the face, or he was a pulling guard, or he was like getting out into space or whatever, and just the coordination, the movement skills, the speed, whatever it was. There were a couple of reps in the same game where I was just like, okay, time to look you up.
Yep.
Because there are plenty of times when that's happened before, and it's like, oh yeah, this is just like some later round guy who's getting drafted this year, and I go, okay, that's not where he should be drafted.
Yeah.
And sometimes you find some gems in that regard, but yeah. So that's why I thought of him immediately when we were doing this top 50 big board, and
Yeah.
good to know that I was on the right side.
You're
of
on the
history
right.
there with,
I would not be
him as a
surprised
top 10
if
pick.
I would not be surprised if he's OT1 for you in summer scouting at all.
We have another UTEP guy who got drafted.
He's a good player.
Kalijah Klein. You know him? Talk about it. I didn't watch him for the draft guide.
Best zone run blocking grade of any guard in the country, including Christian Haynes and any of these other guys we've talked about so far.
Yeah.
He was just a really just hidden away down there at UTEP because they were not a great football team this year. This was a guy, I think he was at the Shrine game too, really has made his way up the ranks during this pre-draft process. Really good in pass protection, really good zone blocking grade. Love the fit with Tampa here. They are just continuing. I'm not even kissing up. They're having an A+ class for me. They're just getting everything they need down to the very end of the 6th round. They need interior help. They've got a couple of guys.
Jason Light's good at this, man.
Sure is. I mean, Klein is low key. He may have been, I don't know if he was the highest graded guard in the country, but he was in the top 3, I believe.
He was up there.
He's up there, and he may have only fallen this far just because he went to UTEP. We see, the UTEP drought is over, man. They're
gone.
They're putting him
dead
out there.
and gone. This is now an offensive powerhouse.
Man,
Clay Webb was, of course, the highest graded guard. We've got our boy.
Clay, that'll be next year.
Oh yeah, wait. I watched him.
Jacksonville State guy. He's a 6th-year player.
Yes.
Former 5-star, Georgia, had to go to
Yes.
Jacksonville State for some other reasons. But, yeah.
I do remember watching him because wasn't he draft eligible this year?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's been drafted over for like 3 years now. He's a 6-year player now.
I remember just doing, like sometimes I'll go into PFF Ultimate and I'll be like, all right, who's the highest graded, like something.
Yeah.
And his grades came up and I was like, okay.
His tape is
what
fun.
are you just like literally picking somebody up and choke slamming them every
Pretty
play
much.
and not getting a flag for it?
Pretty much,
And
yeah.
That's kind of, the way that he's doing it there. All right, who we got in the top 5? Let's go top 5. The 7th round is underway, the final round of the 2024 NFL Draft. Who do we got on the board? Who do we got on the Buffalo Bills. So the Buffalo Bills just picked right before the Buccaneers. Now they're picking to start the 7th round as well. So we'll give you the Bills pick when we know it. But let's get to the top 5. Who's top 5?
This
on
guy,
big board here?
Dawn and I had to show you this guy yesterday when we were watching the tape. Deion Walker, D-tackle out of Kentucky.
Oh, yeah. Just the most uniquely built individual I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, alien, 6'6", 348 pounds. Now, all the viewers hearing that, they're going to say 6'6", 348. All right, T'Vondre Sweat, run stuffer, doesn't have much as a pass rusher. Sure, he did a great run defender, but the latter could not be further from the truth, man. He had 51 pressures this past year. That led all defensive tackles in the country. 8 sacks, tied for the most among Power 5 defensive tackles. The craziest part about him, he's 6'6", 350 pounds. You would think you just overpower offensive linemen. That's, I think, his biggest weakness right now. He's not using his power. He's like juking out offensive linemen. He's got an unbelievable agility, unbelievable quickness and finesse as well. The defense, there's another D tackle we're going to get into. This defensive tackle class that we have, especially at the top with those two, we could see 2 D tackles as top 5 picks next year. Both these guys are so special.
He's an alien. And honestly, we were talking about his build yesterday, and he could probably stand to take off 15 or 20 pounds and still be that level of athlete.
Yeah.
Like, you look at his lower body, and it's an athletic build. It's not a big, thick build. And then you go 80-plus grades in run D and pass rush. He's a freak. I've never seen 6'6" and 350 with like a legitimate spin move. That's like get off me. It makes, how do I put it? Deion Walker just makes no sense.
He doesn't.
It's just an alien. I don't want to say a Wembanyama type of alien, but like, you don't see guys like this. You don't see guys like this at all.
He's really unique because of the little bit that I watched of him yesterday, just to get a handle on him. He creates a lot of pressures because his handwork's really fast, is really powerful, but there are still like so many parts of his game that could be better. Like, he's raw as an athlete. I mean, like, he carries a lot of weight in his midsection and not like his lower half, where I think he could even still gain some weight. He's got like smaller calves, but that normally actually helps the foot speed for him. He pops immediately up, and he like gives up his pad level. So it's like
tough at 6'6", yeah.
And it's tough at 6'6" just naturally, but like even then, it's like there are so many ways where I watched him. It's like, you're so successful right now, and there's ways where I think you could be better. There's ways where I think you could retool your body and be even stronger and be even more effective. So, really gifted player, unique player, but somebody I can't wait to kind of dive in a little bit more on when we get to summer scouting.
Just a freak of nature, I think, and that's always the fun of getting him another year of development in school. But might as well go ahead with number 4 here.
Yeah, number 4 is CB1, Will Johnson, out of Michigan. 5-star recruit coming out of high school. He was awesome as a man cover corner in 2022 as a true freshman. Highest man coverage grade in the Power 5 as a true freshman. This past year, 29.1 passer rating allowed as a sophomore, 5th among all corners in the country. On 6 targets against Marvin Harrison Jr. and Roma Odunze, he allowed 3 catches while also getting an interception. Now, I will say, Harrison beat him a couple times. Odunze also beat him a couple times. Penix just couldn't get him the ball because of the pressure was getting on him. So it wasn't like he was completely locking them down, but he's got all the physical traits you want in a corner. 6'2", 202 pounds, great speed, great footwork, great ball skills. He would have been CB1 this year, I think, in the draft if he was eligible. I see some Surtain a little bit when I see him. I really like his game. I think Will Johnson has been a guy that I loved ever since last year, and he's kind of been wire-to-wire CB1 in this draft right now.
Yeah, it's what does it for me is his grading in man coverage. It's comparable with like Quignon and Kool-Aid and the elite guys in this draft over the last 2 years. And if you really, let's be real, if you immediately have to go to Marvin Harrison and Roma Odunze are the only guys that can beat him, he must be really darn good, and he is. Yeah. He was lights out for most of the year at Michigan. You know, honestly, for a lot of that game against Odunze, Will Johnson was winning the battle, man. He really was. He could not separate. This is how good he is that he can compete with guys like that. And I think he's pretty clearly, just because of the sample of elite play that we have on him over the last 2 years, he's clearly the best cornerback in this draft.
Let's keep it rolling. We're in the top 3 now?
We're going? All right, we're going top 3. All right.
Yeah. No, I mean, they're going extremely slow right now in the draft because they're trying to milk it so that they can get all the way to 7 p.m. because they got commercials to sell.
Yeah. Another guy we showed you a little bit of, Will Campbell, left tackle at LSU. Again, him and Kelvin Banks Jr., if you have either of them as OT1, fine. Honestly, I think they're both special players. Again, like Will Johnson, immediately started at left tackle 2022. 85.6 pass blocking grade on true passes, which if you don't know, pass blocking grade is great to look at, of course, but true pass set grade is even better to look at because it's really isolating, when you see guys go one-on-one with players. That grade, as a true freshman, was only behind Peter Skoronski among Power 5 tackles that year, and Skoronski went on to be a top 15 pick that very next April. This past year, obviously great pass blocker, as you just heard. This past year, he had the 5th best run blocking grade among FBS tackles. So, complete player. I think he's the early favorite to be OT1. He's got some anchor issues, and you saw it against Jared Verse this past year when they played Florida State. But that's really the only major concern I have with Will Campbell right now. I think he's a bona fide stud, man, and I think he's right now, I would say, OT1 in 2025, although Kelvin Banks Jr. is going to give him a hell of a run next year.
It took guys on the level similar to Johnson, on the level of Jared Verse and Dallas Turner to make it competitive against Will Campbell. He's just so sound. Do I remember this right? Was he the first true freshman starting left tackle in LSU history?
Might have been. He wears the number 7 for them. He doesn't actually wear 7. They give away the 7 to the best players, but he wears 66, but he has the patch that wears number 7 because he's the best player on the team. So,
really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's impressive.
On a team with Jaden and Neighbors. And
he should wear 7.
How awesome would an offensive tackle playing 7?
I mean, he can't because I think in college football it's like you can wear whatever you want, but the offensive linemen still have to wear between
Interesting. I did not know that.
50 and 79, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So that makes sense then.
Yeah.
So he wears the patch number 7. Yeah, on a guy.
It's because of the eligibility rule. Like, are you an eligible player? Like for every play, you have to wear between.
That makes sense.
I think they go to 50 for college football.
Yes.
I think it's like 50 to 79.
Yeah, on a team with Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas Jr., and Jaden Daniels, it was him that wore number 7. So that just tells you how special that kid is as a true sophomore.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, he's special.
It's and the true pass set stuff holds because that was not like a quick game screen heavy college. Like they were throwing down the field. Daniels, we know he holds the ball. We've heard all the pressure to sack stuff, but he needed time in the pocket to operate vertically. And Campbell was just.
What did you think of him when you when we check, obviously very limited tape.
Yeah, I only saw a little bit from him. I mean, he's a really powerful dude. I mean, we just watched him a little bit blocking downhill. He's moving people whenever it's like a duo block, and he's handling it his own. The only thing that I'm really worried about him, and you mentioned this, it might be just how LSU's teaching their offensive linemen. His base is really narrow, and his hips are really high. So his pad level is just naturally very, very high. He's not the kind of offensive tackle that's really sinking down, has the wide base, really gets that leverage and that power. And so, again, I don't know if this is just LSU is teaching their offensive tackles to do this, because they've got kind of like a staggered set where one of his feet is like higher up towards the line of scrimmage and the other one's a little bit back. So it's almost like you're getting into your kick slide almost immediately. But because of that, he's got more of a narrow base and it makes him a little bit more off balance. Now he's got good weight and I think he's got good core strength, so he kind of makes up for it. But I don't know, it's always tough because I don't know, is that a preference that you have because you're not flexible enough? Or are they telling you to do this because it's stylistically? Now, when we looked at the guy who was blocking on the right side of the line of scrimmage, it looked like it was a stylistic thing. Yeah. It looked like it was we are teaching our offensive linemen to set up this way. So it gives me more faith that, okay, if I needed him to get lower, sink his hips, have better pad level outside of his stance, then we could do that. But that's just something that I was a little bit nervous with. Amongst the good plays that we watched from him, it's like, okay, well, are you just not super flexible in offensive line?
You mentioned the right side guy. That's Emory Jones, who a lot of people think is a first-round tackle next year. I've even seen people on Twitter say he's better than Will Campbell. So that's another guy to keep in mind. I don't think we had him in the top 50. He's got some rawness to his game, but he's another guy to keep an eye on for the tackle class next year for sure.
I roll my eyes, not because I don't think Emory would not be good. It's just because everybody on Twitter is always like, well, I think this guy's actually better. And it's like, okay, he's actually nowhere close. You're just trying to say that because you want that.
43, which is still
pretty darn good.
Yeah, you mentioned him.
Yeah, okay, cool.
All right, 2-1.
2-1. All right, 2. This is a guy, Trevor, you might have had one, and I don't blame you. It's Mason Graham out of Michigan.
Yeah.
The D tackle.
This is the best football player that I watched of the guys that that we're talking about here.
He was spectacular this past year. Dawn, if you want to take the lead on this, because I know I've taken the lead on the last couple, but dude, this guy's so good.
90 overall grade, and I think it was pretty clear, and I know they've got a ton of big names that have been drafted today and this weekend, McCarthy and Corum and Roman and the O-line and everything. Mason Graham was their best player. He was Michigan's best player on this team, and he only got better as it went out. Absolutely dominant against Alabama.
He won that game.
Dominant against Washington. Just Washington's interior line stood no chance. And he might be the easiest projection out of all of these guys. This is just like future top 10 D tackle in the league. He's got moves. He's got strength. He's 325, is it?
318.
318. He moves at 318 like he's 278. Like it's just crazy how good he is and how consistent he is every single week. Run game, pass game. He's the ultimate disruptor on the inside in college football right now.
Yeah, I mean, to illustrate that, I mean, when I was watching, I was like, dude, this guy has to be undersized the way he's moving. I was like, so I looked it up, and he's like, no, he's 6'3", 318 pounds. He's just an alien. And again, Deion Walker's a bigger alien, obviously, and he might go higher than Mason Graham just because NFL teams might look at that and be like, this guy just doesn't exist in the NFL. Meanwhile, Mason Graham, we've seen some of those type of players before, but unbelievable motor, unbelievable agility, nearly unblockable, man, great power. And he's just been a dominant pass rusher and run defender. So, I mean, I'm curious what you thought, Trevor, but I mean, he's so good.
No, his ability to get off blocks and get into the backfield was without question first-round worthy. Yeah. I mean, I just watched a lot of his best plays, right? I was getting a feel for him. So you're trying to tell. The thing in scouting is you want to learn what can this guy do. Right? You want to see the strengths and then see, okay, this is what he does. How valuable is that? And then tell me where he might be falling short, the things that might hold him back from being able to achieve that, the things that might hold him back from being a well-rounded player in other areas, all of that stuff. So what Mason Graham can do, I mean, he gets off the line of scrimmage incredibly fast with explosiveness. The hands are extremely violent. The feet are incredible. He's super strong. He can hold up well in the interior for his size. I mean, I did not see a deficiency from the little bit that I watched of him. He genuinely, we watched a handful of these guys who kind of like were speed watching these players. I walked away when I had to go do prep for the show tomorrow, and I was just like, Mason Graham's the best player I watched.
Yeah.
Like, without question, he's the best player.
I don't blame it.
I don't know if a player of his size or if his position is going to go number one overall in the draft, but, like, for a big board, he'd be number one to me.
He's about to have a Quinnen Williams type of season. I really think so.
He could.
Yeah.
That's a really good way to put it. I don't want to put like too high of expectations on his plate, but what Graham was able to do in the college football playoff and then national championship, even from what I saw in those two games, I was like, okay, this dude's unbelievable.
What's so crazy is that they lost Chris Jenkins, who obviously is a great player and went in the draft this year. They still might have 2 first-round picks at D-tackle in Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant, too. We brought him up before. He's a really good player as well.
Yeah. It's just insane, the amount of depth they have on that defense. Michigan and Notre Dame and Ohio State, those are the 3 best defenses in college football. They're just loaded.
Yep. All right, last one. You want to go over some other picks?
No, let's go to number 1 because I think for whatever reason, either the tipping of picks or the broadcast is way behind because there's people in the chat that are talking about picks that I haven't even seen made yet. So before those get confirmed, let's talk about the number 1 player on the big board for the 2025 NFL Draft.
It's James Pierce Jr., the edge defender from Tennessee. Now, I'm not going to say I'm not a betting man. I am a betting man. If you get your odds right now from DraftKings Sportsbook, he is plus 2,000 to go number 1 overall. I don't understand that at all. Hammer that. He is 20-1 to go number 1 overall. I think he should. I mean, we're going to do our mock draft. He will be the number 1 overall pick. 3rd best pressure rate this past year among all edge defenders in the country. 3rd best pass rushing grade. The thing about him that I love so much is that he's still raw in a lot of ways, and he's still dominating SEC tackles. He's 6'5", 242 pounds, freakish explosiveness, speed to power is unbelievable with him. He's winning purely off athleticism, and he's still beating SEC tackles so often. He's got to get better as a run defender, and obviously at 242 pounds, he's not going to set the edge that well in the run game. But as a pure pass rusher, man, I mean, his ceiling is so high, and he was still so good as a true sophomore, and he still can get so much better as a player. That's why I think right now I'd say he's probably the top player. And also he plays edge defender, whereas Mason Graham plays D-tackle. It's a little bit more of a valuable position. That's why I think he's right now the top prospect in the draft.
The raw athleticism is just insane because, like you said, his polish is probably only like a B or B minus right now. And we're not even, saying the fact that he can drop back into coverage. Like he had a pick 6 in their bowl game and returned it, 50, 55 yards to the house. Like, James Pierce Jr. is just another level of freak as a pass rusher. If you want to stand him up, 3-point stance, however you want to do it. I know you were talking about his stance yesterday. Like, there is still a long, long way to go in his development.
And he's still so good.
And we still think he's the best player in the country. Like, it's freakish against SEC competition as a sophomore this year, right?
Mm-hmm. True sophomore.
Best player on the field. Just stretches of games where he's absolutely unblockable.
The biggest issue that I had for him when I watched his tape, because athleticism is a obvious with him. I mean, you see it from the first snap that you're watching from this player, is he pops straight up out of his stance immediately. Like, he wants to run straight up at you. And if he could keep his head down for 1 or 2 extra steps, and you could see, like, he explodes out of his stance, but a lot of that explosiveness, the momentum of it starts going up because he's popping up out of his stance very, very quickly. So instead of that first step and you're staying low, and because getting low out of your stance as a pass rusher isn't just about having good leverage for when you make contact with the offensive tackle. It's also, when you stay low, it allows you to truly move all of your body forward instead of using your momentum to, okay, now some of that energy is moving upward because I am moving upward. If he can stay lower for even an extra step, he's going to beat so many offensive tackles to the spot. He is going to be able to attack the outside shoulder unbelievably well. And something that I love about his game is he is already very, very comfortable and very, very good at an inside move. Whether it's just a sort of like a Euro step, this kind of like club arm over, like a spin move, whatever it is, he's already so good at knowing that he strikes fear in offensive tackles with how well he gets up the field. They're going to overset and open up that inside shoulder. And so if he can, again, keep his pads a little bit lower off the snap, that will be even better. That will be even more productive. So smaller player, outside linebacker type, might need to gain a little bit more weight to be that true, easy number 1 overall pick in the draft next year. But even from the couple of picks that I watched, I mean, that the talent level is so evident.
He's not like a Bosa or Chase Young prospect as of right now, at least. But like, I just think the fact that we're talking about him is like, oh yeah, there's still so much he's got to do to get better. He still was a top 3 pass rusher in the country. Like, and that to me, in the SEC no less, as a true sophomore, I just think that's how special he can be, and how special he already is, and how special he can be. The floor and ceiling is really special with him.
It feels like the floor is like Dallas Turner, like that's the floor, and we're already here where we're at with Pierce. You have such a free. Even if he's a stand-up, there is no way as a guy right now who is clearly the best pass rusher in college football. Even his floor, I don't think we could possibly drop him out of the top 15.
No.
Like as that level of player, just with the way rushing the passer has always been valued, in the potential. Look, it's like we can make the argument: should he be number 1 right now because of the lack of polish? It's kind of a pro and con of that, where it's like, well, if he puts the polish on, I don't know what in the world how we're going to block this guy, and if he doesn't, he's still clearly a really good speed rusher. And he's going to go in the top 15 to 20.
Really great athletic gifts. We're going to take that top 50 big board and put it into mock draft format and actually envision some of these guys on NFL teams in a second. But we got to recap some of the picks that we have from round 7 because we started that exercise right when the round 7 was beginning. Travis Clayton, who is an offensive guard from England. He's from the International Player Pathway, I believe is what it is called. So the Bills are drafting him from England. They've got him as an offensive guard. Background is in rugby. He also participated in boxing. So I don't know a ton about this player, obviously, because he's coming from the International Pathway program. But Buffalo drafts him to start the 7th round there as an offensive guard. Javonte Jean-Baptiste from Notre Dame, but he was also an edge rusher from Ohio State. He goes to the Washington Commanders at 222. I actually like Javonte Jean-Baptiste a little bit here. He's a stand-up outside linebacker pass rusher. Like him as a pass rush specialist. Had him at 164 on the board. Trey Taylor had him at 201 overall on the board. He goes 223 to the Las Vegas Raiders, the safety from Air Force. Ed Reed's cousin, notably, graded really well for us over the last couple of years, so I think it's really good value for them. Dijon Anthony, the safety from Ole Miss. Did not watch him for the draft guy, but he goes to the Cincinnati Bengals at 224. The Brennan Rice slide stops with Los Angeles Chargers at 225. So Brennan Rice finally off the board, going to Jim Harbaugh. There's the legacy pick. Jaden Davis, the cornerback from Miami, 226 to the Arizona Cardinals. And then Miles Harden, the South Dakota corner, 151 on the board. He goes to the Cleveland Browns at 227. Love it.
That's a great value.
Love it. I think this is big time value. Obviously, this is 70-ish picks after where I had him on the board. He played outside corner for all 4 years when he was at South Dakota, but I like him most as a nickel defender. I think he's got the size. I think he's got the mentality, the feistiness to play as an inside corner. So you're seeing some of the numbers there from him. 6 feet tall, 200 pounds. This is, I agree. I think I agree with you, Max. I think that this is a more of a nickel corner. That's where his skill set can shine the most. So I think that the Cleveland Browns got a good one here.
He's feisty, man. He's so feisty. I love his physicality. I love his quickness. Well above average athlete as well. Now he runs a 4.5, so I think is why he's going to probably go in the slot. He also has pretty short arms as well, but he's a great run defender. 74.6 run defense grade this past season. Now he did grade below an 80 in both years, despite playing FCS competition. So that's why you're seeing him go a little bit lower here. But I love his feistiness, his competitiveness, his physicality, his quickness. I think that's why I think he's going to be more of a slot defender in the NFL.
I think he grew up in Florida, if I remember correctly. 2-star recruit, or 0-star recruit maybe even. Just didn't have a lot of offers, and he ends up going to South Dakota State, and they treated him like he was a prize recruit. He started as a true freshman, so he's been starting for a long time, got a lot of starting experience under his belt. I like Miles Harden a good amount. Let's do the mock draft. All right, let's get into it. So this not only reveals sort of where we have these guys listed in the big board that we just discussed, but also this is our projected win total that we have here over at PFF. Not purely. I think maybe there's some sort of tiebreaker here, but projected win total is the main way that we came up with the draft order here for the way too early 2025 mock draft that we have right here that Max and Dalton worked on Last night? This morning?
No,
Into the wee hours of the night?
It was the wee hours of the morning. Yeah, it was.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, we were probably up to at least like 1, something like that. We got some of it done during the day. It wasn't too bad though. How much sleep you get last night, Mac? I got like 4 hours.
Not a lot.
I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
All right.
You want to go? I'll take odds. You take evens then. That'd probably be easiest.
Hang on, I'm looking because there's.
I can start if you want then.
Yeah, you take the odds.
All right. So, all right, number 1, Carolina Panthers, unfortunately, again, picking number 1 overall. So they traded away Brian Burns. Need another pass rusher. You're taking James Pierce Jr.
Yeah, we knew where that was going.
We just talked about him. He's honestly a great Brian Burns replacement. We mentioned how athletic he is already, how dominant he was, even though he's pretty raw in a lot of ways. If he develops some pass rushing moves, man, watch out. He could be the number 1 overall pick. And again, once again, if you're a betting man, 20-1 odds right now is ridiculous. I would lay a lot of money on that.
It's reasonable. Moving ahead to number 2, New England.
20-1 to go.
Number 1.
Number 1.
I guess all the quarterbacks are up at the top?
There's like some other defensive players I think DraftKings just doesn't know about James Pierce as much as.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw a little cheddar down on that.
You should.
After this,
You going
after
Hunter
this
for
game.
Heisman again too?
Well, I have to. Yeah, it's tradition at this point. I think I'm very curious to see what the odds are right now for Heisman, to see what Travis Hunter's odds are. But go ahead, number 2 overall. Who you got?
Number 2, New England's been taking kind of the throwing darts at the wall approach with their offensive line. Let's get a star this time, right? They got their quarterback. They got 2 quarterbacks in this weekend, so now they're really set at quarterback. I don't think I would take one of the receivers number 2 overall here. So there's a bunch of spots in this where I'd be like, oh, that's a trade down spot, but I'm a year ahead of time, so we're not doing that. Will Campbell, the left tackle from LSU.
This is a good pick, though.
Yeah,
they need this.
Plug and play franchise left tackle, balance. Like we said, the only real competitive reps he had this year were against like Jared Verse and Dallas Turner and guys of that ilk. So they need a left tackle. I think right now they starting Chukwuma Okorafor, who's kind of a depthy-ish, better as a depth option than your franchise left tackle. Plug in a franchise left tackle that they haven't had in a while. New England set on the offensive line.
Yeah, number 3 now is the Denver Broncos. So, again, I think they could use some help still on the defensive line. They took Jonah Ellis, obviously, yesterday. Going Mason Graham here. I think Mason Graham is a special player. We talked about how, Trevor, you might think he's the best overall player in this draft.
Who did he go to? What team is this?
Denver.
Yeah, okay.
Like they haven't had a great interior defensive lineman in a while. I think he'd be immediately their top guy, and I really like that for Denver to get just some more juice on the defensive line they kind of need right now.
Love it.
Yep.
Got Tennessee here at 4, and they traded for L'Jarius Sneed, 3rd-round pick, signed him to an extension. They signed Chidobe Awuzie to, I don't think, a very long contract, no more than 2 years for sure. Got some veterans at corner, but let's add another one. Let's add the best corner in the draft in Will Johnson. We'll really beef up this secondary. I think the combination of him and Sneed and man coverage really, really works. And if you're talking about this year was the year to beef up the front 7, go in the secondary next year. This might also be a quarterback spot, but it was hard to go there not knowing yet what Will Levis is. So we go corner for the Titans, get him a shutdown coverage unit with Johnson and Sneed, and let it roll.
Yep. So quarterback didn't go 4. We'll go 5 here to the New York Giants. Carson Beck is off the board.
As QB1?
QB1.
To the Giants.
To the Giants. Right. Yeah, I think it makes sense. Obviously, Dalton and I were saying if they're picking this high again, it might be a whole new regime in New York, and they probably don't want to roll with Darren Jones as a starting quarterback anymore. Again, Carson Beck is not the slam dunk QB1 that Caleb Williams or Drake May even were, coming out in summer scouting last year. But he's still a QB1 right now, and I think he's still worth around a top 5, top 10 pick.
Yeah, totally agree. Washington Commanders here at 6, and look, I don't know that many teams have had a better draft than they've had this weekend. They got a quarterback, they've got a bunch of pieces on defense. I know you really like Brendan Coleman, but we'll see if he's a future left tackle. But I'm going to lock that in. Coleman's flexible. He plays multiple positions down there at TCU. Might be an NFL tackle, might be a swing guy. We'll see. Let's guarantee them a franchise left tackle, though. Go to Texas, get Kelvin Banks Jr., who we were just talking about as OT2. Dynamite pass protector, solid zone run blocker. If he gets even better in run blocking this year, could be OT1, but I'm going to get them just lock into franchise tackle, and I can move Brendan Coleman elsewhere and figure, because they got some other flexible pieces, like Sam Cosme's a flexible piece who's played a lot of positions, I should say. But we can lock in Kelvin Banks as their left tackle.
Yep.
I love that pick. If they could end up getting one of these top 2 offensive tackles, that was the Commanders, right? You said right there. I mean, that's the dream. That getting Coleman to hopefully be a starter on one side of the line and then another offensive tackle to be on the other. That could be a really nice long-term outlook there for Washington.
So Arizona up here at number 7. They haven't really, one of their biggest needs I thought was D-tackle. Now, depending on what you think Darius Robinson is, that could potentially fill a need, but you got the unicorn here at number 7. I think you take him in Deion Walker.
Ooh.
I think you could take
In a
Deion.
John Gannon defense?
Yeah.
Nice.
I love it.
This is a good fit. You guys did good with this one.
Thanks. We did go with all of them, Trevor. I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure, yeah. Well, I'll be the judge of that.
Yeah, but anyways, I think, listen, they really need help on the interior defensive line. Maybe Darius Robinson can do that, but even if he can, I still think you need another one. I think Deion Walker, like we talked about how much of a unicorn he is and how big he is, and yet he led the nation in pressures. I think this is a pretty slam dunk pick for the Cardinals.
Totally agree. They just need lowest graded defense in the league this year. Probably not going to fix it all the way this coming year. Add another alien. Watch what happens. Number 8, we have the Minnesota Vikings. Now, set at quarterback, gotten loaded up their edge group this offseason. Brian Flores loves his DBs, man. So I'm going to go CB2 and Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame. Now we're looking at a group with, and I actually really like the Kyrie Jackson pick today.
Yeah, me too. That's an awesome value for them.
Mekhi Blackman was a really good pick last year who turned out to be a solid player, didn't miss a tackle all season. Now Benjamin Morrison comes in, and they're just stacked with man-to-man corners who can they can tell you what, Brian Flores led the league in zero blitzing this year. It's going to be probably double that if they have these guys at corner. He loves man-to-man. He loves press coverage, and Benjamin Morrison is every bit of that. You throw him in that group, they've got an elite corner group.
Yep. Number 9, Las Vegas Raiders, who's really the only team that really needed a quarterback that hasn't taken one at all today, and that's going to change here with Shedeur Sanders going to.
Wasn't the Raiders one of the teams that?
The Jim came out. No, not Jim. Deion said that they wouldn't do.
No, that they would play for.
I think it was one of the ones.
Shedeur is so Vegas, isn't he?
Hold on. I mean, he is.
We gotta
is.
have it.
Yeah, but anyways, I think he's obviously talk about how smart of a quarterback he is. He and Beck, I think, are pretty clearly the top 2 quarterbacks in this class. You could argue who's number 1. Extremely smart player. I think Devontae Adams would be very happy with Shedeur Sanders.
Per the New York Post, Sanders had 6 NFL teams that he wanted Shedeur and Travis Hunter to play for. Those teams were the San Francisco 49ers, the Dallas Cowboys, the Washington Commanders, the Baltimore Ravens, and the Atlanta Falcons. 5 teams Sanders played for during his career, and the 6th team was the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay.
Some tells me that show going to Vegas, so they'll be fine.
Hopefully he won't pull an Eli, and hopefully he'll be able to play for.
Oh
Vegas
man, ratings would go through the roof, though. Can you imagine?
I think there's a real chance it does.
It could be honestly, as long as he has like a really good season, it could be the story of next year's draft. It's just
100%.
What is going on with Shedeur?
I think we're all like having the conversations right now of, okay, Deion comes out and he says that Travis Hunter and Shedeur aren't going to play for these teams, but you go, okay, you don't exactly have that leverage, right?
Yeah.
Like Eli and John Elway, and those guys had the leverage, and Eli's situation was a little bit different. John Elway literally was like, I will go play baseball.
I'll play baseball.
I don't care. Like, I'll go play baseball. So that was an actual threat that had weight to it.
Yeah.
Eli's was sort of like, the Manning family and everything. I think that was a big reason where it was like, okay, well, he didn't have another sport to go to, but you weren't just going to draft him and then just like let him sit there and waste. You were going to try to make a trade and make something happen. I don't know if Shedeur actually has that kind of value yet, but maybe if another really good year from him, maybe he does. So that would be an incredible unfolding for an NFL draft that we haven't seen in a long, long time here, if that ends up being the case.
Yeah, totally agree. And I mean, it's a good spot. They built this offensive lineup this year. You've got Devontae Adams and Jacoby Myers and Zamir White, Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer. I mean, that's 12 personnel right there. I mean, Shedeur Sanders throwing to Bowers and Mayer would be a whole lot of fun. But moving on to Seattle at 10 here. I'm still looking at their edge group being kind of light. I really like what they did with Byron Murphy on the inside, but now I need somebody to go with Boye Mafia. I think he's legit, but the rest of it is kind of shaky. Let's get Nick Scourton from Texas A&M, the Purdue transfer. He's got it all. It's like a classic defensive end. Not sure what we're going to see with Mike McDonald's defense yet, if it's stand-up guys or wide nine DNs or whatever, but he's got all the tools, man. And now he just hasn't been in the spotlight in Purdue. So I think Max loves him as edge 2, like pretty clearly edge 2 in this draft. I think a good fit. Seattle finally just completely fills out their front seven next year with an edge player in Scourton.
He's like 265 pounds, and yet the only pass rushing move he loves to do is a spin move, and it works like every time. It's nasty. So I love Nick Scourton a lot. All right, here with the New Orleans Saints at number 11 now. It's pretty surprising that all the receivers are still on the board. It's going to change right now. Luther Burden III is now officially.
Oh, you didn't take you didn't take the other one?
No.
Mike Evans?
No.
I guess you have to stay true to the board that you made.
I like Luther a little bit more, but I like this fit too in New Orleans with Chris Olave there as well. I think he's right now wide receiver 1 for me, and I think the Saints would take wide receiver 1 at number 11.
We debated that because the selling point for me with Burden to the Saints was they were 31st in the league this year in yak per reception. They're just not good after the catch at all. And Burden's the ultimate after the catch guy. Again, these two are 1A and 1B. It's really not like a 1 and a gap of 2.
No.
Like it might be a fit thing, and the better fit here for the Saints would be Burden because they just need anything, any sort of juice after the catch, right? All right, 12. We got Tampa Bay at 12.
What do you want?
Well, yeah. We're gonna go with this first. What would you take maybe from those guys?
Who's off? I'm trying to think of who's off the board. Who they're gonna need.
We made it a great pick for you. We wanted to make it a hot pick.
Okay, well it should be the wide receiver. No. It should be either the wide receiver from Arizona, Malachi Starks, or one of the pass rushers.
All right, take the pass rushers out of it. We'll take the pass rushers out of it. What if I just told you we'll give you all that in one guy? We'll give you Travis Hunter.
Oh my gosh! Okay.
We'll just give you everything.
Let's go.
Everything you just said.
Let's
in
go.
One freakish football Otani body.
He wanted a corner and he
That
wanted a receiver.
is actually beautiful. Thank you. Tampa Bay was not one of the teams that Deion Sanders listed for Travis Hunter, but we can convince him.
Yeah.
I
Going back to Florida, why wouldn't Deion want to go back?
Yeah, come on.
It's honestly, but I think about it more again as the Bucks could use like a primetime corner.
I think
right?
that they'll need that primetime corner.
You traded
Yeah.
Carlton Davis.
Yeah.
You have Jamel Dean, who's maybe not quite primetime, but he's really good. You had Travis Hunter at corner, and then you start talking about, I know the Chris Godwin contract situation's kind of a thing. Mike Evans signed a 2-year extension. What if you just have the option with Hunter? Maybe I need a wide receiver 1, it's Travis Hunter. Maybe I need a CB 1, Travis Hunter. Maybe it's both. Maybe he's just the biggest freak we've ever seen in our lives playing at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa.
Oh, man, I would love it.
There's a small bit of that was just for you, but honestly, talent-wise, it kind of makes some sense.
It does. With the cornerback part does make sense. I'll give it to you. And the wide receiver part a little bit, right?
Who do you think is more of a unicorn, Travis Hunter or Deion Walker?
Hunter.
Yeah. Travis Hunter.
Probably Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter.
We have seen a rare freak at defensive tackle. There's been
not Travis
one
Hunter.
other guy like Travis Hunter ever.
Yeah. All right, 13, Indianapolis Colts. So I liked what they did a lot in this draft, but the safeties, they took 2 fifth-round safeties. I don't think they really fixed that position, and you got Malachi Starks staring you in the face right here at 13 overall. So I think he's a great football player.
Who is this to?
Malachi Starks of the Colts.
Oh, nice.
So
Yeah,
I think they need help in that
it.
secondary. I think he's a top safety by a wide margin, although it's another guy that's going to come up really quickly at safety. But I think Malachi Starks is a really, really good player and great run defender, great in coverage, and he's been incredibly productive for Georgia each of the last 2 years as a true freshman, true sophomore. So, yeah, I think this is the pick the Colts to make here.
A little surprised they haven't gotten much secondary help,
Yeah.
like substantial secondary help in this draft. But that's how they'll start it off next year. 14, we have the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they fixed the offensive line, man. Like this
Damn right they did.
This was the year of the offensive line, so
Yeah.
let's juice up this offense a little more now. So what are we looking at for receiver, right? We got George Pickens. They didn't go with Adonai Mitchell, which some people thought would be a locker room thing. Roman Wilson, but I need one more. Now we'll go with Tetero McMillan.
That's actually pretty sick.
From Arizona, right? So now I've got McMillan.
That's pretty sick.
I've got Pickens, and I've got Roman Wilson with Freiermuth, and Jalen Warren can catch the ball, and whoever's playing quarterback, in theory, shouldn't have an issue. In theory, whoever that may be, but that's about as loaded as you can get if you can add that and Roman Wilson just roaming the slot in between those big guys. I think it fits. I think you just got a big-bodied pass. You got 2 big-bodied pass catchers now with the Steelers, with McMillan and Pickens, and whatever they figure out at quarterback with their offensive line set this year, their receiving core set next year, figure it out at quarterback. You might have a primetime offense now.
Yeah.
That's legit.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn legit.
As a Steelers fan, I'm very happy with that.
I just want to say that the Jacksonville Jaguars picked Miles Cole, which is the most hilarious Trent Baalke thing that I've ever. When I scouted him, I was like, he's going to be a Jag, 1,000%. I mean, he's like the Trayvon Walker archetype, but like not talented enough to go number 1 overall, but like big, giant, explosive athlete. He just doesn't really know what he's doing.
He's going to trade for. He's going to be looking to trade for Tyree Wilson as well.
He would love to do it.
Once Raiders cut Tyree Wilson in a few years, probably, we would probably pick him up. All right, so Los Angeles Rams here at number 15 overall. Now, they did take Cameron Kitchens, so it's a little bit weird. I don't love Kitchens, though, and I like Cameron Curl.
You're talking about first-round player compared to a third-round player, fourth-round player?
I don't think it's enough to pass on this. I think Kevin Winston Jr., the other safety that I was talking about from Penn State, just such a damn good football player as a run defender and in coverage. And I think he's a guy that is going to get a lot of – I'm not trying to helmet scout here, but he will get some comparisons to Jaquan Brisker, where it's just like he's not going to make that many splash plays, but he's just so good and so fundamentally sound both as a run defender and in coverage. And we see how good Brisker has been. I think that Kevin Winston Jr. is going to be safety 2 in next year's draft.
I'm in on that. They sure don't need defensive linemen now. No. It's like, I mean, unless they want to
they hit that hard.
Want to take another 5 of them next year, I guess, but they're going to run out of room. But 16, Jacksonville, guy we talked about, who we are not sure at all if he's in the transfer portal or not, but we'll just let it ride. Maybe the door's open all year. Takario Davis, who for the moment is at Arizona, 6'4", just freakish, freakish frame for a corner. Jacksonville didn't really find like the corner that they wanted in this draft, and they still need someone to pair with Tyson Campbell, and Darius Williams is gone, so we'll roll with a corner pair of Tyson Campbell and Takario Davis.
Okay.
All right, so we got the Cleveland Browns up next, and I know they took Nathaniel Watson, again, 6th-round player, but I think that they're going to want to add a little bit more to this linebacker core, and I kind of love this pairing of JOK, Jeremiah Usa-Cormella, and Harold Perkins, the linebacker out of LSU. Just get 2 freak athletes in that linebacker core. Again, like we mentioned before with him, you could add a little bit as a pass rusher too, and kind of different ways. I think he's not going to be a full stand-up edge in the NFL, but I think Harold Perkins' value is just too good here for Cleveland. I think they could still use some help in that linebacker room.
Yeah, I agree with that. Linebacker was a big spot. I thought the Browns might be like in the running for Junior Colson this year. I thought that would be a big target for them. I thought it would fit, but I like Perkins there. Chicago Bears, we have at 18, and I think by that count, just missing the playoffs, right? If they're picking 18th, or is that the first team in?
Maybe the first.
No,
first team just out. I think
18 is the last team. I think.
Okay, well then we're just debating the Bears as a playoff team. But either way, at 18. Now I love trading back in to get Austin Booker, but that's a project. Let me get a ready-made defensive end right now that can just walk onto a football field. Give me Jack Sawyer from Ohio State.
Okay.
Just equally as good run defense, pass rush, like just almost feels like a Chicago Bear, doesn't he? Just this rugged defensive end across from Montez Sweat that just fills what they need on the other side there. It feels like the Bears defense is one premier edge player away. Sawyer, I think, has an incredibly high floor. I don't know that it'll be the best edge in the league, but if you told me 10 sacks a year and really good run defense for a long time, I'm in on that. I think that's what the Bears need.
10 sacks a year?
For let's say
Hall of Famer.
Let's say 5 or 6 years of 10 sacks. Not 15 years.
Borderline Hall of Famer.
I mean,
18-game schedule though. You got to remember. Better go to that soon.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, we're getting there. He'll be having sacks in Brazil and Germany.
Every record's going to be shattered.
Japan or wherever else we're getting sacks too. But yeah, no, I just think just
Ryan Kerrigan territory.
See that? Just a really just physical player though that can match up with Sweat on the other side and they can fill out their defensive line.
This is one of my favorite ones. At 19, Los Angeles Chargers. One of their biggest needs is tight end. They actually haven't taken one in this draft. And you got the Michigan tight end staring you in the face.
Your boy.
Jim Harbaugh is taking the Michigan tight end, dude. He's taking Colston Loveland. We saw how much he loved to use him this past year. I think he's going to be used even more this year at Michigan. He is, like I said, he is a special tight end prospect. Moves so differently, and I think he is pretty easily the number 1 tight end in the draft.
Reasonable. Houston Texans loaded up the edge group this offseason. right? Danielle Hunter, Danico Autry, kind of a tweener, that whole thing. The only thing I think they're missing on their defense is an interior presence. Just they don't have like that prime time guy, but Kenneth Grant from Michigan stands out here for me. And I think we talked about Michigan probably has the best pair of defensive tackles in the nation right now. Notre Dame, I think, is pretty close behind them, but Graham and Grant, which is going to mix me up all season, no question. It's just the right piece for them. Like I think that's the one thing missing. The Texans, the soft spot for me is their run defense in the middle and just what they're getting out of those inside guys. Now, they'll probably on passing downs go to just some sort of NASCAR package with all those guys and Will Anderson and all that. But give me an interior presence to really fill out their front seven, and I'm good with Houston's defensive line.
Yep, so Dalton's New York Jets here at 21. Obviously, they added Malachi Corley yesterday. They could still add more to that receiving core with Garrett Wilson as well. And let's add Wilson's former teammate in Emeka Egbuka, who I think is pretty clearly wide receiver 3 probably in this draft. He obviously battled injuries this past year, entered the year as projected wide receiver 2 behind Marvin Harrison Jr. I think he's going to remind a lot of people why he was thought of that highly as Ohio State's wide receiver 1. Now we'll see Jeremiah Smith might be that special as a true freshman. But regardless, Emeka Egbuka should be very productive this year. And again, I think a lot of people are kind of forgetting how good he was in 2022. He's going to remind a lot of people this year. I think he will be a first-round pick next year.
Yeah, and Mike Williams only on a 1-year contract.
Right.
That makes a boatload of sense. Now you have Garrett and Egbuka and Corley, and you're still working with some. Plus, Breece Hall can catch the hell out of the ball. As you're still rolling forward, whether it's Rodgers 1 more year or, who knows? If Rodgers only has 1 more year in him, then we're starting to talk about quarterback. But we'll have that conversation another day. Maybe Rodgers is around another 5 years. Nobody knows.
Or he's vice president.
Jeez.
That's the most Jets thing of all time. Can you imagine if he never plays a game besides that one game for the Jets because he's the vice president?
I didn't actually think that would come up today. So I actually just wasn't prepared.
That is the most Jets thing of all time, dude.
All that money, all that time, all that planning wasted just for him to be like
for 5 snaps total.
Oh my gosh. No, it's not going to happen. Don't worry about it. It's not going to happen.
The problem is it wouldn't shock me. It's like there's just nothing left that shocks me.
It's got to be a Jet quarterback if it's going to happen.
I mean, listen, you shouldn't have brought it up because Jets Twitter is still just in total ecstasy about Jordan Travis. Just let him be there for a minute. We don't get it often. Moving on to 22 at Atlanta. You mentioned we like as a collective all of these D-line picks that they've made, more as like a greater than sum of its parts thing. You mentioned Braylon Trice, but they don't have a premier pass rusher. Let's get one. Let's take, I guess, the guy you're calling the crazy guy from Penn State, Abdul Carter.
I don't really know how to explain him other than that.
Just a super athletic stand-up edge rusher that maybe Raheem can move around. He doesn't blitz a whole lot, so maybe he plays a more traditional outside linebacker role, and eventually their edge rushers, it's, you have Carter, you have Braylon Trice. They're really trying to find it. I think they were 25th or 26th in the league in pass rush grade this year. It's the biggest weakness. They probably didn't substantially improve that this year, although I like Dorless and we like Trice, right? Led the nation in pressures, but get a primetime pass rusher in Abdul Carter.
So Miami Dolphins here at 23. They've been mocked D-tackle first round so much, and they haven't taken a single one in this draft yet. So we're going to take one here and Howard across the third. Now, from Notre Dame. Now, the problem with him is obviously the size isn't great, and that might preclude him from actually being a first-round pick, but there's no denying he's been one of the most productive players in college football. He was awesome as a pass rusher this past year, great as a run defender as well. Again, the size thing might make him a day 2 pick in the actual NFL draft, but I think just betting on someone who's as productive as him right now in a way too early mock draft is probably a smart thing to do because he's still probably going to be at least a day 2 pick. I like, and again, Miami is not taking a D tackle when that was one of their biggest needs entering after losing Christian Wilkins. It makes sense to take one here.
Yeah, I totally agree. Moving to Green Bay at 24. Man, they got him locked into the playoffs, man, at 24, the Packers. Jordan Love train is coming in hot, but they filled a lot of needs in this draft, man. They got another running back, they got a linebacker, filling in with a bunch of safeties. The one thing they didn't take this year was a corner, even though we thought they did, and they had to go and ruin my story by not taking TJ Tampa. So, convenient revenge here. I like Jabbar Muhammad here as the corner, just another feisty corner opposite Jair Alexander. Now we filled the room at safety. got Javon Bullard who can play in the slot. We got several guys who can play in the slot. We have Alexander. Get Jabbar Muhammad as another ball hawk on the other side, and we'll just end that competition for CB2 in Green Bay, even though I'm still a little annoyed it wasn't TJ Tampa.
Absolutely. All right, here we go. 25, Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, here we go.
The Dak contract is a little funky.
Oh, boy.
We don't know.
Oh,
We
boy.
don't know. So, and you know Jerry. And you know the type of players Jerry likes, which is Texas players.
Don't give them Quinn Ewers.
We're taking Quinn Ewers here to the Dallas Cowboys. We're going Quinn Ewers to the Dallas Cowboys.
I don't like him going that high, honestly, but it is the Cowboys.
You had to go somewhere. If Jerry's going to like a quarterback, you know who he's going to like.
Hey, and if Quinn wins the title this year, he's a winner.
Okay, well, if Quinn wins the title this year, we're not talking about him at 25 anyways.
True, but
I think Jerry Jones would be more likely to draft the rights to Arch Manning at 25. Just forfeit the 2025 draft just to also spend your 2026 pick on Arch Manning.
And listen, Quinn has a wide range of outcomes. There's some people think it's QB1. Some people think he's losing the job in week 2 to Arch Manning. So he could have a Spencer Rattler type fall where all of a sudden Arch Manning is a Caleb Williams to him and just takes the job.
Quick thing, he says week 2, we get Texas, is it at Michigan?
At Michigan.
At Michigan in week 2.
So, wow. And we know Quinn against elite defenses, Alabama, he torched them twice. So maybe he does it against Michigan, and maybe that's, I don't know.
If he torches Michigan, those number 1 pick odds are going to be all over the place.
Yeah.
But
it's a hot one, of course, but I want to get Quinn Ewers somewhere in the first round, and there's no one else that needed a quarterback, and you know Jerry loves Texas players, and
you did what you needed to do.
That's the headliner of the article.
Quinn Ewers goes to Dallas Cowboys.
25 NFL mock draft. Quinn Ewers goes to Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah. I just hope you're ready for it.
I guess
hope you're ready for it. It is. That's true.
I'm ready.
That's true.
I'm turning off my Twitter right when this gets posted. But.
So I got to be honest, Philly here at 26. I really like them getting Johnny Wilson at darn near the 200th pick today, but they also saw him apparently as a 6th round value that they wouldn't take earlier. So we're going to stay at receiver here, and and we also did this before Johnny was taken, of course. So Evan Stewart from Oregon. Just a really solid route runner, whether you want him in the slot or Devontae in the slot. I just think to me, I don't see necessarily the explosiveness vertically yet. Maybe battling ankle injuries last year and stuff like that at A&M, and Connor Wegman was getting hurt in A&M, the quarterback stuff. But a really good route runner. I don't know that you'll find another receiver that runs a better comeback route in the country right now. Like, just his stop and start is I feel like Stewart for me right now, until we see more at Oregon, feels like a really high floor, like solid wide receiver 2 kind of guy. And I just think, I said it this year with Odunze, whether it be Atlanta or he went to the Bears or somewhere else. The league is playing 11 personnel now. I need 3 primetime guys. So if I'm sitting here looking at A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Evan Stewart, and maybe the sleeper of the draft, apparently, in Johnny Wilson, now I have 4, but I'll lock in 3 with Stewart, Smith, and Brown, and Jalen Hurts has a full arsenal.
Yeah. All right, Detroit Lions here at 27. So they could still use another edge defender opposite of Aiden Hutchinson, and they haven't taken one in this draft, surprisingly. I thought they would. So we're going to go JT Tuimoloau, edge defender out of Ohio State there. Again, very inconsistent player, but the highs are high. I know very well as a Penn State fan, he pretty much single-handedly beat Penn State back in 2022, along with Marvin Harrison Jr. So the highs are high, and he's obviously a very, very talented player, but just consistency is not all the way there yet. So for a lot of people, that's a very recognizable name. You might be wondering why it's not higher on this list. If he puts it all together, he could be a lot higher, but he's so inconsistent right now that I think 27 is pretty much the range I would say for him.
Yeah, I agree with that. Tell you what. Got the Bengals next year at 28. They've had a really good draft, haven't they? I don't know if we've mentioned that enough today.
Sure. No, we'll recap a bunch of teams' drafts when we finish this out, because we've only got about 15 more picks here in the 2024
they got trench
NFL draft. So we'll recap a lot of those picks that have just been made, but then we'll get into that.
I got trench guys. I got Jermaine Burton. I was considering last night. With this pick Mitchell Evans at 28 for the Bengals, but they took two tight ends today, and there was just something else I kind of was feeling. So we're going to dive into the running back class. We're going to break the rules of this building. I'm not sure we'll make it out alive. But taking Ollie Gordon to Cincinnati. Right now, the starting running back is Zach Moss, and they drafted 2 tight ends today, which I think would be another position of consideration had they not done that. Could also go offensive line here. The interior class next year, I don't know that there's a first-round interior guy right now, but I'll take Ollie Gordon to take over the starting job from Zach Moss, and we've got a running game really going now behind Amarius Mims and the rest of that line.
All right, so the Buffalo Bills are up here at 29. Still could use help in that secondary. They just took Daquan Hardy, but they still need more help at corner. I think Denzel Burke is another guy I would go with here. A first-round talent, people are going to be way higher on him than this, I think. Again, consistency is a big thing for him, but he's got really high highs, and I think he's going to be one of the top corners probably in next year's draft. So Buffalo gets him here at 29.
Reasonable. Totally reasonable. It was kind of. It's been rough with
reasonable.
With
very reasonable. I wrote the mock, but reasonable.
The Kaiir Elam thing. Oh yeah, dude, you got self-affirmation's a good thing. But the Kaiir Elam thing and all that. Like, okay, we'll try again. Ravens at 30. I like them getting Tez Walker a lot, and I like Zay Flowers a lot. But again, give me one more, and maybe chalk him up as my guy a year early. Trey Harris from Ole Miss.
All right.
I'm going to get vertical. I'm going to go.
Okay.
Same dynamic. Harris and Walker and Flowers underneath. And I think you've got a dynamic passing game that can I think that's finally a receiving core that could win you a Super Bowl. I just think they're right now. I mean, we'll see if Walker works out through his rookie year and all that, but they're at least one weapon short to me of winning the whole thing.
Yep. All right, 31, San Francisco 49ers. So we're going to say we're going to lose the Super Bowl again to the Chiefs is what the predictions are saying. But they will be
brutal.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. They will be going with offensive tackle Jonah Savainea, from out of Arizona. They took Dominic Pooney yesterday in the third round. Still could use more help on that offensive line. And I think Savainea has got a really high ceiling as well. So there is a huge drop-off between the top two tackles in this year's draft and the next one, obviously, as this one's going 31, whereas the other ones went in the top 6. But I still think he's a solid player, and I think will be maybe a first-round pick next year.
So Super Bowl champs, again, we're not calling it out.
Wow, Michael Pratt finally just got picked. 245, Green Bay Packers.
I like it.
No!
Now you
That's
lose.
Sean Clifford's job he might be taking.
Brother, you don't need that reaction to that kind of news. You don't. You
Sean
don't.
Clifford played in a playoff game this past year.
You don't.
And they took him back out to put Jordan Love back because he might have been.
I've never seen that before. So
You were devastated. I thought you had lost like an 8-leg parlay for the draft. I thought you'd lost out on thousands of dollars, and it's just the fact that Sean Clifford's not going to play anymore.
Well, I mean, Clifford was a 5th rounder last year, wasn't he?
Yeah, keep
And
coping.
Pratt was a 7th
No,
rounder.
keep coping. This is good.
I did not think the biggest reaction of the day would be from Michael Pratt to the
Sean
Packers.
Clifford.
That was so good.
He's might be
my
losing
God.
his job, dude. This is brutal. The doctor, Dr. Clifford.
Are you the head of Penn State employment
He has
or
to.
something?
Yeah, he has to be.
That's
Was that the last pick, or do we got one more?
One more.
No, the
one
Chiefs.
more. The three-peat inbound, apparently. Thought about this, and I was almost convinced to change it, not really, by Jared Wiley's selection today. Let's get the heir to Travis Kelce now. Let's go to Notre Dame and get Mitchell Evans. Love this guy. Before the ACL, like you said, he might have won the Mackey Award. When Mitchell Evans got hurt this year, Notre Dame's offense just was not the same. He's a legit threat up the seam. And even if you're moving forward, I don't know when Travis is retiring, but I don't think
I think it's probably soon.
Yeah.
I think it could be.
He's got a lot
if
going
they
on.
If they three-peat, he will retire.
Yeah, he's got a lot going on.
Yeah,
too.
if he.
I'll take the heir to the throne right now then, and
He's living, dude.
We'll have Mitchell Evans and Jared Wiley and Noah Gray, and their offense will be just fine because with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, it's just always going to be fine.
Yeah. That's it.
And that's it. There we go. The Way Too Early 2025 mock draft, which you guys can see over at PFF.com when it releases. Is this coming out on Monday? The written mock coming
we're
out
also
on
going
Monday?
to do an episode 2, doing the exact same thing.
They'll
actually,
do this episode. They'll break it down even more so on the College Football Show. You can see it over at PFF.com on Monday, so you can go back and read it. But you can also create your own 2025 NFL mock draft. The second that this is over, which, I don't know, maybe 15 more minutes until this draft is over, we're going to switch over the mock draft simulator over at PFF.com/mock. We're going to have the updated 2025 big board, the updated 2025 NFL draft order, so you guys can get immediately back to mock drafting. We're at pick number 247. I believe we have just 11 picks left in this draft. And it is at this time that I'm going to recap some of the picks that were made here in the 7th round that we didn't touch on, but I also want to hear favorite overall drafts from you guys. Pick out a couple. I would love to have a couple that you have in mind that we can kind of discuss as we are wrapping up this draft. I shouted out the Miles Cole pick from the Jacksonville Jaguars. That was one that stood out to me. Nathan Thomas, the overall offensive lineman. He played offensive tackle for Louisiana Lafayette, but I think he'll probably be more of a guard at the NFL level. He goes to the Dallas Cowboys at number 233. Jaheim Bell, we talked about him here on this show. He went 231 to the New England Patriots. MJ Devonshire, the cornerback from Pittsburgh, goes to the Las Vegas Raiders at number 229. We had two defensive linemen in Jawan Briggs and Justin Rogers go back-to-back. Jawan Briggs goes to the Cleveland Browns. Dallas Cowboys selected Justin Rogers. We mentioned the Michael Pratt pick. James Williams, 5-star, from Miami, goes 242 to the Tennessee Titans. Taj Washington finally off the board at 241 to the Miami Dolphins, the speedy slot receiver from USC. And then the other one that I'll notably mention is Michael Barrett, the linebacker, the off-ball linebacker, going to the Carolina Panthers at number 240. Carolina Panthers getting a lot faster at that linebacker level. So, those are it's kind of recapping it there. Best available. I mean, we got 10 picks left. I do want to take a look at the best available here. Leonard Taylor III is still on the board. Unbelievable that he was projected first-round pick a year ago, and now he is probably going to go undrafted. I cannot believe that the Murphy twins are going undrafted.
Well,
I cannot believe it.
We should predict Mr. Irrelevant.
It's
To the Jets.
who knows? Who knows what it is at this point?
Jets.
Kalen King is what Eli, our
Mm-hmm.
producer, said in my ear here. Blake Watson's still on the board. I think Blake Watson would have been fantastic value anywhere from round 4 on. Braden McGregor, the pass rusher from Michigan, he is still on the board. Cody Schrader still on the board. Steele Chambers, KT Leviston, Josh Proctor, Bo Braid, who I know a lot of people like. Javion Cohen, the interior offensive lineman from Miami. Curtis Jacobs, the super athletic off-ball linebacker from Penn State. These are all guys who are still on the board. Gabe Hall, really unique build there from Baylor. I think there's a lot of players who I thought were going to go higher in this draft, but here we are. We only got 10 picks left, so Lord knows that it can't be all of them. But let's get into a discussion of some of y'all's favorite draft hauls. Who wants to start?
Those are Dalton?
Sure. I think if you're resetting your franchise with a new head coach and a new GM and a new quarterback, I don't think you could have done any better than Washington did these 3 days. I mean, you talk about Jaden Daniels, Johnny Newton, Mike Sainris still. You got Brandon Coleman, who's a guy you like a lot. If he's their future left tackle, they're living. You just got a boatload of really good football players. I even like all the way down to the 7th, like Javonte Jean-Baptiste. Like, just to me, a really solid run defender gives me like Michael Clemens kind of vibes. Just really physical and rugged and gives you some attitude. But I don't see a whole lot of teams that did better than Washington. Ben Sinnott too.
Yeah.
I love Luke McCaffrey. I think his game's incredibly professional right now. He could step in and play for them in the slot right now. I know according to the board, a little early, but McCaffrey's the guy that I was higher on than the PFF board. But no, even Jordan McGee, it's like they just, I feel like just
It's a really good draft. It's a really good draft.
It's just, if you're going to reset your franchise, this is how you do it.
And they had a lot of free agents that they brought in too, like completely changing the identity of this football team in one off season. I mean, new ownership, new front office, new coaching staff, new quarterback with Jaden Daniels. They retooled the roster in free agency. They had so many draft picks this year, and I think they got a lot of really good players. I think that's a really good one with the Washington Commanders. What about you? I
don't want to sound like a homer here as a Steelers fan, but I think the Steelers aced this draft, dude.
I mean, they did fantastic. If you guys didn't mention him, then I was going to.
They did it last year, too. I mean, it seems like they just followed the PFF board, honestly, because they did the same thing last year. But Troy Fautanu, obviously, they went into this draft desperately needing offensive line, and desperately needing, in particular, a left tackle and a center. They got Troy Fautanu and they got Zach Frazier. And then later on, Roman Wilson, they needed help in the receiver room. Great pick there. And then Peyton Wilson, does he have an ACL? That's a big part of it. But otherwise, he's the number 1 linebacker by a mile in this draft. And you got him at 98 overall. I love that. And then I miss McCormick, one of my favorite players in this draft as well. I think Pittsburgh, for the second year in a row, aced the draft.
I think Pittsburgh absolutely nailed it. I want to keep going. If you guys got other ones, I'm going to say the Philadelphia Eagles. So you guys can't say that one, but I have to say the Eagles, right? They're a team that's in a winning window. They basically only had one glaring need on this team. Not that they couldn't hit some other depth pieces throughout the rest of the draft, but they come away with my CB1 and CB2 and Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean at picks 22 and 40. These are 2 top 10 players on my board, so an unbelievable job for them to be able to get those guys. A player that I was also really high on, Jalix Hunt, the edge rusher from Houston Christian, who to get him at 94, I think that's really nice. That's around where I had him on the big board. Will Shipley, Anaya Smith, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., Trevor Keegan, Johnny Wilson, and then Dylan McMahon. Just an A-plus draft from the Philadelphia Eagles. Another master class weekend from Howie Roseman, who, to me, has separated himself. Like, he is the best drafting GM right now. I mean, like, what the Eagles have become with Howie Roseman in the chair making these draft decisions, he's the best drafting GM in the NFL, and he proved it once again this year.
Just rebuilt the secondary overnight, and that was really
overnight, man.
Oh, literally
immediately
overnight. I don't even know what to say. I would start DeJean actually in the slot. Like, immediately. I would throw him in there, and I'd have Quinyon outside and figure out what's going on outside. But what they did, they were 28th in coverage grade last year, and it was just killing them all season. I know I've talked about him multiple times today, but I just can't get over how quietly really good the Bucs have done. Like, okay, I need interior help. I got Graham Barton. I need, like, somebody else I need more edge. I got Chris Braswell, right? Okay, now I need like another coverage player. I lost Carlton Davis. We could use help in the slot. Oh, I got Tyke Smith. I need like one more receiver who can run really good routes, McMillan. I need another back with White, Irving. Like, there has just been an answer for everything the Bucs have needed in this draft. They are some of the least flashy picks of this entire draft, and yet they got a whole lot better. I just don't think they didn't draft the biggest names to me, but they've got pretty much everything they needed. I mean, tell me if I'm missing anything. You watch them every week for sure, but there's not a whole lot missing from this draft when I look at their list of needs and just go, man, they got all the guys it looks like they wanted.
I have to.
I mean, I love the draft. Again, like, Jason Light is one of the best drafting general managers. I know I just gave Howie Roseman the crown, but Jason Light, once again, just a phenomenal draft for Tampa Bay.
Team I have to go with is pretty easy to get it right at the top, but they got it right, and then they got it right later on too, is the Chicago Bears. I think Caleb Williams, again, I don't put Andrew Luck and Trevor Lawrence, obviously the best quarterback prospects for the last decade and a half. Caleb Williams might be one step down for them, I think. I think he's that special. So you aced that. It wasn't that hard to ace, though, at number 1. It perfectly fell to them at number 9. That was exactly who I wanted the Bears to get at number 9, and they got him in Roman Doomsday. So they did a great job there. And then in the third round, obviously didn't have a second-round pick. They got Kieran Amagaji, who great tackle prospect. They needed help on the offensive line. Other thing I love about him, did you see on Twitter, he is like a diehard Bears fan, and he was like tweeting through it. Like a few years ago, being like, just like, oh my God, we suck. Like, this is so bad. Like,
really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
The fans already love him because they're like, he's one of us. He knows what we've been through. And now
that's really cool.
Now he's a Chicago Bear. I think
cool.
that's awesome. And then you got Torrey Taylor, best punter in the draft, a little bit earlier than I think he should have gone, but whatever. And then Austin Booker, I mean, great pick to round out your draft. So not a lot of picks for the Bears, but they really aced pretty much all of them. So I think the Bears did a great job.
I want to shout out the Cincinnati Bengals because their first 3 picks could honestly be just all the difference in the world. Like how incredible this team has been. Amarius Mims, they get him at number 18. You then get Chris Jenkins Jr. in the second round to kind of replace DJ Reader. You hope as a strong presence in the middle of that interior defensive line. And then Jermaine Burton. Like, even with just those 3 picks, you could totally keep your foot on the gas with where this team is going and the playoff push that they're making. So if Burton hits for this team, my goodness, could it give them all the flexibility in the world to do whatever they need to do with T. Higgins and make that playoff run and still stay a really good passing offense in the league. So definitely wanted to shout out the Cincinnati Bengals for how they've been doing as well.
I think you can't count out both those tight ends they took either. Whether they hit on one or both of them, that helps their offense big time. You're talking about going from starting Mike Gesicki to either one or both, or just using these guys. I know tight end hasn't always been a premium position for them, but I think these are 2 really good players that help them a lot. Obviously, all as like a traditional Y, and McLaughlin is kind of a move receiver guy, can play in the slot some. I think both of them help a lot. Their offense, if Burton hits, they're back to being loaded, and if one or both of these tight ends hit, you're talking about the Bengals getting right back near the top of the league.
Any other teams you want to shout out? I like the Packers. I like what the Packers have done.
Same one I was looking at. How about the Lions, man? I mean, you just came in, and I know the
Oh, yeah, this draft is sick. Lions are awesome.
Wingo and Mahogany late with Arnold and Rakestraw early. They rebuilt their secondary overnight.
Easy.
And then you get some of these guys that you go, oh, they're Dan Campbell, like trench players. You go, oh, maybe they'll take them in round 2 or 3. They got Wingo and Mahogany in the 6th. Christian Mahogany very well could start for them in the next 2 years. I don't know why he went this late. And Wingo, when you talk about, he's right now he's going to be on the chart behind Reeder, behind McNeil, which is a really good pair up front on the inside. He can develop behind him. He can play some. He could be a DPR from the inside spot. The Lions didn't have a ton of picks, but
Sione Vaki too, man. I love it.
Sione Vaki, wherever he's gonna play.
Safety. He's gonna play safety.
We have 2 write-ups on him anyway. But no,
we do.
For me,
draft guide.
For me, the biggest thing is just the entire offseason culminating in the draft, just overhauling their cornerback room. The Lions, if the Lions have a better secondary, they probably go to the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah.
What do we think of Jim Harbaugh's first draft here?
I was just gonna bring them up. I liked it a lot.
Go ahead.
I think a lot of people blasted the Joe Alt pick. Listen, he's the best tackle since Penei Sewell. One of the best we've seen in recent memory, honestly. And I understand they needed a weapon, but I'd rather have Joe Alt at number 5. This is why I like looking at drafts after they're done, because you can look at the entirety of it. You get Joe Alt at 5 and then Ladd McConkey at 34. I'd much rather have that than Malik Neighbors at 5 and Kingsley Suamataia at 34. I'd much rather have that for the Los Angeles Chargers. So that was great.
Tried to tell Chargers fans that, and they just didn't. They really did not want to hear it.
No, that's why you look at the drafts in entirety. So I love Jim Harbaugh's quote. We got a weapon, and Joe Alt, he's an offensive line weapon. It's that's what
Tip
he
of
is.
the spear is what he calls it.
Love it. Junior Colson, 3rd round, obviously Michigan player. I'm surprised he didn't take more Michigan players. Honestly, I thought Blake Corum was a lock to go to LA. But he did go to LA.
They still have one more, 253. Jalen Harrell's still on the board.
That's right.
Braden McGregor's still on the board.
I know you know that he's going to watch Michigan games every Saturday with Blake Corum. Now that Blake Corum's with the Rams, because they're just right next door.
Oh, that's
they're
true.
They're going to watch Michigan games together.
I didn't even think
every
about
week.
that.
But anyways, Junior Colson, great player. I think in the 3rd round they needed a linebacker, and I really like Brandon Rice in the 7th round. That guy can legit contribute to that receiving core immediately next year, and getting that in the 7th round is a pretty elite pick by LA. So yeah, I actually they took a lot of flack for Joel at 5, but you got way better than J.C. Latham at 5, and you got an elite player at left tackle, and then Ladd McConkey is just going to get open for Justin Herbert. I love what Jim Harbaugh did so far.
Tell you what, I'm looking again at this Miami Dolphins draft. It's a little weird because they didn't get any interior help. But is there a more Dolphins draft than one where they come out with Jalen Wright and Malik Washington and Taj Washington, and then just a disturbingly loaded edge group? Now, what do you make? I was curious on your opinion of this Patrick Paul pick. Where are we at with that?
I don't love Patrick Paul, but they kind of just need the body, right? I think he was overdrafted from where he was on my board, but just a really big offensive tackle. Teron Armstead's probably not there for the long haul. Paul probably isn't going to play for them at all this upcoming year, so I think that kind of hurts. But he has to be. You really had to make an offensive tackle pick within the first 2 rounds if you were Miami, because you don't know. Austin Jackson's situation could probably be upgraded on the right side of the offensive line, and you don't know the long-term future of Teron Armstead. So they kind of had to take an offensive tackle. It was what it was. I'm not the biggest Patrick Paul fan, but I get the move for them to go for offensive line.
I kept mocking Christian Haynes to them because I just thought it would have been a great fit. I worry about them. They're so loaded outside and that all the premium positions and stuff, and that's great, but the cupboard's kind of bare inside on both sides of the ball right now. With Hunt is gone, and they really never replaced him. Christian Wilkins is gone. They never really replaced him. Are they really going to test the theory that maybe the skill spots are that much more important than the trenches, or is it still trench play wins games and the Dolphins eventually are going to falter because of that?
I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what the answer is, but I think that they had a very Dolphins draft outside of the Patrick Paul pick. Just a lot of speed, a lot of good athletes.
Yep.
Especially the Jalen Wright pick. I think that was absolutely perfect for them. I love the New York Giants draft. Loved it. As I'm kind of scrolling here and looking at these picks, they're outside of them addressing the quarterback position, which they didn't, obviously. Malik Neighbors, Tyler Nubin, Andrew Phillips, Theo Johnson, Tyrone Tracy, Darius Muasau. They will all impact the roster this year. All of them. Every single one of those players could be a starter at some point. Darius Muasau, probably not. He's probably more of a special teams player anyways. But Michigan, Jim Harbaugh
there we go.
did
Got
just
another
take a
one.
Michigan
We needed
player.
another one.
Cornelius Johnson, the wide receiver.
Yeah,
So
get one
we figured
more.
that he was going to do it. We figured that he was going to do
needed
it.
another
Jalen
one.
Harrell went the pick before. Did you see that?
I saw.
To the Tennessee Titans. So
I saw.
I was like, oh, man, that's off the board. But he still found a way. Jim Harbaugh still found a way.
We got to look at how many Michigan players there are. The record.
Did they break? I don't think they broke the record.
The record is 15 by Georgia 2021.
I don't
believe.
think they broke the record.
Or 22, I should
And they
say.
all went to the Eagles.
Yeah, they all went to the Eagles, pretty much. I don't think they broke the record either. I know they set the record for most combine invites. They had like 20.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Michigan will be close. I don't know what they got though.
Any other draft classes?
How do the Chiefs keep getting away with murder?
Break it down for us.
They
Who'd get?
need a vertical threat at receiver and a left tackle, and the league just trades down with them and lets them have it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're talking Xavier Worthy and Kingsley Suamatai.
That's getting away with murder. Like the rest of it, they're going to take depth tight ends behind Kelsey.
I love Kamal Haddon though too.
Well, they get their depth. Brett Veach getting late round DBs to work is just a tradition for me because it's just been doing it forever. So like it's almost old news. I came into today knowing like at some point I'm going to talk about Brett Veach taking one or two defensive backs, and they're going to be really good because they went to the Chiefs. But I just don't understand. And I know the trade downs, like they're not going to tell you. They're not going to tell Buffalo, hey, we want to trade up to your pick to take Xavier Worthy. Like that's not how that works. But everyone knew when it happened. Like
Honestly, if I'm the Bills, though, I'm on the phone. I was like, "Who are you gonna take?" Oh, we're not gonna tell you. All right, piss off, and I'd hang up the phone.
They told them Audric Estime. That's what
I wouldn't have traded then.
That's
if they
where
said
the
that.
deception began.
See that's where it began. But then they do it again with the Niners for Kingsley. I'm like they need like we're sitting here saying if the Chiefs want a three-peat, they need one more weapon and they need a left tackle, right? And they just go and get it. And here we go. It's like it's getting to be like clockwork. Like those are picks that make you almost think maybe there's a script, but yeah, there's not a script. Relax. But it's like how it's like getting away with murder when the Chiefs get guys like this.
All right, if you're an NFL team, who's the first player that you're calling when the draft ends for an undrafted free agent tryout?
I'll do Leonard Taylor. Not even a question. Not even a question. I think that could be a starting D tackle.
It might be Gabriel Murphy.
It's Gabriel Murphy
also,
for me.
It might be Gabriel Murphy too. I was fine with it.
Gabriel Murphy for me.
Outside of Frank Gore Jr.
Honestly, I'm surprised that KT Levison did not get drafted. He would be an immediate call for me. Tavian Robinson, the wide receiver from Kentucky, also the same way.
Dude,
I really like Josh Proctor, man.
Do you?
I think he just
so
plays.
I think
he just plays the game the right way.
All right. So scroll the list. I'd love to hear some guys that you like and maybe explain a little bit of why.
Listen, I know Dalton, you're going to disagree with me here. Kalen King's tape in 2022 was so damn good that you're almost hoping that you can return to that in his NFL career. I know he was bad this past year. I know he had a bad combine and he was bad at the Senior Bowl as well. But that 2022 tape had me having him in the first round of our way too early mock draft last year. You're hoping to get back to that. So, I mean, I disagree with him going undrafted. I understand why he's going so low, but I think there's something there that with that 2022 tape that I'd take a chance on him, of course.
Counterpunch, I have a guy on this list who was the second highest graded corner in college football this season, and that's Dwight McGlothern from Arkansas.
Oh, KT Levison just got drafted. By the
there
Los
you go.
Angeles
So,
Rams.
see, nothing to worry. Of course, by the Rams.
Dwight McGlothern,
they're loading up, man.
Me and McVay.
See that?
Me and
McGlothern's
McVay, we're right here.
Eli's boy. Eli, our producer, does some Twitch streaming of Madden, and Dwight McGlothern was in his comment section.
You want an off-ball zone corner? An off-ball zone corner who can like play with his back to the sideline, cover 3, cover 4, kind of like when I think about like Robert Saleh's defense or DeMeco Ryan's defense, I think Dwight McGlothern's going to get an early call too. Second highest graded corner in the country this year.
When he can see it, like when he turns it on, I mean, you get some special plays from him. Truly some special plays.
Yeah.
Who else here?
I mean, you have it's pretty easy saying the highest ranked guy, but I love Blake Watson too, man.
Me too.
He's a really good player. I think he's a guy that still is yet to hit his ceiling. I think he's a guy that
Kalen King just got drafted.
Let's go. To Green Bay too.
Almost.
So they replaced Sean Clifford with Kalen King.
Almost Mr. Irrelevant here.
That was my pick, Mr. Irrelevant too.
Wow, close. We're 2 picks away. Here.
Another just random signing. The Rams have to sign Fabian Lovett, right?
Why? Just for the Florida State connection?
Absolutely.
Because Jared Verse, Braden Fisk.
Like, we think that was the best D-line in the country. We'll take all of them.
Yep.
Clearly, they liked a lot of those guys.
Pat Payton next year is an edge defender a lot of people like. Yeah, I can see it.
Anybody else stand out to you?
Cody Schrader's not taken yet.
I know. I didn't think that he was going to after a little bit.
Tyler Owens is so raw, but
yeah, dude, he's got wild tape.
He's got insane tape, but I think he was 1 inch off the broad jump record, which is a world record.
I thought he was. I thought he was like
1 inch. I think.
Was it?
It was Byron Jones is the record, and which is the world record, not even a combine record, and he was 1 inch off it. So freak athlete.
Imagine showing up to the combine just casually breaking the world record for broad jump.
He could be going undrafted because he also said that he doesn't believe space is real. Remember that?
I do remember that.
So that might be the reason why.
And maybe it's not.
But he's an alien.
Nobody's proven it to him.
Pun intended.
Nobody's proven it to him. He's never been in space. Maybe it's a long con for him to, get to go up in the, I don't know, what's the Elon's spaceship or something?
Oh, yeah, maybe so they can prove him wrong. He's like, I don't believe in space.
Yeah,
Like, we'll send you on a rocket. Yeah.
I got a stump for my FAU guy if he doesn't go in the next 2 picks. Evan Anderson.
Oh, okay.
I have to say the stats. So since 2020, only 3 defensive tackles have a better run D grade than Evan Anderson. Tavondre Sweat, Kobe Turner, Dante Corleone.
Godfather.
Wow.
Really, really good run defender. FAU is like the one thing they did right this year was run defense, and that's because Anderson and Jalen Wester, LeJonte's brother, was in the middle of it behind him at middle linebacker. He's at Colorado too now. But Evan Anderson, run stuffer, let me have him on early downs.
He's not the next best quarterback on the big board, but Don, I need you, before we sign off, to give your Jason Bean stat, because it's too good not to give.
Okay. How much of Jason Bean have you watched?
0. 0 snaps.
What if I told you there was Ryan Fitzpatrick who ran a 4.5 40?
Okay. I'd be in.
It's more for, and look, he's a disgusting athlete, first of all. He was like a former track guy. He ran a 10.3 in the 100 in high school. Okay.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, I believe they said his 100 meter was faster than DK Metcalf.
10.3 is what like Quinyon Mitchell ran.
10.36, I think it was. Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
he's a quarterback.
He had a touchdown run against Oklahoma. So here's the thing. So the last 2 years, he was at North Texas, didn't get the starting job there, but somehow transferred up to Kansas. Behind Jalen Daniels. Jalen Daniels can't stay healthy over the last 2 years. So he keeps coming in as the backup for Kansas and just doing wild stuff. Over the last, I think, 2 or 3 years, he has the second highest big-time throw rate and turnover-worthy play rate. It's like Ryan Fitzpatrick plays for Kansas, but he had a 40-yard touchdown run against Oklahoma. Kansas upset Oklahoma when they were still, 12th in the country or something, with Jason Bean at quarterback. And he had a couple games with 90-plus grades. Like, his tape against Cincinnati, you'd be like, what is going on here? Who is this guy?
Yeah.
Like, it was so good. Like, super skinny, 6'3" and maybe 200, maybe. Touchdown run, 40 yards against Oklahoma, hit 22.4 miles an hour.
Yeah, he's insane.
As a quarterback, yeah. Like
high variance player, for sure, but
the highest variance player, he's an absolute roller coaster. I just need him on a preseason roster for entertainment purposes.
Yeah.
He's Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Do you think he actually gets the chance?
I think it's signed somewhere.
Do you know how many guys? You know how many guys get signed these 90-man
There's
rosters?
a lot, yeah.
Like I need him at least on the preseason roster, playing in the second half, just doing all. Watch him later and just be like, every play you'll be like, I don't know what's going on here, but I'm really entertained. It's like Fitzpatrick used to be, really, but he runs a 4.5. He's one of the weirdest.
Some Jameis Winston in there a little bit too.
It's
yeah.
This sounds like the greatest quarterback of all time.
You never know what's going to happen.
This sounds like the most entertaining quarterback of all time.
It's the most entertaining for sure. There's like moments where you feel like, wow, that might be the best quarterback in the country, and then there's like the very next play, he could be the worst. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. All right, who's Mr. Irrelevant? Oh no, it won't be Jason Bean. We got Jordan Travis.
Yeah, it's not going to be Jason Bean.
I took Jason Bean. Mr. Irrelevant.
It should be Gabriel Murphy.
It should be Leonard Taylor.
Leonard
Taylor with the Jets.
Oh,
dude.
the Jets is Mr. Relevant?
Come on. Leonard Taylor, please.
The problem is that here's the issue. If you didn't take Leonard Taylor now, you're not going to take him. It's basically like if Leonard Taylor didn't go in the first round, in the fourth round, he was going to go undrafted.
The Jets still haven't taken a safety, right? It's going to be like a Josh Proctor type thing.
Josh Proctor.
Oh, no, it's Jalen Key from Alabama.
Jalen Key. You said safety, so you kind of nailed it, but it is the safety from Alabama, Jalen Key, as the final pick of the draft here for the 2024 cycle. Fellas, that was a ton of fun. This was a blast for me. I loved all the analysis that you guys were able to bring. We got to talk about what happened in rounds 1 through 3. We got to talk about every single pick that was made through rounds 4 and 5. The way too early stuff.
Yeah.
Y'all are awesome. Y'all brought such great energy, such great insight to this show. I know that our listeners absolutely loved it as well. Max Chadwick and Dalton Wasswerman. Y'all, if you do not subscribe to the PFF College Football Show, these guys just did a 7-hour broadcast talking about current NFL situations, draft prospects, future draft prospects, gems that we've never even heard of. I mean, please, go subscribe to their show. Go follow them on social media. Fellas, you guys are fantastic. Thank you so much for joining.
Appreciate it. I think at some point in these 7 hours, we were called both sickos and savants, and I think that might be the new motto of the college show.
That could be the podcast title, honestly. Welcome to the Sickos and Savants podcast. I'm Sicko, he's Savant.
It's like Pinky in the Brain, but like for some reason,
We'll
football,
rebrand again.
it's the greatest thing ever.
Rebrand again, honestly. I don't hate it.
Is that going to be, that's the new name of the show?
Yeah.
Which one's the sicko and which one's the savant?
Right, exactly.
Is it you with your knowledge of 6th grade 5-star prospects?
I got to be Sicko.
Oh, you're the sicko.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before we sign off here, I do want to shout out all of the incredible data collectors that we have here at PFF. The reason why we can cite so many great data points, whether it's the offensive ones, the defensive ones, the ones that everybody know, the really niche ones that we still have on PFF Ultimate that are in the underground that we only talk about behind the scenes, everywhere in between, it is because of the data collectors. Y'all make this show and everything that we do at PFF here possible, so I wanted to give you guys a shout out. Also wanted to give a shout out to everybody that's behind the glass who produced this show here over the last 3 days. We're not done. We got a recap show coming up tomorrow, but everybody who put so much work in, not just these 3 days, but I can tell this has been one of the most smooth broadcasts that I have been on. We've had so few hiccups since because these guys worked their butt off. Big shout out to all of them, the people running they're running the stuff behind the camera. Shout out to Mitch sitting right there making it happen. The social team, everybody who has any hand in the graphics, the social tweets, the videos, everything. So many people have so much, have such a big hand in what we do here at PFF that makes it a wonderful operation to work for. And I just wanted to give a shout out to everybody in those departments and honestly all the other departments that make it possible. Thank you guys so much for watching. Shout out to Homage, honestly, for hooking us up with the T-shirts for today's. By the way, somebody said I was wearing a Justin Fields shirt. It's C.J. Stroud. All right, come on.
Yeah,
come on.
We're not going with the full Bears theme.
I was going to say, we couldn't have 2 Bears. That would be too much bias. People wouldn't like
That's
it.
a classic, though.
That is a classic. Go over to Homage. Check it out. Use the promo code PFF. You can get yourself 15% off. That's the last promo code that I'm going to do here. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching and listening to the PFF NFL Draft Show, not just tonight, but also what we have had over the last 2 days. We still have the recap show coming up tomorrow, so make sure you look out for that. For Max Chadwick and Dalton Wasswerman, I'm Trevor Sikkema. Thank you guys so much for watching the PFF NFL Draft Show. We will see you tomorrow for the big recap with the grades.